game plan from Shanahan and McVay. They both had excellent plans. The execution on the 49ers part, just superior in this contest.
Wow. 12th straight regular season win. It's the second longest streak in franchise history. And the San Francisco 49ers start this young season 2-0.
All right, Mark Sanchez. You like Mark Sanchez. You like him. Oh, baby. What's up, Niner fans?
Jesus.
What's up, Niner fans? Oh, baby. They're 2-0. Playing the New York Giants on a short week on Thursday. Niners beat the Rams 30-23. I feel sorry for everybody who had the Niners at 7 or minus 7.5. What McVay did at the end of the game was a F you to every 49er fan out there who had money on the Niners. We'll get to that a little bit later. But oh, baby, it is a football Monday. Look, a monster Monday here. And going down to SoFi Stadium, as we say, good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? Good morning to everybody on YouTube, Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union, Xfinity Mobile Text Line. We got Craig Mack on the board as Spinoti's out this week. We got Loveman back here. Monster Monday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Shasky, we're going to nitpick the good, the bad, the ugly in this football game yesterday. As you said, as I've always said, division games aren't easy. They're just different. And I think maybe we underrated the Rams a little bit. That may be a good football team. There may be a good football team in there. They got some players. They play physical. Nobody's talking about them. But you know what? It's a victory Monday, Shasky. That's all I care about. It's a victory Monday.
Look, there's so much to get into. Obviously, McVay, Stafford still slinging it. Puka Nacua, I mean, that guy, I was going crazy. I was going crazy a half into that Seattle game last week, and I think you guys all thought I was nuts. He's a stud. Kyron Williams is a player. I don't know how good he is. I have a lot of respect for the Rams. They are not
Tutu
dead
Atwell.
yet. Tutu Atwell played amazing. He made a lot of contested catches.
Yep.
Look, there's a lot to not like. The thing that you got to love is they're 2-0, all right? And it does feel like they haven't really played a full, 60 minutes at any point this year. They've got studs on offense. Christian McCaffrey had a huge run. I thought they did a good job bottling him up outside of that run and that touchdown run the Rams did in that fashion. But Deebo Samuel, to me, was kind of the player of the game offensively for the 49ers. I thought Brock Purdy made a couple of great throws downfield. We'll get into both of them, the Jennings throw and the Brandon Ayuk throw on 3rd and 7 in the first drive. Just an absolute dart. And Ayuk will monitor the shoulder. Deebo, to me, set the tone physically, B. The short stuff, he was running dudes over. He looked decisive. And that touchdown run, Ronnie Bell sealed multiple big blocks. Ronnie Bell gets love. He had big-time blocks in this game.
Ronnie Bell, but I want to talk about the defense because that's where the problems were. And the Rams scored on all 3 of their drives in the first half, and I was kind of losing my mind a little bit. Like, why are we running so soft? Some soft zone, some soft man. They weren't getting any pressure. And Steve Wilks gets credit because Steve Wilks in that second half said, you know what, I'm going to dial up some blitzes. I'm going to have 54 come hunt. And 54 went to go hunt Matt Stafford. I thought Bosa's pressure got better and better as the game went along. I'm watching him in real time right in front of me. Bosa got better and better in real time, pushing the pocket, setting the edge, and getting some pressure on Matthew Stafford. Then he made a nice little subtle adjustment. That was a physical football game. I'm not sure if Aubrey Thomas can handle the physicality of a game like that. So what happens? He goes to Isaiah Oliver. And I learned something. I've learned something over the last 4 years. Since the show was grown, since I've been working with you, I've learned not to overreact for preseason football. I think I learned that from Trey Lance when I overreacted about everything he did in the preseason. And I'm not here to talk about Trey, but a lot of us overreacted about Jake Moody and Isaiah Oliver. Isaiah Oliver yesterday, he was built for a football game like that. Physical, setting the edge, getting his nose into everything. I thought Isaiah Oliver was a sneak. If I had a game ball to give out, look, they're going to go to Fred Warner. They're going to go to Deebo Samuel. They're going to go to C-Mac. But Isaiah Oliver and Jake Moody, man, big-time performances from them in the second half. Isaiah Oliver specifically, and then Jake Moody, he's perfect on the year when it comes to kicking. Now, the kickoff that he shaked, we need to work on that. Not great giving the Rams at the 40-yard line, but giving the ball to the Rams at the 40-yard line. But that long field goal for Jake Moody, I think he's silencing a lot of critics so far to start the season.
Yeah, it was that big field goal was absolutely huge. I actually wrote it down right here. Big moment in the game. Obviously, Moody hits a 57-yard field goal with 1:26 to go in the third quarter to go up 2017, and it felt like the 49ers needed that jolt right then and there. They kind of stalled out. I think their offensive performance in the second half wasn't anything to write home about. But you look up and they scored 30 points.
Right.
Right? Again, and it feels like, to be honest, they left points on the table.
They did. They left a lot of points on the table.
Isaiah Oliver's an interesting one. And look, I hear you on the preseason. He didn't look good at practice either, though. Like, there's a reason this guy started the season on the bench.
Well,
so I think it was warranted because there were concerns internally and externally from the people that cover the team. Like, maybe he might not make the team. They gave him $6 million 2-year deal, and he was essentially on the bench, not playing. Now, he went in there and made plays. He had the third down stop. They ended up converting on fourth down. He had the interception, which was a really nice play. And then he had the blitz to kind of seal the game on fourth down to stop Kyron Williams. He was excellent.
He was excellent. And so my thing is this, again, okay, so he struggled in practice. So he struggled in the games. We act like he's been here forever. It's a new scheme for him.
Yeah.
They don't run this scheme in Atlanta. This is an entirely new scheme for him. So for him to try to pick it up, just try to learn, whatever his new teammates, try to win his spot on this roster, I thought he played excellent. So, look, there's going to be areas where he's going to struggle. Speedier teams, more finesse teams, they may not be the game for him. That may be more of an Aubrey Thomas game. But a physical game like this against the LA Rams, they were out there hitting. That was a physical football game. Seeing it in real time, live in person. By the way, SoFi Stadium decked out in red. We'll get to that in a second. But I thought in a game like that, to go to Isaiah Oliver and say we need a little more physicality out there.
Really well.
He played really well.
Yeah,
Jake
and
Moody,
he deserves a lot of credit.
No doubt.
You know, it just, when the Rams throw 60 times in a game, even though I thought they were running it okay, not great, but okay, it felt like they completely abandoned the run. The shallow crossers were open. The deep ball was open.
The outs.
Stafford was cooking. Let's just call it what it is. Stafford's arm is very good.
Stafford's arm is good, but they were hitting everything underneath.
Oh, no doubt.
10 yards down the field, maybe 5. They were taking what Fred Warner said it perfectly. They were taking what they were giving them. And the Niners were playing a lot of soft coverage, and the Reds were like, fine, we'll take the 6 yards. We'll take the 4 yards. We'll take the 5 yards, and we'll run clock, and hold the football here. So I thought Charvarius Ward, number 7, really struggled yesterday.
I am with you.
He really struggled. Even on the blitz he had in the second half, where he gets a free shot at Matthew Stafford, you cannot miss that play. You cannot miss that sack and let that play get extended, and the Rams go out and get a first down. So Charvarius Ward, he's got to pick it up.
Look, this is probably not the day to have this kind of opinion, but watching Stafford evade the rush the way that he did, I thought that their pocket, we're going to talk a lot about the pressure. They didn't get home. I thought it was a combination of a couple things. Number one, their offensive line for the Rams, I thought held up, which you got to give them credit. Like it's both sides get paid. And I thought Stafford did a great job recognizing where the pressure was, stepping up and getting rid of the ball. But it was hard for me not to envision, boy, I love Brock Purdy. Where would this offense be with someone like Stafford's arm? Because Tutu Atwell was open all day. He made contested catches downfield. Nakua looks physical as hell. Stafford looks rejuvenated. I can't believe I'm saying that. I'm not the biggest Stafford fan, and he ended up throwing one up to Deommodore Lenoir late in that game. Every throw that went to Van Jefferson was a huge negative for the Rams.
It was.
If they get back Cooper Kupp, I'm with you. They're going to be a problem, B. Like, do not sleep on the Rams.
No, I mean, Kirk Morrison dropped some nugs last week, DeMarco Farr as well, and I ran into Kirk before the game and chopped it up with him. He told us last week here in the Morning Roast, his offensive line is a lot better.
Way better.
And if Matthew Stafford does get time, if he does have a clean pocket, he'll carve you up. He'll also throw one up.
He will. But the one off of Kyron Williams' shoulder pads is not his.
He's got to catch that right off his hands. He's got to catch that, no doubt.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe take a little spice off of it. I don't know. But look, Stafford's going to take what the defense gives you. When he tries to stretch the field, when he does try to stretch the field, good things happen for the defense. But look, as far as Brock Purdy, and I saw that coming out of the game, watching the game, being there.
I thought he was good, though.
I thought he made all the right reads, right? I thought his decision-making was really good. The deep balls happened right in front of me. It's like, oh, he's got Debo. Oh, he's got Ayuk. He missed them. And the Niners haven't had a real good deep ball throw since Colin Kaepernick. They haven't.
Okay.
I mean, let's be honest. As Guru would say, put the right on the table.
Yeah.
They haven't had a guy who could throw the ball deep since Colin Kaepernick.
And Cap couldn't hit any of the underneath stuff.
Right.
So there's like a give and take.
But he can hit the deep ball,
Yeah.
right? Brock Purdy's going to have to hit that pass. There's no doubt about that. At some point in January, at some point in December, he's going to have to hit that pass. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. He's working his way out. He's working his way back.
Mm-hmm.
He's got to hit those balls. Their arm strength looks good. At least he overshot him, but
So-
maybe he's overcompensating for something there on those deep throws. So I don't know.
The Devo one, sorry, B. It felt like he not crow hopped, but he stepped up to try to
Right.
obviously get up in the pocket, but maybe to kind of get into it. And I'm like, okay, just lead him a little more, throw him toward the center of
Right.
the field, put a little loft on it. But here's the thing with the Brock Purdy, we're losing our mind on a couple throws. What about the 3rd and 7 on the first drive? The absolute dart to Ayuk when he couldn't get up off the field. That might have been one of the best throws I've seen from a Niner quarterback in years.
What about
that throw?
I don't know about years, but what
That
about
was a
Jawan
dime.
Jennings? What about Jawan Jennings? The play to Jawan Jennings there.
That was a really
right
nice
before
throw.
halftime. The
Jennings
2-minute
made a
drill.
great catch.
The 2-minute drill with no timeouts. You're going 75 yards where you're down 7 and the Rams get the ball back
Yes.
after halftime. The Niners have done two things very well to start the season. They've gone down and taken the ball and scored on their opening
Yes.
possession. Yesterday, 11
Hot
plays,
Matthew Butter.
11 plays, 75 yards, 6:35 off the clock. Keith Murray, the unbeaten, on YouTube. I thought McVay's game plan and approach were on point.
Totally agree.
The Lambs surprised me.
Totally agree.
I agree with you guys. I thought we played average, but still got the job done. Look, they scored 30 in back-to-back games. And there's a lot left on
That's
the table.
what I'm saying.
A lot left on the table. So this offense is going to hum, and they will get better. They will get better, but the deep ball accuracy, it does have to get better. Brock played a solid game. There's some things that he has to do better. I get it, but improv, getting out of the pocket, making things happen, making a right read, the ballsy. And we haven't even brought up Shanahan yet in the first 15 minutes of the show. Shanahan wasn't bad yesterday.
No.
Some of that decision-making was really good by Shanahan
Well-
and showing confidence in the young kicker, showing confidence in Brock Purdy. Thought Shanahan had a pretty good day.
I thought so
good
too.
day.
I thought it was a clash of two brilliant coaches. I mean, like McVay's very good. I mean, come on, everyone's got to have respect for McVay. As much as I can't stand the guy, he was outstanding. 1:45 to go. You're down 17-10. You have 0 timeouts. You throw a swing pass to Debo, and it just felt like everything opened up from there. And I thought that they got down into the red zone and they got right up against the goal line. And there was a couple of plays. It's like don't love the play calls, don't love the throws, don't love the reads by the quarterback. And then you get to basically it's a one and done situation with 3 seconds left on the clock, and they go with the quarterback sneak there.
Well, 1 second left on the clock at that point.
Cojones. Bonte, that was cojones.
Right.
From the coach to the quarterback. I know he did it with Trey Lance against Green Bay. That was
Right.
the same scenario.
Right.
Maybe
The
was it
quarterback
2
power,
years ago?
The quarterback power on
Yeah.
Sunday Night Football, 2021.
It felt very, very similar. I thought that was a huge momentum swinging play right then and there from Brock Purdy, from the coach, for them to throw. And you referenced the Jennings throw. He sidesteps just like 2 steps to the left as the free rusher comes in, and he throws a nice touch intermediate pass to Jennings. Look, Brock did miss a couple of throws. He also delivered some really nice balls in this one. He wasn't Joe Montana in his prime. He wasn't any of the... But we're acting like the guy was putting the ball up in harm's way time and time again. You look up, they scored 30. He didn't throw really any interceptable balls. He didn't fumble the ball. He kept them in down and distance. Yeah, they got to clean some things up. That's a divisional game.
Divisional games are different. They're body bag games, especially against the Rams. McVay knows Shanahan. Shanahan is one of Raheem Morris's best friends. I mean, personnel-wise, this is why you draft in the NFL draft. Divisional teams look at their division and say,
100%.
what do we need? What do we need to counter the big dogs in the division? And so the Rams did that. They're going to be around here this year. They will. Puka Nacua is a player. He is physical.
He's tough.
I mean, he played with an oblique injury, had 15 catches yesterday.
And he's quicker than you think. He's way tougher than you want to believe. Again, B, can you think about if Cooper Kupp comes back? They've got 3 legit receivers.
No doubt.
That's going to cause personnel problems. And I'm looking at the Niners and I'm saying, okay, how many teams can go 3 wide
Right.
the way that the Rams did and exploit them? It's not a lot, but there are some teams that are going to present problems. He dropped back 60 times.
I know. Well, he had 2 in the second half. The run game was okay,
agreed.
but a lot of those pass plays, I call them extended running plays.
Agreed.
Because they're short.
Agreed.
Get the ball out quick. 1-2, boom. Get it out quick. 1-2, boom. Get it out quick. Take advantage of the Niners' cushion on defense. So Steve Wilkes, in the first half, he was getting schooled, in my opinion. I was like, you got to dial up some pressure. You got to do something. Change up your coverages. Mix it up. Stafford walked to the line. They audible. They recognize the coverage. You see him hit their helmets. All right, let's go. They find the matchup. Steve Wilkes in that second half started blitzing his ass off. 33% of the plays in the second half he blitzed on. Timely blitzes from Fred Warner, who, by the way, is on a DPOY campaign. I'm telling you, Fred Warner's playing like a defensive player of the year. And I thought Bosa, even though it doesn't show in the stat sheet, I'm telling you guys, being there in real time, 97 got better and better as the game went along. Hargrave quietly was causing havoc in the middle. So
Hargrave almost sacked Stafford on a handoff.
I know.
I thought Hargrave was really good in this game.
So I thought in the second half, Steve Wilkes had a very good game.
And I thought Drake Jackson was active. He wasn't, getting super pressures, but really active, especially in the screen game. You referenced Fred Warner. The sack was awesome. How about the breakup on 3rd and 22 over the middle, which was a crucial part in the game? He had a couple of really nice plays in this one. And then super late in the game, did you see him grab the knee? I don't know if you caught that. He banged, somebody's helmet banged into his knee. I don't know if it was a Niner or a rim. And I said,
I did
boy.
see that. No, I
think he's okay. I hope he's okay.
Well,
he was awesome. Here's my one criticism offensively that I haven't heard anybody really touch. They got to get George Kittle involved. And they got to get another running back involved here. Like, I love McCaffrey, and I want him to touch the ball down the stretch. But they're going to have to get one of these other running backs going a little. You barely saw Cam Akers yesterday, but I'm looking at it from a Niner perspective. Eli or Jordan Mason.
You didn't see Cam Akers.
What?
You didn't see Cam Akers.
Did he even play?
He didn't get a touch. I think he was inactive.
He
was inactive.
I didn't even see him on the field.
He wouldn't play at all. He was inactive.
But the Niners got to get another guy going.
Yeah,
I know they use Debo on a lot, like the jet sweep and the short stuff. But I'd like to see somebody, spell McCaffrey a little.
We've talked about Elijah Mitchell in physical football games.
That's true. That's
not his forte.
But not a touch.
Well, it's tough to take McCaffrey off the field.
Yeah.
It's tough to take him off the field.
It's a good point.
Even when Debo's in the backfield, you have Christian McCaffrey lining up out wide. Now, this is a week where you're going to you'll probably see some other running backs. It's a short week, but to your point about Fred Warner with the knee, Drake Greenlaw got up slow a couple times.
I know.
Ayuk was compromised from the first drive.
He toughed it out, though.
Ayuk was not the same. Trainers were going to him every time out. I'm watching it. It was right in front of me. The bitch was right in front of me. They were rubbing his shoulder, massaging it, and you could tell when his arm was hanging. Okay, is that a collarbone? Is that a shoulder? I'd be concerned about him playing Thursday. By the way, Thursday Night Football. Why does the NFL do this?
I don't know.
Play on Friday night.
Look at from an NFL TV standpoint, Saquon Barkley. Now he might be up in the air even if they play Sunday. Saquon's not going to play, and now there's Ayuk. I would rest Ayuk for the next 2 weeks. I'm telling you, Ronnie Bell had 3 sick blocks in this game. Ronnie Bell deserves some opportunities.
He also had a couple blocks where his helmet got ripped off. And it was like, Ronnie may be a little too small to be in there.
Look, you got to give the guy baptism by fire, right? You're going to have to get him up and running. To me, it's about the long play with Ayuk. If his shoulder is compromised, take the full 2 weeks off. It's a great excuse.
Yeah, I mean,
but there's a drop off. Ayuk to Ronnie Bell is let's acknowledge the drop off.
If Ayuk could go, I just want Ayuk out there. I'm sorry, I'm not into hey, let's rest and we got to get this number 1 seed. You got to get a bye week.
Well, this is why you have George Kittle, though. Open up the playbook for George Kittle. Is Kittle on the team?
Well, Kittle's on the team. Kittle's there. Kittle will be there in the pass game. He still gets a lot of attention. Kittle. That's the beauty of this offense. Every single week, it's going to be somebody different. The first week it was Brandon Ayuk and Christian McCaffrey. This week it was Christian McCaffrey and Deebo Samuel. There's going to be a George Kittle week. George Kittle will be a factor at some point this season, so I'm not going to freak out about it. Look, the Niners they've hit the magic number 2 straight weeks. 30 points in 2 straight weeks. Now, they could have dropped 40 on Pittsburgh. They shut the playbook down. You scored 30 yesterday. You win going away. You're 2-0. I want to hear from the Niner fans, though. 888-957-9570. Touch on anything. Brock Purdy's performance. What do you think? Kyle Shanahan's decision-making. The aggressiveness from Kyle Shanahan. I like where he's at right now as a head coach. Steve Wilkes, this defense, 888-957-9570. It's your show. You know what time it is. It's the Morning Roast on a Monday morning. That'll be brought to you by Ashley Furniture Home Stores.
Fall is almost...
of the game. So the Rams put 3 on the board,
Bad beats.
but San Francisco wins by 7.
man.
A bad beat indeed.
What was he doing?
I don't know. That's why I don't lay points like that on the road. Niners were laying 7. Some people got Niners at 7.5 or laid minus 7.5, which means the Niners were giving 7.5 points to the LA Rams. For them to attempt that field goal and kick it. Come on, man. That was too obvious. McVay knew what time it was. So that's why they have these they have parlays and they have teasers and they have money line. Money line is when you can bet the Niners straight up to win. Now you're not going to get great odds, but I added the money line the Niners to win money line in the parlay.
Okay.
I had the Niners in the teaser, which basically took the 7 points away, and I just basically needed them to win the game.
Okay.
So you can have 7-point teasers, 8-point
so
teasers,
confused.
9-point teasers, 10
Okay.
points. Don't worry about it. Don't get involved.
Does it cost more?
No, it doesn't.
Oh.
The odds may go down a little
The
bit.
odds, okay. So
your
what
winnings
you
may
win-
decrease.
Okay, gotcha.
So, if you're a Rams fan or if you bet on the Rams and you got the 7.5 and you see that happen, I got so many texts. Oh my God, they just screwed up my parlay. Oh my God, they just screwed up my card. I feel sorry for you. Don't gamble. But the Niners have won 9 straight regular season games against the LA Rams.
Do you think that Aaron Donald knows who Debo is? Because it's getting to the point now where they have 0 linebackers that can slow down Debo Samuel. All the smack talk from the Rams side on Debo, it doesn't make any sense to me. He owns them.
Well, didn't Aaron Donald make a tackle yesterday?
I didn't see him. Early on, he almost hit Brock Purdy. Brock kind of stepped up and got rid of the ball.
Right.
Didn't see him
Right.
doing much in the backfield. I'm going to have to look. I know there was a couple of plays where on the 3rd down where Purdy scrambled, he basically got sacked. I don't know if it was a
Right.
1-yard run or whatever. The whole right side of the offensive line got caved in.
Right. 8
But,
and 8, 9.
they did a good job, I thought.
Yeah, they did.
I thought they did a really good job.
9
offensively.
straight regular season wins. Again, at SoFi Stadium, they were selling Niners gear outside of the stadium, even leaving. So 888-957-9570. What's your turning point in the football game? Well, I'm going to get into everything here. SoFi Stadium. Let's just get into that for a second here.
Your second visit.
Second visit. Now, I was impressed with the way the Niner fans travel for the NFC Championship game.
Yes.
Yesterday, it felt like a home game.
Well, it looked to me in every view of the actual stands, 85-15. I'm dead serious on that.
It was about 80% Niner fans.
Yeah,
in
it
there.
looked like that.
They were selling Niner gear outside of SoFi as we're walking out the stadium. And so Ram fans, to me, they're so lame. I don't even think they understand football. They're not really Ram fans. I think they just put on the gear and say, hey, it's an LA team. We have something to do. Because even Ram fans, when they talk trash. They got nothing to say. Like one lady came at me after the game, was like, you guys are like the Clippers. I said, please. Don't play.
Clippers?
I said, don't be disrespectful. Don't be disrespectful. Come on, you know what time it is. We came down here
Clippers.
and cleaned your clock.
We're more
And,
like the Lakers in terms of brand.
Right.
Like if we're just, and I don't mean like Lakers, but I'm saying like dominant in the 80s, huge national fan base. Like you have to like recognize the Niners have a huge fan base.
Right. So going down there and taking that over it, the sea of red in the chants when Ayuk got hurt. Ayuk. First downs, defense. The Reds had to go to a silent count at one point.
I thought I heard beat LA in the second half.
Yeah, we started chanting beat LA.
What was it? Because it felt like they drowned it out of the telecast.
Oh, well, let me tell you something. SoFi Stadium, when they do that, whose house?
Yeah.
Rams house, and it gets super loud, they pump in so much noise.
I knew that. NFC Championship game, I knew that.
Oh, yeah, no, it was worse yesterday.
I was right near the speaker, and my dad and I, all we kept saying is that's all coming through the speaker.
Right.
So it's worse than Seattle.
It's a lot worse in Seattle.
Wow.
I didn't even notice it in Seattle when I went to Seattle last year. Maybe they have nothing to cheer about, but yesterday was just embarrassing for Ram. If you're Les Snead or Stan Kroenke, and you build that stadium, and you see all those night, you have to deal with that every single season.
Well, I think them not being there for 25 years opened up the market for the Niners.
Yep. Yep.
I mean, it just did. It just did. It's kind of in the same way when the Raiders left the Bay Area. You get a lot of A's Niner fans.
Right.
Not a lot, but like a good chunk. And you're like, well, how did that happen? Well, the Raiders were gone for 25 years.
Right.
30
Right.
years.
Yep.
You know, it's interesting that you bring that up because I had my own gripe from my couch, and it had nothing to do with fans. My gripe is with KTVU. So I come to find out, and I love KTVU, but come to find out that there's this bandwidth thing. I bought a big, beautiful television, okay? And I'm watching college football on Saturday, and everything's perfect. ESPN, perfect. CBS, perfect. ABC, perfect. You know, Fox, perfect. It looks beautiful. High def, 85-inch TV. I'm not even trying to stunt. I'm just saying, like, we spend good money on our technology. I'm watching the KTVU game, and they go to the wide-angle lens, and it was fuzzy. And I'm like, what is going on? Come to find out, oh, well, KTVU's bandwidth on certain things, they're not allowed. And, like, some of their cameras were really good. And when they zoomed in, the wide-angle one was horrible. And I was like, it is 2023. I could film on an iPhone in 4K and 8K, and KTVU can't figure out their bandwidth. Neither here nor there. Maybe I'm the only one that does this, and I'm complaining. But a fuzzy television in 2023, unacceptable.
Yeah. Maybe you got to go get it repaired, Shasky.
No, it's because of everyone else was having the same problems.
I'm kidding.
And then I guess apparently when I watch it on the NFL Network, because like you can watch back, I have that NFL app. It was perfect.
Right.
It was perfect. You know, quality. It's when it goes through your local broadcaster, they don't have the bandwidth to be able to do it because they're cheapening out. And it bugs me. I know. It's my gripe.
Yeah, get it out the way. But hey, the Niners win.
Well, and Mark Sanchez.
Nice shit. I
if
kind of
he
like
does
Sanchez.
another Dane Cook reference,
but you know what though? On those Brock Purdy overthrows, and even the slant route. Remember, there's a 3-play sequence where the Niners are up 27-20. And I texted her. I said, "What was that shit ahead?" I'm going back and watching Deebo Samuel play. He got open on that quick slant. Brock Purdy was inaccurate on it.
I agree.
And I thought Mark Sanchez had a great breakdown on why he was inaccurate, where his toe was pointing far right and the ball sailed far right. I thought Sanchez is really good. He was really good in those details on why Brock Purdy was overthrowing. Even the one at Deebo Samuel where he's like laying out in the middle a little bit, let him run it under it instead of just rifling it. So if there's one critique, Brock Purdy's got to be better with those deep ball because those plays are there. It's wide open.
Well, he was accurate on some, but then some of the ones were a little like the Kittle one on the first drive. Kittle made a great adjustment, and if he hits Kittle on the right ball placement area, he's still running. You know, and so no, he wasn't great. But you look up, they scored 30 points, and he doesn't throw really any interceptable balls. It's hard for me to be overcritical. You're not going to be a superstar every week. I mean, have you watched Joe Burrow through 2 weeks?
Right.
You know, he don't look so hot, and I don't know if Purdy's on the same level as Burrow. I mean, I don't think he is. So I'm just taking it 1 week at a time. They won this week against a divisional opponent who I feel is much better than we all gave credit to.
Well, they had 27 points with nearly 28 minutes of game action left against the Pittsburgh Steelers. Right? They could have dropped 40 on them. Yesterday, I thought it was appropriate that they scored 30. Maybe they could have scored 34. Maybe they could have put up 40. These are divisional games, so they're not going to be easy. You're just not going to blow a team out like this. And you know the Rams want that win. They're tired of losing to the 49ers.
It's true.
Tired of getting swept. Tired of seeing their stadium getting taken over with a sea of red. But you score 30. And you get to the magic number, and now they're averaging 32 points per game with Brock Purdy at quarterback, and alongside Christian McCaffrey, because that's a big-time difference maker. Christian McCaffrey talking trash, setting the tone to where the defense, he leaves. And that's the Christian McCaffrey factor. That's the impact of Christian McCaffrey. It allows a Brandon Ayuk or Deebo Samuel to break free deep down the field.
Agreed.
Because that front seven's so focused on number 23. So Brock Purdy's got to hit those throws, but I thought overall, he's making all the right. Like, you know, people are comparing to Jimmy Garoppolo. No. Jimmy Garoppolo's throwing a couple no throws. He's not going to try the deep ball. If he is, they're inaccurate and they're ducks. We see he's throwing spirals, and he's making the right read. That's important to me.
I agree.
As a second-year quarterback, he's making the right reads, and he's not throwing the no throws. Did you see one no throw yesterday?
There was one when they were up against, not an no, but it was just a bad throw. Like the one he threw out of bounds. There's only so much time left, and I think it was before the 1 second left. Hit the ground. And Sanchez was 100% correct on that assessment. He like airmailed one, and sometimes the home clock, they're not going to give you that extra second.
Yeah, they gave him that extra second, which was hilarious.
Well, I want to get into that sequence because I thought that entire drive, Shanahan was really good. I thought Brock was really good. I thought their time management was really good.
Debo Jawad.
Because there's been times, how many times have you been frustrated with Jimmy G's time management, where you're like, call timeout or speed it up or whatever? I thought they nailed it just right.
All right, more coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Hi, this is Carson Daly, inviting you to be part of Odyssey's mental health initiative, I'm Listening.
one man to beat. A little hesitation, and Ahkello Witherspoon finally able to bring him down inside the 15 at the San Francisco 13. A 51-yard gain for Christian McCaffrey.
All right, where you guys at? 888-957-9570. Line them up. You know what time it is. It's your show. I need Victory Monday. We talk to you, the fan. What's your reaction? What's your impression of the 49ers opening up the season with 2 straight wins on the road? Well, actually, on the road in Pittsburgh. Yesterday was the official home opener for the 49ers. That was a home game. You had the red jerseys on, had nothing but Niner fans in the stands. That was a home game. We'll play our second home game on Thursday against the New York Giants. And we'll smack them up. We'll get to them tomorrow.
I was a little worried on the Christian McCaffrey long run. Well, obviously, we'll get to Ahkello Witherspoon in a second.
What the hell are you worried about a long run?
Well, his foot, I don't know if you watched his heel and his foot at the end of that play. He wasn't the exact same burst throughout the game after that. I wondered if any of the beat writers asked him about that. Like, dude, his foot with all these turf injuries yesterday, injuries galore on the turf. The way the heel and the ankle, he took a very awkward step.
Well, I saw a couple other plays where guys landed on his leg or whatnot. Look, man, this is a rough sport. It's physical. You're going to land awkwardly. You're going to go down to the ground awkwardly. Can't be worried, especially after a 50-yard run like that. A 50-yard burst like that.
Beast of a
and
run.
then to truck Ahkello Witherspoon and let him know about that. I mean, come on, man. McCaffrey's a stud. This is the guy you wanted. This is the guy we all went crazy for when they traded for him. And he's played well to start the season. Back-to-back 100-yard days for Christian McCaffrey. Sure, would you like to see the workload lessened a bit? He had 20 carries. I want him getting 20 carries every game. I want it every game.
No, I
at
would
least 20 touches.
But I think yesterday's, like the flow of yesterday's game, I wasn't mad with the amount of touches. Maybe a couple more late in the game to try to put it away.
Right.
I just want to see them get in a position to try another running back out to just to change the pace, I guess, is where I'm going at with
that
this.
change of pace yesterday was Deebo Samuel.
That's
5
true.
carries, 38 yards, 7.6 yards a carry.
True.
Deebo owes the Rams 6 catches, 63 yards. And I see his leadership. So, unfortunately, on the broadcast, when they go to commercial, I wish they would just zoom in, maybe have ads, split screen it up and whatnot.
Yeah, I like that.
Because
Yeah,
I love looking
that.
at the sideline during the timeouts. And Deebo, I see why he's got that C on his chest. He noticed that Ayuk was not right. He ran to grab the trainer, said, I need you to check up on my boy because he's being stubborn. Go check up on him. Then he walks through the blue tent, comes back out. I'm like, boy, is he going to come back? He came back in. And the way he's talking to every other one of his teammates, tight ends, guys who are not even playing, I said, damn, look at Deebo Samuel growing up right in front of our eyes here. And he had a monster game yesterday. Another touchdown against the Rams. A nice little jet sweep, 1-on-1 with a corner. Smacked him. So, look, man, the Niners are 2-0. They have a chance to go undefeated in the month of September with a big win over the New York Giants on Thursday. But let's react to what happened yesterday down at SoFi Stadium as a segment is sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. We do succeed. We succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Here's Joel. He's at LAX right now.
Oh, let's go.
He's getting ready to come back to the Bay. What's up, Joel?
What's up, Joel?
What's happening?
Yo, what's up? Good morning. Here's a good win Monday.
Hell yeah, it was.
We here at LAX, there's Niner fans here having coffees, having mimosas, having Bloody Marys. We're high-fiving and hugging. The sea of red at SoFi. I almost said Levi's. Sorry. SoFi was unbelievable. Any Niner fan that has the opportunity needs to go to a home game at SoFi.
No doubt. How sick was it? I mean, just that stadium alone, it's next level.
The stadium is unbelievable. I love Levi's. I love our home field, but that stadium is doing a great job. It's a great game to experience. The lack of knowledgeable Rams fans, like you said, made it just such a joy.
Yep.
The camaraderie of the Niners fans. Head out to the pink lot. Oh, my God, the pink lot. It was
lit.
It was beers. It was get your mind right, if you know what I mean. It was everything going on in the morning. It was unbelievable.
No doubt. Even walking into SoFi, thanks for the call, Joel. Safe travels back up to the Bay. A lot of Niner fans coming in. I got out of there at 5. I had a 5:50 flight yesterday. 5:50 flight. Got delayed for about 10 minutes. But it just shows you SoFi. You walk out the stadium, you walk into the neighborhood, there's a taxi right there. Boom, here's some cash. Let me get to the hotel, pick up my stuff, go straight to the airport. We were able to sit down, me and Anna, were able to sit down at California Pizza Kitchen, have a pizza. She had a salad.
I do love
got on the
California
flight.
Pizza Kitchen.
Yeah, had me watch the Sunday night game. Yeah, very underrated. So it was all good. In and out of LA, just like I like.
Yeah, just like I like. It's a beautiful experience, obviously, down there, because I've only had that one chance to go down there.
Right.
It felt like to me that the 49ers realized that they were going to have the home crowd. Just the way that game played. It didn't feel like they played a road game type of game plan. Throwing that much, like, would you see them throwing that much, hypothetically, in Philadelphia?
Right.
Like, I'm just using them as an example. I don't know. It just felt like they really had a good feel for what they were going up against yesterday. And the way that Aaron Donald gets neutralized, I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's Jake Brendel in particular. I don't know if it's the scheme. I don't know if it's the combination. I thought Banks had a really good game.
Banks is legit.
I thought he had a really good game. Burford and McKivitz, it's not perfect, but I thought they held up pretty good yesterday.
Hey, there wasn't a lot of hits on Purdy. He got sacked the one time. Didn't get hurried a lot. When he did feel pressure, he knew how to navigate through the pocket.
Moving. Yeah.
But that's what I want to know, because we're talking during the break, and it feels like, I don't know, I guess it's just fandom. Because I don't get it. If I was a kid and they won 30-23 over the Rams, I'd be jacked up, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would say, well, Purdy missed those deep throws, but you know what? 17-25, 206, the 2-minute drill before halftime, which really flipped the game, because the Rams could have doubled up on you.
Yeah.
They could have scored. You don't score. They get the ball at the beginning of the third quarter. It could be lights out. All of a sudden, you're down 2 scores, and you're saying, hey, Brock Purdy's got to rally this football team. But to go down at 75 yards with no timeouts and tie the game up on the last play of the first half with Shanahan, he made 2 ballsy decisions. The quarterback sneak before halftime and allowing Jake Moody to go kick a 57-yard field goal. The Ram fans behind me was like, oh, boy, he's going to let him kick it? Really? The rookie? I was like, oh, boy, here we go.
Even the short one late in the game, I don't know if you saw, but the turf gave out on him. He slipped almost kicking it, kicks it in, and then almost falls after kicking it. So this turf, I hate to be that guy. I'm watching all around the league. They got to do something about all these turfs.
Yeah. I couldn't believe Tennessee with the turf. It looks so ugly in that stadium.
I can't believe Tannehill's still quarterbacking for them.
But hey, Chargers going to charge you, though. Brandon Staley. How Brandon Staley, he snapped at a reporter yesterday for bringing up the Jacksonville game.
That guy sucks.
So, Brandon Staley is all training camp. I want us to carry that Jacksonville game with us. Just help fuel us in 2023. Reporter brings up the Jacksonville game because Jacksonville has no carryover to this season. Blah, 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 blah. I was like, yeah, Staley, you're done. You're cooked. You're 0-2 now.
Well, you know what I loved about right before halftime, B, is that we talk so much about when you have a 2-minute drill, completing that first pass for a positive gain or like a 5-year, just get the sticks going forward. Get your guys feeling good. It was a little tiny swing pass to Deebo Samuel, and Deebo runs upfield. I believe Jennings and Ronnie Bell were on the block.
Right, 23 yards.
It was just beautiful, and it's just like, all right, we're going to get the ball to our guy. Instead of drop back, survey the field, hit somebody for 15 yards down the field. Just take what the defense gives you, a simple little play, get your guy going forward. I thought that was a brilliant call by Shanahan.
Listen, I'm not comparing Purdy to Brady right now. This is not what I'm doing. I want to preface this next statement by saying that, because I know how some of you on YouTube go crazy. But when Brady used to start his 2-minute drills, it was classic, right? Mm-hmm. Quick little screen, little flare out. Let's just get something going.
Kevin Falk.
Let's get something going, right?
Yes.
8 yards, get out of bounds. 9 yards, get out of bounds. Here, Woodhead, here you go. And you see that with Deebo, and then boom, next play, Christian McCaffrey for 8-9 yards. He gets out of bounds. Now all of a sudden, you know what? Let's see what's cooking over here. Let's get the first down. Maybe we run the play. We still got a minute and a half left. We can run the ball here. All right, we know the clock's running, but let's get the first down and keep moving the sticks. And then, boom, let's take our shot. That shot to Jawad Jennings
was beautiful.
The
way he moved left in the pocket, knowing that the rush was coming, throwing the dart, like a layered throw, right, number one, down, and it was a touch pass, too, to Jennings, and protecting himself. Like everything you're looking for. He made the right read. He threw a guy open. He moved subtly in the pocket. He protected his body. I mean, that boom, boom, boom. All the checklists that you're looking for.
And then you get the DPI, the defensive pass interference there on Deebo Samuel to get the ball at the 1 yard line.
And Deebo looked like he came up a little, sore from the turf. I don't know if it was the back or whatever, because like he landed hard.
No, he did, but obviously he was okay.
I mean, he's a beast.
Look, he's a beast. So then you get to the 1 yard line. You throw an incomplete pass, and get a face mask, and next thing you know, Shanahan says, "You know what? We're scoring here. Forget the field goal. We're at the 1 yard line."
Well,
quarterback sneak, and that looked like an easy sneak.
If we're gonna, nitpick a little here and there, that's where I'd like to see them use Kittle and split him out wide, 1-on-1. Like, what linebacker and what safety, what corner is guarding George Kittle in that scenario? Like, when it's like, let's say 7, 8, 9 seconds to go, okay, and it's a throwing situation. Why are you not trips on one side, Kittle on the other? I'm not pretending to be Bill Walsh, but I'm just saying, like, that's where the Kelseys, the Gronks, the big predators at tight end, they get that split out opportunity, and you just throw them up a ball, and it's a 1-on-1. Either he catches it or it drops.
They will get Kittle back involved. He will be involved. There's some plays there for him.
He had a great block on the end around from Deebo.
There was a great block there. He's having a hell of a season when it comes to blocking, but I didn't catch it. How about the play-action pass that he had with Brock Purdy?
Yeah.
It was a great design by Kyle Shanahan. Purdy with the great, and that's the thing that gets a little underrated. We don't talk about enough. We talk about all the throws, right?
Yeah.
Whether it's short, intermediate, deep, but ball handling. When you're Peyton Manning with the play fakes, that's important to me. Purdy, when he fakes a handoff, it's really beautiful.
Yeah, he
really sells it. And then his feet in the pocket. He's like a tap dancer at times. I thought he played a very solid football game. I would because I walked out of there and you go on Twitter or whatever it's called now. And you're like, man, did Purdy have a bad game? And then you hear from Purdy, and we'll play this out in a little bit.
He had a great game.
He sounded like despondent.
Oh, he had a good game. Not great. But good enough to win. It's a divisional opponent. You're not going to play lights out every week. You score 30 points. You don't put the ball in harm's way. You don't take huge sacks. Why are people frustrated?
I don't know. 888-957-9570 as you're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and AC1. San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. Don't forget, you can also watch us on YouTube and Twitch. Sponsored by our very great friends at First NorCal Credit Union. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. A Monster Monday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Now, a lot of things I heard too, Shasky, was, where's that number 1 defense at? They got shredded in the first half. McVay had them off balance. He had Steve Wilkes, Fred Warner and company off balance. There was no pass rush. They couldn't really stop the run. The Reds were doing whatever they wanted to do, and they were taking what the Niners gave them. The second half, that looked more like the number 1 defense. What did the Rams score? 6 points?
Yeah, 6.
On 7 possessions?
Two separate field goals.
There you go.
They did great adjustments. In the first half, short controlled passing game for McVay. I loved when he got into the red zone, and you could tell the Niners were just dying to put a hit on Stafford, and he throws the screen pass to Williams right there. Look, I thought McVay scheme and then specific, timely play calling. He's really good, dude. This is why he's one of the top coaches in the game.
When they get Cooper Kupp back, they're going to be a problem. But by the time the Niners play the Rams again, it'll be the last game of the season.
I don't like that.
Will it mean something? And I don't even think there's a time for that game yet. They're going to flex that wherever. TBD. It's one of those.
We may own, or excuse me, the Dodger fan may own Oracle Park. They may, because they're going to come up here, but we definitely own SoFi.
Dodger fan really didn't own Oracle Park.
They do now.
Until the last 5 years, right?
Well, I mean, they've won 10 out of the last 11 NL Wests.
Farhan Zaidi?
I don't want to
Secret agent?
I don't want to talk about them.
Giants losing 3-4 in Colorado? Playoffs. Shanahan on what allowed the Niners to separate themselves to get the win. The Giants in the playoffs.
I mean,
there's a lot of stuff that happened with all 3 phases. I think what sealed it and allowed us to separate ourselves was the 2 turnovers we got. One, Demo, awesome job jumping that. Then Isaiah on the other with the tip. And then we didn't turn it over on O. missed a couple that we had a chance on to get that score going. So we weren't perfect in that way, but I was just pumped the way we finished. Getting those turnovers was huge, and especially that 4th and 1 with Isaiah there towards the end of the game, being able to stop him in that run to get the ball back to work the clock a little bit.
There you go. There you go.
On the Dominor Lenore, he obviously gets the interception. That's going to highlight things. I thought one of his best plays of the day. It's 10:23. They're at the 45-yard line. It's 3rd and 2. This is the 4th quarter. And Dominor Lenore breaks up a pass over the middle on Nakua.
Yep.
Now, they ended up going for it on 4th down, and they ended up converting.
Yep.
But that play gets lost in the sauce. He made a hell of a play on that one.
Lenore might be your best corner on the team right now.
Ooh.
I'm telling you.
I got to think about that.
Well, Traveris Ward.
Something's up with him, right?
Puka Nacua was just cooking him, right? Cooking him.
Was it just a bad matchup? It does feel like that groin has not healed.
Maybe. But even Tutu Atwell. I saw the Rams audible one time. They had trips. What was it? Trips left, trips right. I forget which way they were going. But I kind of made a mental note. Mm-hmm. And they saw Traveris Ward outside on Tutu Atwell. They noticed, they recognized that it was bad coverage. Stafford had no problem throwing that Traveris Ward. They ran a simple out route.
Yeah.
Tutu Atwell got the separation. It's like, damn. So, look, Traveris Ward has to get better. I did not like the missed sack. You're going to get beat in this league.
That play was huge.
Covering these wide receivers, covering in the pass game. You're going to get beat. But watching him miss that sack, I said, okay, we need him to go to timeout a little bit here, watch some film, and get better. Maybe he is compromised at some point. And maybe that's why Steve Wilkes had to blitz a little more, because he noticed, boy, my corners are having a rough day out here.
I like blitzing Warner every now and then, though. Like,
I do too.
He's great in pass coverage. No one denies that. But like, he's an elite blitzer. Like, and he's a sure tackler. And when you talk about like free release situations, they also blitzed on the 4th down at the end of the game. Isaiah Oliver blitzed from the slot and made a beautiful play. That was all Wilkes. Not that the game was still in the balance. The game was closer than what it really was in the final 4 or 5 minutes. But I thought that was a really nice play. I thought Greenlaw played a really good game.
Greenlaw was everywhere.
What'd you think of the penalty? Ticky-tacky, right?
That was weak. I watched it. Greenlaw was
that
irate.
reputation?
Yeah, I think and the lady ref called it. What's her name? I don't even know her name.
The back judge or whatever.
Look, this is a divisional football game.
I know. Things are heated.
Things are going to get chippy. Things are going to get spicy. Let it play. That was not, I just, whatever.
Speaking of spicy, how about your boy Okello Witherspoon? What's he doing? Like, honest to God, we watched Okello Witherspoon. Has the guy made a play in his NFL career? He's been on 15 different teams, and he's still chirping. Like, him, what was the other guy, Robinson? What was the guy the Niners had?
Rashad Robinson.
Okay, yeah. What is it about these corners that just chirp? It's like you are barbecue chicken for your entirety of your NFL career, and you're chirping at Christian McCaffrey after he plows you?
Right.
I just don't get it.
You know who was happy about that trash talk?
Who?
Dante Whitner.
Why do you say that?
Oh, he takes shots at a Keller.
Oh, was he the one he called soft?
Yeah.
S-O-F-T.
Soft. You just don't hear that.
Speaking of soft, Aubrey Thomas getting removed for Isaiah Oliver.
In the second half,
that was
that was a great adjustment by Wilkes.
I agree.
And you know what? Again, I'll say this every hour today. I think we got to learn to not overreact to preseason football. We have to stop overreacting to preseason football. I have to do it. Shasky has to do it. You as the fan has to stop doing it. We have to stop overreacting to this stuff. Jake Moody, people were ready to cut Jake Moody after Las Vegas.
I don't know about cut.
First, after the preseason, we're ready to call Robbie Gould. This guy's been perfect so far, including a 57-yarder that he could have made from 60.
I mean, he looks really good in the regular season. He looks really sure. Again, watch the final field goal. He slips before kicking it, kicks it right down the middle, and then falls afterwards. And I'm like, all right, this guy's the real deal.
He's the real deal.
He's the real deal.
Wisnowski had a great putt yesterday.
I thought Wisnowski's had a pretty good year thus far.
So you got a kicker and a punter for at least the next 5 to 7 years. Don't have to worry about those spots.
Yes.
And then you get Isaiah Oliver, who, again, another guy, is this guy going to get cut? This guy not even going to make the team?
I mean, he fell behind Aubrey Thomas in the depth chart, which is crazy.
Well, that was a physical football game.
Yeah.
And Aubrey Thomas wasn't ready for the physicality yesterday of the LA Rams.
I don't think Aubrey Thomas has been very good. He had a nice Green Bay game a couple years ago. Other than that, he's been...
Right. So, look, man, Isaiah Oliver, Jake Moody, they're teaching us all. Don't overreact to preseason football.
Were you
It's not good
rooting
for our
for
health.
or against the Seattle Seahawks in the Detroit? Because I was so rooting for Detroit, and I was just, I needed that one.
So I have a pool with Big Dog in Philly Zoo.
So
where we
you
take
picked
the spreads.
You picked the Seahawks.
Well, Seattle's getting 5 points.
Yeah, it's a good bet.
So, it was a good bet. Bounce back.
Yeah.
Everybody's going to be on Detroit. A lot of week one overreactions. I didn't think they were going to outright win. I would like for them to lose. But,
Well,
Good
if
for
you
them.
look at it from a Niner divisional perspective, you right now have a tiebreaker because you're going to play one more game against the Rams, which is good. You're 2-0. Everybody else is 1-1 or 0-2. I think the Cardinals are the Cardinals are 1-1
Cardinals
as
blew
well.
that game yesterday.
What?
They blew the game.
Yeah, they blew it, but didn't they win week
0-2.
1 or did they lose?
No, they lost to the
Commanders? So they're 0-2. All right, so you're looking good right now, I guess is what I'm saying.
Right.
Like you just got to keep stacking these kinds of wins.
Would have been nice to have Seattle at 0-2. Come on.
Oh,
It would have been great.
I was rooting for Detroit.
Yeah,
I
it would've
wanted
been
Detroit.
great.
I thought Geno looked really good. When I'm watching Stafford yesterday, I'm like, we got some quarterbacks that can sling it in our division.
No doubt.
Like Geno's better than we give credit for, and Stafford's arm talent is still.
Joshua Dobbs.
Dobbs made plays.
He did make plays.
I don't think highly of the Cardinals or Dobbs, and he made plays.
They blew a 28-7 lead. Let's get to Uncle G real quick before the break.
No Barkley this week.
Uncle G, what's happening?
Hey, fellas. First of all, my procedure went very, very well.
Oh, good.
Much better than I.
The
Good.
fact that
Yeah,
you're calling us on a Monday morning tells us everything we need to know about it.
Yeah. So thanks again to all the good thoughts. I think they helped. So I think I'm fine now.
There you go.
Hey, question on Purdy in particular. So one of the knocks on him was that he didn't have enough arm strength, and I watched him yesterday, and I want your expert opinion on this. And that throw he threw to Debo looked like it had plenty of mustard on it. So I want your opinion. I mean, I think he'd belie the opinion that he has no arm strength, at least for the deep ball.
I just thought he missed that throw.
What do you guys think?
Yeah, Gene, I thought he just missed that throw. He kind of double clutched coming up, right? Hitch, boom, and then he throws it. He just got to put a little more air underneath it. We're going to make a lot of these of the throw to him and to Ayuk, to Debo and Ayuk, and we're going to make a lot of it, and then we're going to look at the Shanahan reaction because I even said it in the group that Shanahan,
I
because
did
Shanahan's
watch
like
it
this.
Shanahan was ticked off.
Yeah,
was ticked
he
off.
wasn't happy. It wasn't great, but. Again, he made a couple of high-level throws in the game. We're acting like he didn't make good throws.
All right, let's get into this on the other side. We're going to get into Brock Purdy. Line him up. 888-957-9570. 888-957-9570. Niners have beat the Reds 9 straight times. But Brock Purdy, let's dive into him in his performance yesterday against the LA Rams. The first time he's ever faced the LA Rams. That's coming up, sponsored by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body is 15 convenient.
clutch sack. Fred Warner breaking it down when he got sent on a blitz by Steve Wilkes. Stafford saw it and was like, oh no. And he was sacked by Fred Warner early in the fourth quarter with the Niners up 20-17. That was a big play. A big play after Jake Moody kicked the 57-yard field goal. That's when Niner fans started rising up, started standing up, feeling it, saying, you know what? This is a big possession right here. They forced the Rams into a 3-and-out. They get the ball back. And, of course, they go down and score with Deebo Samuel, an 11-yard touchdown run. And the Niners go up 27-17 early in the fourth quarter. So Niners are 2-0. They beat the Rams 9 straight regular season times. What's your big takeaway? 888-957-9570. The drive before halftime to flip the game, to flip the momentum. That was huge. A great call by Shanahan. The gall to go for it there on the last play of the first half. What about the gall to send Jake Moody on a rookie to say, you know what? Go ahead and kick a 57-yard field goal. Let me see what you got, son. Let me see what you got. We drafted you in the third round or just outside of the third round just so you could make these kicks, just to put you in this situation. And he nailed it. But a lot of people are talking about Brock Purdy. A lot of people are concerned about Brock Purdy's deep ball accuracy. 888-957-9570. What'd you think of Brock yesterday?
Well, so as we talk about Brock, I think one thing that I am, know from just 40 years of watching football, winning consistently in the NFL is extremely difficult. And so there are going to be weeks where you have to win ugly. In particular, and B, this is right up your alley because you say this every week in the NFL. Division games are different. They understand your scheme and your personnel better than anyone in the league. And now, yes, Brock has not played the Rams, but the Rams have played Shanahan's offenses for a long time. The playbook is the playbook. Now, are there some things that they're going to add and nuances and areas of the field that they're going to try to play toward Purdy's tendencies and what his strengths are? For sure. And that might be different from Jimmy's or before when it was Trey's or Nick Mullins or whomever. So I acknowledge all of that. But winning consistently is really difficult. And so to think that you're going to have A-plus performances week after week after week, if this is what his floor is, and I think that he'll have a bigger stinker than this at some point. Like it's inevitable, You're going to have a multi-interception game. Those happen. But you're down 7, and it felt like everything's constipated. Felt like they had more 3-and-outs than they've had in weeks past, or at least more punting opportunities offensively. And so if this is as bad as it's been thus far, sign me up. You win the game, you drop 30, you don't put the ball in harm's way, you don't take huge losses in terms of sacks, even though you were under pressure at times. Like, I thought he was really good in this game. Not great, but really good.
Yeah. What grade would you give Brock Purdy's performance from yesterday? That's our YouTube poll question of the day. A, B, C, D, or F? I'll give him a B. I'll give him a B.
It's right where I'm at.
Here's what Purdy said about his overthrows.
It's right where I'm at.
I just overthrew him. On the one to BA, the one Debo, and then JJ on that third down. Yeah, it's just those are on me. I got to be better. I got to hit him in stride and not overthrow him. Simple as that.
Shanahan was asked about it as well. Here's what Shanahan said.
I mean, I thought they were all tough ones. I think that the Ayuk one was probably his toughest one because it was just his number one read and it just sailed a little bit. The one with Debo, I mean, he went all the way across the board in a really tough read. And you'd love him to hit it, but he did miss it. And the one to Jennings, that one didn't bother me much. We're a little surprised the ball was going there and everyone else was covered and he just tried to make a play. But the main thing he did today was protect the ball. Besides those 3 misses, which none of them were easy, but he took care of the football. Didn't give them a chance to touch it, and when he was under duress, he was smart.
See, Shanahan's assessment is exactly my assessment. Like on the Debo play, the final play, the safety, he uses his eyes to move him over, okay? If you're the quarterback to the right, he moves him over to the right. He's under duress. Like, we act like he had a clean pocket, he had all day to throw. He steps up in the pocket and throws a layered ball downfield. Yeah. Put a little more air underneath it. But we act like that's some layup throw. That maybe it is for certain quarterbacks, but he hit a couple of really nice, like, throw a guy open throws. The Jennings throw, which we've described. I thought he threw a really nice ball to Debo.
Let me play devil's advocate. Because I'm with you. I agree.
This is a hard throw.
McCaffrey, he had to step up. McCaffrey was right there making a block.
Yeah.
Lay it out in the middle, put some more air on it.
Just a little more air.
But now we don't have to ask questions about his arm strength. Their arm strength looks like his stare from toward UCL.
Just a little more touch.
Let me play devil's advocate, though, because a lot of stuff I saw that was coming back at me, because I'm with you here. That could be the difference in the game in December and January.
Okay.
Do you have confidence in him hitting that pass?
Well, he's going to
That
have
deep
to.
pass.
He's to your point, B. When you play the elite personnel, so you don't play them weekly in the regular season, but when come playoff time, they're going to have to hit one of those kinds of plays because that's the difference. I mean, think about the Dallas game. The difference was a George Kittle,
Right.
tip pass to himself or whatever that Purdy made. Like, yeah, it does come down to one or two of those plays. But I would also counter with, and I'm looking at the defensive side, and this is the part that to me is more concerning. When you get spread out and you've got 2 or 3 competent wide receivers and you're throwing the ball 50 times a game, that's the vulnerability on this defensive side. But
Right.
then I go, all right, how many offenses in the NFC? Forget the AFC.
Right.
In the NFC, Philly's the team. Philly's the team that can spread you out
Right.
and kind of pick you apart.
Right.
Even though their drop back passing game is a work in
little
progress.
different. Yeah, no doubt.
I look at AJ, I look at Devontae, I look at that personnel, and I'm like, that really worries me. They're going to have to iron that out.
And they don't go under center like the Rams do. Rams like to play under center. They'll go under center. They'll run their play action passes. Eagles are predominantly in shotgun all day long. So how does, that's an interesting question. Where is this at? 510. Xfinity Mobile text
Give it
line.
to me.
Might sound stupid, but how does one make their deep pass better? Is it just reps? Yes, I think it's just reps. You got to remember he didn't have an offseason with Debo and Brandon Ayuk.
At all.
He got worked into training camp. These are just reps, but a lot of practice reports are saying Brock Purdy does have deep ball inaccuracy. We saw it in the 2 practices we saw down at training camp. He needs reps, more repetition. And in the game, when the live bullets are flying, you just got to hit it.
Well,
you got to be able to hit it and see it and put some air on it. So that's something like the Ayuk double move. I saw that one. That at first, originally, I thought, did Ayuk just run slow because his shoulder's banged up? And then you watch it back on the broadcast, like, oh no, Brock Purdy just overthrew him.
And he cooked him on the double move. Okello was sitting there eating grass or
the
turf.
double move reminded me of Diggs in Dallas in the wild card game. And Jimmy Garoppolo overthrew that one. So I'm like, all right, Purdy, let's get rid of some of those traits. But to your point about making all the right reads, when I walked out of that game, I said, he missed a deep ball.
He did.
But there's not one read I would take back from Brock Purdy yesterday. I thought he made all the right throws, all the right reads, went through his progressions, and he did not throw an interceptable pass.
Well, the robber didn't get him. The underneath linebacker didn't get. You know what I mean? Like that was
right.
When I watched Jimmy again, and I'm comparing him to Jimmy because Jimmy was the winningest quarterback since Kaepernick. Let's compare him to a contemporary from this scheme. Jimmy consistently every 2 or 3 weeks would throw an underneath ball, if not once a game, would throw an underneath ball where you're like, he literally did not see that defender sitting there baiting him into that play.
Did he do that yesterday?
Oh, he did twice.
Raider fans, no.
He just held the ball.
What about Raider fans? I saw a screenshot on the Instagram. All right, Jimmy, you got one more week or I'm going bad. I'm going bad at some point.
But like the Brock thing is interesting to me. We all agree he is money from like 12 to 15 yards, give or take, in. Right? Money on all those things in, for the most part. A couple little inaccuracies, whatever. But he's pretty close to perfect on the short stuff and the intermediate stuff. All right, the deep ball's not great. He's not going to be Justin Herbert.
No.
Like, we just have to come to the grips. And also, I'm not sure how many times a game, like, you are going to have to drive the ball down the field. Now, again, specific personnel, Philly, Dallas, you're going to have to drive it downfield. That's 18 weeks away.
Right.
Hypothetically.
Hypothetically. I don't want my football team peaking in September and
That's
October.
what I'm saying.
I want them to work up to December and January and play, and I want them playing their best football in December and January. I don't want to play.
He's played 10 games.
I want them to be buttoned up, but so far, you've outscored 2 opponents 60-30.
That's what I'm saying.
You've doubled up on your opponents so far on the road. Now, technically, yesterday, I still think it was a home game because.
Well, it felt like they should have put up 40. If we're being real.
In both games.
Yes.
And they shut down the playbook in week 1, which I get.
We all get.
Yesterday, you left some points on the board.
I thought they left them on the board.
And you had 30 going away.
Yeah.
30 going away. Let's go to Chambry in Arizona. Chambry, what's happening?
Hey, fella, thank you. Appreciate you taking the call. Man,
anytime.
I'll give Purdy a solid B. Obviously, as you guys already pointed out, just a few little nitpicking things, but I think overtime set it good. Obviously, his game has never been the deep ball, but I don't think that this offense and Shanahan's style necessarily calls for that. So, I mean, again, you guys touch on it schematically and scheme fit. He just does what we need to do. I thought the Greenlaw penalty, as well as even the Jennings one, was kind of ticky-tacky. But I have loved over 2 weeks, and even in the preseason, just the aggressiveness that Shanahan has had this year. And I think it speaks volumes on what he thinks of Purdy. So
I agree.
It's just been amazing to see that trust and belief in a quarterback in this system.
And you know what? I agree with the call. I agree with this, Shabry. Now, although the Shanahans do like to go deep, I remember the Super Bowl where John Elway under Mike Shanahan hit Ross Smith on the sick deep crosser.
One of the great undrafted players of all time.
I mean, come on. McCaffrey, deep post all day long in Denver, Colorado. So they do want to hit those deep shots. Those deep shots are available. You have to hit them. There's no doubt about that. But again, I'm going to go back to something Shannon Sharp said.
What's that?
I'm not the biggest Shannon Sharp fan on TV. Oh, he plays
Skip?
his role. Skip.
Keep saying Skip to Steven?
All the time. But he talked about playing for Mike Shanahan and knowing Cal since he was 12. And he said, patience is not in the Shanahan's vernacular. Patience is not in their DNA. And so if this continues, and I don't want to put that out there because I think Brock Purdy's playing fine football.
He's undefeated.
Solid football. He's undefeated. I mean, the Niners are averaging 32 points a game with him at quarterback. But if he doesn't hit those throws in December and January, we're a long way away. Long way away. The patience thing, I'm going to go back to. Because what is Shanahan? Because he looked ticked off yesterday. That was the look he used to give Jimmy Garoppolo.
After the two misses. Yeah, he went right. Like if I have the paper over my mouth, but you could see it through the play sheet.
He was seething. But, we're a long way away from that. So it's no reason to even go down that road. I'm not even going to go down that road. I apologize.
Well, okay, so no. It's I think it's a fair thing to speculate because look, the entirety of Jimmy G's career with the Niners, it was like, can they stretch the field? Teams are sitting down. The entirety of Alex Smith's career, can they stretch the field? Teams are sitting down. And when it got ugly, it was very obvious. Oh, they do not respect the opponent. Does not respect you throwing past 10 yards at all. And it made things very congested. We'll see as teams adjust to Brock Purdy and as Brock Purdy adjusts to the league and how Shanahan goes. I love their clock management with no timeouts before halftime. At the end of the game, so they get the Deommodore Lenoir interception, okay? And I'm looking at it here. It's 4:58 in the fourth quarter.
I didn't like that either.
So they're up 27-20, okay? Stafford's picked by Deommodore Lenoir. And to me, it's bleed clock, kick field goal minimum. At minimum, right? At minimum. And I get why they want to be aggressive in that situation, but you're starting to pin your ears back, and they're completely one-dimensional. They have a 3rd and 2.
Third and 3, yep.
3rd and 3. And I guess it's a hot route, little quick hitter that they're trying to dial up, and you knew the pressure was coming. The clock stops. It's like 3 minutes to go. And that if I'm nitpicking, forget the Brock missed overthrow, whatever. Winning time. Run the rock right then and there.
Run the ball.
Run the ball.
Timeout.
Click the 35 seconds off. You're going to go for the field goal no matter what. That's my only nitpicking when it comes to the aggression of Shanahan. Only one. And it feels absurd saying out loud.
I'm with you there. No, I was a little frustrated with that sequence.
The sequence wasn't great.
But look, that's good. You got something to clean up on.
Yes.
You got something to clean up on. But overall, I thought Purdy was very solid. Again, would you rather have incompletions or interceptions? I mean, honestly,
pretty obvious.
Like it's pretty obvious, right? Would you rather have a guy who's not putting the ball in harm's way? There's not one time I thought, oh no, why'd you throw that?
I agree.
I did not do that one time in a football game.
He didn't look rattled at all.
So personally, for the first 2 games, and I know Patrick Peterson had the little undercut, but I didn't even freak out about that. 2 games into the season, I haven't said, oh no, why did Brock throw that? I haven't said that one time. I would do that 6 times a game with Jimmy.
Yes.
6 times a game. Oh, my God. Oh, Jimmy. Oh, boy, you got bad Jimmy today. Like, Brock Purdy has not thrown one interceptable ball this season. So what are we really doing?
Well, and the one
what
thing
are we doing as a fan base? I just don't get it.
You know what we're doing? We're salivating over a Lombardi. That's what we're doing. And so any little deficiency is going to be magnified. It's not fair. I'm just telling you what the fan base is doing. They expect perfection. And that, to me, is... Come on, it's the NFL. You know how hard it is to win in the NFL? Ask Sean McVay. Ask Sean McVay how
divisional opponent. Again, I will say this till I'm blue in the face.
We're 2-0.
Divisional games are just weird. They're different.
They are.
Did you watch Miami and New England last night?
Miami should have blown them out.
Right.
And it just hung around.
So, anyway, let's get to the lines.
By the way, speaking of would you rather have Justin Fields or Mac Jones and like Max, I think Max is the best of these other guys, but Mac's not great. Would you rather have Zach Wilson, Justin Fields, Mac Jones right now? Niner fans, like, be realistic.
You'd rather have Brock Purdy.
Of course. And I think those organizations would rather have Brock Purdy.
Right.
Forget what the Niners would do. I think those organizations would also as well. Justin Fields look horrible.
He's not good right now. He's regressed. He has regressed. Brock and Fresno, what's happening?
Hey, I wanted your guys' opinion on something because I keep hearing that Brock Purdy looked bad on the deep balls. But as a 49ers fan, last year with Jimmy, or the year before he got hurt, he never threw the deep ball, which just congests the defense because they know we want to throw screen passes and short passes. At least Brock Purdy's taking that chance down the field, and the defense can't just, they can't just congest on the passes over the middle and everything else.
Did he just cut out?
No. I guess he was looking for an answer. I guess I agree.
Let's get us back on track.
Aaron in Santa Cruz.
Okay.
Aaron in Santa Cruz.
Hey.
Yo, what's up, gentlemen? Great win yesterday. Divisional. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Great win yesterday. Divisional opponent. Always a tricky game. I think what we're seeing is the expectation that's been set by Purdy and his performance. This guy is on his 8th regular season game, if I'm not mistaken, and we're nitpicking deep balls that aren't even they're right on the fingertips. A couple of them were a little overthrown, and I think that as a fan base, we need to understand this kid is still in development. He didn't even have an offseason to work with Ayuk and work with his wide receivers. So I think that, like Vontae said, we're in a stage right now where we're not peaking. We should have won that game by 10, maybe even 14, right?
Agreed.
That's the divisional opponent's second game of the year.
Right.
And so we all need to just understand that this is a process, and it's a developmental process with a young quarterback, and that we are in good hands. And the fact that he struggled yesterday is actually a good thing, because if I know anything, or if I see anything about this man's moxie, is that he grows, he learns, and he develops. And I think we're right where we need to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you, Aaron. Good call.
And think about the situational play calling from Shanahan on his behalf. Isn't Shanahan's situational play calling telling you, the fan base, and the team that he trusts Purdy?
He's a lot more aggressive with Purdy.
The four down sequence or 3 down sequence, whatever it was, at the goal line. You tell me if that was Jimmy Garoppolo, how they would have operated versus Brock Purdy. I think he has more. Maybe I'm reading it wrong. I feel like he has way more faith in Purdy.
I think we're seeing Jake Moody kick a little 20-yard field goal
with like 10 seconds to go.
Right, with 1 second.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I think. David Fresno, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Good morning, gentlemen. Thank you.
What up?
Hey, honestly, I don't really think it's a Brock issue. I think there were reservations when people were anointing him real deal, and I think part of that reservation, the default, because we haven't really seen it. But if you look at 7 years of Shanahan, look at the data, the default hasn't really been part of the offense. I don't know if it's the quarterback, throwing the ball, because there were plays that just weren't executed. So, Brock Purdy, is he Herbert? No, of course not. Everybody knows that. But if we're looking at winning the Super Bowl, the Super Bowl bust mentality, yeah, you got to make those. And I don't get why people get all offended when you point out these things. It's not like we are hoping Brock Purdy still. We're just pointing out things that can ultimately derail us to win the Super Bowl. So, yeah, you want to get that fixed. It's only week 2. Can he fix it? I hope so, But, again, we have all this data understanding that this default was, it's been an issue. And another little nugget to show you guys, going forward, I hope they correct this usage of McCaffrey. Where the hell was Elijah Mitchell yesterday? I think this week and last week, they had McCaffrey in the garbage time getting unnecessary reps. I think with this $41 million cap space, they need to get, like, if they don't trust Mitchell like that going forward, they better get them the body.
Well, that's
McCaffrey is a key component of this offense. And I don't want him getting hurt and 25 touches a game unnecessarily. You know, we have other bodies that can help out.
Well, that's a great point, and I think this week on short rest will tell us a lot about how they're viewing Elijah Mitchell for this year.
Right.
Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, no doubt. But here's the other thing.
I mean, McCaffrey's so sick.
I kind of look at the situation like I used to look at the Cowboys situation. Every carry they gave to Ezekiel Elliott was a win for the defense. I thought you're wasting a play by giving him the football. Now, I'm not saying Elijah Mitchell's that bad because I think he has a lot more juice than Zeke does at this point of his career. But I don't worry about the injury so much. He had 20 carries. He had another 3 catches. I need McCaffrey on the field at all times. I need him on the field. Well, he does something to the defense that nobody else can do on the team.
If we're nitpicking offense, the strategy that I'm going to nitpick is like I just like to see Kittle get some more targets. Over like worrying about Elijah Mitchell's usage or CMC's usage. It would be can we get Kittle going down the field?
And that will go.
Yes.
That will happen.
Yeah, I agree.
That will happen. But I want McCaffrey on the field. I want him to field at all times. If he's not getting the ball, line him up in the slot. Let him be a decoy.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, man. This guy's a top 10 player in this league. All right? I get the wear and tear and you want to preserve him or whatnot. It's 17-game season. Yes, 15 carries, maybe 5 catches, 20 touches. But in a game like yesterday, you got to win it. You got to win it.
Yes.
Know the short week is coming. Hey, I could keep TDP. I could keep Jordan Mason fresh.
Yes.
I could keep Elijah Mitchell fresh for Thursday night football and hit the New York Giants on a short week and then preserve McCaffrey a little bit there. I like what they're doing with C-Mac.
In the list of things that I come out of that game worrying about, I would have them in this order, right? For me, immediately, not for like big term. Cornerbacks, just overall, their play, their psyche, where they're at. I would go straight to Ayuk's shoulder. To me, that's a big that could linger all year, right? Like that's one of those things that, like, you know, you hurt yourself up there, collarbone. That's months, not weeks. You know what I mean? If it's really, really hurt, and then I get all the way down, and it's like, all right, Purdy missing a couple deep balls. You know what I mean? Like on my list of things that I come out of that game worrying about. That's just for me.
Anybody ask about Ayuk?
No, but that would have been the number one thing.
Yeah,
because
I'm surprised nobody asked about Ayuk.
Would you agree? We all like Ronnie Bell. The drop off from Ronnie Bell or Juwan Jennings.
It's night and day.
Ayuk, he even caught a pass late in that game, the second half, like down the field, 15, 16 yards down the field. And you're like, dude, he just gets open. Even on the play where he blew by Okello Witherspoon, it's a beautiful route.
It is a beautiful route. Fred Warner, another thing I'm not worried about anymore, Isaiah Oliver. Let's hear from Fred Warner on Oliver.
Yeah, Isaiah, I mean, he had a huge game today. I think this was great for him and his confidence in the scheme. And, you know, Isaiah, he's a great player. We signed him for a reason. You know, obviously, I guess you could talk about an adjustment, but he's gotten better and better as his time has gone here. So I'm really happy for him and the performance that he had.
Played very well yesterday. The adjustment by Steve Wilkes. Not only the blitz more in the second half, he hit Fred Warner on blitzes, but you bring in Isaiah Oliver for Aubrey Thomas because this was a physical football game. To do that, then I also heard, you know, I was listening to Dante Whitner yesterday. He said to the Sports Live with Dave Feldy man. I guess they widened out their defensive ends, the 49ers that is, to kind of combat some of the run game of the LA Rams and some of their bootleg action. Subtle adjustment. I'm going to watch it back today, but I thought it was very interesting.
Not aware.
Just little splits here and there saying, you know what, widen out a little bit and let's make sure we cover some gaps here and shut down that edge because the Rams are getting on the edge, whether it's the boot game, whether it's Higbee coming out in the flat, whether it's Puka Nacua who killed him for 15 catches.
He's a stud.
He is a baller.
He's a stud.
How about All-Pro Frento? Again, that Pittsburgh game told me he's gunning for DPOY, as well as a Super Bowl.
Well, the sack blitz was beautiful, and then the breakup on 3rd and 22 was beautiful.
11 tackles yesterday.
11.
We
just take him for granted. I really do feel like certain Niner fans take him for granted how great he is. People were losing their minds about Bosa not getting a sack, and the game is more nuanced than just do you get sacks, right?
Well, go watch Bosa in the second half. I challenge Niner fans If to the Niner fans who are complaining about Bosa, because I know a lot of Niner fans who are happy about the win, and they don't think like that. But I watched Bosa that second half, Shasky. I was like, he needs to wake up. He did wake up in the second half.
Final couple drives, he almost tapped Stafford multiple times. Stafford is really good at feeling pressure.
He is, but Bosa was pushing the pocket in the second half. He was getting closer and closer. It started beating doubles. He was getting stronger and stronger as the game went along. I would not worry about Nick Bosa moving forward. He's Bosa. He is Nick Bosa. And Javon Hargrave. Now, Guy, you want to talk about worried, and you're the worry of the show. But I'm not going to lie to you. I'm keeping a buck here, Shasky.
Okay.
Armstead was leaving the game. He looked like he was compromised or something, Eric Armstead. The way he was running off the field and jogging off.
Yeah, he didn't look right.
He didn't look right.
That's the one beauty of when you go to the game, you can kind of focus in on things like that, because I, on my couch, didn't notice much.
I was like, damn, what the hell is up with 91?
Huh.
Is he just gassed?
I thought Drake Jackson made a couple of nice effort plays.
Right.
Nothing spectacular, but just nice.
Nice little deflection on the boot action by Matthew Stafford in the second half. So
I think he's progressing,
He's coming along here. Let's go to Ned in Castro Valley. Ned, what's happening?
What's up, fellas? How y'all doing today?
Oh, man, can't complain.
Monday.
Victory Monday.
I just got 3 quick things for you guys. One, Brock Purdy had a great game. He played just fine.
Exactly.
I think what people get on the deep throws that he missed is like postpartum Jimmy G-ism. Like, oh man, if you miss, like, we want Brock to be so much better than Jimmy to elevate our team that if he's only just Jimmy, then it like scares everybody. And that's what I had. I had a little flashback to the Super Bowl, like, don't miss on deep throws, you get that Jimmy G kind of postpartum feeling a little bit. So that's one thing. 2, you kind of just hit on it, was the defense. I feel like we didn't get the pressure that I wanted to see. I thought that our defensive line was going to be the best part of our defense, and to really not get that pressure and see Stafford in there so comfortable scares me against teams that with the better offense, better quarterback, and better weapons that they're going to be able to gash us on more deep routes and stuff like that. So that's something I'm watching a little bit, not necessarily too worried of. The last thing is that Kyle Shanahan knows that we are a Super Bowl winning team this year. He showed it by that going for it before the halftime for that touchdown. I said go for it. All the top teams with the best offenses, they go for it right there. They don't worry because they know they can get the points back in the second half if they need to, and he went for it, and we got it. And that shows that we are ready to roll. Let's go. Bang, bang, Niner gang. Let's go, baby.
Great call, Dad. Great call. Another positive here. Deebo Samuel, again, we said it all training camp. He looks like he's in great shape. Oh, Deebo looks like he's fresh. Well, he had 101 scrimmage yards yesterday.
Great.
5th straight game against the Rams where he's had at least 100 all-purpose yards.
His cutback on that, I guess he got ruled a run, but it was a throw. To me, it was a throw, but whatever. On that little swing play, that was vintage Deebo. Oh, I'm near the end zone? Let me cut back, run through 3 people's souls, and sniff the end zone.
Can I ask you something?
Yeah.
We're going back to the lines in a second. But Ahmad Z on YouTube. Look, over 1,000 on YouTube right now. We appreciate all the love.
Thank you.
Ahmad Z, and this is something that I want to get into at some point. Maybe today's not the day. But he says, Purdy's a game manager. Nothing more, nothing less. Aren't all quarterbacks kind of managers of the game? I mean, Craig Mack, you play football at the University of Washington. Quarterbacks, aren't they supposed to manage the game and make sure you don't turn the ball over? Make sure you get into the right play? Make sure you get into the right formation.
Yes.
You get into the right, like I don't get this game. He's a game manager.
No, every throw must be 55 yards down the field, tight spiral into contested coverage where only your guy can get it. It's got to be within a pinpoint accuracy of.
Go watch Joe Montana in the
1 inch.
NFC Championship game against the Chicago Bears. All right, back in 88, 89. Jerry Rice broke sleds. All right, Tom Rathman made things happen out of the backfield, but it's okay. He got him there on time. I don't get this game manager thing. Who cares if Brock Purdy? The guy's undefeated. The guy's making all the reads.
He manages to just win.
He manages not to throw interceptions. He manages to get your team in the right set.
He's managed to win over his teammates, and that to me is the most important thing.
Right. He's managed to be a captain, and he's managed this offense to score 32 points per game when he's under center.
He's 10-0.
What the hell is wrong with some of y'all?
He's 10-0.
What is wrong with some of you guys?
And no, he's not Mahomes. There's only one of those guys. And I feel like Mahomes has kind of ruined quarterback evaluation for everyone.
And here's Purdy. He takes ownership of missing those big throws. He takes ownership. He was asked about the overthrows after the game yesterday.
No, I don't think so. We've hit those, deep balls and whatnot at practice and everything. It's just, comes down when the bullets are flying, being able to make an accurate throw and, not overthrow them, don't underthrow them, but just be on point. And so, that's what you got to do as an NFL quarterback, and I take that on myself.
Somebody asked if he was trying to figure his arm out post-surgery. He's like, dude, no.
What has my sentiment been about 49er quarterback?
What's that?
I think it's the hardest position in sports because of the scrutiny.
Yeah,
no, I'm serious.
It is
okay, Yankee best player, right?
Right.
Laker best player,
right?
Cowboy quarterback,
yeah.
Niner quarterback. What else? There are certain, and I know there's others, but
right.
I truly believe that being the quarterback of the 49ers has some of the most scrutiny in any sport, no matter what the fan base is.
I would say Alabama quarterbacks up there, and they're struggling trying to find somebody. They played 3 quarterbacks already. They played 3 quarterbacks already. Crimson Tide fans are losing their minds.
I'll listen to that. There's no doubt. Middle linebacker for the Bears, I don't even think is even close to the scrutiny of this. And they've got a long legacy of elite linebacker play.
Doubt.
But I truly believe that Montana, Steve Young, they have ruined this fan base's realistic expectations for what good quarterback play should be. Good quarterback play means my team is consistently winning.
Right.
And my playmakers are going off. Let's boil this down. They dropped 30. Playmakers went off. We won against a really good Rams team and a great coach in McVay and a quarterback who has a Super Bowl.
Why aren't we highlighting that 2-minute drill before halftime? You're down 17-10 with no timeouts.
None.
Got to go 75 yards.
How about the first drive? I know I'm hyping it up. He threw a dime on 37 to Ayuk.
Oh, I know.
A dime.
And you set the tone in both games. You go down the football field and score to set the tone in both football games.
McCaffrey's vision on that little run
Everything
back.
Everything about it.
That was so good.
Everything. It was surgical.
I want to go positive here. On the real.
We are positive.
On the real. Like John Henry Johnson, Joe the Jet Perry, Hugh McElhaney, obviously Roger Craig, Garrison Hurst, Ricky Waters, Frank Gore. It's a long legacy of elite, I'm talking all-time talents to play running back for the 49ers. Am I absurd for saying I think McCaffrey might be the most talented? Not that he's had the best 49er career. I don't know what the whole of his game is.
No, he doesn't have a hole. He can run between the tackles. He can hit the edge. He can run for speed. He can line up in the slot.
What's his
hole? He can line
hole?
up at wide receiver. He has sure hands. He doesn't fumble.
He's a good blocker.
He's tough. He blocks on third down. McCaffrey's just a beast. He's just a beast.
He's an absolute game. When he broke that run, oh my
please,
God.
And please, another thing we need to learn about as football fans.
What's that? What's that?
You see Bijan Robinson down there in Atlanta?
Yeah, running back.
Y'all keep wanting to start spitting. Running backs don't matter?
And Derrick Henry.
Did you see Derrick Henry?
Yeah.
And the guy sharp in the backfield.
Yeah.
Gave him a nice little jolt.
I did.
How about Saquon Barkley?
How about Raheem Mostert last night?
Oh, my gosh. You want to say running backs don't matter? Please. Please. It helps to have a home run hitting running back. It opens up everything. Go ask Drake London how he's feeling right now.
Yeah, it's true.
Go ask Desmond Ridder how he's feeling.
Bijan, by the way, is a weapon. How do you view the New York Giants with Saquon versus without Saquon?
Right.
You're going to play him this week.
Ask the Packers how they felt without Aaron Jones.
Yeah, they missed his juice.
AJ
Even though
Dillon
he was good, though, but not as good as Aaron Jones.
But not Aaron Jones.
Yes, I agree.
Not Aaron Jones. One more call before we get to the injury report. Let's go to Joseph in SoCal.
Hey,
He was
Joe.
at the game yesterday.
All
Joseph,
right,
what's
let's
happening?
go.
Good morning, you guys.
Good morning.
Morning. How you guys doing this fine morning?
Good.
Great.
Victory Monday, baby.
Feels great, baby. I just wanted to come out here and just talk about the defense in the first half a little bit. Not trying to bash them or nothing, but I was just kind of surprised that they were giving up everything soft, and I guess they were trying to give Matthew what he can take and not give up the big plays and all that. But I was just kind of not worried on the D-line, but in the first half, I agree 100%. Bosa is not the issue. It was just kind of weird to see that there was a little to no penetration in the first half, but as the game got along and went along, that Rams line did not hold up against their D-line. It was kind of funny to watch live.
No doubt.
You know, I think adjustments at halftime are the hallmark of a great coach. Whether you're a coordinator, a position coach, the head coach. That was the number one takeaway from Harbaugh's era was, damn, they were great at scheming in the halftime adjustments.
At halftime,
And I think Kyle Shanahan similarly He's made some brilliant halftime adjustments over the last 5 years.
No doubt.
I thought Wilkes yesterday was magnificent in the second half.
I thought he got schooled in the first half. That was a different defense in the second half.
McVay's good.
And Wilkes said, you know what? Let me go to what I do best, which is be aggressive in blitz. It seemed timely. Even the Charvarius Ward blitz, he's got to make the sack. That was a great time blitz. Isaiah Oliver, great time blitz. Fred Warner, great time blitz. It's good to beat McVay.
I know you like McVay a lot, and I got to admit to you yesterday, like my big takeaway just watching that game is he's really good. Well, like I hate him, he's really good.
Rams are going to be better than what we thought.
They got 20 rookies.
You know what though? You were the first I heard say this. You said, I don't like how everything is so quiet down in L.A. We're sleeping on them. And I was like, you know what? I'm kind of with you there.
20
we
rookies.
are sleeping on them.
20 rookies.
And they got some Pakut.
They hit some draft picks.
Nakuya could play.
And Kyron Williams is a baller.
He is a baller. He runs hard.
He's a baller. He was good in Notre Dame.
When he hits the hole, I noticed every tackle he falls forward.
He's a beast. He got big legs. He runs hard.
All right, Rob, Sam Bruno, Larry, SF, Lamar out in New York City. Hang tight. We'll get you in the 8 o'clock hour. We got to hit the injury report. It's a Victory Monday. 888-957-9570. Your phone calls are coming up next. But first, it's time for the injury report.
It's time for the injury report.
It really hurts.
Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
All right, Kyle Shanahan said there could be some concern with Brandon Ayuk's left shoulder. He noted that he was still able to play through the injury. The status of his 49er starting receiver will no doubt be something to keep a close eye on this week with the short turnaround of Thursday night's home opener against the New York Giants. Brandon Ayuk toughed it out yesterday. Wasn't as strong as he was in Pittsburgh. It happened on the first freaking drive. Just 3 catches, 43 yards on 6 targets. But you know what? He was out there, and I think that helped the offense overall get well. Brandon Ayuk, hopefully he can go Thursday. If not, he'll have a long rest to get ready for the Arizona Cardinals. That was the injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Best, full service baking, no compromises. Who doesn't like the roast? No guests on a Monday. Just you, the fan, you, the caller, you, the audience, you, Niner fans. 888-957-9570. We're rocking and rolling as the Niners improved to 2-0, beating the Reds for the 9th straight time in the regular season. We're breaking it all down here on 95.7 The Game.
Settle down, class. Colin, you're up.
My fellow students, for today's show and tell, I present to you my phone. It's made with glass and an array of
through a tackle. Now cuts it back. Deebo Samuel through traffic for the touchdown. Ernest Jones had a shot. Darion Kendrick had a shot. But it's Deebo Samuel who ends up with 6.
Oh, baby. What is happening on a Victory Monday here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game? Niners improved to 2-0 after smacking the Rams for the 9th straight time in the regular season. They take over SoFi Stadium, but it was a beautiful sight to see. Monster Monday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Shout out to YouTube, Twitch, the Xfinity mobile text line, of course, YouTube and Twitch. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Oh, baby. Good morning to everybody getting off their graveyard shifts. If you're at work, what is happening? Those overnight dancers with all the folks flying up from L.A. late last night, ready to trick off some money. They're feeling good. Good morning to all the fans I saw yesterday, all the kids who listen, all the students, all the high schools, everybody out there, CSP officers. We're feeling good this morning because the Niners were 2-0, getting ready to take on the New York Giants in another body bag game on a short turnaround, the official home opener at Levi Stadium. To me, yesterday was a home opener at SoFi. You just played in L.A. You took their stadium over. Ram fans, what was it, 80-20? What do you say, 80%?
I thought it was 85-15.
It was a joke.
I mean, Bonte, I couldn't find Rams fans in the crowd, and I was on my couch, and all I was doing was watching through the TV. You would think Fox would try to set it up to it didn't look so, disparaging. But I got to say, right now, Niner fans, you got to feel good. You're 2-0. You beat a divisional opponent. You got a short week. We're going to be in front of the national audience this Thursday against the New York Giants, one of my hated teams of all time. Who knows if Saquon's even going to play? We'll see about Brandon Ayuk. Quarterback's looking good. The offense is humming. Yeah, the defense got some things to iron out. But before you get in here, this is what makes us different here at 95.7 The Game, and the Morning Roast in particular. We don't talk at you. We talk with you.
Exactly.
Line them up, 888-957-9570. Let's talk Niner football, baby.
Let's do it. Listen, man. It was fun to be at SoFi Stadium, and there's so much good. There's so much to feel good about. Christian McCaffrey, first NFL running back to rush for 100 or more yards in weeks 1 and 2 since New York Giants running back Saquon Barkley accomplished the feat in 2019. He has 268 rushing yards.
Wow.
It's the second most by 49ers running back through the first 2 weeks of the season. You know who was number 1? Garrison Hurst in 1998, 325 yards. Look, man, second touchdown of the season, his 40th of the career. He's only got 40 touchdowns. Christian McCaffrey, that's it.
You would think more, but it's Carolina.
Yeah, they gave Cam Newton the ball at the goal line.
Had he been a Niner for his entire career, he'll get 40 over a 2-year span.
Man, so Deebo Samuel, 5 straight games against the Rams where he's had at least 100 all-purpose yards. How about that? Isaiah Oliver, big interception. Great blitz in the second half.
Great
6
stop.
tackles.
Great stop on third down.
Great stop
even
on
though they
third
converted
down.
on the fourth down.
No
That was
doubt.
a beautiful open field tackle.
Diablo Lenore, second interception of his career. 9 tackles for Lenore.
And a great pass breakup as well.
There you go.
Later on in the game.
Fred Warner. Fred Warner's right now, if I had to pick DPOY, and it's only 2 weeks.
Yeah.
It's Fred Warner.
Why?
11 tackles, a sack, commanding the defense, going sideline to sideline, pass breakups. Fred Warner's played it. He's never played better.
Yeah.
He's never played better. Jake Moody. You want to feel good about something? How about our kicker that we all overreacted to in the preseason? He hasn't missed a kick all season yet.
No.
Extra points perfect. Field goals perfect, including a 57-yarder. If that was the other thing, I'm thinking there when he lined up for the 57-yarder right before the end of the third quarter.
Yeah, so
which gave the Niners a 20-17 lead. If that's Robbie Gould, they're not kicking that field goal.
Yeah.
They're not.
Yeah.
Robbie Gould could pass 54, maybe 53.
That was right after the 3rd and 7. Purdy makes the beautiful read. He airmails Deebo. There's a minute to go, a minute 34 to go. They're at the 39-yard line. I don't think they attempt that field goal with Robbie Gould.
They don't.
I think that on third down, instead of taking a deep shot, they probably run a short play knowing they're going to go for it on fourth down. What do you think?
Well, it was 4th and 3, so they may go for it anyway if that's Robbie Gould. Or they may try to play the field position game and punt it. It's 17-17, a tie game. You said, hey, let our defense win the game.
Yeah.
But Shanahan coaches that differently with the different kicker. Instead, he said, you know what? I got you out of Michigan for a reason. We got you high. We drafted you before the fourth round for a reason.
Yeah.
Because you have a power leg. And he booted it. He could have made that from 62.
And then on the subsequent play, you have the Fred Warner sack on 3rd and 10, which is beautifully timed.
Yep.
Purdy dime to Debo. Purdy dime to Jawan Jennings down the field, which some people, it's an underthrown ball. Bro, let your big-bodied receiver, he's the one guy you have on your team who can actually box someone out. Let him make a play down the field. I thought it was a great read by them. And then you get the Debo touchdown run. That right there, that little sequence, boom, that's the game.
That was huge. That was huge. So what's your turning point in the football game? We'll get more into Brock Purdy. You talked about the overthrows, but I thought overall Brock Purdy, he saw the field.
Yeah.
The fact that he's seeing it. And that was like the third progression in the route. Debo Samuel going deep. He is seeing the field perfectly. He's executing the offense. Back-to-back weeks to get opening drive touchdowns led by Brock Purdy and Christian McCaffrey. The Niners are humming that offense. I told you guys, the magic number for me is 30. They can average 30 points a game. So far, so good. And they're leaving money on the table.
I know.
They're leaving food on the plate.
It's crazy.
All right? So this thing's going to get better, Niner fans. Trust me on that one. Let's go to Larry in the city. Then we'll get to Rob and San Bruno. Line them up. 888-957-9570. Larry, what's happening?
Hey, it was good. Good morning, guys.
What's
Great
up?
game yesterday. Listen, I had 3 things, but I want to come up with 2. One, will we feel the same if those passes that Purdy had missed on the deep pass, one of those passes was caught and dropped? What would we be saying now? And my second one is the play of would the Niners feel the same if they had Garoppolo doing that drive before the draft? I mean, before the halftime. Would they use would the play call been different if they had Kaepernick? Not Kaepernick, but
Jimmy Garoppolo.
I don't know if I've ever seen Jimmy side on the throw to Jennings on that drive with like a minute
Sliding
ago.
in the pocket.
The way he slid left and then threw a touch, throw you open. I know you're going to get to the next window and above the safety, below the safety, above the linebacker. That was a layered throw. And that was a beautiful throw. I just don't know if he makes that read. I feel like I'm being too critical of Jimmy.
You know, I'm gonna shout out my former offensive coordinator in high school, Ryan Miller, dear friend of mine.
What's he saying?
He was a quarterback at Washington, San Francisco Seahawk legend. But he texted me as I'm going to the airport yesterday. He goes, "Man, you know what?" He goes, "Understatement of the year. Purdy's a good quarterback.
He is."
And he goes, "He's got feet like a tap dancer. Him and Gregory Hines would have a good dance off. He needs to be healthy throughout the season. That's it. That's all." And I thought about his feet, the way, and we've seen it both in Pittsburgh and against the Reds, where he improvs. He looks like he's about to run, but he keeps his eyes down the field. He's looking for open lanes. I think he hit Kittle on one where he skipped the pocket and he threw it back across the field, but Kittle's wide open. His feet are really, really good. His instincts are really, really good. Now, can he hit these deep balls? And the fact that he was down and out on the game like this, I said, you know what? I can roll with this guy. I feel good with this guy at quarterback right now.
Just, you could say this is the roster. I would say it's a testament to Brock Purdy as well, because he's a part of that roster.
Right.
When they were down 17-10, what did I text the group thread?
What'd you text? Has he ever been down this much?
I mean, it was like,
I think that was the biggest deficit he's ever had, right?
You guys tell me. I would love the advanced analytics. Has he been down more than one touchdown at any point in his career?
He hasn't.
Think about what I just said right there.
It's pretty good.
When I used to talk about Russell Wilson early on in his career, it was the same rhetoric. Like, the guy just doesn't fall behind.
Right.
He just does. Like, he's always in tight games he's winning.
Keeps you on schedule.
Exactly.
Right?
Like, that is the essence of being a great quarterback. You are the lieutenant on the field.
Let me see. The Raiders.
It's his 10th game. He's 10-0.
Against the Raiders, they were down. Oh, no. The Raiders were the biggest deficit.
Was it 10?
They were down 24-14.
24-14. So I said that. I said, was it Seattle? Right. Was it the Raider game? So that's his biggest deficit. 10 points.
10 points. But you know what?
And they rallied back to win that game.
Do you have any... I don't have any doubt that if he does fall behind in the fourth quarter, can he rally this football team? I think he can.
I mean, he did yesterday when they scored that touchdown, the Rams, to go up 17-10. Didn't we all go, okay, let's see if Purdy can respond before halftime? And what did he do?
He responded before halftime.
So to me, you're talking about biggest plays of the game. I think an argument could be made, them going for it in that situation with a second left on the clock and doing the quarterback sneak, that might have been the biggest momentum of the game. Because I think if you walk out of that with a field goal, it doesn't feel the same.
It doesn't.
And if you walk out of that without scoring, you feel horrible.
You feel terrible because
and you're
the Rams,
kicking them the ball.
Yeah, the Rams were receiving the second half kickoff. Here's what Shanahan said about that touchdown drive right before halftime.
That was huge. I mean, we hadn't stopped them yet. They've been controlling it well. We had that one miss when we got right in there on the fringe and missed the one to BA, and then I think we got sacked on the next one where we had a chance at Debo. And then they controlled it and scored, and especially with them getting the ball in the third quarter, I thought it was huge. We got a couple big plays. At first, you're hoping to get a field goal, but we got a bunch of big plays and got down there, and to be able to finish it with 1 second with a sneak was big for us going in with them starting.
Oh, why did they go for it? Why did they go for the quarterback sneak at the end of the half? Here's what Shanahan said about that.
We were so close. Also, they were scoring a lot of points. It looked like we needed points at the time, and we also believed we could do it.
There it is. Shanahan there, a ballsy call there to go for it at the end of the first half. Let's go to Rob and San Bruno. Then we'll get to everybody else here on the phone lines. 888-957-9570. Rob, my G, what's happening?
What's up, Rob?
What's going on, fellas? First off, let me start by saying the defense, they stepped up in the second half. I think, Bosa's non-existent right now because he missed camp and is showing. I think Wilkes seen that Bosa wasn't getting no pressure, so he had to dial it up in the second half. I thought Fred Warner played well. I thought the second corner, he was physical. He made some plays. Got good ball skills.
Yep.
I thought number 20. I can't forget. I'm forgetting
Isaiah Oliver.
Yeah, Oliver did some Jimmy Ward type things in the slot. He made a play. I think it was Drake Jackson. Drake Jackson had a great game too, to where he made a play where he came across the field and he tackled the running back, and the running back, if he didn't make that tackle, that's a touchdown. So I thought he played good. And I thought in CMC getting his 2012 Frank Gore on right now, carrying stuff. But look, man, we gotta be real. We can't be fake about it, y'all.
Nah.
Okay.
No
them throws Purdy missed to Ayuk and Debo, they beat their guys by like 5 yards. They was wide open. Them touchdowns. If we're trying to win the Super Bowl, if we're trying to beat the good teams, we gotta make them throws. Let's be real. The Rams, them our kids. We beat them. We put them off our knees, spank them all the time. You know what I'm saying? We do that. That's nothing. I expected that to win. I'm just saying them throws that they opened, it wasn't difficult throws. It wasn't like it was, a bracket coverage with a safety over the top. Them was wide open throws. That was a Jimmy G-like performance. Good in the intermediate throws. The slants, he was good in that. But missing in wide open deep balls was Jimmy G.S.
Yeah, but Rob, can we have a counter? You're making a lot of good points. Stafford has elite arm talent. We all agree, right? The guy was slinging it yesterday. He also just throws up ugly ones every now and then, and he did that yesterday. Isn't there something to be said for a guy who protects the ball, even though he doesn't have the down-the-field stuff? And I'm sure at some point he's going to be asked to do it. But isn't there something to be said for, he does take care of the ball much better than Jimmy did?
No, well, you can say that, but I'm just saying, if you look at them throws, was wide open. It wasn't difficult throws. That's what I'm saying. It wasn't like they was telling them to go out there. The throw to Juan Jennings was more difficult as a 50-50 ball than them layups y'all was talking about. Right. Them layups to some quarterbacks. So we got to hit those. And one more thing, I'll be there Thursday. Bang, bang. We in that thing.
There you go. I knew you was coming.
Let's go.
Hey, Rob, real quick, though.
I miss you, buddy.
Real quick, though. Purdy at least is seeing it and did one time, like Jimmy Garoppolo, every game, drove us all crazy. We're like, oh, the Jimmy no throw. Here it comes. And you get about 3 to 5 a game. You get 3 to 5 a game, no doubt. You haven't got one of those yet with Purdy, have you? Come on.
No. I told y'all I like Purdy over Jimmy G because of his feet. I told y'all that months ago. I said he got good feet. Right. But look, my little brother, a Raider fan, right? And then we was watching the game, and Jimmy Garoppolo threw a pass. I thought he was gonna make the throw. That fool skipped it in. Dude was wide open. My brother started tripping. I said, "Welcome to the Jimmy experience."
No doubt, Rob. Thanks for the call. We'll see you Thursday night. Hey, the Jimmy experience. Big Dog was there. I haven't even talked to Big Dog. He's been in Buffalo. He's out in Buffalo. He went to the game yesterday. I know he's going to defend Jimmy Garoppolo. to the end
Brock
of time.
looks so much.
'Cause that's
I'm
what Jimmy Garoppolo
I'm
does.
not trying to
That's
be a
what Big
Niner
Dog does.
homer.
No,
Brock
seriously.
looks way
We're gonna
better than
watch
Jimmy.
Jimmy Garoppolo Sunday Night Football against the Pittsburgh Steelers, and the nation's going to see what we went through for the last 5 years.
Watch him have a great game.
Oh my gosh, no, he's not.
I think the Steelers might be mid.
I think they win tonight. I think they beat the Browns. No Amari Cooper, backs against the wall. I think they beat Cleveland.
But aren't we a little spoiled when it comes to quarterback play here? Like, I mean, at the point.
No, we're not. Not a lot of guys. We can say that because we saw Joe Montana and Steve Young. But Adam and SF, who's about to come on the lines, he didn't see those guys. You know who we saw?
He's 10-0.
You know who Adam and SF saw? He saw
Timbertech.
the Cody Pickett's,
Yeah, Sean
the
Hill.
JT O'Sullivans. He's lived through
The CJ
quarterback
Beathards.
misery. So when you say we're spoiled as quarterbacks, the 30 and under crowd are not spoiled. They've seen a lot of bad quarterback play.
But, like, can we also acknowledge he missed a couple throws? That's not struggling.
No, it's not.
Struggling is I'm not seeing it. I'm rushed in the pocket. I'm throwing the ball erratically. I'm throwing up balls that could be intercepted or will or might be intercepted. I'm jittery in the pocket.
Right.
Like that is not what I'm seeing from Brock. So like can we make a distinction on a missed throw downfield versus looking like you're struggling?
Right.
Like that's not struggling. He will struggle at some point. Yesterday wasn't struggle.
No, I mean, he made all the right reads. There was not one time in my seat yesterday at SoFi Stadium where I was like, wow, why did he throw that?
That's all.
He made all the right reads. He's going through his progressions. Brock Purdy's growing up. He's undefeated. His team has scored 30 in back-to-back games. They average 32 in the game. And yes, he does have to make those throws in December and January. But guess what? It's not December and January. It's September 18th.
And let's just call it what it is. If you're asking today, I'm not sure if he'll ever be a great deep ball thrower.
Right.
That might just not be his thing.
Tua Tagovailoa yesterday underthrew Tyreek Hill at times yesterday.
Which
Are we complaining?
Tua throws a pretty beautiful
He
ball.
does.
He lobbed one up and almost got Jalen Waddle killed.
Right, exactly.
Almost got him killed.
So he underthrew one, and they all do it. Stafford threw all no throws yesterday.
Well, I mean, one of the great wins in Tom Brady's legacy as a Patriot was going into Arrowhead and winning in the AFC Championship game. He threw an interception on a play D Ford jumped off sides, and no one ever talks about it, except for the Kansas City fans who talk about D Ford jumping off sides.
Right.
It's what you do. You got to make up for things.
No doubt.
You miss a throw here, well, you better make up for it. And I thought Brock made up for him.
But on that drive in Kansas City, Tom Brady, what did he do? Threw quick slants.
Yes.
Third take quick slants.
I mean, the whole stadium knew he was going to Gronk.
He was throwing to either Gronk or Edelman. He threw quick slants. I mean, we act like guys are throwing, like, oh my gosh, you got to throw the deep ball 20 times a game. No, you don't. You just need a couple shots. Now, you got to hit those shots when they present themselves.
Yeah.
I have faith that Purdy's going to do that.
I do too.
He's done it before. I think he'll do it again.
You know, my big takeaway watching football in general, all around the league, and then watching the Niners, there's not a lot of great teams.
Right.
There's a lot of bad quarterback play.
A lot.
And Purdy is not one of them.
A lot.
So, like, we want to nitpick, and I get it, and it's fair. Believe me, it's fair. Go around the league. We've got the best roster by a long shot, maybe one other team, okay? And then I'm looking at, like, our quarterback play. Our quarterback play has been top 10. Like, this is not me being a homer. This is me being, I don't know, educated on the other quarterbacks in the league.
By the way, just looking at some game notes here. Jake Moody, 57-yard kick. Second longest field goal made in franchise history. Akers with the 63-yarder in Green Bay to open up the season. Second longest field goal made in 49ers history.
No way. I don't believe that. I don't.
I'm looking at it right here.
No way.
In the game notes.
That cannot be accurate.
Mike Colfer, Phil Dawson, Joe Netney, Joey Sly, they all made 56-yard field goals.
We've never
I can't
made
believe Mike Colfer made a 56-yarder. Mike Choker? Nah, I'm kidding. He's a Super Bowl champ. He missed so many game-winning field goals. Phil Dawson.
That's the second longest in
kick.
his second game.
In his second game.
He's coming for that record.
How about this? Longest field goal made by a rookie in franchise history.
Give it to me.
All his. Jake Moody. Jose Cortez, number 3 on the list with 52. Steve Mike Mayer back in 1975 with a 54-yarder. Jake Moody. No need to worry there. He's perfect.
That's incredible.
Let's go to Adam in SF. Adam,
hey,
what's
Adam.
happening?
Hey guys, happy Victory Monday. So,
Hell yeah.
question before I get to my point: were the 2 touchdowns that that Purdy threw last year to Ayuk and McCaffrey against Tampa Bay, were those not deep ball throws?
I thought they were. Down the sideline?
Just
I thought they were.
yeah, down the side. Yeah. Just you thought they were. That's fine. I was pissed he missed those yesterday. I mean, it happens, but what I was more impressed with Purdy was that drive going into the half. Like minute 45, no timeouts left, and he just drove us right down the field. Like I don't see Jimmy doing. I mean, Jimmy's probably done that before. I think he did that against the Rams a couple years ago in SoFi when we had to win that game, but. Like, I don't think Kyle trusts Jimmy to make that type of a drive. Like, we're probably going to be very conservative. And I just Purdy is so cool, calm, and collected. We also have to realize, too, he's missing these throws. This is still his second year in the league, his 10th start. Like, he is still young. Like, he's going to get better. But, his poise, his mind, his speed, this kid is good. Like, do we have our franchise quarterback yet? People will probably say, I don't know yet. I want to see this guy play on the team for the next 10 to 15 years.
Wow. There you go. Adam and SF. Also, Adam and SF, what about the Commanders game? Did Brock Purdy not hit George Kittle deep down the middle of the field for a big-time touchdown? Remember that play? Look, my key is this, Shaska, real quick. Sorry to cut you off.
Yeah.
I'm throwing up the 0. Not for Oregon and the 0 national championships that
What's
they
it
have
for?
in their program's history. Sorry, Oregon. I love you, but you got no championships. This 0 right here that I'm throwing up in the camera, if anybody can see it, that's the amount of no throws Brock Purdy's thrown so far. That's what I care about. Are you taking care of the football? Matthew Stafford, I watched him. He's been in this league for a long, long time. 15 years now?
Yeah. And he made some plays yesterday.
He made plays, but he also leave some plays out there.
I agree.
Because he will give it to the other team.
I agree.
All right? Jimmy Garoppolo, the Heinz 2 came on. He throwing interceptions. Jared Goff cost the team a game. Throwing interceptions. A pick 6. So far, Brock Purdy, 0. No throws.
Mahomes played yesterday against a defense for the Jags. Right. They're fine, but they don't have the personnel that the Niners have. And he looked very suspect, didn't he? And that's the great Mahomes. The great Mahomes. Wow, it was great to have Chris Jones back, huh?
Oh,
he made plays.
Oh, boy. Kansas City look like Kansas City.
Look, if you want to nitpick anything, for me, just as me, we could go on and on and on about Purdy, and I understand it, and I will listen to people that are frustrated on that. To me, the bigger thing is, are we going to unlock Kittle?
He will be unlocked.
Are we going to figure this thing out with Kittle? We got to start using him.
Well,
He's a weapon.
This. Well, let's get into this. Because we said...
Kittle's a weapon.
The other side. How long we got, Lovin? Throw me 2 minutes right now? Lovin's on the phone. Real quick on Kittle. It's something we talked about. It's why I'm so excited about this offense. I got Ayuk, Debo, Kittle, and McCaffrey.
Okay.
Every week is going to be different. There's going to be constants, with Christian McCaffrey. He's going to touch the ball. He's going to set the tone.
Mm-hmm.
Debo, so far, so good, right? Brandon Ayuk had a big game against Pittsburgh. Compromised yesterday. Didn't do much.
Yeah.
3 catches, 43 yards. Kittle will have his day, and he will have many days.
All right.
The defense has to pick its poison.
But when I talk about the great, just for me, and again, we want to do expectations. The great tight ends command 5 to 10 targets a game,
doubt.
And that's all. And I'm not saying that the offense can't.
They threw the ball 25 times yesterday.
I know, and I'd like to see Kittle get his appropriate number of targets. To me, he's got to be game planned in every week. He's that good. And he's a tone setter. You cannot have this Niner offense,
I think he was
be as physical as they are without him touching. Just on those little dump passes where he plows through a cornerback.
You don't think he was game planned in? You don't think he...
Well, he had a couple nice catches, but...
all 3 targets, he got 3 catches, 30 yards. He blocked a little bit yesterday. Kittle will have his day. I'm not worried about George Kittle being involved in his offense. He will be involved in. Again, the defense, they got to pick their. How many times have the Rams been killed by George Kittle?
Oh, yeah.
So you don't think the Rams are coming in and saying, we got to take 85 out the game plan?
No doubt. But when Ayuk is compromised, I just thought maybe they would adjust and try to get him, match.
Well,
and I don't think they have great linebacker play.
Well, I think the Rams knew that Ayuk was compromised. And they said, we really got to lock up 85 now.
Yeah.
Because Ayuk's not a factor today. So
that's a good compromise.
I think we'll be fine. Let's continue this conversation. Antonio, Sean, Luis, all the way up in Marysville. We'll get there. We'll get to y'all. 888-957-9570.
It's the fan show.
It is the fan show. That's what's coming up on the game, sponsored by the law offices of Robert Goldstein. If you have IRS or state tax problems and don't know what to do, contact the law offices of Robert Goldstein, because resolving tax problems is all that they do. Call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT.
and San Francisco has the early lead.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Kevin Kugler on the call. I love Kevin Kugler. I love a good Kevin Kugler. Their booth was right behind me. You hear all those Niner fans on that touchdown? Can you play that highlight one more time, Craig? I loved it. We heard this in Pittsburgh. I'm going to do this every single week on the road. Pittsburgh, when they scored, you heard Christian McCaffrey running. You heard all the Buck and Bay Rob and Dwayne Fontanas and Big Boris out there in Pittsburgh. You heard them all. Play this highlight one more time for me.
Second down and 2. McCaffrey up the middle, inside the 10, a stiff arm at the 5, and in for the touchdown. Christian McCaffrey barreling in for 6, and San Francisco has the early lead.
Listen to all those Niner fans.
Yeah, 100% felt like a home game.
It was a home
100%.
game. I started chirping. I had a little bit of Hennessy in the second half.
Oh.
Got turned up. Somebody bought me a birthday shot. I had me a little hitty. Just a little bit. And it got me turned up. And it got me going. And that section was loud. 217 was loud. And we walked out that stadium.
Same section you sat in last time?
No. That was the 100.
So 217.
That was
corner?
No, it was club 30-yard line.
Oh.
And it got me a birthday.
Whose house? Bonte's house.
And it got me a birthday gift. The NFC Championship, Rocco and I were sitting in front of suites, man. You know.
Did you guys rock the his and hers J's yesterday?
No, she wore the Carmines. I wore my Lows.
Nice.
My Breds. She does that. She wants to, let's wear the same shoes. And I try to switch, and I'm like, damn it. Or she'll switch at the last minute to match me, you know.
And it's cute when you guys do that.
Yeah,
I mean that.
Yeah. You do that, Craig Mack? You wear the same shoes? I guess you got to do it. You got to sacrifice sometimes.
My girl's not one that does that, so I mean, she don't like hanging with me. So I appreciate, you got to get a good thing going.
I would ask you, London, but I know you just do what you do. You wear Crocs.
I don't have enough shoes to match.
Yeah, there you go.
Though I have done the matching Crocs at times in the past.
By the way, Christmas presents. Christmas is around the corner. I think I know what to get to London. I think I know what to do.
Okay. So they put a graphic up during the game yesterday, and we want to hear from you. Look, we are the most interactive show that's out there. We interact with you guys, the callers, because you are the fans.
Interactive station.
Without you, we don't have a show.
Interactive station, because Steiny and Cougar's going to light up the lights.
Absolutely. And obviously, we're going to give you our opinions. We want to hear your opinions. We want to get the pulse of the people here in the Bay Area. They put up a graphic yesterday, the fastest players to 400 catches in 49er history. And Kittle was like right there, Jerry Rice and Roger Craig, and like my jaw dropped. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, it's impressive what he's doing as a 49er. By the way, I saw this one too. Since you brought up George Kittle, finished the game with 3 catches, 30 yards. With 3 receptions, he now has 401 receptions in 84 career games, marking the 4th fewest amount of games by an NFL tight end to reach 400 career receptions since at least 1970. Kellen Winslow did it in 72 games for the San Diego Chargers. Travis Kelce for the Chiefs in 78 games. And Jimmy Graham in 81. Think about that.
84 games it took him. I still can't believe that.
With all the different quarterbacks. With all the different quarterbacks he's had. And he will get his this season. You better believe it. He will get his. 888-957-9570. By the way, some breaking news from Colorado. Travis Hunter. It's going to be out 3 weeks.
He got cheap shotted down the sideline. I thought that was that entire game. We're getting into the Niners, but later on this week, that entire game, Colorado State was headhunting.
No, it's.
I thought it was really bad.
It was. Jay Norvell had the boys hit, and you know what? It was feisty. It was physical.
It was a great game.
It was a great game, but Travis Hunter's not going to be able to play against Oregon and USC.
And he looked compromised early and often in that game. After that hit down the sideline, he wasn't the same.
It's a big blow for Colorado.
And then he came out, and then Shedeur was talking about him like that's his brother, and he felt bad for him. And, man.
Let's go to the lines, man. 888-957-9570. Antonio in Oakland. My man Antonio, what's happening?
Oh, man, I knew we were going to win, man. Like, we beat on that team. And I know people talking about Brock Purdy's overthrows. And don't get me wrong, I wish you would have connected because Debo and Ayuk, they both shook those corners, man, right at their socks. And it was beautiful. But at the end of the day, we won. He's not turning the ball over. And I think the most underrated thing yesterday was Juwan Jennings, those 2 big catches he had downfield. Those were accurate throws by Purdy. And when I knew we were going to win, though, for sure, that's when Fred Warner had that third down sack up by 3. Oh, yeah, I knew that was going to turn. So, yeah, man, I can't wait to be there on Thursday, and I hope I see you guys there.
Absolutely, Antonio. I'll see you there dancing at the tailgates. That's the crazy part. Like, they're winning these games. They're setting records. They own the Rams. We've got a damn good football team at our head. Like, you imagine I just watched Evan Giddings walk in. Think about his mood walking into the station today. He's a Charger fan. He's got Justin Herbert. He's got Mike Williams and Keenan Allen. He's got Joey Bosa and Khalil Mack.
Derwin
James.
Austin Eckler.
Murray blitzing up the middle. And they're 0-2. 0-2 with no hope. Knowing, we don't have a shot to win in the AFC. We don't have a shot within our own division. Niner fans, you could be that. We've got it good out here in San Francisco. We've got it good with Brock Purdy and Deebo Samuel and Christian McCaffrey and Kyle Shanahan. What's one thing we haven't done today? We talked a lot about Purdy, 888-957-9570. I want to get your thoughts on Purdy's performance. We'll get back to the lines in just a second. But what about Shanahan's coaching so far through 2 weeks?
That felt like a very big-time game for him. Not playoff. Playoffs different, obviously. Him and McVay, you think he wanted that game? You think McVay wanted that game?
No doubt.
Like every missed opportunity, you could feel it through the television that Shanahan was frustrated. And I felt like he called that game like it was a do or die game. Like he knew that game was worth more than just one win in the win column. And I think that's why he was so frustrated when Purdy did miss those 2 throws. Like you could feel it. And I don't think it was like, oh my God, Brock's not the guy. It was, oh my God, this game is big and we got to have that moment.
Right.
And you have to hit that shot. That guy was wide open. I dialed it up and he's open.
Dude, I'm seeing back-to-back texts. Shetty was in his bag.
He was in his bag.
Shetty was in his bag. His decision to have Jake Moody kick a 57-yard kick, 57-yard field goal.
Worked out pretty well.
Worked out pretty well. Second longest field goal made in 49ers franchise history. Jake Moody, a rookie. You better believe he's going to get a 60-yarder at some point. His decision to go for it at the end of the half. Say, Brock Purdy, go ahead and sneak it. Let's get this touchdown going to halftime.
I thought to me, you're omitting the very first drive was clinical.
Oh, it was.
Clinical. I mean, they went right down the field like a hot knife through butter.
Right. Back-to-back weeks.
I know.
Back-to-back weeks.
I think I have it written here because Evan Giddings put it out there about what they've done in the first couple of weeks. Here you go. First 2 opening drives of 2023. Pittsburgh, 7 plays, 54 yards, and a touchdown. LA Rams, 11 plays, 75 yards, and a touchdown. From Evan Giddings, who's going to be on the midday today. SF's offense is a machine. He ain't lying.
Hey, and they ran a lot of clock.
Yes.
A lot of clock off that. So this is a Monster Monday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. What would Shanahan's grade be for yesterday?
A-.
I don't have any complaints about his game plan. Yes, maybe I know we nitpicked maybe at the end of the game.
The running situation at the end,
no doubt.
But that's being very fine-tooth comb to me.
I thought Shanahan had a nice game.
He had a really good game.
So far, so good for him. Let's go to Sean in Oakland. Sean, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, how you guys doing, man?
I'm doing great.
Man, like you said, man, y'all got it good over there in the Niners side because I don't understand that. Y'all got a good quarterback. You got a hell of a quarterback. And everybody keep talking about he missing these passes and missing these throws and everything. But at the end of the day, the man came from an injury last year. And at the same time, what if he didn't get injured? Y'all would have been talking about probably Super Bowls back then last year. So let's get off the man's back.
I'm with you.
You got a good thing going on there. At least you ain't doing what we doing over here in so-called Las Vegas with the Raiders.
Oh, you're a Raider fan.
That's happening.
Can I ask you something? How's the Jimmy Garoppolo experience been so far?
The whole Brock Purdy thing?
No, the Jimmy Garoppolo experience.
It's still the same old thing. Same old recycled. I'm almost cussed, but it's the same old recycled thing going on with this man.
Hey, listen.
He hasn't shown any type of consistency at all. I don't understand why this man, he's really just getting off on being the backup of Tom Brady. That's pretty much how he getting these jobs. Because he haven't really proven anything to me all these years. He hasn't proved to be a winner. He hasn't proved to be a leader. So I don't understand what's going on. It's like the same mess that we had with Jamarcus Russell back in the day. Like everybody thought he was the next thing coming. And look what that happened. So we had a whole lot of mess going on over here on the Raiders side. So y'all Niner fans, just be happy and jubilous of what's going on right now.
No doubt.
I love it.
Hey,
I love it.
Sean, great call. And he said he almost made him curse. Well, we went through that over the last 3 years. And he made us do a lot of other things, too. Made drink harder watching Jimmy Garoppolo. Big Dog City went to Buffalo with Candace and Baby Chili. He had to sit there and watch that. Good Lord. Oh, my gosh. Lori said something here in the chat that I want to bring up. Lori Matthews. Shout out to Lori in Phoenix. Absolutely putting up 30 points a week and winning, and people are crying. Well, it's just those are the people that will never be happy. I can guarantee you, those are the same people that if the Niners win a Super Bowl, they'll find something to nitpick. Well, yeah, we won a Super Bowl. They'll find
should have went undefeated.
Yeah. Well, they made it closer, and I don't know. They should have blown them out. Just those type of people will never be pleased.
Well, they should have cashed in 2015 when they had a home Super Bowl.
Well, about time they got their six.
About time they got their six.
These people, I walked out of that game thinking, boy, Brock Purdy, I don't feel stressed when the ball's in his hands.
No, he looked great.
I feel good where Debo's at.
I just think we're making way too much of a couple missed throws.
Right.
Yes, they're going to have to hit those later on. They were in control of that game. It had moments where it was too tense and for my liking.
No doubt.
But that's divisional games.
And the offense carried the defense in the first half. Picked up the defense in the second half, picked it up, and the offense was able to win that game going away. Let's go. Luis in Maryville, 888-957-9570. Line them up. Luis, what's happening?
Hey, good morning, guys. I just wanted to say, I'm not old enough that I didn't grow up in the Steve Young or Joe Montana era. So I grew up in the early 2000s, and I know you guys remember all those quarterbacks we had, like J.T. O'Sullivan, other than like the couple sparks that Jeff Garcia gave us. I want to say that early era of Colin Kaepernick, you guys remember all the excitement we had? Like, of
course.
We're Niners fans, like, you never got nervous. You never thought, like, you were going to lose a game. I feel like that's how it is right now with Brock Purdy. I feel like with Jimmy G, with Trey Lance, whenever, like, they're on the field, you always have this, like, anxiety, like, oh, man, is something going to go wrong? But I feel like with Brock, he's so, like, persistent. He's so in the zone that it's, like, it's so smooth when you watch it. It's like artwork out there almost.
Wow. He's painting a Picasso, according to Luis. I'm not mad at his excitement.
I don't have an artistic eye. I wouldn't be able to know the difference between a real Picasso and a fake Picasso. But I do know this. He looked great yesterday in terms of just the poise and the moxie, right? And you're going to have days where you're just a little off or whatever. I think the bigger thing was he didn't allow Aaron Donald to affect him at all.
No doubt.
There's a lot of quarterbacks like Geno Smith who allow the pressure of Aaron Donald to completely rattle them.
I didn't hear the loudspeaker mention number 99 one time. Tuckle me by Aaron Donald.
Early in the game, he got close to Brock as he was throwing. I think it was on the 3rd and 7 to Ayuk. But other than that, it wasn't. Yeah, they did a great job holding him check. I'm telling you, we haven't said it yet. I know that Trent Williams gets a ton of credit. Aaron Banks looks good.
Hear what McCaffrey said about him. McCaffrey's like, Aaron Banks is special.
Really?
He said he's special. It's offensive line. Anybody concerned about that yet?
Well, the right side isn't great.
Right side's getting better.
The right side isn't great.
They're getting better.
I don't want to lie to you.
They're getting better. They're getting better. And I'm with you, 480. We complained on the Xfinity Mobile text line. We complained about missed deep balls that weren't the first or second read from a quarterback coming off of elbow surgery in the second year. And look, he's got to hit those plays. I believe he will. But overall, he made the right read, and he didn't turn the ball over. And if we have PTSD about Jimmy Garoppolo, well, the PTSD comes from the Jimmy O-No throwing the pick. The interception that you were going to get.
The most befuddling part of yesterday was McVay kicking a field goal with no time left on the clock to cut it to 7.
How many people lost money on that?
How was he asked in postgame about that at all?
I don't know.
What was he doing?
I don't know if he was asked. Craig, did you hear McVay's presser? Because I couldn't believe it. I said, "Oh my God!"
So you were cognizant of it in the stadium?
No, I was not. Well, yeah, I was. Absolutely, I paid attention to the spread.
Yeah,
absolutely. I said, "Oh my God, they're going to backdoor the 7-point spread."
Well, 2 plays prior, with 40 seconds left, Fred Warner got banged in the knee with the elbow. I'm like, "Get everyone out!" You know me, I get all worried.
Yeah.
Get everyone out of there. You're up 10. Get him out. And he's kind of rubbing it, and he's walking around. And then I'm like, "All right, are they going to throw this into the end zone?" And they don't. And then with 4 seconds, it's like, okay, so you kick a field goal. Time's going to expire, bud.
Dude.
Time's expired.
Right. This is the last play.
Do you not play Madden, Sean McVay?
Not only did you know, but it seemed like the announcers knew about it too.
Kick for Maher is on the way, and that'll be the final play of the game. So the Rams put 3 on the board.
Bad beat.
But San Francisco wins by 7.
Man. Mark Sanchez, Kevin Kugler. Oh, man, bad beat. Bad beat it is. So the Niners were giving 7 points, which means the Rams get 7 points, right?
Unreal.
The Niners were 7-point favorites. Then they win by 7 or more for you to win money. 7 is a push. If they won by 8, you win money. Some people had the Niners at -7.5. The hook of death. What I talked to you about.
Yeah.
Well, the hook of death got somebody yesterday. Got a lot of people. Dumas texted me. Jason Dumas, Crawl 4. Craig's talking about it. Wet was irate. I can't believe they blew my 5-team parlay. What are they doing? That's why I teased the 49ers. I never laid that many points on a row.
5-team parlay.
And that was the one that didn't hit.
Who gets your game ball from yesterday?
Ooh, that's a great question.
Because I know where I'm going.
Where are you going?
Deebo Samuel.
Okay.
Deebo Samuel, that was one of those, hey, Christian McCaffrey's going to lead us early in the game, but I think we've kind of forgotten. Deebo was setting the tone. He did an end around early in that game. He had a couple of small, quick little screen type passes. He had a really nice intermediate catch where, Brock was a little off on the throw. He caused a pass interference down the field in the end zone. You want to talk about deep balls?
Yep.
Purdy making that throw deep down to Deebo and getting that PI, which setting up that goal line situation. I thought that's a play. Jimmy just doesn't take that chance.
He doesn't.
I liked him taking that chance. Deebo was a finisher. And then the touchdown run, vintage Deebo. Deebo Samuels was way better. He also had a couple plays called back because of holds.
His all-season, his training camp, we looked at him, we said, oh, boy, he's in great shape. And he's playing like it right out of the gate, right out of the chute. My game ball goes to Isaiah Oliver.
Really?
Yeah. I could give it to Fred Warner.
Okay.
I could give Fred Warner a game ball every single week.
Yeah.
He's like the best player on the field every single week. He's playing at a DPOY level. But I'm going to give it to Oliver because we didn't know much about him. Can he play the nickel? We signed you to replace Jimmy Ward. Can you beat out Aubrey Thomas? Are you quick enough? He struggled in the preseason, no doubt about it. But in the second half, I noticed early shots. I was like, why does Aubrey Thomas have his helmet off? He's kind of just lollygagging up and down the sideline. Oh, Isaiah Oliver's in the game. And he used him on timely blitzes, big third down stops, big time interception. Like, I know Kyron Williams dropped it, but being in the right place, right time, how many DBs don't catch that?
That's true.
The tip? You know what I'm saying? To secure that
one-handed,
football.
yeah.
When the Rams are driving, the Rams are about to be in field goal range here to take the lead in the third quarter. It's a big interception by Isaiah Oliver. Give him his credit. He played physical football, 6 tackles for Isaiah Oliver, an interception, a pass deflection. I thought he had a timely blitz late in the game. I'm going to give him the game ball. Welcome to the 49ers, Isaiah Oliver.
I think the thing that no one wants to admit out loud, for me, forget the quarterback's pair of balls down the field that he didn't deliver. I'm really worried about Charvarius Ward. When he was healthy, he looked great at times last year. Yeah. I don't know. I don't think he's even close to Sauce Gardner. That's the gold standard of the position right now. At least it feels like it. I don't think he's there. But I think he's a really good cornerback.
Maybe he's hurt. You think he's compromised?
I do.
Because somebody brought up George Kittle. Hey, don't forget he had a groin injury, but he's playing all the snaps. I think Kittle will be fine.
Ward's been dinged up a lot.
Ward was disappointing. And when he missed that sack,
it
was a great blitz by Steve Wilkes. He went in flying untouched. You got to break down against Stafford. Stafford's not the most mobile guy.
Well, it just felt like he was more of like a press guy. He could drop back a little. It feels like now he presses, he kind of gets beat by off the line of scrimmage, and then when he lays back, I don't think he's quick enough to shorten the distance. I'm a I'm a little worried. It's not the end of the world. I'm just saying, like, it's something to monitor.
Well,
and this is a division with 3 really good receivers in Seattle and 3 really good receivers in LA.
Also too, like, when you see the secondary, again, we touched on the pressure from the front 7. When the front 7 doesn't get pressure, this is what happens to the secondary.
Yeah.
You know,
it's a good
guess
point.
what? The secondary got a lot better. Why? Because the pressure was dialed up in the second half.
Well, and the down and distance, when you're 3rd and 22, when you're, 3rd and 15, it allows the defense to make you much more one-dimensional.
Yeah, but you're absolutely spot on. 3rd and 3, 3rd and 2.
Yeah.
The Rams had a lot of that early in that football game. For the first 2.5 quarters, I want to say a lot of 3rd and 2s, 3rd and 1s,
Stafford
3rd and 4s.
Look, I know he had a bad throws in the fourth quarter. I thought he looked great. He was carrying them. He dropped back 60 times.
Well, Puka Nacua and Tutu Atwell
is a baller.
When they get Cooper Kupp back.
That's what I'm saying.
They get Cooper Kupp back. They're going to be a problem.
McVay knows offense.
They could sneak into the NFC playoffs. When you look at their schedule, coming up here, the Rams, next week they play the Bengals on Monday Night Football in Cincinnati. That'd be a fun game. And then the Colts, Eagles, Cardinals, Steelers, Cowboys. Rams going to be interesting. We don't see them until the end of the year, January 7th. Heck, 2024, we don't see them. So.
I think they're going to give Seattle problems again in the next matchup.
I do too. And it'll be in LA.
It's week 2. Stuff happens, injuries. Just some teams aren't as good as we think early on in the year, and by the end of the year, they look different. Like Washington's been formidable in 2 games. I don't know if anyone thinks that that's sustainable. But that looked like a playoff team to me yesterday.
No, they look good. Let's go to Miley in Walnut Creek. Miley, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, guys. Love Monday mornings after the Niner games. I was going to give the Rams O-line some credit, but I was told not to.
I thought their O-line held up.
No, you can give them some credit.
I think that they deserve credit.
No, they do.
I think it was more that than it was the Niner D-line not coming to play. Keep going.
Absolutely, Joe. And what my point to that is, like, we know that the Eagles and the Cowboys have superior offensive lines. But that line yesterday in the first half for the Rams was legit.
Yes.
Just put it at that. It was legit. But I wanted to talk about Debo, and what I saw in the second half was, Ayuk was compromised. We all could see it, right? The guy was props to him for toughing through it.
Yep.
Then I noticed, to me, I know he only had 15 carries at the time, but, McCaffrey goes out on every route. I mean, when he's not carrying the ball, he's out on routes. Usually, rarely is he staying back to pick up somebody from the defense blocking. So, I mean, he looked tired to me. So I felt it. I felt this is time to go to 2021 Debo, and they did, and it won the game.
Agreed.
Debo's having a phenomenal start.
How good is he? Just on the edges, whether it's the cutbacks, the plowing through guys. I think we underrate his speed. Like, there are guys with great speed, just like Tyreek. But when the ball's in his hands, Debo runs so fast.
I think it was the third quarter when he got the little end around or whatnot. It was a running play. Could have been a pass. I can't recall.
The swing pass?
But George Kittle and him.
So that was the end around in the second quarter. That was beautiful.
That was beautiful. Where
and
George Kittle trucked somebody right there. Debo kind of put his shoulder pad into him as well. He's playing some physical football. And the fact that he is running deep routes tells me that the speed is. He outran that young corner so easily. He had 2 down the field.
Yeah, 2 down the field. If that was the area of weakness for Debo's game, like down the field. Because of his stamina and his conditioning now, I don't think that's much of a problem. I'm telling you, he's primed for a monster year this year.
Oh, he is. No
monster
doubt.
year this year.
5 straight games Debo Samuel has had 100 or more scrimmage yards against the LA Rams. 5 straight.
So let me ask you this one. 3,000 all-purpose yards between McCaffrey and Debo, is that reasonable?
Oh, absolutely.
Is that too low?
McCaffrey's going to run for 1,000.
Yeah, and he's going to probably catch 500.
Can McCaffrey run for 1,400?
It's asking a lot.
Receiving yards, he would need another
400 or 500.
Yeah. Debo all-purpose yards.
I mean, he had 100. What did he have yesterday? 102 all-purpose.
Under 3,000 would be fun to watch.
That's what I'm saying. I think that's the number for me.
Yeah, but it's a little high.
I know.
They would have to have monster seasons, but they're capable of doing that. They are.
Can you name me a dynamic duo like them in terms of running and catching in the league? Is there anyone? Look, Jamar Chase and T. Higgins, that's a great combination. I'm not dismissing it. Lockett and DK, it's a great combination. What these two guys do, they're like the Spider-Man meme.
Yeah, no, they are legit. Here's what McCaffrey had to say
I love Debo.
about working out in the offseason. How much this offseason helped him learn the system?
I think it's huge. You run with your eyes and your feet follow. So understanding where to put your eyes on every run and what the scheme is trying to accomplish is so important. So just having more wisdom under my belt is very important.
And then he shares some love for the O-line.
O-line is such a cool thing to learn the position. And when I see how those guys are being coached, obviously they're coached by one of the best to ever do it. And the way it fits the scheme is so important. And I just see a lot of guys who understand how to play together. They understand how to block certain fronts. They communicate really well, and then they play hard. And I think that's the most important thing is just playing with great intent, trying to score on every play. And they understand that they're the focal point of the offense.
Chris Forster. Remember him?
Yeah.
He's the offensive line coach.
From the Dolphins.
Yeah, one of the best to ever do it.
Was that McCaffrey?
That was McCaffrey, Christian McCaffrey.
It's tough for me to remember who sounds like what.
Right. Chris Forster, no doubt. What did Chris McCaffrey see on that 51-yard sprint in the first quarter?
I saw some great blocks. Debo had a great block. Juwan had a great block being going in motion and doing what he does. After that, it was just instincts took over. But those guys, George had a great block too, point of attack, Juice. All those guys all day, man. The O-line, they play so hard and fight for every single yard, and love those guys.
And then what did you say to former 49er Caleb Witherspoon? What was that all about?
What's up, man? Good to see you. Some casualties, just casual conversation.
Casual conversation. I think that's the first time I've ever witnessed Christian McCaffrey talk trash.
Well, Okello Witherspoon, what are you doing? Of all the guys to talk, it's one thing if Sauce Gardner's talking smack to you. Okello Witherspoon, how many teams Okello Witherspoon been on? I'm going to look at it.
3 now? 3 or 4? 3 or 4.
He was on Seattle. He was on Pittsburgh. He's on the Rams.
So 4.
There's got to be another team in there. The Niners?
Yeah, 4 teams. 4 teams. By the way, this game, Christian McCaffrey, he scored that touchdown to go up 7-0. Including the postseason.
Okay, give it to me.
McCaffrey has scored 1 or more touchdowns in 11 straight games.
Wow.
Which is the longest active streak of any NFL player and the second longest streak by a member of the 49ers in the history of the Niners. Jerry Rice did it in 1987 when he scored in 12 straight games.
I think everybody...
Is that sick?
No, he's ridiculous. What does he have? He has if you calculate it, he has 15 touchdowns in 15 games, basically. He's been incredible. Christian McCaffrey's been incredible. Again, you want to take Frank Gore's vision between the hole. You think that Garrison Hurst maybe had better breakaway speed, or that Roger Craig was a better runner out of the backfield in terms of catching the ball and getting yak yards. I'll listen to all that. I don't think there's a more complete player at running back in 49er history than him. I'm not saying his resume as a Niner is more comprehensive than those guys. I'm saying in the modern game,
Roger Craig is close.
If you want to take Craig, I'm not mad at you.
No.
But think of what we're saying here. Roger Craig's the gold standard for the position. Yeah. Frank Gore, the gold standard for the position. This guy might have more talent.
Yeah,
which is wild.
He is unbelievable. He is unreal. By the way, this is a great point from the 925. I asked you guys in the chat, did Debo fumble?
Yeah, it looked like he did along the sideline, but to me it was inconclusive as to whether he was out of bounds, the ball was out of bounds. That was on that first and 10 run for 8 yards.
And I was like, hurry up and hike it.
I know.
Hurry up and hike it, because the Reds started going crazy.
That sequence was bad.
And then the Niners called the timeout, and I'm like, oh, you're giving them time. Challenge.
I know.
Then nothing happened.
Well, I think McVay kind of wasted some of his timeouts in the first half, and in the second half, when you're like, maybe you challenge that if you've got a couple timeouts.
No doubt. Christian McCaffrey, man. Can't believe 11 straight games. 11 straight games.
And, the guy, and here we go, 510, texting about right now. Jake Brendel quietly has been amazing.
Again, this offensive line, before the season, I was less concerned about them this season, going into this season, than I was last year. Because Banks showed up last year. Brindle showed up last year. Burford showed up last year. We know who Trent Williams is. Mm-hmm. And so, yes, we have the question mark of Colt McKivitz. Let's see how it plays out. But this offensive line is legit. They are legit. They're blowing holes open for this team. Again, they were controlling the game on the ground in that first half, opened up some of the passing game. Niners scored 30 points in back-to-back games. As you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Don't forget, you can also watch us every single day on YouTube or Twitch. Sponsored by our very good friends at First NorCal Credit Union. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. This is a Monster Monday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Again, Chasky said it. Steiny's been saying it for years. We don't talk at you. We talk with you. We'll take your calls on a Monday. We go guest-free here on the Morning Roast. With that said, we're going to one of our, this caller is moving up the rankings.
Okay.
It's not Clark the Shark. It's not Can Opener Cow. It's not Juice. It's not Rob and San Bruno. It's Tony in Oakland.
Oh, I'm ready.
Tony in Oakland. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you guys?
Oh, I'm feeling good, Tony. Feeling good.
Oh, my God. You always want to ask me how I watched the game. Hey, my boyfriend was on the boys' weekend, right? And so I watched the game when Purdy was on in silence. Oh, my God. That guy, if you watch that dude, it is unbelievable. You can respire within. I know, Shatsky, you say I sit there with crystals. No, you got that all wrong, bud. You go within into the Crystal Palace, and this is what this guy does. On the sidelines, unbelievable. He just stays in there. You know, the other quarterback for L.A., he's quite good, but he doesn't maintain the poise within.
I hear you knocking, Tony. That's a spot-on assessment.
I want to tell Shatsky, you know, I played tennis at Cal, right? I was a walk-on because I was a natural. I had never played tournaments, took a lesson, played juniors. I could have played 4 other sports. So I know what this is. And this is why this guy, Purdy, no one would he would go last, right? Because everyone's looking for physicality. Those agents are like dumb as whatever. They can't feel who's got it.
Tony, how good are you feeling on a Victory Monday? This team, what about Devo Samuel? Give me something on Devo, Tony.
He was so good. And then the juice that he and Purdy have together,
Ooh.
I mean, this is a aspiring, anyone who wants to get in, you just watch these people and you'll be in it.
So I thought when you said you watched it on mute, that you like Purdy looked like smooth jazz. Like he reminds me of like some smooth jazz music with the way he was moving his feet and navigating through the pocket.
Yeah, I mean, you could go there with that. It's all who's doing the jazz, right?
Yeah.
It's never the thing. It's who's doing it and what they become of. And you know what's great is, you know, I was born in Oakland, right?
Right.
And you know, this place, it had all the old souls in it, and now it's totally gone atheistic and everything else. Purdy is so perfect for our area. Maybe he will rejuice everyone to go within and get some of that stuff.
Ooh, Tony. I hear from you on
No, that's
Friday.
a different group.
Well, she is from Oakland. Tony, I'm telling you, she's moving up
Tony,
to
you're a
power
lot of
rankings.
fun.
Hey,
do you think her boyfriend is Bill Walton? Because she's out there. God bless her.
She's got a boyfriend.
A lot of humble bragging going on in there.
I mean, hey, listen.
It's not the Crystal. It's the Crystal Palace.
Yeah, and listen, she walked on at Cal and played tennis. All right? She didn't have to play in tournaments. What did she say? 4 what?
She was a 4-sport athlete.
4-sport athlete.
4.
I wonder, we should have asked what the other 3 sports were. You think it was basketball, golf?
Who knows?
Croquet? Racquetball?
I have no idea.
Tony in Oakland. 888-957-9570. Tony's a lot of fun, man. I love Tony. Where's Clark the Shark at? I need to hear from Clark the Shark. He's sipping that yak out there in the East Coast. You know he's a big Niner fan. Mole in Detroit. 888-957-9570. Niners improved to 2-0 and beat the Rams for the 9th straight time. Kind of like the 90s again, except that one. And, you know, I got to say, Shasky, that pain of losing in January of 2022 is still within me because that's all Ram fans had to say yesterday. They could say nothing. They sat there, looked despondent while their stadium got taken over and infiltrated with nothing but red Niner jerseys. And all they had to say, well, we won the one that counted. We won the one that counted.
I mean, they did.
And I can't even clap back at it.
I mean, they did.
And that haunts me. That haunts Niner fans. That haunts Shanahan.
I'm not going to lie. If they would have lost that game, the Stafford chants of you should have gotten Stafford, you should have gotten Stafford, it would have been very loud.
Would have been, whoa.
And look, it's undeniable. The guy he oozes talent. I mean, he's a tremendous thrower of the ball. No, he is.
He is.
He is. And he throws dimes. He throws dimes, dude. Like, honestly, I've been very disrespectful of Matt Stafford over the last few years. The guy is a baller.
Here we go. I'm going to TC in Sacramento because I know he's about to set it off. I know he's about to set it off. TC, Sacramento. Good morning, my brother.
Good morning, man. What's up with Joe? What's up with Joe Labonte?
Chilling.
Just got back from SoFi last night. I'm ready to roll.
Hey, look, I know. Hey, listen, we ready to roll. Listen, I'm not gonna be doom and gloom. I'm gonna just keep it 100, bro. Like that whole interception, take that interception away. The Niners would have damn near lost that game yesterday. I know that the defense looked a suspect. Brock Purdy was just okay. Like if the Rams would have made a couple more plays, bro, we would have lost that game. But hey, they didn't lose. But at the same time, that defense, what everybody was talking about on the offseason about struggling in them joint practices against the Raiders, the defensive line looking suspect, it all reared its nasty head yesterday. I know a win is a win, but we can't overlook that, bro. Seriously. This wasn't that Pittsburgh game. This was the Ramsey play yesterday, and if they would have made a couple more plays, the Niners would have lost yesterday, bro. So we can't overlook that, seriously. And Purdy can't hit a deep ball.
There it is. I knew TC was going to set it off. Listen, man.
There will come a time and a place where we can critique their downfield passing, right? I don't think today's the day. I understand being concerned. I do. But, like, they scored 30. If they score 10 and they can't hit the deep ball and they look at you, like when the Niners lost to the New York Giants that time with Alex Smith.
Right.
Would they score like 12 in that game?
The NFC Championship game?
No. The following year.
The following year when Ed Terrell said, we know how to play Alex Smith because he's not going to stretch the field. We could play within a 15-yard box. They got beat 27-3.
Okay, 27-3. He threw multiple interceptions. That's the time and the place to critique the downfield throwing. Not when you put up, 350 yards of offense and score 30 points. Like, and again, I'm not saying that you diminish it or you act like it didn't exist. I'm just saying there's a time and a place. I don't think right now is the time to throw up the flags.
They scored 30 points with a lot of room to improve.
They won ugly.
There's a handful of teams who have averaged 30 points a game in this league. So far, the Niners have done it in back-to-back games. On the road, no less. In Pittsburgh. And they could have dropped 40 on Pittsburgh. They shut that playbook down so quick. That game was over 2 minutes into the third quarter. So let's, but you know what? It's a good reminder. And I love TC and Sack. But TC and Sack is not alone. There's a lot of Niner fans who are laying in the cut. And they're ready to pounce on Purdy as soon as something goes awry.
Well, so
it will happen.
I get
Save it
that.
for the other side. Save it for the other side, Shasky.
Okay.
We got Danny and Livermore. I want your thoughts on this coming up on the other side. That's presented by Ashley Furniture Home Stores.
Fall is almost here, and at Ashley, seasonal decorating is a breeze. Snuggle up on a sectional or ultra-modern sofa. Gather outside with a new fire.
Stafford. Deflected and intercepted. A one-arm pick by Isaiah Oliver.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Damn, Craig Mack. Hey, Spadoni, he's going to be out all week. We come back. Sterling, Craig Mack, Big John. What is this? I need this. Whew, that's funky. That's smooth. By the way, if you're looking for the best Giants talk in the Bay Area, check out Garlic Fries and Baseball, guys. Oh, Shasky and Lubman. We'll talk to you all about the Giants' great weekend at Coors Field where they lost 3 or 4. Friday night was unbelievable. I know I said I wouldn't watch, and I did anyway. It was the only thing on TV. I was not going to sit there and watch Memphis play. Who did they play? Army or something like that Friday? I was watching the Giants. I was like, this is laughable. You saw it coming. But anyway, they'll let you know about the Giants every week. New episodes are now available wherever you listen to your podcast. I was talking to Director of Sports, Lucas Alexander, about this great slate in college football this week. Florida State clips at 9 in the morning. Colorado, Oregon, 12:30. UCLA against Utah, 12:30. Ole Miss versus Alabama. What else we got?
Miami
LSU,
versus
Arkansas.
Temple.
Who?
Miami headed up to Temple.
By the way, Kirk Mercer would be calling that game in front of like 5,000 people.
Oh, really? Miami Temple?
Yeah.
Oh, awesome.
Philadelphia.
Might have to get him on this week for that.
Oregon State, Washington State. Big game. Big game. Both undefeated. Both ranked in the top 25. Ohio State, Notre Dame. Iowa, Pitt State. Snooze fest, but it's 2 ranked teams. So, great slate. Hey, Warriors, what? You want to postpone the tournament? Can we get our money back? Can't fold the team? I want to watch some college football.
And who you didn't talk about was our guy Harrison from SI, St. Cecilia boy, who never played football in his life until his senior year at SI.
That's crazy.
Was a slot receiver, walked on at Colorado, survived the purge, stayed there, and caught 2 touchdowns in the game the other day and the 2-point conversion.
Yeah, huge. Number 87.
I'm efforting to get him on the show this week.
Good. About time you book a guest. Not just your father.
I don't book that. He just calls.
Well, now he does. I'm kidding. Michael Harrison, 7 catches, 76 yards, 2 touchdowns. And I do want to ask him, coming from SI to being in that locker room in Colorado, that's got to be a culture shock for your boy. He goes from having the most Karens in the world, the Kareem Gilbos when he was up there, to Rob Marcoletti's, to hanging with Dion and Master P.
It was a who's who at that game in Colorado.
And not to mention Peggy, the fan, who game day had a great piece. It also made me tear up.
Yeah.
I didn't know she had a twin sister who just passed away 3 years ago. She passed away in 95.
Didn't know that.
They have they've got a nice little a monument. What is that? What do they have?
A plaque outside.
Plaque outside. Yeah, on the Buff Walk.
Yeah.
A plaque. She's been a Colorado fan for years. Her and her sister went to every single game for many, many years. And I didn't know that she had a sister. She passed away 3 years ago.
Yeah.
She cried seeing the little monument there. But then she's there. Master P with the It's Personal sweater.
Lil Wayne. Offset.
Kawhi Leonard. Lil Wayne did the concert. He walked out the field and Lil Wayne's rapping.
It was incredible.
It's personal. We here now. What is going on,
I
man?
feel like there were more people there than the Super Bowl.
And there were so many people rooting against Dion.
That was such a great game.
Hey, the true colors started coming out during that game.
Oh, well,
when they
of
were
course.
losing, Denny Canal. One coach was studying film, while the other was doing
Danny
interviews
Canal.
in his sunglasses and shades.
Danny Canal. You would know about underperforming on a big stage.
Trust
Danny
me.
Canal.
I had to watch him at Florida State.
Yeah. Before we move back on to the Niners, I want to get right back into the 49ers. You went to SoFi. We've talked a lot about Levi Stadium and SoFi and Levi
Right.
Stadium. Nobody ever wants to hear me on this critique, but the statues at Levi's, to me, I've always thought they were goofy looking. They look very Terminator T2 Liquid-esque. They look more like art than they look like statues. I want my statues to look rustic, almost Civil War-like, right? If that makes sense. It's probably not a great way of putting it, but I want to make it look like it's been there generations.
Right.
When I see the Willie Mays statue down at Willie Mays Plaza, it looks like it's been there 150 years. Like, I like that. That's beautiful, you know? When you walk the Boston Commons and you see all the old statues, they look like they've been there for multiple hundreds of years. The Levi's ones never looked like that. The Dwight Clark and Joe Montana, they're cool, I guess. I just saw the Barry Sanders statue that was unveiled in front of Detroit's Ford Field.
Yep.
It's incredible.
Yep.
They hit a grand slam.
No doubt.
And that, to me, that's what a statue should look like.
No doubt.
And I'm not trying to hate on the artistic point of view of the Dwight Clark and Joe Montana statues. You know I hold Dwight in the highest regards, Montana as well. I just, for the life of me, I like my statues looking more old school. That's just me.
You know what Anna said yesterday while we're sitting there at SoFi? She goes, the person who constructed Levi Stadium should be fired or never be allowed to build another stadium ever again. I was like, man, I might be a little harsh. She was blown away with SoFi.
She's a novice sports fan. And she said that right away.
But like the way, so like where Rocco and I sat last year, I was sitting close. You could get to anywhere at SoFi Stadium within 5 minutes. It's so accessible to get to one part of the stadium to the other.
Well, and it's in a neighborhood, right? So it flows into all these other blocks.
No doubt about that. So they hit a grand slam with SoFi Stadium. Too bad that when they play the Niners, they're playing a road game. They have to go to a silent count because it's nothing but a Sea Red down there. 888-957-9570 full lines right now. Let's go to Danny in Livermore, who I think is supposed to touch on the guy I gave the game ball to, Isaiah Oliver. Danny, what's happening?
What's going on, fellas? First time calling, man. Love you guys.
Thank you.
Y'all make my commute every day.
Thank you.
So,
means everything.
But yeah, Isaiah Oliver, man. it's the first time I've seen the kid. And I don't even know where he's from, but I'm so glad he's on our team. And I'm so glad he ignited that defense in the second half because I don't know if they're looking forward to Thursday or I don't know what was going on first half, but they looked like they were asleep. They looked like they were one step behind everything. So Isaiah Oliver really, stepped it up. And I know I'm not the only one that's cringing every time I see CMC after the last minute and a half. I wish they put Elijah in.
No doubt. Good call, Danny. Good call. First half, I thought the offense was better than the defense by light years. The defense didn't get a stop. They gave up 17 points. The Rams did whatever they wanted. Fred Warner mentioned after the game, hey, they took what we gave them. But they took a lot of it. Puka Nacua was making play after play after play. Tutu Atwell was making play after play. They did what they wanted. Defense stepped up, but I thought the offense came out smoking.
Yes.
Offense did its part. Whenever you can score 17.5 in this league, it's an accomplishment. It's not easy. But I thought defensively they were kind of sleepwalking there. But Steve Wilkes, what he did in the second half.
What were the adjustments Steve Wilkes did in the second half?
I thought putting in Isaiah Oliver instead of Aubrey Thomas.
Okay.
He benched Aubrey Thomas.
Okay.
Then he dialed up the pressures. I think they blitzed on 15% of their snaps in the first half. Second half, 33%.
Oh.
They upped the pressure. And that's where Nick Bosa started getting. Getting some help. He started pushing the pocket a little bit. Fred Warner blitzing. He caught a great blitz for Tarvarius Ward. He just blew the sack. He smoked it. But Isaiah Oliver, I thought going in, saying, you know what, this is a more physical football game. Let me go with the guy we brought in for his physicality, and that's Isaiah Oliver. I thought that was a great little adjustment that not a lot of people are going to notice.
Nobody has said this name yet, but I thought Hufanga was around the ball as a sure tackler. Not that he made any great pass breakups or anything like that. But
nothing got behind him.
What? No, that's what I'm saying. And I think that was a problem last year. The other guy, again, I can't believe I'm going to say this. He made a couple of nice pressures. Javon Kinlaw.
Yeah.
Got his hand on a ball.
Yeah, he was.
I was pleasantly surprised he didn't get pushed around.
Let me tell you something about the freak.
The freak? Is that what you're calling him?
Well, he said I'm really a freak, though. So,
keep going.
He was animated all throughout the game.
Really?
Yeah. He was turned up. At some point, I thought somebody needs to come calm this guy down. He's just fired up. He wants it so bad. He told us this year, hey, I'm really a freak, though. We're going to find out.
Well, he had that one where he got his hand on it, which was nice in terms of batting the ball. But I saw a couple of nice pushes. When the team, the D-line specifically, needed some push,
right.
I saw a little bit of push. I thought he had a decent game. Hargrave almost sacked Stafford in the first quarter on a handoff.
Right.
Hargrave has been worth the money.
No doubt.
It's hard
no complaints.
because if you don't see sacks, sometimes you don't see the pressure. I thought Hargrave's been really good.
No, he's been solid. Very, very solid. By the way, another Raymond Davis update. Raymond Davis, by the way, hit me up on Facebook, said thank you for all the kind words. Ray Davis, his son at Kentucky, number 1, 3 touchdowns. 3 touchdowns so far in the season. Had a big game last week against Akron. 7 carries, 72 yards, 1 touchdown, a log of 55.
Nice.
Let's go to, we got the bat signal out. Let's take these 2 calls out, then we're going to go to the bat line. Got to go to the bat line in a second. But I want to get Jaime on from San Pablo and then Rhea Lancaster. Jaime, what's happening?
Good morning, guys. How are you guys doing?
Great.
You know, honestly, I can't think. I mean, I don't understand how people are nitpicking on Purdy. Let's not forget, this is his actual first season coming in as a starter. Don't forget, he's Mr. Relevant. I think we can forget that and drop that year 2, year 3. But right now, come on, he just came back from an elbow surgery. Like, we got to stop this. Oh, the deep ball. He has hit the deep ball before. Last season, he hit the deep ball to Kittle down the middle.
Yep.
He hit McCaffrey against Tampa Bay. Let's stop this nonsense. I mean, come on. Let's stop nitpicking. The kid, look at Matt Jones. Look at Justin Fields.
Agreed.
Trey Lance, whatever. But, I mean, come on, guys. Purdy has game. Let's stop that now. Please, let's stop it.
There it is, Jaime. Rhea Lancaster. Rhea, what's happening?
What's up, Rhea?
Good morning, my guys.
Good morning,
I'm a very happy girl this Victory Monday. I wanted to show some love to Trent Williams. Baldy just posted a clip of him. He's special. He not only tackles one, when he's finished with one, he moves on to get somebody else. He doesn't just stop. He's just playing throughout. I need to get this man a ring. He's special. And also, I want to give love to the fan that was trying to separate Debo from the Ram when they were getting in each other's face.
Totally.
That's what I love about the faithful. That's right. And then I'm not worried about Thursday's game. I'm excited about Thursday's game. It was a 45-minute flight home. Everybody can get some rest. They can sleep in their own bed. And it's a night game, so you don't have to get up early. Let's go. We're going to get this Thursday. We're going to get this bye. Dallas is coming. I need them to shut them up, and because they think they're so great, and I got somebody in my house that is just like in my ear, and I want to be able to brag about how we took them down.
That's no doubt. Hey, the Niners are 3. Thanks for the call, Rhea. You always bring the heat down there in Lancaster, and we got something for your husband. Don't worry. We'll see the Cowboys in a few weeks. But boy, focus on the New York Giants. Recovery today, as Fred Warner said, recover, and then get ready for the Giants at Levi's, where it's going to be rocking and rolling, 5:15 night game. Lights are going to be bright. Now, if you're going to the game, you don't have to listen to Al Michaels, which is great.
Aren't they wearing their throwbacks?
Are they wearing the throwbacks? I'll check out the...
I could have sworn this was the throwback game.
I will check out the uniform.
And I believe the Giants will be wearing their all whites.
Ooh. Which one? The throwback all whites?
Yeah, I think so.
The Mark Bavaro, Phil Simms.
Did you see some of the jerseys yesterday? Falcons looking clean.
Oh, the Falcons look special.
The Patriots, you need to switch back to those.
Yeah, but you know what? When I see those uniforms, they're sweet, but it reminds me of their losing ways.
Yeah, they did go to a Super Bowl in those.
Yeah, they got beat
85.
They got beat like 55-0.
Yeah,
or no, they did 46-10 or something like that.
Yeah.
Chicago Bears.
The fridge.
Go ahead, Craig. You about to say something?
No, the Bears. I don't know if you saw those. Those were ugly. I thought I thought the Buccaneers were wearing their Yuccaneer outfits because I couldn't tell who was wearing the orange. It was that bad.
Those orange helmets are hideous. They're atrocious.
I don't mind them.
Oh, I can't
But I would
stand
go
them.
all orange and go straight to the orange pants.
Well, you know who they play next week?
Who?
Kansas City Chiefs.
Are the Bears going to win a game?
They're playing the Kansas City Chiefs at Arrowhead. Yikes. Papa Shasky. Step right up, baby. What's going on,
Morning,
Pops?
fellas. How you guys doing? It's a beautiful Monday when the 49ers win. Absolutely. Hey, so there's a couple things I wanted to comment on. First, the thing I wanted to say that Kyle Shanahan called a great game plan.
Agreed.
Because you never heard Donald's name once the entire game, which was phenomenal, right? And that means the offensive line, you didn't hear a word about any holding calls. They did a phenomenal job. The second thing is that because Brock overthrew 2 people, if it was Jimmy, he probably would have underthrown, and that would have been 2 interceptions. So we know that the arm is strong, right? So I'm not mad at that. It's okay. I think those are the two big parts of that game. Plus, there's a lot of guys. Now, one question I had was when they swung the pass out to Debo and he ran it in for a touchdown. They called that a run
because it was a backwards pass.
Backwards pass.
Any backwards pass is going to be considered a run. It's a backwards lateral.
Yeah, but the ball never went backwards.
So, wait, timeout. Did you have Debo in fantasy?
No, I don't have Debo. I had Fred Warner. Fred Warner got me 12 points, though. He played a phenomenal game.
He's playing like the defensive player of the year so far.
Well, he was kind of quiet in the first half. So whatever the defense did in the second half, he stepped up because he was like he was out of position in the middle of the field. Guys were going behind him, crossing in front of him. He didn't know where to go. He looked a little out of sync. But that second half, the defense stepped up. They changed something up, and he looked so much better.
What did you think of Matt Stafford and McVay?
Well, Matt Stafford's a professional ball player, Joe. I mean, you can't take anything away from him. You got to give him credit. I think their sphincters got a little. When the 49ers scored at the end of the second quarter, right? That was signature 49er football. They went down and they scored, because I don't think the Rams thought that was going to happen.
No,
they went right down and scored to tie that game up. That shifted the whole momentum. The second half,
no doubt,
absolutely shifted the whole momentum.
No doubt it did. And Brock Purdy's solid. Ayuk's shoulder we got to look at. The offensive line is holding up as well. Isaiah Oliver and then Nick Bosa, Pops. A lot of people were complaining about Nick Bosa, yet he ended up with 4 pressures and 3 quarterback hits while being double-teamed 37% of the time. So I think Bosa's fine. This defense is going to get better and better under Steve Wilkes.
Well, there was a couple plays that I saw specifically where he was being held and they didn't
call it. Nope.
He's gonna draw that double team, right? But they're gonna look at that and go, hey, some of those plays that he could have gotten to the quarterback, he didn't. He threw his hands up. He knew he got held. They called the one holding call. Looked like maybe he dragged the guy down with them, but that's the way of the game. That's the way that.
When you watch Purdy, don't you feel more comfortable and confident in him than Jimmy?
Well, it's Joe. It reminds us of when you knew Joe Montana released the ball, you knew it was going to be a completion, right? Every time you knew that Joe stepped up, he was going to release the ball, it was going to be completion. Purdy's the exact same way. He stays in the pocket, stays in there, boom, releases the ball, and he gets it right on the guy. I mean, he's very accurate with his throws. And I think, I know we expect a lot from him, but you know what? He's a gem in the woods right there.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one.
There it is.
Speaking of the woods, you're going to bail on us for golf today at the O Club?
I got to take Pops to the doctors today.
Pops got a bat. Where are you at, Pops? What's
it's
up with
his
the bat
phone.
line?
It drives me nuts. It's constantly in and out.
So he's got an old fold?
I don't know what's going on. The guy had the Nokia Razr for 50 million years.
Oh, my gosh.
Now he loves his iPhone.
So some quick news and nuggets here when it comes to the 49ers
Bye, Dad.
Rams game.
Love you.
Bye, Dad. Love you, too. 19 minutes away from ending the show. So real quickly here.
Give it to me.
Because I saw some stuff. Even my guy, Marquise. What up, Marquise Gillette? He's bugging me. What's up with Bosa, man? What's up with Bosa? Talk about him being overpaid and soft. That part. Well, Marquise, relax, because he had 4 pressures. He had 3 quarterback hits. And he's the 4th highest graded player so far. And I'm not even going to quote PFF, but so far they've got him graded at the 4th best player. Listen, the Rams' game plan was to go away from Bosa. They doubled him 37% of the time. In that second half, and Pop's right. There's a couple times I'm like, where's the hold? Where's the hold? Bosa gets held damn near every single play.
Did you see him doing the James Harden? He sold a hold by Higbee.
Yeah, he did.
Where he held Higbee, but because of his reputation, he got a call.
Yep. So not only that, Aaron Donald, the other guy on the other side of the field, only 2 pressures, no sacks. He was shut down. All right, now the offensive line. This is all according to David Lombardi right here, Athletic. We'll have David Lombardi at some point in the next 2 weeks. Niners offensive line only allowed 5 pressures against the Rams after allowing 14 against Pittsburgh.
Thought they were really good.
Brindle 1, McKivitz 1, Burford 3. Burford's got to clean it up.
I told that right side is a little sketch.
Yeah, we knew that. But
that's an all-time legend in Aaron Donald, and so to bottle him up, and I'm sure Kittle, is not utilizing the passing game downfield more because he's probably helping out on the O-line.
Now Bosa talked about some of his workload. Obviously, he missed all the training camp after signing a big monster deal, $120 million guaranteed. Here's what Bosa said if he was concerned about a snap count heading into Thursday Night Football.
I'm not too concerned about it. I feel good. I think I needed a couple games to get my body into football shape for sure. You can't simulate it. I think now that I'm through 2 and I've had some pretty good output for this one, I think I'm only going to be up from here.
All right. How do you judge a game, also? How do you judge your performance?
Watch the tape. I think I improved from last week for sure. I was a little more comfortable. I had some answers to some of the things they were throwing at me, and definitely some things I want to work on, which is tough, especially Thursday night. But I'm happy. We won.
Bosa is happy. We won. He's all right. Bosa is happy.
He had a couple of really nice closeouts where Stafford's just getting rid of the ball for dear life at the end of that game.
No doubt.
And, that's when you really separate yourself, is when you can make those game-sealing type of plays at the end of games. I felt like he was rushed on the one he threw to Diamondor Lenoir, and he had to step up in the pocket because both sides of the line were getting caved in. Again, I know everyone's freaking out. I thought the Rams O-line had a good game.
They did.
You got to give credit.
Hey, Kirk Morrison talked about it, man. He's not just saying things just to say it. Their offensive line played a lot better against this Niners team. And yet, the pressure got ratcheted up, and they could do nothing about it in the second half. So, you hear this text right here, 972, and I'm with them. This is my biggest beef with Matthew Stafford. City Mobile text line, 972. Matthew Stafford is a completely different quarterback after he's been hit a couple times. He starts manning those panic throws. He does not like to get touched, that's for sure. And that's most quarterbacks.
I was just going to say that.
Most quarterbacks in this league. But he does throw them up. He threw it up in the NFC Championship game. He threw him up yesterday.
He got arm talent, though.
He's got a great arm, no doubt.
I got to give it to him.
He will give you a chance to intercept him.
No doubt.
That's what Brock Purdy hasn't done to start the season. He does not give the opposing defense a chance to intercept anything. He plays smart football. He's executing the offense at a high level. Again, folks, I've been on this for over 5 weeks now. I feel like we're watching the best 49ers offense since 1998. At least since 1998. This offense is humming right now.
Did you see Willard try to one-up you last week?
I saw that. This is the best roster since 1994. Could be. 98 was pretty good. 2011 was pretty good.
2012
was pretty good.
2012,
let's wait on that one.
One of the great franchise left tackles in Joe Staley in 2012, right? Goodwin was probably the best center they've had in the last 15, 20 years.
Hey, it's good to see that Willard
Frank?
now. Yeah, it's good to see that Mark Willard now is starting to develop a little Butcher Abate into him.
What's that?
Now he's starting to go over the top with his takes.
Oh.
Welcome to the club, Mark Willard. Welcome to the club.
Today feels great. God, though, you are so right about Rams fans having that one little thing. Well, we won the game that mattered.
Right.
And there's nothing the Niners can do to change that.
We can't do anything about it.
It sucks.
We take over their stadium and everything. It sucks. But you know what? Hardest that paid, 49er fans. Special things are coming to us very, very soon. It's early. I'm not even going to bring up Las Vegas in February. But if I was you 49er fans, might want to start looking at some flights.
Book now, cancel later.
There you go. Prices are about to skyrocket. Cade, Fort Worth, Texas. Cade, what's happening?
What up, Cade?
Hey, guys. I'm calling from Fort Worth, Texas. First off, I want to say I listen to you guys every day out here coming home.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
I'm going to try and hurry because my phone is kind of dying. But, look, I'm going out there. Week 5, I'll be out there. Me and my dad are going out there to watch Dallas. We were here when they played in the playoffs here. Got to watch that, knock out Dallas. So I'm super excited for that. A couple things. First off, a caller earlier called about Purdy, and it's annoying to hear. I'm on Twitter, so I see now it's to the point, every missed throw, everyone's nitpicking at Purdy, and it's like, look, the guy, man, the guy's a stud. He shows so much swag. I'm super excited. I think he's the franchise. I'm super excited. I love watching Purdy play. Fred Warner yesterday, that guy, I can never get tired of watching that guy play football. He's one of the best. He's best middle linebacker in the game. So shout out to him. Shout out to Drake Jackson. That guy was all over the place. I think from, last year, he's unfortunate watching, healthy scratches, him not suiting up at all. I think he's made a huge improvement, and I think his confidence is going, is just growing. I've enjoyed watching him play. Diamondor Lenoir, I think that guy had a big game. Last year ended great. You could tell he ended great last year, and his confidence was great, boosting up early this year. I think him and Ward. I think they're going to be really strong. Ward, I thought he played okay yesterday. I was really upset when he missed that sack on Stafford. I thought that could have really been a big part of the game right there to change the momentum a little early. I thought they played solid, and then also I thought they played a pretty solid game. It was a little sloppy with the penalties. I think some people, I hate the Rams, but I think some people kind of underestimated them a little bit because they have some no names and they're kind of young for, now they've kind of changed things. But I thought, I thought it was all in all a good game. I thought they were a little sloppy with some of the penalties, but a lot of good. And shout out to Jake Moody too, 57-yarder. I just thought, I thought they were good. And Brock Purdy, like I said yesterday, that so far, that's kind of, I guess you could say kind of a sloppier game for him. But we put up 30 points. It's like, if that's a bad game, I'll take it. He's the guy, so
he's the guy,
I just was super excited watching him. And,
Kate, you're fired up. Hey, Kate, do me a favor. Tell RJ and Sean we said hello, if you can.
Tell who? Oh my gosh, RJ! Oh my gosh, RJ Choppy. Look, I can't listen to them guys. They're obviously no Dallas Cowboy, but oh my gosh, I got friends out here, Cowboy fans. They think I'm ready to go out there. Week 5. I went, like I said, I went here when they were, we knocked them out of the playoffs. Man, it was awesome. This, AT&T Stadium, it's red when
no doubt it is.
Our Niners come here.
All right, Kate, good call, man. Good call. He's fired up. He was fired up. He got us to break down to everybody, every level. Offensive line, running back, quarterback, D-line, linebackers, secondary. He's right, though. I want to highlight Diamador Lenore. He is playing some really good football. You started to see it last year. That's carried over to this season. He might be the best corner of the team right now. His ball skills are really good. He's physical. He tackles, undercutting that play there to seal the game with that interception. Lenore's not bad, man.
No, he's not bad. But if that's their reality, that's not great. They need 2 good corners, right? Obviously, and it's very hard to get those.
4 would be good.
Well, if he can emerge as a clear-cut 1, that's great.
Just be solid.
But let's be real. Like, right now, the weak link on the defense feels like that secondary.
Yeah, Aubrey Thomas was...
I just don't know how many teams can expose that consistently.
Yeah.
That would be my counter to the worry. Like, okay, yeah, of course Cincinnati and Mahomes and teams like that are going to spread you out. Let's look at the NFC in particular. Seattle can spread you out a little. I think Philly can spread you out, although their drop-back passing game isn't elite. Who else?
Not many.
I feel like the Rams, if they can get Cooper Kupp back, that's another team now I'm worried about. Because Van Jefferson's a giant zero.
Well, listen. Again,
Van Jefferson's garbage.
Listen, he is garbage. I think they can't wait to replace him.
Uh-huh.
Listen, as a 49er fan, looking at the roster that John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan has assembled, I don't fear anybody.
Well,
I'm not worried about anybody. I'm not worried about the freaking Cowboys. I'm not worried about the Eagles. I know those are going to be tough games. I know that. Do I fear them?
Dak looks a little off too right now.
But he completed his first 13 passes yesterday. But I don't fear a team in the league. Not when this talent is playing for this team that I root for. So I don't fear anything. The Niners may be an underdog in 1 game this year. They may only be an underdog in 1 game, and that's in Philadelphia.
That's incredible.
Think about that. They're going to be favored in most games.
Look, one thing we haven't touched on is health, team health. And when you see Brandon Ayuk go down multiple times in the first drive, you'd be lying to yourself if you didn't say that'd be a huge loss for them. If they missed a month, let's just say hypothetically.
Yeah, I'm not playing that game.
No, I know,
happens, I don't even want to speak that into existence. Like when that happens, that happens. We can't be worried about it.
But that changes everything.
Yeah, of course it does. That's obvious. Trent Williams goes down. Oh, damn. We're it's going to be tough. Fred Warner goes down. Wow, how are you going to replace that? That's why they're the best of the best.
I understand.
Dallas loses CeeDee Lamb. How are they going to replace that? They lose Michael Parsons. Their defense looks completely different.
Well, of course, but that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Those guys aren't on the ground hurting, writhing in pain. Our guy is. And so this is something, it is a little something to monitor. Like Ayuk's collarbone is a real deal. Like he went every time he caught the ball, it felt like he was he only had like the 3 catches.
Right.
It felt like he was coming up limp, and then I feel bad. Like he's got to get right.
Dak Prescott, 31 of 38, 255, 2 touchdowns yesterday. Now, I haven't watched a lot of that Jets game. I just kept looking at the score. I was like, man.
Well, he took a lot of the short stuff.
And I had Dallas in the teaser and the money line. I was like, man, they're rolling right now.
Well, they got off to a lead and then kind of played safe. But Dallas, to me, it's a 3-team race right now. Dallas, Philly, Niners in the NFC.
Shasky, don't be worried about anybody. The Niners are fine.
You weren't worried about Ayuk on the ground?
Dude, guys get hurt in the league. This is the NFL. It's grown man football. Guys get hurt. Guys get nicked up. That's what happens. It happens. They'll be fine.
Can they win this week without? Let's just say hypothetically Ayuk doesn't play.
It's a lot tougher to win.
I still think they can win. You want next man up.
Well,
sometimes you don't have that next man, like the Jets. We're out Rodgers. Next man up. Yeah, Zach Wilson ain't Rodgers.
I think this would be a fun game for George Kittle because he'll see on the other sideline Darren Waller over there.
And Kittle stopper. Isaiah Simmons.
There you go.
That's an inside joke from draft night.
Right, no doubt.
Remember when they called him the Kittle stopper?
The Kittle stopper. So this could be the George Kittle week. But Shasky,
that's honestly, a good point.
Honest to God, with this roster and this play caller and Kyle Shanahan and watching that defense hum the way they did in the second half, honest to God, don't fear a team in the league. Why should you? Why would you? The Niners have been to 3 NFC championships in the last 4 years. They've shown they could play with the best of the best. So why fear anybody? Is it because of the overthrows from Purdy?
No, I don't fear anybody. I'm just saying, like, it would be a lot harder if you lost a player like Ayuk for an extended period of time, and that's obvious.
Every team in the league is saying that.
Of course.
The Kansas City Chiefs didn't have Chris Jones and Travis Kelce. You saw how that played out.
And they lost.
Exactly. So they'll be all right. Niners will be all right, Shasky. Don't worry.
I'm very interested. I know we got a couple of days leading up to it. Very interested to see Brian Daboll and Daniel Jones. Daniel Jones is wildly inconsistent early on in this year.
We'll definitely get to that. Let's get to Lawrence in South City before we wrap this bad boy up. Lawrence, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hello. Morning, guys. Hey, great show. First-time caller. Yeah, I want to talk Debo. I mean, he's a great talent. I love him. I love his fight and his play. I mean, I remember, he's out in Green Bay in the snow, a year, 2 years ago, on one leg, giving everything he had when we didn't have other weapons. But his ball security is highly questionable. That fumble late in the game, that could have cost us the game, and it was a fumble. He did the same thing last year in Chicago.
Yeah.
Opening drive, Trey Lance, he hit him on a swing pass or something, fumbled. That changed the whole trajectory of the game. And, I just think he's got to be better with ball security. And then as for Purdy, I mean, this guy is 23 years old.
That's what I'm saying.
Hasn't even played a full season. Guys are saying it's his second year. He hasn't even played one full season.
Right.
He beat Dallas and Seattle, two hated rivals of the 49ers.
Right.
Not saying handily, but, I mean, the kid, he sits in a pocket. I mean, the feed will tell you everything about a quarterback you need to know. I haven't seen a quarterback play. I've been a fan since 90, 95, 94. So, I remember Steve Young get whacked by Aeneas Williams on Monday Night Blindside when, Lawrence Phillips?
Yeah.
So, I've seen good quarterback play. This kid is special. As long as they protect him, the O-line's been phenomenal. I mean, these pockets, they're great for him to just sit back there and pat his feet and pat the ball, and he's going through progressions. I mean, it's I'm a defensive guy, right? But I love rewatching these guys, just watching Purdy sit back, command the huddle. Debo, again, when Purdy had to burn the timeout early because Debo didn't know where to line up. I mean, it's the third, fourth-year pro. This guy's got to get in the game, man.
It's interesting about the Debo thing. Let me ask you this. Late in the game when he fumbled, I felt like he was trying to stay in bounds to keep the clock going. Would you just rather him, the majority of times just step out of bounds, even in that?
And he's trying to make a cut and get upfield.
Yeah.
And you want to make a play for the team, but he's injury prone too, man.
That's true.
Get your yards and get out.
I know.
I see that with him too. Like, he's so smart. He plays smart. You don't see McCaffrey fight for extra yards when he's running between the tackles. He gets his yards and he gets down.
So you sound like you're down on D-ball.
What's that?
Sound like you're down on D-ball a little bit.
Yeah, I am. It's going to cost us big in the end, is what I'm saying. And I was right here with these guys. I kind of teared up. Him and Bosa crying after they lost the Super Bowl. Like, I mean, it's the mental thing. Greenlaw, he's a phenomenal player, but he's got to clean up those penalties.
That was so foolish.
You know what I mean?
It was foolish.
That was shouldn't have been called.
Yeah, but he's also got a penchant for that.
Come on,
and I love Greenlaw.
What's the lady's name? What's her name? Let me pull up the summary here. What's her name? Because I was like, come on. That was weak. This is a divisional game. Two hated rivals.
I hear you.
What's her name? Sarah Thomas. Come on, Sarah. Even the referees, it felt like they were trying to talk her out of it. It's like, yo, like this ain't, come on, man. Like, they held it up for a long time. They were like trying to talk her out of it. It's like, come on, that's not a. Tebow's fine. Tebow's playing great football. By the way, pressures from the Niners defense yesterday. Bosa 5. Hargrave 5.
Wow.
Kinlaw 4.
Wow.
Drake Jackson 3. Warner 2. Gibbons 2. Cleveland Farrell with 2.
Wait, Kinlaw 4?
Kinlaw 4 pressures.
I told you, I thought he had a good game. I can't believe that.
He was fired
I can't
up.
believe that. Good for him. If you're going to crush him for being a bust,
Praise him.
you got to give him love when he plays well. Good for Kinlaw.
Praise him.
Seriously.
He's really
Look
a
at Mook Dog.
Mook Dog, baby.
So 5.54. He was third in pressures.
Mook Dog,
Good
baby.
for him.
Let's go, Mook Dog.
That's the depth that we need.
I like that for Mook Dog.
And where was Armstead?
1.
Okay. You were on the Armstead thing.
I think Armstead was big. I don't know, man.
Last year was kind of a lost year by his standards.
Yeah,
it's
I
not
don't
good.
know. Kinlaw did have a batted ball, too. That was a big
I
batted
told
ball.
you, that was a really nice play.
He knocked the air out the football. All right, Fast 5 coming up here on the roast. All right, Fast 5. Final thoughts. I'm going to go in a different direction here. The Pac-12, give them some love.
Oh.
They've got 8 teams ranked in the top 25 right now. 8 teams ranked in the top 25. Washington State, Oregon State, they're going to play each other. Colorado, Oregon. Pac-12, man, in its final season, having a hell of a start to their last season in existence. Shout out to the Pac-12. Go ahead, Chasky.
I want to give a shout out to Mr. Harrison, the tight end for Colorado, St. Cecilia's. St. Ignatius. He played SF Glens like my goddaughter Lake on Saturday for soccer. Guy didn't play football till his senior year. We talk about specialization all the way through, and you got to dedicate yourself to one sport. Do you? Or should you play every sport and just kind of gravitate toward what you like later on in life? Because that's what the kid Harrison has done. Congratulations to him. 2 touchdowns, a 2-point conversion. What a game. Good for him. San Francisco, stand up.
Lubman, Craig, what's up?
Yeah, so I was listening to I caught a snippet of overtime yesterday, and Sterling Bennett, our Morning Roast official, 49ers insider,
That's right.
He had a really good line at the start of the show. He said a lot of the Niners' problems, they're kind of first world problems. You know, we're complaining all this stuff with Brock. It kind of feels like we're complaining about the helicopter pad on our second yacht not being big enough for a helicopter. So you know what? As long as that's where we're at, like, I'm cool with that right now with the Niners.
Yeah.
By the way, a wild course field game for the Giants yesterday.
And my final thought is nobody's going to be able to change my mind on this. Sean McVay knew what the score was and the cover was in that game last night, because there's no way you kicking a field goal there with 4 seconds to go down by 10. I could have said if it was 40-0 and you're trying not to get shut out, that's one thing. But to kick a field goal to be only lose by 7 when the line's 7, yeah, you know what that line is.
No doubt. David Hernandez. By the way, shout out to David Hernandez. He sent me $25 on Venmo. I'm going to send it back. I love
For
the
what?
gesture. For my birthday.
Oh.
He sent me 25, said have a drink on the roasters.
How do you find you on Venmo?
I don't know, but I saw $25 yesterday. I was like, what? I haven't spent them. I'm giving it back to David, but I disagree with you on this one. Debo's not a good route runner. I think everyone knows that. Looked like he ran damn good routes yesterday.
All I know is
separation.
All I know is his route to the end zone when he touches the ball looks pretty damn good to me. I think Debo's a throwback player.
Yeah, Debo's fine.
Yeah, there are some small things like, holding on to the ball near the sidelines, but I don't know. I think he's pretty damn awesome.
All right, that's it for us. Great show, great fun. Tomorrow, Brian Baldinger. We'll get Dave Fleming on as well. Short week, Giants week, so we'll turn it around quickly here on the roast. Again, folks, division games aren't easy. They're not easy. They're just different, especially against the Rams. But the Niners still get the dub. Their 9th straight regular season win over the LA Rams. And guess what? The magic number, they hit it again. 30. They scored 30 points in back-to-back games to start the season. That was Fast 5, brought to you by Xfinity. The next generation 10G network only from Xfinity. The future starts now with Steiny Guru here on 95.7 The Game.
Hi, this is Carson.
I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Toss play McCaffrey with blockers in front. Has a crease. McCaffrey with speed. Down the sideline. McCaffrey one man to beat. A little hesitation. And Ahkello Witherspoon finally able to bring him down. Inside the 15 at the San Francisco 13. A 51-yard gain for Christian McCaffrey.
Oh, that's Kevin Kubler on Fox Sports. And the 49ers, they go to 2-0 with a 30-23 win over the Rams. Another solid effort. What's going on, my main man?
What's up, baby? I guess Bonte Hill has the slogan of the day. Division games are hard. Steiny, I thought this was going to be a walk in the park. It wasn't. And the Niners got it done, just like you said, 2-0, and here we are. They got a game in 4 days.
All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to restart a tradition of rapid fire at 10:10. That's in 5 minutes. 888-957-9570 is the number. You get first crack at what you thought of yesterday's game. We're going to do that in 5 minutes. Rapid fire. Let's line them up. 888-957-9570. We want your impressions of that game yesterday. And the San Francisco 49ers, I don't think there's any doubt about it. We're going to get into the particulars. We're going to get into what went right, maybe a couple things that didn't go right. But look, this team is 2-0. They've had 2 road games, one against Pittsburgh, one against the Rams. They're 1-0 in the division. They've scored 30 points their first 2 games. I don't really think there's a lot to criticize at this point, Goo. I mean, this team looks like, at the very least, one of the best 3 teams in the NFC, which is what we thought they were.
Okay, I'll give you that, but I am still shocked in trying to put together and formulate opinions on the first half, in particular, not Brock Purdy. Overthrows do happen, and you talked about it last week, Steiny. You were like, he's due for a underwhelming game. This was not a bad game. They got the ball, marched down, got in the end zone. The Niners did. But I'm not used to Brock Purdy missing, on big shots. And that happened 3 times. He stood up at the podium, said it happened. Okay, they got the dub. But defensively, Steiny, I do want to know, are the Niners going to be able to get home without blitzing? Because Matt Stafford could have shaved, brushed his teeth in the first half, picking that Niner secondary apart, mainly in the zone. So that's something I'm wondering if other teams will be able to manipulate that are better than the Rams and Stafford. But that game was closer than I ever thought, and I'm going to slow my roll moving forward on Goo. Like you always tell me, it's the NFL.
888-957-9570 is the number. What'd you think of that Niners game yesterday? 30-23. They were down 17-10, late second. They get that big drive, and then Purdy takes it over from the 1. To me, that's the biggest play of the game. 2 big plays to me. The big play was Purdy obviously going over from the 1. It's 17-10. Yep. They somehow stop you there. Then all of a sudden, the Rams go in up 17-10. Instead, it's 17-17. And then here's the other thing about the Niners.
Go ahead, because I got something for you.
You're going to have to play well to beat them, obviously. But you're not only going to have to play well, you might have to play better than well. And the Rams, look, that first interception off a drop is a killer. The game's 17-17. The Rams are moving. The Rams are, hanging in there. I wouldn't say they're in control, but we got ourselves a ball game, and he throws a ball right into Williams' hands, and he can't catch it, and it drops into the 49er defender's hands, and the next thing you know, that kind of changes the game. Niners go down and score, and then then they get control of that game. So you can't make mistakes like that, and Williams made it in the third quarter with 4 minutes left. Otherwise, that's a tie game at the that time.
Yeah, and last week we talked about just how how complex this Niner offense is and how diverse it is. And we talked about the emergence of Ayuk and whatnot. But, Steiny, I wrote down yesterday watching this game, Deebo Samuel, he's one of a kind just with what he brings to the table. Now, there'll be some games where it won't be on display, but, the wide receiver screens yesterday, the one he goes in for a touchdown. I mean, there is not another Deebo Samuel in the NFL, and you watch him yesterday with 6 catches for 63 in the air, 5 rushes for 38 yards. You got McCaffrey going for $116. But just, again, Ayuk in that shoulder, Steiny, I was sitting there. You tell me if it was just me. I was like, you got 15 more games to go. Do you bring him out? The shoulder is obviously hurt, but he toughed it out. But Deebo Samuel just reminding everybody how different he is and what he brings to the table. That was special. And, again, just another friendly reminder that the Niners got a lot at their disposal offensively.
888-957-9570 if you want to jump into the conversation. The 49ers follow up a tremendous Week 1 performance against the Steelers with a very solid road win against the L.A. Rams, 30-23. Brock Purdy, 17 for 25, 220-ish, 210, something like that. No picks. So if you're not going to throw any touchdowns, don't throw any picks, and he didn't. And, in fact, that's 2 games now where the Niners have just 1 turnover. I mean, you got to try to win the turnover game against the Niners because of how good they are. And if you lose the turnover game, you're in big trouble. And the Niners haven't been making mistakes.
No, and
the first 2 games.
And that's why I will not say Brock Purdy had a bad game because of the overthrows. It's the first time we've seen it. But what he's put together in this portfolio, I'm not going to come in here and say, because he said it, oh my gosh, what's going on? But those are big plays. And moving forward, Steiny, it's nothing big, but it is something like, it's the first time we've seen that in this young man's career.
Yeah.
Who'd he miss? Ayuk, Deebo, and who was the other one he missed? Jennings.
Missed a couple deep throws, but hey, it'll happen. It'll happen. To me, the interception was the game changer.
Man, it was.
Williams just doesn't come up with a ball that's right in his hands. 49ers get an interception, and then that drive at the end of the first half, just a. And maybe it's the Niners, but that was just a little too easy. The Rams go up 17-10. There's 1:45, no timeouts.
Yeah, I'm in the lab shocked.
And how about Kyle Shanahan calling timeouts as the Rams are kind of progressing into the end zone? It was very you want to talk about the confidence he has in Purdy. You think he plays that the same way with Jimmy Garoppolo?
The thought crossed my mind.
I don't think so. Yeah. I mean, I don't think so. So, Shanahan with a gutsy call, at the end of the first half, and it kind of obviously changed the way both teams went into
I know
that,
we're going to get to it,
Steiny.
Real quick, ask me my biggest takeaway.
What's your biggest takeaway?
McKivitz is okay. I know they had Kittle lined up, and they gave him some help, and the backs were chipping, but he held his own. Aaron Donald, I don't know what's going on, but it seems to be, he's getting triple and double and triple teamed. Okay. But we'll talk about the Niners' lack of a pass rush before using the blitz, but McKivitz held his own.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And the 49ers, I mean, I guess if you'd have to say a couple things that, maybe worried you is, I mean, what happens when a quarterback gets rid of the ball that fast? I mean, you're not going to be able to sack him if he's getting rid of the ball in 2 seconds.
No doubt.
Right?
You hope for a turnover, and like you just said, they got 2 picks.
They did. Brandon Ayuk got hurt on that first play, but stuck it out. And
man, he was in pain.
He sure seemed it. And then Lenore puts the game away with an interception with 4:48
Nice
left.
one, too.
4:48 left. In the game. 888-957-9570 is the number. What'd you think of that game yesterday with the San Francisco 49ers? They win 30-23. They were down 17-10 late in the second. They tied the game up early in the third and then took advantage of a couple turnovers in the second half. And if you want to talk about that defense, you were a little concerned in the first half. You got to look at the second half and say, hey,
And
they only gave up 6 points in the second half.
Yeah, and
3 late didn't even matter.
We'll talk about that. I don't know what McVay was thinking, but it's the second game in a row, Steiny, that the defense has held the other team out of the end zone. So that obviously that's a good thing. But Wilkes, I was a little concerned, but Steiny, he dialed up that blitz, and Fred Warner got the lone sack of the day. But you could tell it started. They were getting Stafford off his spot, and he felt rushed.
888-957-9570 is the number. It's a Monster Monday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. What was your takeaway from yesterday's 49ers win? 30-23, victory over the Rams, division rival Rams. And I know it's early, but the 49ers have control of the NFC West, which is something they didn't have early in the past 2 seasons because they haven't started this well. When's the last time they started 2? They were 8-0 that one year, but they've
that was the Super Bowl year.
They were 2-4 in openers with Kyle Shanahan. They won last week, and then they followed it up with a nice win yesterday, 30-23. And once again, 49er fans traveling. They're traveling.
Yeah, they say it's a home game, SoFi West. That has to suck. If you're a Ram player, like, damn, we're the fan. How y'all letting them take over?
Yeah, it's pretty impressive.
McCaffrey with another long run, Steiny, 51-yarder.
Yep.
Bad dude.
David in San Jose. What's up, David? How you doing?
I'm good, Steiny and Guru. I love your guys' show, man. I'm a huge fan.
Thank you.
I've listened to it practically every morning. I wanted to just kind of share my thoughts on the game, couple of takeaways. Obviously, love what CMC is doing. I could see this guy, if he stays healthy, finding himself in the conversation for Offensive Player of the Year. Heard a lot of noise this morning about Purdy and, missing a couple of big throws. My thing is, and I'd love to hear what you guys think, I feel like him overthrowing his target, he's got the arm for it. I think what people fail to realize is the guy just tore a ligament in the playoffs late in the year last year, spent the offseason rehabbing as opposed to practicing with his team and getting the timing down on these throws. So I feel like as we get closer or later in the season and, these guys develop a better rapport and timing with each other, I could see him nailing those throws. What do you guys think?
I'm not concerned about that, to tell you the truth.
But it could be the reason. He didn't do a lot of throwing, but at the same time, it's the first time we've seen that. So, Steiny, is something that I'll just put down in the notebook, but those are big plays. And, again, if we start seeing this rear its head, then we could say, hey, this is happening over consistently. But, it was one game, and I love how he was at the podium saying, yeah, I missed him. I told you each one he missed. So, I'm not going to say it's a problem. How can we? Because we haven't seen that.
Well, and, to my way of thinking, I'd rather us talk about 2 overthrows than 2 interceptions. The guy hasn't thrown an interception this year either. He doesn't make mistakes, or at least he hasn't so far. And look, that's half the battle with this team because they're so loaded. There's no doubt about it. If he doesn't make mistakes and he can make all the intermediate throws, you know what? Take a couple shots here and there, and we'll see. But I don't. As long as the 49ers aren't turning the ball over, they're going to be really hard to beat.
And you got a kicker now, 57-yarder, the youngster, Jake Moody. I got to give Sterling Bennett credit, Steiny. So you're familiar with Detroit's former receiver, Calvin Johnson.
Sure.
His nickname was Megatron.
Yes.
Get what Sterling put on X.
I don't know.
Legatron. You got to get that's a 5. Legatron, Steiny. I don't know.
Yeah, he's had that nickname for a while, I think.
Well, it's the first time I heard it, Evan. Damn, it's still a good nickname.
No, it is, but I'm saying, Greg
I ain't heard you say it. Give Sterling credit.
It was created in Ann Arbor, Michigan.
Okay.
I believe.
Oh, so, Sterling, if you're listening, Evan, take it. All right, I got it. You saying he had that in college. Okay.
I have no idea.
First time I heard it.
I have no idea if he had it in college.
Greg Zuerlein was Legatron.
Okay. That I didn't know. Let's go, baby.
Former Seahawk. Former Seahawk kicker. But the 49ers, 30-23 victory over the L.A. Rams, and 9 in a row now in the regular season. 9 in a row in the regular season over the L.A. Rams, and certainly they got some ownage on them during the regular season.
You think?
George Kittle, 3 catches, 30 yards. No big. Like, this is where I heard some people talking about. We got to get Kittle involved. I mean, do you? It was his game. It was his game to not be a numbers guy. McCaffrey's going to be a numbers guy every game, and Debo and Ayuk will probably get theirs. Although I don't know that either of them are going to have monster yardage years, just because the ball's going to get spread out.
Yeah, but whoever Kittle, 3 catches, 3 targets, but whoever gets it, Stoney, it's a problem to get him down. And that just speaks to the physicality of this Niner team and offense. So you saw the guys, Debo was just knocking guys down like bowling pins. It's just hard. Then you get a breather. Okay, McCaffrey doesn't have it. Oh, Debo has it. Ayuk is no walk in the park, and then Kittle.
888-957-9570 is the number. And the San Francisco 49ers, this is what they wanted to do, ladies and gentlemen. They wanted to get off to a good start after the last 2 years, and that's what they've done. They won 2 road games to start this season. They come home Thursday against the Giants. And the bottom line is it's them, it's the Eagles, and it's the Cowboys at this point. And that's what we thought, and that's what it looks like. Lions got beat yesterday. 888-957-9570. I don't think the season could have started any better. Really?
Yeah. Wow.
I mean, you can't expect the Niners to win 30-7 against Pittsburgh and then come back to LA and win 30-7 against the Rams. I mean, these other teams are pretty good. Stafford knows what he's doing, and you take that 30-23 lead. By the way, the 49ers, I mean, they didn't give up. They gave up 2 field goals in the second half, so their defense was good enough. Forcing 2 turnovers, Goo.
Yeah, no doubt. And I'll say this. I haven't forgot just, Javon and Bosa, like, where was that pressure? Because your boy looked comfortable. I'm talking about Matt Stafford. But the second half, just like you talked about, no touchdowns, and they brought pressure. So we'll see how that manifests throughout the season, because you're going to come up against a team that's better than the Rams and a quarterback that's better than Stafford. And if you got a blitz, Stoney, sometimes when you blitz, you can get had. But this is about yesterday. They held them out the end zone the second half, and ball game, 2-0 going into Thursday. I do wonder, and I know we'll get to it in a couple of days, if Ayuk is going to be ready to play with a short turnaround.
I got a question about something. If Matt Stafford is getting rid of the ball in 2 seconds, that's got nothing to do with the defensive line. Isn't that on the linebackers?
Well, I would say to that,
how can you sack a quarterback if he literally doesn't have the ball for more than 2 seconds?
My answer to that would be it wasn't 2 seconds every time. A couple of times it might have been 3 or 4. He was rolling out too, making some throws, but 34, 55, 307 is not what I saw from Stafford going into this one.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of it is if you decide to offset a pass rush with quick hitters.
Well, I get you.
What can you do? What can you do? Then it's got to be somebody else other than the defensive line that creates plays. But hey, again, how do you want to look at it? Nick Bosa, not much of a factor the first 2 games.
This is training camp, though.
Well, that's what I'm saying. How you concerned about Bosa? I mean, they're 2-0, and he hasn't really stuck out yet. But Fred Warner's been great, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the San Francisco 49ers, great start to the season. A couple other things I mentioned here, and then once we start the next segment, we can talk about a few different things. I thought a big sequence was after the 49ers go up 20-17 after the interception they got. They did get a 3-and-out on the very next possession to kind of establish control of that game. And then there was a play, the first drive of the second half. Rams have 4th and 2 about midfield. And they line up and they tried to draw the 49ers offsides. The 49ers didn't bite.
But why wouldn't you go for it, McVay, if you're trying to slay the dragon?
I don't know. I don't know.
And you'd went for one earlier in the game. Even though the Rams, that they didn't get it, it didn't result in points for the Niners. I just thought that was kind of a opportunity to send a message, frighten the Niners, and you just try to draw them off sides. I was like, man, McVay, I was a bit shocked at that decision.
That was the first drive of the second half. So the score's 17-17.
Man.
The Niners, and look at it kind of juxtaposed to the decision Kyle Shanahan makes at the end of the first half to try to get the 6 points, which he gets on the quarterback sneak, and then the first drive of the second half, McVay's got a 4th and 2 at midfield, and he punts it. Yeah. And I can't remember where the punt went, but they didn't pin him back. I want to say it was like at the 17.
Yeah.
Then after they punted, but it's not like they ended up pinning the 49ers deep in their own territory. So 6-5-0. There's 2-0, Steiny. The season couldn't have started any better. Thank you for that. Yeah, absolutely.
Because it's about home field advantage, right? That's what we talked. That's what we talked about for the San Francisco 49ers, and they've handled their business 2 weeks in.
Somebody on the YouTube chat saying, if Jimmy Garoppolo throws those 2 overthrows, he would get absolutely hammered.
Well, Jimmy did it every other week. It was a you could just count on that. Somebody came up, Jimmy no throw. So this is the first time I feel like we saw that from Brock. I'm not going to overreact. Now, if they play Thursday, Stein, and we see 3 more like that, then we might be, okay, what's going on with the downfield accuracy? But cut the kid some slack. 6 of 6 on the first drive, touchdown. I'm just like, that would be unfair to say you're concerned about that. This is first time we've seen it.
I mean, if you're a fan, you can get concerned over anything you want.
That is true.
But I'm kind of with you.
Because you talked
until
about
we
it.
See a theme.
Yeah.
I don't.
You said, good. The guy's
really
played so great. He's earned himself some slack. 3 overthrows.
I mean, how would you what is he, 10-0 now or something?
Undefeated. LeVar Ball.
He's got 1 loss.
I hate with you.
So
the game he's finished.
But my question is does this how did Purdy, like, I thought he was really good again. I thought he was solid.
I'll give him a B-, Steiny.
Yeah, give him a B.
If you want to say C+, okay. They won.
Yeah, see, I mean, no mistakes.
What about the fumble? It wasn't a fumble. The tight end's coming in motion, and the ball's hiked, and it hits the tight end, and it goes to Brock. Had like, that could have been disastrous. And I'm like, you living good, Niners. I didn't know what was going to. I said, are you kidding me? But it wasn't a turnover. They got plus yards, but just like, you're living good.
All right. Let's get into it on the other side. 888-957-9570. Give me your takeaway from that San Francisco 49er win yesterday. We only got a day or two to talk about that game, so let's do it. And then all of a sudden, we're going to get ready for the New York Giants coming in here. 888-957-9570 is the number. The Niners, they're 2-0. How you feeling about your squad? Hey, overdue tolls? Vehicles with overdue unpaid tolls may not be able to renew their DMV registration until outstanding balances are paid. Payment assistance is available. Visit bayareafasttrack.org/assistance today. 888-957-9570. The best part of that win yesterday for the San Francisco 49ers on 95.7 The Game.
Ladies and gentlemen, banking with BMO is now arriving in California. The seatbelt.
6, and San Francisco has the early lead.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I need a little help with something.
Uh-oh. As long as it ain't money.
Who's Kelly Slater? Anybody know? Didn't the announcer call McCaffrey Kelly Slater? Like as he was going into the end zone on his first score, that first drive?
I ain't going to be able to help you.
Oh.
Yep.
Was I hearing things?
You're at that age.
Yeah. I thought he compared him to
Kelly Slater.
Yes, Kelly Slater's a professional surfer. So he's
Surfer.
riding a wave in. I don't know.
Okay. Well, that makes a little sense.
Well,
all right. Okay, because you kind of shifted, went with the flow.
You would think I would know that with my waves.
Well, I heard on the broadcast yesterday that Christian McCaffrey considers himself water. He flows like water through the holes. Is what
that's nice. He's a bad dude, Steiny.
What I've heard. By the way, can we say a thank you to Jane in Cedar Grove, New Jersey?
That's incredible.
We came in today, Guru and I, and there was a package for us.
I'm about to show it on YouTube.
No note. Just a return address. Jane in Cedar Grove, New Jersey.
This is a nice. Look at
Check
the
that out,
stitching.
Goo.
Show them your name on the back.
Yeah, there's the front. There's the front.
Secret. Jane, we love you.
She's giving me number 7.
Give us a call. Number 1 for me. Not to that BT thing, but
and Steiny on the back.
Dude,
so, Jane, thank
this
you
is
so
what
much.
it's all about.
Yeah.
And they were in their red at their home game yesterday. Poor Rams.
Maybe I will I'll don that and head down to the Levi on Thursday.
Willard and Dibbs will be live. 2 to 6.
Nice.
Yep.
That's good to hear. That's real good to hear.
Nothing like the NFL. You hate Thursday games. I know it's a
quick
turnaround. And Ayuk's shoulder. He's a tough.
Here we go.
No, he's a tough ass. I was like, take him out. What's Jafsky's drop? Take him out.
He's fine.
Yeah, but dude, every time he caught it or tried to catch it, he would just lay there. I'm like, y'all playing around now. Take him out.
888-957-9570 is the number, and your 49ers have gotten off to a good start. It's official. They're 2-0. They go into Pittsburgh. They hammer the Steelers week 1. They come in to L.A. yesterday, just solid.
Mm-hmm.
Just a very, very, very solid ball game. Brock Purdy, steady.
Good call.
No interceptions, no touchdowns.
That's a staple.
But who cares? I mean, if you throw the ball down to the 3-yard line and then McCaffrey runs it in, who cares if he doesn't get a touchdown pass?
Yeah, but the turnover thing is his staple. Jimmy, that was he couldn't just overcome it. You could just pencil him down for 1 or 2, fumble in the pocket. Brock is not doing that.
408, great win, was hoping for more Rams destruction, but this Thursday would be a great opportunity for the Niners to send a message to the Eagles and the Cowboys.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. They'll be favored against the Giants.
Looks like they'll be without their star running back, too. Saquon
Barkley?
Yeah, he got hurt yesterday. Looked ugly, but they say x-rays were negative, but I don't think he's playing.
I mean, that's the other thing about McCaffrey. He's been pretty durable over his career.
Well, especially since he's been here.
Yep. Daniel's in San Ramon. What's going on, Daniel? How you doing, buddy?
What's up, guys? Hey, when I was watching the game, I was like, Kelly Slater, is that what he said? And he did, because he was kind of comparing that O-line to a wave as they shifted to the right.
Oh, okay.
See, McCaffrey, he kind of made that little juke to the left. He kind of said he's kind of riding the wave like Kelly Slater. I mean, I was like, is that what he really said? But I just want to say the Niners, they look good. The only thing I'm a little bit worried about is that number 17 on the Rams. He kind of went to work on our DBs. I was a little bit disappointed in that. Didn't want to see that, But that's all I got to say.
Yeah.
Puka Nacua. Is that right, Evan? He is a baller early. 15 for 147.
Yeah,
That's a little too much.
This is where we got into an argument last time, a couple years ago when it came to the Rams, and Cooper Kupp had a big game.
Oh, yeah.
And, you got to give up something. Got to give up something.
20 targets, 15 receptions.
Mm-hmm.
DBs were a little soft yesterday, so.
He didn't get him beat, though, did he?
Yeah.
He didn't get him beat. Nacua didn't get the 49ers beat, though, did he? It's kind of like
what?
It's I'll tell you exactly what it's like. It's like when you play the Washington Wizards and you let Bradley Beal get 40, but you win the game. Dink and dunk. Dinking and dunking 10-yarders. Play the long game. Niners. Yes, sir. Trucker 23. What's going on, Trucker 23? How you doing, man?
I'm doing all right. Hey, I just want to let you guys know, hey, those jerseys were thanks for keeping us entertained through our work days, man. That's Jane. That's who I ordered them through. That's a friend's business there, so I just figured I'd do that. And I have a good jersey there for you coming for Guru there from Cowboys, but
hey, thank you, man.
Hey, got to hit you up with that.
You're the man, bruh. That is beautiful,
Hey,
man. Thank you.
Hey, Steiny, if I got you your team jersey, man, what would it be? I know you're not really
the Celtics.
Stone Root. So what would be your favorite team if I got you a jersey, a nice one, man?
Answer him, Steiny.
Jeez. Oh, man.
God, Evan. Come on, man. Get him a Curry.
Nick Bosa is my favorite player on the Niners, so maybe a Nick Bosa.
There you go. I'll do that for you, Dan. I'll get you a Bosa jersey then.
Dude, you're the man.
But yeah, hey, right on. Hey, that's just a thanks for keeping us going. Hey, and you got to wear that at least once this year, there, Guru. I know you're a Cowboys fan. I know, but you root for the Niners here and there. I know you get your love going.
This guy's the man.
Hey, Trucker, thank you very much, man. Really appreciate it.
Hey, no worries, guys.
All right, that's Trucker 23.
Man, there's some good people out there.
You actually, now you are more of a jersey connoisseur than
no
me.
doubt.
So you actually, at one point, said, Steiny, these are nice. Look at the stitching.
Oh, God.
You said, look at the stitching.
Look at it. His effort. Look at it, boy. That ain't just, he didn't get that at Walgreens. Shout out Walgreens. Yeah, that ain't just ironed on.
It's a Nike, so it must be official, right?
It is. Like a referee with a whistle. I'll tell you what. Tell me if I'm overdoing it.
Probably.
I am concerned about the secondary. I mean, forget Nakua, Steiny. They were doing what they wanted. I mean, the out routes were working for the Rams pretty much the whole day until Wilkes dialed up the blitz. So it's about the next team and the team after that. Can they take what the Rams did in the first half and turn that into something if they got more Nakuas? I don't know, but I sat there and I just cannot believe the game was 17-17, and we talked about the Niners secondary before the season started, so I'm not going to overreact. I know it's not high school, and the Niners are not going to go De La Salle and beat everybody by 50, but there was no part of you, Steiny, because it seems like you anchored at he was getting rid of the ball in 2 seconds. Like, that ain't the whole answer for me, so I need to see more, but that was a concern.
You were going to ask me something?
Yeah, like you're not concerned about what you didn't see from the secondary and the fact that Nakua could do what he did in the air, and he wasn't the only one. Williams got that touchdown in the flat, ran it in. Like, I don't want to say I didn't think the Niners D was not capable of delivering that, but it wasn't their best day. In the second half, they got it fixed. But moving forward, if I'm the Giants or anybody they're playing, I don't know how good this secondary is.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep big picture. Big picture. And the big picture to me is they only gave up 6 points in the second half. You know, the games, look, they're down. Let's look at it this way. They're down 17-10, and from that point on, they only gave up, and that's with late second quarter. They're down 17-10. From that point on, they forced 2 turnovers and only allowed 2 field goals. And they kind of took control of the game after that last drive of the first half. So I'm not. I mean, I think as great as the defensive line is, if a team says we are going to commit ourselves to not getting our quarterback sacked, well, then what can you do if you're the 49ers defensive line, Goo?
Yeah, I guess Armstead. I don't want to say anybody played bad, but Bosa, I saw him chugging water. He's working himself back on the sideline at times. Javon almost took a handoff from Stafford. I don't know if you remember that play. He got in the backfield so fast, but I was just, again, keep it real. I was shocked in the first half at how Stafford and that offensive line for the Rams held up. So, again, Thursday, 3 more days. We'll see what the Giants can do. But I was like, I hold this defense in such high regard. You're right. They didn't give up anything, a touchdown in the second half. But one of those interceptions was a gift. We'll take it. The Niner fans will take it. But it was right off the hands, off a perfect throw that should have been a 6-7 yard gain. But it wasn't.
No. 888-957-9570 is the number, and the San Francisco 49ers, they win 30-23. See, I think, and this is kind of, I don't know, maybe 49er fans want to jump in here, and maybe this is about you, or maybe it's about 49er fans' expectations. I mean, I just think that, there's part of me that looks at this team and says, they won 30-23 on the road. The line was 7, right?
7.5.
7.5.
Yeah.
They essentially cover on the road against the division rival, who was really impressive week 1. They shut him down in the second. Like, I don't think there's
the Rams aren't bad as I thought.
I don't think there's a lot to see here. I just think there's too many people that think, oh, we're the Niners, we're going to go down to L.A. and we'll win 31-10.
I'm one of them.
Why?
Because I feel like they've earned that.
No, they haven't.
Well, I'm going back to last year, too, though, Stoney. They were dominant. They were a dominant defense. And again, they didn't get in the end zone the second half. You got that. But, I just hold them in high regard that what you just said is what I thought we were going to see. I didn't think the Rams had a chance. And when they scored, the Niners got the ball and scored. I'm like, this is just going, what do they call it, the script? This is about to get ugly. And it was entertaining, close game for the most part.
8:05, the Rams O-line handled the 49ers front four. That's a good offensive line. Good move by Shanahan and the defensive coordinator, sent 5 or 6. Made the difference.
Yep. Because Warner start coming, and you could tell your boy Stafford was like, okay, I got to get rid of this thing. Where do I get rid of it is the problem.
Rams beat the Seahawks. Seahawks beat everyone's darling Lions. Maybe the Rams are better than we think.
That it's 2 games, but that's where I'm at. Like, the demise and the death of the Rams, Stoney, may be overly exaggerated, but do you care a time of possession? Or, don't give me time of possession, even though the Niners lost that 26 minutes to 33 to the Rams when the Niners won the game. That's the most important stat, right?
Well, of course. Yeah. But there's no doubt that the Rams had periods where they were moving the ball.
Oh, my gosh.
But I think that's going to happen in the NFL. I thought the 49ers defense was kind of bend, don't break, and
a lot of man-to-man coverage Stafford was taking advantage of.
I mean, it's clear like they were willing to give up that short underneath stuff. Now, is there going to be a game when you got to take that away? Probably. 888-957-9570 is the number. 49er fans, how you feeling about that win yesterday? Is my assessment of some 49er fans accurate in terms of, boy, the standards are awfully high. And you look at that game yesterday, and to my way of thinking, I'm thinking, man, you're 2-0 with 2 road games. I mean, shut up.
Yeah.
Shut up.
Oh, boy.
You know what I mean? You're 2-0.
Oh, man.
You've won 2 road games. Stop telling me it's not enough, or 17 points in the first half. Bosa's not on track. I mean, come on now. Come on now.
It's almost turning into college. And you said it earlier, Steiner. You lumped the 3 teams in the NFC who we think are the best: Dallas, San Francisco, and Philly. And Philly, I don't think that was an A+ by any stretch Thursday. And I told you I'm concerned about their defense. Now, Dallas did score on a stout Jet defense. And this one with the Rams, like I said, the Niners didn't play bad, but defensively, I was like, okay. And maybe when Bosa gets past that lather, we'll see more Hargrave, Armstead. But they recorded 1 sack yesterday, and I thought they would get, Matt, I don't know if you heard the broadcast, Matt Stafford, they said he had piano back. I'm paraphrasing, like he ain't the quickest dude on his feet, and he took offense to that. But he was only sacked 1 time. Warner got him once.
27 pressures? Is that number right? I've seen that around today. The 49ers Had 27 pressures, though, on Stafford.
Didn't feel like that, but they got him.
That's like the old NBA stat. Oh, it's a contested three-pointer. No, it's not. No, it's not a contested three-pointer. Yeah, and that's what, that's what the 510 wanted to text in here. How did the O-line handle the Niners? He got the ball out in 2 seconds, and the Niners still had 27 pressures.
There you go. Nothing to see here then.
I got to see those 27 pressures. But
I can't believe McVay punted Sonny on that 4th and 2. You got to slay the dragon if you're trying to. You're doing a damn good job to punt that. But again, it didn't result in points. The Niners punted the ball back. But man, I was like, McVay, I thought you were going for the jugular.
Yeah, that was. Let me see, where was that?
And Kyle at every turn was ultra aggressive.
Yeah, in the third quarter.
That what you said, the first drive out of halftime.
Yeah, I'm just double checking to see if that's what it was. Yeah.
But I would put some respect on the Rams name, and also Steiny, because you tried to give me the tutorial on this is the NFL, and I'm saying Super Bowl or bust, and I can't watch these games in the Niners through that prism anymore. I gotta be. Hey, these guys get paid too. I just couldn't believe it was tied up at half.
Who looks the best in the NFC?
Dallas and the Niners.
Yeah. It's another thing to keep in mind.
Well, some could be good. You fool. Philly, too. They're 2-0. It ain't college.
Yeah, but let's be honest. The Eagles have not looked as good as. Not that it matters. They're all 2-0. But the Niners and the Cowboys have been the two most impressive teams in the NFC. The question is, will it stay that way? And what happens in Week 3 when the Giants come in here on Thursday? 888-957-9570 is the number. Where are you, 49er fans, and how you feeling about your team's start? I mean, we talked a lot about Brock Purdy in the offseason, and, I mean, let's talk about him for a minute. I mean, there has been no indication, none, that this isn't who he is. Not one sliver of information is coming our way that says this isn't who he is. Mm-hmm. Now, the question is, can he get better? Will he need to play better for the 49ers to get where they want to go? Or is this the template right here?
He's so young and good that my answer to that question, Steiny, is, of course he's got to get better. Not a lot better, but what if that were an NFC championship game and he had those overthrows? That could cost you. And it didn't cost him yesterday. It's not an attribute that he has to where we see it so much. I'm ready to put that stamp on him. Hell nah. But what I do like about Brock Purdy, and this is how I watch the game, Steiny, the things that don't go in the stat box, when he got that touchdown before half and he's riding and that exuberance is coming out, like that means something to me. I know you're like, it's tie game, but that's that moxie he has, that bravado that we talked about. That's what I like seeing from Brock.
888-957-9570 is the number. What'd you like about Brock Purdy's performance yesterday if you're a 49er fan? I mean, two overthrows to me. Like I never got on. I mean, I thought it was, I don't know. I thought too much was made of Jimmy Garoppolo bad throws. I think every quarterback's got bad throws. I think you can make a case, though, Purdy has not had a lot of bad throws in his first 10 games. And is that who he is? Yeah. I think that's who he is. I'm not saying he's never going to get picked off, but he doesn't make a lot of bad decisions.
Yeah. Let me let you finish. Those plays, I mean, if you're Kyle Steiny, you're saying to yourself, damn, and you could see him kind of biting his lip like, that was the best call against that defense. He had him. Debo had him. Ayuk had him. You know, you want that for the team because maybe we're talking about it's 42-23, but they were, those are big plays. And it's the first time, you're right, that we've seen it. So that's why I'm not coming in here losing my mind. But Steiny, when you call as a play caller, you dial that up, you want that home run to hit,
Yeah. 925 just turned on. You talking about Sean McVay had the Rams with the points, clearly. Who kicks that field goal?
What was that about? Do we know?
I mean, I can only assume.
Can't do it.
If that affected the Johnson household, I don't know about you. I had -7.5. Why would you kick it if there's no time to do an onside kick? And then I thought it was kind of embarrassing that he would do it. Like, what are you gaining out of losing by 7?
Well, clearly,
Tell me
it's about
Vegas wasn't
the
happy.
point
Some
differential.
people.
Well, too bad. If I'm not mistaken, point differential or points
you said
against
this in the
division
green room.
opponents comes in at some point. It's a tiebreaker. It might be the 8th or the 9th tiebreaker, but
So that had nothing to do with the line coming from McVay. You don't.
I mean, I don't know. All I know is that at some point, if there's 6 things that are tied, the 7th or 8th tiebreaker is, points against
So you're
division
thinking
opponent.
that he was thinking that could help him.
Why not? 805 925. Good teams win, great teams cover. Well, they didn't cover. The Niners didn't cover.
Oh boy.
But there is, I'll go look at that during the break. What some of these point totals are in terms of tiebreaker criteria, but I'm sure that's what he would say.
Because every Stafford was looking like we're coming off the field. What the? Let me even. Who cares?
Yeah, it was
That
a little
was odd.
It was a little strange, but
I don't think I've ever seen a game end like that where the losing team kicks something that has nothing to do. It's over. Like, that was strange. That's all. Peculiar.
888-957-9570 is the number. Your 49ers are 2-0 with 2 road wins to start the season. The New York Giants come in here Thursday, and I can already tell 49er fans are thinking, this will be 31-7. Maybe 38-10.
Keep reading my mind.
I know. And I think that's one of the interesting things. It feels like the expectations for the 49ers aren't just to win, but to win in impressive fashion. Yesterday was, to me, just a real good, solid win. What was it to you, 49er fans? That's what we're getting into. 888-957-9570 is the number. Don't forget, it's a Monster Monday, brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Once again, 888-957-9570 is the number to talk San Francisco 49ers football. What'd you think of that game yesterday? Was it a little closer than you would have liked? Or do you have the big picture in mind and you're looking at that game saying, hey, we just went down to L.A. and we beat a division rival by 7 points, and we look to be the best team in the NFC West. 888-957-9570 is the number. 888-957-9570 is the number. It's all sponsored by Ashley Furniture Home Stores.
Fall is almost here, and at Ashley, seasonal decorating is a breeze. Snuggle up on a sectional or ultra-modern sofa. Gather outside with a new fire pit.
And for the first time this year, Matthew Stafford is sacked.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, Saquon Barkley's not playing.
Boy, was that gruesome or what? X-rays were negative, but you don't know when they do the MRI is something inside. That was nasty and had to be helped off the field.
Yeah, he's
yeah.
We'll find out about Brandon Ayuk in a few days. Ayuk had a shoulder injury that happened early in the game. And the 49ers persevered. 30-23 over the L.A. Rams. They are 2-0, the only 2-0 team in their division right now. And they're taking control.
And they got their home opener.
On Thursday. Let's go to go ahead.
No, if I had $1 for every time, and I'm starting to believe this, Dr. Pangia, I guess I could send him a tweet. Do you think Brock rehabbed to where the elbow and the arm is so strong that that's why the overthrows happen?
No.
Could be something to it early. Like he's, a stronger.
What is this, the $6 million man?
Shout out Steve Austin, Lee Majors.
So Brock Purdy, already better than Montana and Young. He's just suffered an arm injury, but
you get the premise.
But God has blessed him to a degree where his arm is actually better.
Just the thought, Steiny.
It's actually better now. Okay. Michael in Oakland. What's up, Michael? How you doing, man?
Hey, I'm doing all right. All I wanted to say was I think it was a terrible game because the 49ers tackling was atrocious. They were undisciplined in their gaps. And I think most of the mistakes that the Rams made were because of youth. I believe that neither one of those interceptions that Stafford threw should have been interceptions, and it was the fault of the receivers. So the 49ers could have easily lost this game. And I don't have no praise for them because I'd rather take youth mistakes because you can learn from those than discipline mistakes.
Let me ask you this. What part of the offense, defense, quarterback play were you disappointed with most?
I was disappointed with how many times did you see a 49er in the backfield and take a bad lane and miss a tackle? It's like they were set up to fail by the Rams. The coaching staff just seemed like they knew everything. How many times was Bosa out of position? Did they run around his position? How many times did they just catch the ball downfield? They had receivers go through and clear out, and then that one guy that got 15 passes.
Yeah, Nakua
was wide open. And then we're gonna talk about the missed tackles on the running backs. So, that's a problem. And Purdy missing those 3 passes. We're going to talk about him overthrowing them, but the angles that he threw the ball was bad also. And we can go back to the interceptions that Stafford threw. If the receiver cuts the route across, it's not an interception, it's a complete pass. If the other receiver doesn't just there was one play where it wasn't an interception, where the receiver just stopped, and he should have cut upfield. And if he goes where Stafford throws the ball, that's a touchdown. If they don't get that interception of the ball hit the guy in the hand.
Yeah.
If he catches that ball, the 49ers get blasted in this game.
Thanks, Michael. All right.
There's a lot of Michael Steiny. I ain't mad at him, but had that happen, you can't forget Pittsburgh. And you can't forget the fact that the team didn't allow the Rams to get a touchdown in the second half. Everything he said was there, but you can't be too one-sided to where you forgot they dismantled the Steelers. So who are the Niners defense? Yesterday or week 1? It's a combo. They're a great defense, Super Bowl or bust. Now, if we see this happen every other Sunday, then I got you. But nobody's going to come in here and say that was their A game, and they won. I'm proud of myself.
Well,
because Tutu Atwell had 7 for 77 too to go along with Nakua. And that interception off Williams, that was right there. He should have caught it. But, how many Niner fans are thinking like him? He has standards, but come on, they're 2-0. You won a game that was in the balance. I was shocked. But the Purdy overthrows. Give a guy a break.
Well, how long did it take before they had enough of Jimmy throwing those? I'm not saying.
Well, Jimmy did it to where it was a part of who he was.
Yeah. 888-957 9570 is the number. I'm
If we're a fifth, we'd all be drunk. Because that was if we're a fifth, we'd all be. That's what the caller was saying. If. But there was some merit to what he was saying. But if.
But you could do that to me. You could almost do that every game. There's If Williams doesn't, he didn't even drop it. Basically handed it to the 49ers.
Just a volleyball.
But
they caught it.
The 49ers. Here's the other reason: the 49ers didn't make any mistakes. They didn't make any mistakes. They didn't fumble. Purdy didn't throw an interception.
Did you call those overthrows mistakes or not?
No, hell no. A mistake would have been an underthrow for a pick. That's a mistake. They're going to be bad throws. I'm sure Stafford missed some too.
Yeah.
I mean, I just, 30-23. I think it's all
division game.
I think it's all good if you're the San Francisco 49ers. And let me ask 49er fans this. Let's start talking about some specifics here because, the end of the first half. I mean, I know. Let me ask 49er fans, be honest. Let me ask you honestly what you thought of them going for the touchdown on the last play. Was there anybody out there that said, I don't like it? Because it's a gutsy call, man. You don't get that.
Oh my God.
If the Rams stop you there, like this is one of those things where it worked out. No doubt it worked out. And it not only worked out, it changed momentum. But you have to allow for the fact, what if it wouldn't work? You think the 49ers, do they still win that game if they go into the half down 17-10?
That's an interesting
I don't
question.
know. I don't know. But the fact that they got in late in that first half, to me, is one of the biggest reasons, maybe the biggest reason they did win. It's because they got right out from under that deficit.
And Kyle,
right after the Rams got the lead.
Yeah. And I know it's 2 games, Steiny, but I'm seeing, again, I can go to Flaggate and Philly in the NFC Championship game, but it just seems like he knows what he has, and he's being ultra aggressive. And you're right. Everything changes if they don't get in. Even X was going crazy. People are like, what are they doing? But they got in. But just the fact that he's sending the message, Kyle, in my team I trust, we're going to be aggressive. Let's go. And you're right. It was I don't want to say backbreaker, but man, that was a big deal.
9255 says, loved it. 510, now we know we can win a game when the defense isn't humming. And the 925 says, yes, that play changed the game. Yeah, all those things are true. The other thing is, I wouldn't look at what happened to the tees that played really well in week 1. Not all of them played well in week 2. Like the Lions. Oh, great win over the Chiefs. So I'm not taking it lightly that the Niners beat the Steelers by 20 plus, and then had a solid win over the Rams. I mean, in terms of the first 2 weeks of the season, who's played better than the Niners? Maybe the Cowboys.
Right.
Maybe.
Well, they were 2 of 6 in the red zone yesterday, if you want to nitpick.
Yeah. 650, I love the 4th down call. It's early on in the season. The fact Kyle's believing in his offense. Yeah, I mean, it was a big play. Mo's in San Ramon. Hey, Mo, what's going on?
Hey, good morning. Good morning, guys. How you guys doing?
Mo. Doing well.
Awesome. So, I just want to talk about the Niners game from yesterday.
Yeah.
I think overall they played a fair game. Just imagine if they played the way they played, at Pittsburgh. That means they're going to be running over everybody, number one. Number two, you're going to have games like that, because it's football, man. It's one of the hardest sports in the world. So you're going to have some games like that, and you're going to run into those situations. As long as you come out with a win, you're good. Again, their goal is always to have perfection as much as they can and set the bar, and obviously beat the teams, by a lot of points and score a lot of points. But one thing really concerned me yesterday also is, when the Rams, with 4 seconds left, how come they didn't go for the touchdown? They just went for the field goal. I didn't get that part. They wanted to get the 3 points on the board instead of getting, normally what you want to do is you want to get a touchdown. Obviously, there was going to be no time left at the end, either way.
Right.
But my question would be, why would they want to even get the 3 point on the board? For what reason? instead of just saying, you know what, it's over. I mean, the game is over. There's no way you're going to beat us now with 4 seconds left. There's no way. I don't care what anybody says. So
I'm with
get
you.
the points on the board.
Yeah, I'm with you. When you get the answer, help us out.
I have the answer. Did you not listen?
I don't believe that's correct.
To break a tie within a division, if there's a two teams tied, there's 6 criteria. There's actually 12 criteria, but once we get to 9, best combined ranking among all teams in points scored and points allowed in all games. So the 3 points adds to their 3 points scored. Number 9, best net points in common games. Best net points in all games. Best net touchdowns in all games. And then finally, a coin toss. So, I mean,
that's what he was thinking. He knew it.
Of course.
Well, let me ask you this. Speaking of plays,
I mean, if the Niners get beat by the Rams 31-23, then that's
that makes
the
a difference.
Then McVay's going to look like a genius.
What about the play where Debo, it looked like late in the game he had fumbled, and it was questionable? And I was just thinking, why wouldn't McVay or any coach just waste a challenge to get possession of the ball? Because it looked like he fumbled, but it looked like his foot may have stepped out. But you hold on to that challenge because you don't use it the way that the game played out. But I just couldn't believe McVay, and there was a timeout called, and the announcers were on it like, I guess, Steiny, what do you got to lose? See if that was a fumble. See, because it was a fumble to me.
But
if
I thought
his
he
foot didn't step out.
Well, he did. And I think they were just...
See, it wasn't clear to me that he did.
Oh, okay. I mean...
And at that point, you're desperate, right?
Yeah, I almost felt like they told McVay he was out of bounds before he fumbled and were putting the spot at the out of bounds. And so once McVay got told that, I guess he thought, then there's no chance we win this challenge. But I didn't see definitively...
Yeah, me neither.
A fumble or a knives close. Scott's in Pennsylvania. What's up, Scott? How you doing, man?
Hey, gentlemen. How you guys doing?
Mm-hmm.
I just want to call in. I'm really grateful for the 2-0 start. It's always really hard. I mean, you're seeing these teams around the league. It's really hard to start clicking. And those you might see a team take a loss that later in the season you'd be surprised. You'll look back at the schedule last year and be like, how did the 49ers lose to the Bears last year? And that. But, so I'm really grateful. We got we're 2-0. We're on top of the division. We have a division win under our belt. And, those wins, they matter because, if we won that game last year against the Bears, we're hosting the NFC Championship against the Eagles. Wow. So all these little wins, they matter now. And then additionally, yeah, it didn't look, it wasn't the best win. A win's a win in the NFL. But we have some teaching tape for the team to go back to. I mean, I know it's a short week, so really it's just a recovery week and whatnot. But it gives the team a chance to look back, look at some of the stuff we need to clean up, and we'll just improve moving forward. And that's what we need to do. Especially, really, honestly, we're looking forward to Dallas. If we're being honest here, Dallas is coming up week 5. We need to get these guys the reps that they need, and then clean everything up. And then we need to punch the Cowboys in the mouth.
Appreciate the call. We need more fans like Scott.
Man,
you know what Scott said? 49er fans. He said he's grateful.
Boy, that blew me
he's
away.
He's grateful. That's
How
a
often
great
do you
way
hear
to
that
look
on
at
an
it.
Overreaction Monday?
Grateful for a 2-0 start. Yes, Scott. By the way, I mentioned the Cowboys and the Niners have looked good. Best in the NFC, and kind of down on Lori Matthews.
What's our girl say?
She ripped Kirk Cousins for a wonderful
He still won't
performance.
let that go.
A wonderful performance
In
on
fantasy.
Thursday.
Yeah.
And now she writes, Cowboys haven't played a good team yet. You know what, though, Lori? Let's see if the Niners have.
Well, Lori, the Jets are a top 5 defense. Hello?
Yeah. How about that, Lori?
Yeah.
Lori, it doesn't seem like you're being very objective.
Yeah, look at Lori.
Lori. I mean, the Steelers may stink. I mean, they may go
We'll find out tonight.
They may
Tonight's
go 3
a
and
big
14.
game. Well, tonight's a big game for them.
And we'll see about the Rams, too.
Dude, I mean, 1-1, and that was the first time Stafford had been sacked. So maybe they got something going on that O-line. But to the caller's point, if this wasn't the Niners' A game collectively, it's easy for me to say, you and I, because we don't play and we're not hurting. But maybe it's a good thing they got a game Thursday, Stoney, to kind of, you know what, that wasn't our best showing defensively. Let's get back at them Thursday. Maybe that's a good thing.
It's not. They're liable to get injured.
You hate Thursdays.
They're liable to get a few guys injured on Thursday because it's a short week. I don't like it. I don't like any of it.
Yeah,
Ronnie Tillman.
What'd he say?
Ronnie, you're the man. You get it, Ronnie, on YouTube. I would rather have overthrows than underthrows. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Me too.
Well,
yeah. No,
I'm the student in the back that says, what's the difference? It's still
the difference is an overthrow can never get intercepted.
Well,
if a 49er receiver has a defensive man beat by 4 yards and you overthrow the receiver, it can't be intercepted. Mm-hmm.
But an overthrow pass to your receiver can be picked if the DB was in front.
No, if the DB was in back.
Well, like Deion Sanders has that blazing speed.
When's he play?
Well,
when does his team play a game?
They play Saturday.
Thank you, Steve in San Francisco. What's up, Steve? How you doing, man?
Not much. Just listening to you guys. Good show. Good show. How about this? You were just talking about it. How about there's a half a sack? What about a half a pick? What about when it hits the guy in the hands and boom, pops in the air? You know? The quarterback gets charged with a full pick.
I know.
That is bad. It happens a lot.
You got to rule it like, if it hits him right in the damn hand.
Yeah.
You know? I mean, come on.
And if you're a 49er fan there, you can say, oh, he heard footsteps. It's that intimidating defense. They were absolutely going to drill him. But that's one of those plays where I thought it was a really good game. A really good game. Both teams played
entertaining
hard,
for sure.
Played well, and then one kind of just terrible play kind of skews the game. And I think the Niners would have won anyway.
Yeah.
I do. I think the Niners are obviously a better team, but
Lenore's pick was big too, Stotty. That was a real pick, even though the receiver
that stole sealed the game.
Yeah, the receiver kind of it was a bad route. If you came back to the ball, you might have got it, but Lenore made a good play, and bam.
888-957-9570 is the number. And the 49ers, your San Francisco 49ers, with a nice win yesterday against the LA Rams. Let's play a little sound here. It's okay. See, this is interesting. They went to, what about some of Brock's missed throws?
I mean, I thought they were all tough ones. I think that the Ayuk one was probably his toughest one because it was just his number one read and it just sailed a little bit. The one with Debo, I mean, he went all the way across the board in a really tough read. And you'd love him to hit it, but he did miss it. And the one to Jennings, that one didn't bother me much. We're a little surprised the ball was going there and everyone else was covered and he just tried to make a play. But the main thing he did today was protect the ball. Besides those 3 misses, which none of them were easy, but he took care of the football. Didn't give them a chance to touch it, and when he was under duress, he was smart.
That's Kyle Shanahan on Brock Purdy.
And I think that's something that gets not talked about enough about Brock, Donnie, is protection of the ball.
No doubt.
The game against the Cowboys in the playoffs. Yeah, no touchdowns, but you know what's greater? No turnovers, no picks.
Did he expect a tough game?
Oh, yeah, we definitely did. We watched the film from last week. That quarterback's still just as good as he's always been, and so is Aaron Donald. And like we saw last week, they're coached very well. They got 2 good schemes, and I know they've changed some players from the past, but there's still some Hall of Famers out there who are playing at a high level.
By the way, Bosa, who's less effective, Bosa or Donald?
Well, let Ram fans say it. Donald was being triple teamed, Stoney.
Well, Bosa got double teamed on 40% of his snaps, which is a lot, Evan.
Look at Elo.
Evan, when you get double teamed 40%, that's a pretty fair number.
Those are facts.
Yeah. Let me tell you who else got double teamed.
Oh, here we go.
Reggie White, Lawrence Taylor. Just get to the quarterback, man.
By the way, Aaron Donald was double teamed 55% of the time.
And he's 15% better than Bosa. That's what that tells me.
Well, Bosa gets paid 15% more. So.
That's that new chicken Bosa got.
Anthony's in Benicia.
Our guy.
What's up, Anthony? How you doing, man?
What's up, fellas? Happy Monday. Hope you both had a great weekend. So, on that Aaron Donald and Bosa's point, both teams are going to scheme against the best defensive player. So both teams did a good job of, double teaming, chipping, whatever you want to call it, on Bosa and Aaron Donald. So I think that kind of cancels each other out because you got to expect that. Sean McVay is actually a good coach. He's not the same style-wise as far as Kyle Shanahan is, but he's a really good coach. But I really wanted to talk about that Colorado game on Saturday night and the way the Niners started their game as well. Because Shedeur Sanders and the Colorado Rams, they didn't have the best first half. Same as the Niners didn't have the best first half defensively. But they made adjustments in the second half, and both teams came out and played a really good game, and they closed out, the opponent. And when they were talking to Deion, he asked them, what did you learn from this game? And Deion said patience. And I think that's super important because you can start out shaky, but it's very important to stay composed and stay with the game plan, make adjustments in the halftime, and come out in the second half and kick some ass. And I think they did that very well. So I know you guys watched that game, but I just thought about the two, and it was both teams, were facing an opponent that was ready to play them. And so, they came ready. But both teams stayed composed and stayed within themselves, and they handled business. So
Anthony, I got to say this to that point, though, Anthony. The offense got the ball and marched all the way down and got 7. So maybe the defense, didn't start as fast. But as far as the offense, I mean, you couldn't ask for a better start, right?
I know. I agree. I thought, that last minute and 40 seconds, Brock Purdy marched down the field and handled his business. I think defensively, the guys just needed to, make a few different adjustments. I feel like Fred Warner might have been out of position here and there, but I mean, it's 4 quarters for a reason, and we're in this for the long haul. We're trying to get to the Super Bowl, and so I love that they they came back and they pitched a shutout. It's not like they scored, just that field goal. But outside of that, the second half was pure domination. So what else can you ask for? And if you want to look at quarterback play, we can always have somebody like Zach Wilson. I know the Jets are sick the way Zach Wilson has been playing. So 49er fans, chill out. Brock Purdy's the guy.
Thanks, Anthony. Appreciate the call.
Yeah, they put a poll, I believe, Sam, early in the morning. The roast guys grade Brock Purdy yesterday. 70% of the voters B.
I'd give him a B.
Well,
good solid B.
No turnovers.
Would you give him D? No touchdown passes. That's unforgivable.
B minus.
Oh. Okay. You know what? And I guess it's
the next hour you'll double back to the B minus.
I guess it's interference, but I hated the call on Debo at the end of the first half. The interference. It was on the Rams defender on Debo.
What can you do? It's hard to play defense.
It's so ridiculous.
It's hard to play. In every sport, it's hard to play defense, man. Good gosh. Good call.
What are your guys' impressions of the 49ers' big free agent signing, Javon Hargrave? Oh, they've been their best defensive player. Yeah, top 3.
No, Fred Warner's been the best defensive player, but I'm waiting. He ain't playing bad, and they're 2-0, but especially if you're going to tell me, Steiny and Evan, that Bosa's being double-teamed 55% of the time.
40.
Whichever
That's Aaron Donald.
Get to the quarterback, man. Because you're Stafford, he's really good. Future Hall of Famer, I believe, but he was back there dicing them.
Evan doesn't think so.
Yeah. But it ain't Evan
Stafford in the Hall of Fame.
He ain't like pissed off if you want to get in.
He's fuming. He's fuming.
We talked about it.
888-957-9570 is the number. What'd you think of that 49er game yesterday? What was the best part? What was the best part of yesterday's game if you're a San Francisco 49er fan? Don't forget, it's a Monster Monday brought to you by First 5 California to learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress. Go to first5california.com. Also, that segment was brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Jump into the conversation, 888-957-9570.
Hi, this is Carson Daly, inviting you to be part of Odyssey's mental health initiative, I'm Listening.
a shot. Darion Kendrick had a shot. But it's Deebo Samuel who ends up with 6.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Kevin Kugler, Fox Sports. Deebo Samuel, touchdown. First guy almost had him back at the 10.
Almost.
Slithered that leg up.
Debo. Steiny, give me another comp for him, man.
For
in
who?
the league now, Debo. You just what he does. Not a lot.
You mean he doesn't do a lot?
No, we know he does a lot. That's why they paid him. But I'm just saying, I can't think of another guy in the league right now that is just more
He's
menacing to bring to the ground.
So effective as a runner.
Hike it, throw it right to him. Bam.
We saw it again. You know, I guess I could see why knowing who you are. So, like, I get it. You don't like your tight end to block, which Kittle's great at. And you don't like the fact that your wide receiver, Debo, is a runner.
No, he's a bad boy. Hey, he's a bad boy.
Yeah, he is. Mm-hmm. You know, the one thing I've noticed about Deebo Samuel is he's kind of hard to bring down. You think I don't know football? Try tackling that guy.
In your fantasy.
Try tackling that guy in space.
Yeah, he's a bad boy.
Yes, you're right. I am 2-0 in fantasy.
Getting the head couldn't be bigger. I can't wait till you take a L. No, seriously, I can't wait.
Why?
Because you change when you win.
Let me
You're the guy that loves the game when it's working for you, but then when you're losing, you hate it.
Let me just remind you of something, like just FYI.
Oh, thank you, E.
Just because sometimes I think you need to understand this. It's not real football. It's fantasy football.
Which is predicated off of real results.
Right. It's fantasy football.
Yeah.
It's not real football.
Then why is your head big as Jack?
It's not.
It's from Jack in the Box.
I understand.
Couldn't even get it in this morning.
It's have you noticed words mean it's fantasy football.
But
fantasy. It's for people who aren't good enough to play or coach.
More than 90% of the world.
That's right.
But
so get it through your head.
Are based off of real results.
Fantasy.
Yeah, but the points are based off of real results.
You're not really coaching.
I never thought
you have no rapport or relationship with any of these guys on your team.
When you Jetson a dude and put him on the waiver wire,
you don't even have their autograph.
Please. I talk to my team.
Yeah.
You're out of here.
Yeah. Just one more. It's fantasy.
This guy.
Colin in San Jose. What's up, Colin? How you doing?
Hey, how you doing? Happy Monday. Happy beautiful weather over here. I had a couple of points. I was watching the game yesterday, and, you know, it was a heartbreaker when Brock Purdy did overthrow those couple throws. But right afterwards, I thought about it. I was like, this is impressive. This guy is being able to throw 40 yards down the field. This is something later on down the season. Potentially could be a killer threat to for every other team in the NFL. I mean, if this guy can put it together and hit those 40-yarders later on down the year with his wide receivers, I think we'll be unstoppable. It's a matter of time that he connects on those. And I was impressed. And second thing is, the big thing was Steve Wilks with the defense. You know, I was just kind of waiting to see if there's going to be any adjustments. It's going to be the whole game is going to be like this. The fact that he came out, adjustments were made, man coverage became more of a thing. I was blown away. I was like, okay, we have a good defensive coach. He can think on the ball, change it up. We're not just going to be the same thing all 4 quarters. I loved it. That's all I had, guys. Appreciate it.
Yeah, appreciate the call.
Another happy fan.
Appreciate the call, Colin. Who was the guy who called in earlier and said, I'm giving them no credit? What was his name again?
He was harsh. I forget, but yeah.
He was Mike.
Yeah,
Mike I'm giving them no credit.
Yeah.
Guys were out of position all day. Purdy can't hit the broadside of a barn. Deebo fumbled.
The interceptions weren't really interceptions.
Right.
He was hard. But they're like that, Stoney. Fan is short for fanatic.
Few of them are like that. Yeah. Very small percentage.
And then the other guy used what word? He was grateful.
Exactly.
I had never heard that one.
AJ's in Fremont. He was at the game. Wasn't the only Niner fan at the game. What's up, buddy?
I am not even a fan. I'm a diehard fan.
Oh.
And I was in both the games. We had the championship game where we lost to Rams. That was a year and a half back. I drove down there with my son, and that's something we do. I mean, we promise ourselves that next time when we'll come back, we'll go home with a victory. And I'm telling you, man, coming home was fun. And my driving was cool. We were playing songs, and, that was the good stuff. Now, overall, the game was great. We are 2-0. So, again, thankful to the team that did. Everybody showed up. I mean, I know there were, few issues. We can all sit down and talk about Brock Purdy overthrowing, defense not showing until third quarter. But end of the day, guys, hats off to Brock Purdy. Knowing that he's one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL today, he's a head which is not big. It's like his head down. He's humble. He came on the podium. He said, listen, I did mistakes. I need to fix those issues. So that's a good news, right? I mean, it's not like unlike other quarterbacks coming up and, blaming on other team players. So that was a good thing, right? We have a blessing in the team, and the blessing is our kicker. I mean, after a long time, we have a kicker who can, just imagine 52-yarders, man. When's the last time we had somebody hit a 52-yarder? That was a great thing. We have a great kicker right now in the team. The only issue right now that I see, and again, I'm not an expert, I'm just a fan. I see is that we need to have a solid cornerback, because of the fact is that we do not use our tight ends to score. We're using Kittle for blocking, but teams like Chiefs, they depend on the quarterbacks. And those quarterbacks the tight ends, and those tight ends are big. And having a guy like Ward on those, big guys, is not a good comparison. So having a $40 million worth of cap, I think that we should, sign up some good cornerbacks if they're available. But overall, great play. It was a great coming back. And it's good to be a Niners fan. And the last thing I didn't like about this entire situation is they have this fake noise in the stadium where they say, hey, who's hot, and it's Rams, and they there's like a fake noise. It's not like the real fan, when people scream.
Appreciate the call, AJ.
Wow, AJ. That's a cornerstone.
Here's Purdy on his overthrows.
I just overthrew him, on the one to BA, the one Debo, and then JJ on that third down. Yeah, it's just those are on me. I got to be better. I got to hit them in stride and not overthrow them. Simple as that.
Yeah.
And I can't remember, and this is why I'm just taking it so easy on the kids, Stoney. I can't remember those, like a lot of those throws downfield like that since he's taken over. So, okay, it was a one-off, and we'll, if it rears its head again, we'll speak on it. But, yeah, I'm not going to say this is a trait. I just was like, they're going downfield. They could have been home runs.
More Purdy.
No, I don't think so. We've hit those, deep balls and whatnot at practice and everything. It's just, comes down when the bullets are flying, being able to make an accurate throw and, not overthrow them, don't underthrow them, but just be on point. And so, that's what you got to do as an NFL quarterback, and I take that on myself.
God, accountability.
When the bolts are flying?
Bullets.
Yeah. Because the bolts weren't flying again this weekend.
Now, why would you do that? Why would you do it? You shot an 83 at the golf course. You're feeling good. You're 2-0, but you got to rub Evan's face.
Absolutely. Because the other thing is, do we just allow guys to change their favorite teams when things get difficult?
No.
Well, he said he's not a Charger fan anymore.
Evan, this dude's snitching on you.
He said but how about this?
What team did he say?
The Ravens. He likes the Ravens now.
Oh, boy.
I also love how Steiny's the gatekeeper of fandom as someone that does not affiliate himself with any fan in the world.
And he's got this smug look like he enjoys every second of it.
See, one of the reasons I'm not a fan is because there are rules that you should adhere to. But apparently a lot of people don't. But I'm glad that I can be true to myself. You'll never know what that feels like to be true to yourself if you're going to be rooting for the Ravens.
You're the real TiVo. T-I-V-O.
Yeah.
People say stuff around you and you just have no reaction, but you're recording everything.
Yeah.
You actually believe me, though?
I'm like, but Evan, I didn't.
I can't stand the way, and you know what? I know he's not here, but I can't stand the way you and Spadoni fan.
Dude, what?
And you
Please
too,
do not put me in the same category.
You too, Goo.
I know about me. You hate everything I do.
No.
But let me tell you what.
No.
I just had an epiphany.
Here we go.
Oh, boy.
Give it another try.
Yeah, I have a thought. I have an announcement. Thursday, I'm coming in with this jersey. Okay. Trucker wore that. I'm wearing this game. I'm wearing it Thursday, Steiny. The dude put all that effort in cash. I'm wearing it Thursday.
Cash.
Y'all give me a pass. I'm wearing it Thursday. Yep. Good. I got to do it. And then he called.
Trucker 23 sent us a
VIP forever
49er jersey.
When you wear yours. Let's do it Thursday.
Did you say let's?
Yeah.
We'll see.
Yeah.
I said what I said.
We'll see.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go.
No, the one play.
Oh.
I just can't get over McVay not challenging the D. I don't think he was told. I don't think that even the announcers are like, what do you got to lose? Throw the flag, and if you miss it, you miss it. But there was so much at stake with that possession. And I do get worried, Steiny, about Debo when he's close to the sideline, that ball coming out. Like, I'm always looking for it. Not that he has a problem, but it's come out. And I just can't believe McVay didn't, like, dude, we're almost done here. Challenge it and see. And you could be onto something. They told them, but that would have been said on the broadcast.
Wow. 510 says it's blasphemy if you wear that shirt, Goo.
Not if
this
somebody.
This is the position you put yourself in.
If I go purchase it, it's that. But for somebody to show the love they showed you and I, Trucker 23, I got to put that on my back, Jack.
Be honest, Steiny. When he asked what jersey you wanted to say an Eagles jersey.
That was awkward.
Not at all.
A bird.
I was thinking of like a team in the middle of nowhere that,
he could make.
No, just that somebody wouldn't take offense to in the Bay Area. I like Bo. Bosa is my favorite 49er player. Let's see what he had to say yesterday. Get a sack. Jeez. That's no sacks in the past 5 games for Bosa.
I was waiting on that.
1 in the past 7. 1 sack in the last 7 games. Nicky, let's go.
I'm not too concerned about it. I feel good. I think I needed a couple games to get my body into football shape for sure. You can't simulate it. I think now that I'm through 2 and I've had some pretty good output for this one, I think I'm only going to be up from here.
There you go.
Yeah, nothing to see here. He said it.
What about, how'd you judge your play today, Nick?
I watched the tape. I think I improved from last week for sure. I was a little more comfortable. I had some answers to some of the things they were throwing at me, and definitely some things I want to work on, which is tough, especially Thursday night. But I'm happy we won.
God, that's a good dude, man. Hey, watch out, Danny Dimes, Sonny. He said, you can't manipulate not being out there for camp, even though he was working out. I'll give him that. I'll give him 8 quarters of working it out.
Who, Bosa?
Bosa. And they're like, you didn't have a bad game, but it's just like you guys talk about the pressures. He was part of that. But we're used to him, getting to the QB. And Javon, we're still waiting. Well, he got a sack last week, but yeah.
Dre's in Lemoore. Hey, Dre, what's up, buddy?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Talk to us.
Another Niner victory, a close one. Let me give the Rams some credit. They played good defense. Let me give the Niners their credit. They got the turnovers, which won the game. Purdy impressed me, guys. Did he impress you?
Apparently not Guru.
No, he did not. He didn't play a bad game,
I
Dre.
thought he was good.
He missed some throws, but he took care of the ball. He's been steady Freddy.
That's what he was. I noticed he didn't throw the ball to be intercepted. There was plays he threw away. He did not hit the guys that were open long. Need to get maybe a little more a la Russell Wilson, a little moonshot there. They seem to go more of a Colin Kaepernick straight line. I hate to compare him to Colin, but that's the way the ball seemed to go to me. But it'll come through. The kid's smart. The team's well. But I got to tell you one thing about the Rams. That wide receiver, that Nuala guy.
Mm-hmm. Puka Nacua.
I picked him up on my fantasy team, but I didn't start him today.
Oh.
That was a coaching mistake on my part.
How many points was that, Dre, you missed, you think?
Oh, in my league, it's a high-scoring league, so it had to be at least 40.
Oh, good Lord.
You hate to see it.
Yeah, you're on the hot seat, Dre.
Hang in there.
Boy.
Hang in there, Dre.
What's going to happen when Kupp comes back? Them two? Boy.
Nothing. They'll
have more weaponry is what I'm saying.
Let me tell you what's going to happen. They're not.
I'm listening.
It's not going to work. They're the exact same kind of receiver. They're the exact same kind of receiver.
Well, we'll find. McVay will find a way.
We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Yeah, Rams did good for themselves. I thought that thing was going to be Oklahoma against Chabot Gladiators, 30-3.
Yeah, that's to me. Honest to goodness, this is where Kyle. I do believe him. There's something about Nakua where he's like, I don't care if he puts up numbers. I don't care if he gets 9 yards a pop because they're going to have to go 80 yards to do it. And I don't want to take anything away from the guy, but you got to give something up at some point.
Well, they gave up 300 yards in the air.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, their defense was
there? I'm telling you how I watched the game. I was like, could the Rams pull this off? Did that ever cross your mind?
Yeah, sure.
Well, then, man, Stoney, that was because I would have told you before, liquidate all assets.
Well, you lost that bet.
Yeah, but we know.
But this is what we do because we are in the Bay Area. We just assume, what's the spread? 7.5. Oh, Niners will cover. They'll win 30-10 because they're.
My gosh, it was man.
They pay the other team.
Yeah. What did Bonte say? It's a division game, Goo.
Yeah. Let's see. We got 2 hours of watching First Take. Get up, the NFL Network, and maybe 40 seconds on the 49ers. That's all right. You got plenty of time.
But that is true. The Niners get no run.
I'm not going to say that.
Nationally.
No, I'm not going to say that.
Well, the dude told you watch 4 shows. I got them all on my DVR too. But they start off with.
I'm not see.
You wrote the creds,
this is where,
talk to me.
Somebody just brings up a narrative, and I'm not just going to accept it. Oh, they're sleeping on the Niners national. Prove it. Prove it. That's just something you say as a Niner fan. It's the same thing the Eagles fan. We don't get enough credit. We're not getting enough credit. Every team.
Well, he was talking run. Like if you watch the show, Stoney, they talk Niners, but it ain't a lot.
Yeah, 49ers get just as much credit as everybody else.
Well, it's not credit; it's just conversation.
Yeah, they get just as much conversation as everybody else.
You are wrong.
Nope. Yep. Not wrong.
You don't watch like I watch, and that person that typed in.
Yeah. Well, the bottom line is 49ers are one of the most talked about teams in the NFL. So if you think they're not, you're wrong. I mean, you're just wrong.
And you're basing that on what?
I'm basing
you don't watch any of the shows the guy just mentioned.
You didn't say it. I didn't. Of course I do. Every time I come in,
there's no volume.
I'm watching it, and I can see the ticker. A lot of 49er talk. How spoiled are we that we can play one of the most undisciplined games of football in recent memory? Jeez. And Hank, they were more undisciplined in week 1, weren't they?
11 penalties.
11 penalties. Yeah. How many penalties did they have yesterday? Didn't seem like a lot. It wasn't. I mean, how could it? Hold on a sec here. 650. How can it be one of the most undisciplined games in recent memory when they had no turnovers?
But maybe he meant people out of position, like the callers pointed to, that felt like guys were out of position. Oh, okay. But it was. Come on.
Is that text from Bob Ladouceur?
Niners had 6 penalties for 57 yards.
Totally acceptable. Yeah. Completely acceptable.
2 of 9 on third down. You want to fix that.
You know what? And here's the other thing. Hey, prove to me you know that. Fans, you want to be a fan. Prove to me you know somebody was out of position before you say it. Please. You know when I know someone's out of position? When a coach says it. Man. When a coach says it.
Everybody thinks
not when a fan says it. Not when a fan says it. Thank you, 925. Niners were all over the national media last week. We're also number 1 in damn near every power ranking. I mean, the biggest story in the NFL is Brock Purdy. What are you talking about, people? They're getting plenty of respect. Yeah.
Look at you.
Yeah, see? You know. They get plenty of a guru. Who cares about getting
what if I told you the Rams ran 78 plays to the Niners 54? And again, that happened. Stoney, they held the ball.
They lost.
No, that is a fact.
Right.
No doubt about that.
The San Francisco 49ers have gone on the road their first 2 games. They've scored 60 points and committed 1 turnover. They're good. They're good. Now they play the New York Giants.
Football Giants.
Gutsy win for them yesterday.
Down 100 points and come back, boy.
Who'd they beat again?
Arizona.
I almost turned that game off.
Arizona.
I mean, I thought that game was over. Oh, the Arizona's got that new quarterback.
Well, he ain't new.
Woo!
Dobbs.
Dobbs is good, man.
I wonder how many people have him on fantasy. I'm going to say not many.
Well, I got Cousins.
We know.
Yeah.
You should have said that when the guy asked you what jersey you wanted. That was your real answer.
Shoot, that's
that
right.
That was your answer.
Trucker 23, get me a Cousins.
Yeah, white.
But you know what? I'm throwing you a curveball. Get me a Cousins 49ers jersey. I'll wear it next year, baby.
You are, what's that word? Deranged.
Yee.
Yeah.
Yee, get it? Yee. Yeah, like Kanye.
I got it. All right.
Just saying.
Dude, I'm wearing this Thursday.
Good for you.
Well,
it's going to be pretty tight.
Dibs and Willard will be. It's a 2X.
Exactly.
I know what you're doing. I know why you said that.
Why?
Because that picture I put up Friday on my Twitter. I know what you're doing.
I haven't been on Twitter.
I had the
in 4
before and
weeks.
after march in when I was at the golf course of my face and my body.
I didn't see it.
You did. That's why you went
I'm
there.
not on.
But you
Twitter.
saw it. That's why you did that cheap shot.
I didn't see it.
Well, why would
What
you
did
say
you-
it'd be too tight? It's a 2X.
Because you're a 3X.
I play no 3X. You saw the picture. I know what you did.
I did not see the picture. Please explain what you did that I should have cared about.
I had a before and after. Somebody helped me send soda, and a before I was with St. Jean at a venue we had, and then the new picture when I golfed, and you could see that you're 26 pounds.
Golf was about a month ago.
It don't matter. It was August. You are a little.
So-
boy, I wish I could. Boy,
Usually what they
You
do
are
is
a
they go.
hater.
Usually what they do is
We
they
gotta
go
go. We gotta go.
before and after.
That's what it was.
No, but you get a newer picture now. Come on. 888-957-9570 is the number. Guru looking good. Oh, man. Go to his Twitter page right now at dddguru.com. And he is going to. Well, you're looking good. It's all sponsored by Ashley Furniture Home Stores.
Fall is almost here, and at Ashley, seasonal decorating is a breeze.
running back. Didn't need the fullback. He takes it himself to put 6 on the board.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Kevin Kugler, Fox Sports. That's the biggest play of the game right there, as far as I'm concerned.
Yep, I'm with you.
888-957-9570. Niners got down 17-10. Got the ball with 1:45 left in the second quarter. Marched the length of the field. Purdy takes it in. And we're tied at 17 at half. And it could have been down 17-10 with the Rams getting the ball. But Kyle Shanahan, gutsy. And it pays off for the San Francisco 49ers.
No doubt. And again, Brock Purdy is undefeated in any game that he started and finished upright. So that's a hell of a stat for him. But the bottom line is, we talked about it before the season kicked off, can the San Francisco 49ers, because they're so loaded, can they get home field advantage? And that's what it's about, Steiny, stacking wins. And again, I know this is not college, but I'm kind of I have them so high, ranked so high. They were number 1 in my power rankings that I didn't expect the Rams to even keep it remotely close. So shame on me, and it'll be interesting to see how they follow up this performance Thursday. But it's about yesterday, and you could say it's a short sample size, but that decision to go for it right before half, Steiny, lets me know that Kyle's emotionally invested all the way in on, I got a powerful team. I got the better team. There's no way I'm settling for 3.
Here is Kyle Shanahan on what allowed the Niners to separate themselves.
I mean, there was a lot of stuff that happened with all 3 phases. You know, I think what sealed it and allowed us to separate ourselves was the 2 turnovers we got. One, Demo, awesome job jumping that. And then Isaiah on the other with the tip. And then we didn't turn it over on O. I missed a couple that we had a chance on to get that score going. So we weren't perfect in that way, but I was just pumped the way we finished. Getting those turnovers was huge, and especially that 4th and 1 with Isaiah there towards the end of the game, being able to stop them in that run to get the ball back to work the clock a little bit.
Kyle Shanahan after the victory yesterday over the L.A. Rams. And Kyle will meet the media again today, like he always does on a Monday. We'll turn around some of that sound. Later on in the show, wasn't worried too much about the Niners, seen them throwing short with our DBs playing soft, but was confident Wilks would adjust at halftime, and the second half of the game would determine the winner, and that's exactly what.
Let me read this to you, 650. Can y'all talk a little bit about why Wilks started Lenore at nickel and Thomas at cornerback? Again, obviously they adjusted it, but why start like that twice? Oliver should be nickel and Lenore our cornerback too. And again, that's something about this Niner team, just the secondary as a whole, Steiny. I'll be watching. And if you're going to tell me, and you're not the only one, that, you know, Matt Stafford was getting the ball out in time, and that's the reason, I felt like the Steelers had some passing yards they left on the field because of some erratic throws. But I will be watching to see if the Giants try to air it out against the Niners, because in years past you could try, it wasn't going to be successful. But again, the Rams had over 300 yards passing the rock, and maybe that was by design. I don't believe so. And the Niners lost time of possession, and we know how much Kyle likes to own the ball. So we'll see and watch this secondary as they grow moving forward. But I'm going to tell you this, Donnie, if Wilks has to blitz to get pressure, and you can't rely on the front 4, because that's a sign of a great defense. When you don't have to blitz, you leave yourself open on the back end to get hit if you don't get home on the blitz. So we'll watch that. And if Bosa's saying, you know what, Goo, I'm working it out, I'll be back, maybe they don't have to blitz in the oncoming weeks. But it is something I'm watching.
From the 510 on the Xfinity Mobile text line, let's give a small shout out to Mr. Perfect. I've never heard this before. Legatron Moody.
Yeah.
For overcoming his preseason misses. Yeah. Okay, Legatron.
He can't miss right now.
This is Deebo Samuel on the 49ers offense.
Oh, 100%. We're going to watch this hard. We know Kyle's going to come down on us hard for us. You know, we missed a lot of opportunities out there. I feel like we left like 4 touchdowns out there. But, you know, that's what practice for. That's what we're going to keep building week in and week out to get better in that area.
Yeah. They left 4 touchdowns out
so
there.
was he saying Brock missed 3? I don't know, but he said 4 real quick. So is he talking about those 3 passes, Donnie? I don't know. But,
So it should have been 58-23.
Well, you do think, what if he would have connected on those, and they still scored on some of them, but Debo said about 4, that's all.
408, we learned Sean McVay is petty. Couldn't beat the Niners, so he beat the Gamblers. Who bet?
No? You itemized rule number 9. Is that how far it went down?
Something like that.
So there was a method to the madness.
It's part of the tiebreaker criteria comes down to points a lot of times.
So he's unlike Gabe Kapler. He knows the rules. Yeah, he knows all the rules.
I mean, I'm
bylaws.
listen, I'm just assuming. that's what he was thinking. But it was
you read
30-20.
it. It's in there. It matters. If it came down to that.
No doubt about it.
Let's hope that's it. Because investigation.
Let's go to Sufi. Sufi's in Stockton. Hey, what's going on?
Hey, guys.
Hey.
It's a great win back in Levi South, but I had a question about reducing the load on some of our star players. I was thinking like a player like Kyle Juszczyk has been underutilized so far this season. Getting him into the passing game can probably get some of our players like McCaffrey a rest.
Well, McCaffrey only touched it 23 times total yesterday between the rushes and receptions. And there were a lot of people on X, formerly Twitter, mad at Kyle that they weren't featuring McCaffrey enough at the end. That thought didn't cross my mind at all. You?
So let me get this straight.
Like they wanted more McCaffrey at the end.
In week 1, everybody got mad because he played too long. Okay, and now in week 2, everybody's mad because he didn't play enough or get the ball.
Well, the game was a blowout week 1.
23 touches.
Yeah, that's a lot.
I know it is.
I think it also might be because someone like Elijah Mitchell or Jordan Mason didn't touch the ball at all. Like, he was the only running back
Mitchell
who
was
ran
a healthy
the ball.
scratch. Or he was healthy, but he didn't play.
Yeah, exactly.
Elijah Mitchell.
Yeah, exactly.
He was one of four guys on the roster, I believe, who were active but didn't play. 888-957-9570 is the number. 49ers moved to 2-0 with a win over, I don't know, are they still the team's biggest rivalry, the LA Rams? And they win at 30-23. The Giants come into Levi Stadium for the home opener on Thursday. 5-1-0. You know what? Hello, I'm a big fan of you guys. Can you please tell me why our defensive coordinator is not on the field with the other coaches? No, we talked about that with Cam Inman. I guess certain D coordinators have their preferences, and he likes to be up in the booth.
And to his credit, Stoney, he made adjustments, and they worked.
No doubt about it. It is Monster Monday, brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Steiny and Guru with you, and we're talking about the 49ers. And the Brock Purdy, another solid game by Brock Purdy. I think that's a game that you look at and say, well, he didn't win it for us, but he certainly didn't lose it for us. He made no egregious errors. And look, that's half the battle with the 49ers. They're talented enough that if you don't hurt yourself at the quarterback position, you're going to give yourself a chance to win. And Purdy's been he's just been terrific now for 10 games in the NFL. No doubt.
I mean, it's actually incredible. If we put everything out there just about how they got him, where they got him, but we've heard that a million times. But the bottom line is, all I can say bad or remotely non-flattering about yesterday's performance from him, Stein, is he left some yards on the field. But other than that, I talked about it. They got the ball. What did he do? 6 of 6, leads his team down there to the end zone, and missed a couple throws. But other than that, like you said, another win.
Brandon Ayuk, we'll find out about his shoulder, see if he can go on Thursday. He was hurt early in that game. Against the Rams. To me, the 2 big plays. And what do you think they were, 49er fans, at 888-957-9570? To me, it's Purdy's quarterback sneak, and then the the 49ers intercepting the Rams on a just flat-out drop by Williams.
No doubt.
That kind of changed the complexion of the game in the second half. But the 49ers win a solid game. 888-957-9570. That was probably the worst game Purdy's ever played. And it was 0 turnovers and 30 points.
So far?
I guess I just don't like he did not play badly. Like that's the thing. I mean, I guess it could be his worst game, but even if it's his worst game, he was still pretty good.
Because Kyle dialed on those throws, even though you said it, Donnie, they're not mistakes, but there's not been a game in the past where I've turned off the Niner game and I've been like, damn, if Purdy could have hit him to the point to where guys were open or beat, and Kyle dialed it up perfect. That's all.
Perry in San Ramon. What's going on, Perry? How you doing?
Hey, what's up, boys? How you guys doing?
Hey.
Pretty good, yeah. Watching that big Niner win last night, it was pretty good. Yeah, I had a lot of takeaways. I thought Brock played pretty well. He distributed the ball well. You got to think about it. He's, not even completed a full rookie season, right? And he's dropping back, and he has a composure in the pocket like some of these veterans who've been in the league for at least 15, 20 years. I mean, I'm watching Brock pull off these plays. He's hanging in there, and if you saw during the second quarter, or he pulled out that pass to Jennings, I mean, that was pretty clutch. But one of my favorite parts of the games was CMC, man. When he took that long run to the house, I mean, he does not have any fear. And at the end of the run, I don't know who tripped him up. You guys might know. What is his name again, guys? What's his name?
Oh, he's a guy he had words with.
Witherspoon.
Nice.
Yeah, Witherspoon tripped him up, but then CMC put a stiff arm right to the next dude's face, and he was going straight at him. And when he popped up, man, listen, that dude had something to say, but I started laughing and chuckling so hard when CMC started throwing back right in his head. And then he said the B word, and they kept showing that over and over. Oh, man, that must have been one of the highlights of the game. But, I mean, when you put Debo out there, and it's not just Debo, it's a Debo machine. But we've got to be careful on the utilization. And I think the way that Kyle is setting up the play calls, distributing the ball, and with Brock not having the fear and stepping up in the pocket and just drilling it. I mean, Kyle was on point when he said he's letting it loose. He's letting it rip. And he's letting it rip in the games. So I know that we can take 2 steps back and Monday morning quarterback, and we all peel back and reflect, right? I mean, that's the best part of looking backwards is reflect, and then we can progress forward. But if I look at Brock Purdy, yeah, I think you guys are right. Maybe he didn't have his greatest game in the world, but he didn't throw an interception.
Yep.
He didn't fumble the ball. He actually made some pretty good decisions on that at the end of the game, towards the end of the I forget when it was exactly, when he threw the ball out of bounds, but then the next play, it was the first half, right? And then QB sneaked it in.
Oh, yeah, that was the big play of the game right there at the end of the first half. Appreciate the call.
So was he saying Debo, who rushed it 5 times, Steiny, and caught 6 passes, targeted 9 times, is he saying that was overuse for Debo? Because that's just a walk in the park for the old Debo model.
Everybody's worried about workload with the Niners. I've already seen
Debo's workload in Pittsburgh was kind of non-existent. Wasn't much.
Well, there's only going to be one guy who gets a consistent workload, and that's McCaffrey. Probably. 559 wasn't worried too much about the Niners. Saw them throwing short with our DBs, playing soft, but was confident we'll adjust, no doubt about it. Yeah, by the way, McCaffrey didn't take it to the house on that long run. Took it to the doorstep. Yeah. Took it to the welcome mat.
Yeah. Second week in a row, he almost took it to the house.
Yeah. He tried to wait for another blocker like he did last week, too.
But you love emotion. That's what they call it. You love barking. That's why I love me some T.O.'s, Steiny. He always let it out.
Apparently he's still letting it out.
Well, that's a 4. Draymond Green. You love that stuff. You love fire, man. People don't like boring. Oh, here's the ball, ref. People like fire. And McCaffrey has it. Brock Purdy has it. This Niner, Kyle has it. When he does a fist thing when they get a touchdown or first, Kyle. He does yeah. Yeah, baby.
See,
You wouldn't do that. You're like Dick Vermeil.
I don't consider McCaffrey like emotional.
But he got emotional on that run.
Somebody got in his face.
What was the guy saying after he got 180 yards on you? What can you say?
By the way, the play where Debo caught it out of the backfield and he starts pointing to pick up a blocker, and the guy just was like, "Yeah, don't worry about that, Debo. I'm going to stick you out of bounds." This is a great play by that guy.
Wait, you sure he wasn't pointing at the guy that he truck sticked on his way for a 20-yard run?
That boy is bad.
It was a 20-yard run, but he ended up getting stuck. Debo.
I think you should watch that again.
Yeah.
I think Debo was the one that laid the shoulder.
Yeah, I'm with you, Evan.
One guy was on the ground.
I know,
it wasn't number 19.
It's a 49er.
Oh, my boy.
Yeah, the other guy, 19, popped up too, baby.
19's Debo.
No, the guy for the Rams popped right back up. Why don't you take a look at that one again?
But he received the brunt of it.
Who?
The Rams
He
guy.
hit that. He hit him
Debo's a truck.
Okay.
Yeah. That's
great. Do you think he's the greatest player of all time?
Why would you ask that? Because I've never said it.
Well, I mean,
I'm the guy
God
saying,
forbid somebody. God forbid somebody
Debo.
put a good shot on Debo.
Oh, stop.
You know what? No.
He was
you're
on the turf too. He
You're right.
got hit.
No,
Debo
you're
will lay down.
Yeah, you're right.
It's
No.
football, Steiny.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah,
appreciate it. Well, then why do you think every team's going to win by 30? If it's football,
I got a new
National
mechanism.
Football
I'm not
League.
going to respond.
Are you getting hurt and back into the game? NBA
Toughing it
Players
out.
League.
Now, why would they compare that to the league?
Not sure. Not sure.
I was like, guys, it's week 2. If that shoulder from
you guys could never be coaches. Seriously. You
know, Coach St. Anne's.
Quit coaching scared. You guys are so scared of so scared of injury. Well, then don't play him. And don't play McCaffrey. You know what? McCaffrey's so valuable. Let's keep him out of the lineup. Come on,
No, your
people.
boy was down after every pass.
Come on.
I was like, just come on
You're
now.
right. I couldn't.
I'm
Wasn't it
worried
just
about
you?
his availability Thursday.
You just said it's football.
Yeah.
Okay.
But if I see a guy that's in pain after every, what are we doing here? We got 15 more of these things.
So
and probably more than that.
So
'cause
should
we're
you
going
hold
to
him
the
out
playoffs.
Thursday? Not playing Thursday.
I need a report on how severe the injury is. But I wouldn't be flabbergasted if he didn't play.
No, but this is like this whole idea of guys are they're playing too long into games, and maybe it's the third game of the year. It's not about limiting guys right now. It's about getting off to a fast start. I've never understood why people don't want their star players to play.
Well, Aaron Rodgers on line 1, even though that was different, but that can happen. And then you're without him.
Go. That happened on the 4th play of the game.
But
Aaron Rodgers.
But it happened.
Right. What does that have to do with anything?
When you feel the brunt of guys getting injured.
So what are you going to do?
It's not a video game.
So they should have so the 49ers, to be careful, should take Purdy out after 3 plays?
No, Brock didn't get hit. We're not talking about Brock. I'm just talking the way Ayuk was laying down after every attempt. I'm like, hey, to his credit, he toughed it out, but what are we doing? If he wouldn't have went back in, I would have been fine.
All right. I guess. I mean, you got to play to win games. What are your thoughts on the Patriots special team edge rusher on the kick block?
It was beautiful.
You think we're going to get more of that from other teams?
We saw that play. Right. Came in. Yeah. He was lined up somewhere, came in motion, and went and blocked the kick. It was incredible. And we're not going to see that a lot.
He came in from the edge, right?
Yeah.
And then
he kind of he kind of tricked him.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, it's a play we just saw on TV a minute ago. Okay. What were the key plays of yesterday's game, 49er fans? Give me 3 or 4 key plays. What do you think were the difference in that game? Good.
Can my answer be the drive before half?
Yes.
It was just there's no way Brock Purdy. And I'm kind of putting it on him, but that was the Allen Iverson. That was the answer. That was the biggest answer. You telling me the Rams are going to have just the mental fortitude to be able to go through a halftime and knowing they're up and maybe shocking the world? The Niners came down with Brock Purdy leading them down to score, and the way that they score, they kind of just Stoney, that was humongous to me, man. It just was.
I mean, they scored in minute 45. I thought that was just a
relatively easy. Well, obviously it's fourth down, but damn.
I mean, they shredded the Rams on that drive. They didn't even have a timeout. They got back in 17 to 17 at halftime. 888-957-9570 is the number. San Francisco 49ers, they go to 2-0 with a victory over the Rams. What about Kyle Shanahan? How do you like the game that he called yesterday? Anything about Kyle Shanahan? His game yesterday. I mean, I think he made the call of the game with a quarterback sneak.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you can talk about what would happen if he doesn't make it, but the point is moot. He made it, and they go in, tie 17-17. So I thought that was a big, that was obviously a big call. And the other thing, Goo, I think we got a field goal kicker who's going to allow Kyle Shanahan to try to kick field goals over 55 yards.
I mean, the goal, obviously, Stein, is you don't want him to have a heavy load. But man, nobody's talking crap about that draft pick because I mean he's perfect. And then one thing about the Kyle question you just posed. Now, he was in his bag so much, Steiny, that when he was in his bag, he kind of doesn't get credit for it when you boil it down to the overthrows. Imagine if those hits, what are we talking about in regard to production, even from Brock Purdy, because he would have been the one to deliver it. But I thought Kyle called an excellent game. Everybody ate. He mixed Debo in, and I'm going to tell the Rams this. Not only do you got a McCaffrey problem, but before that problem even reared its head, you had a Debo problem because you could never stop him. And it was just funny to see Debo do his thing against the Rams again. But Kyle called some great plays, and the best one, Steiny, didn't get executed.
From the 206, why didn't Elijah Mitchell play? Need him to get touches? Well, probably because it was a one-score game.
I bet we see him this week, Steiny.
We might.
To rest C-Mac.
I mean, again,
give him
you really want to take Christian McCaffrey out of a one-score game?
Well,
I don't.
I didn't lie.
I mean, to me, Mitchell comes in when you're up 2 scores to kind of run out the clock. But you know what? Maybe Mitchell didn't play yesterday because he will play a lot on Thursday. That would actually make some sense. I think you're right on that. 888-957-9570 is the number. It is a Monster Monday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru with you. And the San Francisco 49ers are now 2-0. They beat the Steelers week 1. They beat their division rivals, the L.A. Rams, yesterday 30-23. What'd you think of that game? All systems go for the San Francisco 49ers, right? 888-957-9570. We'll talk about it on the other side.
It's a trap! Watch parties aren't what they used to be.
Welcome to today's matinee.
Ever since we got Xfinity, my little sister and her friends...
Twitch and YouTube right now. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union, the smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple online application process.
Niners are pregnant with greatness.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, what concert only costs you 45 cents? 50 Cent with Nickelback. Mm-hmm. Come on, E.
That's a 4.
Come on, E. Give it to me.
That's pretty good, Steiny.
By the way, this is an idea of, this is why I'm a tool. So I'm looking at The Athletic, and it says Los Angeles receiver Puka Nacua broke 2 NFL records Sunday against that for the most catch. One of the records is for the most catches in a player's first 2 games. That's not a record. That's just something that's notable. It's not a record. Records are things that you know. Who had the record? Who had the record? I'm asking you, who had the record for most catches in their first 2 games, if it's a record? Exactly.
Who has the Guinness Book of World Records for the tallest or the largest middle finger? Like, that's still a record.
Yeah. Or holding their breath the longest.
No. Okay, so there's a record. What about, is there a record for receivers who've caught the most passes after 3 games?
Sure, yes. Yeah.
Who is it?
We'd have to find it.
Well, exactly.
But it's still a record.
No, it's not.
There's somebody's name, Matthew Steinmetz.
No, you have to be. The only way it's a record is if you do it over the course of a season. He's done it for a season, not 2 games. He's had a nice stretch of 2 games. There's no record.
Who has the rookie 3-point record?
I don't know, but it wasn't decided after the first 2 games.
Well, then why is it a record if you don't know what it is?
It's not. It's not a record.
But it is a record.
I'm talking about the first 2 games is not a record. What was the question? Some 3-point related?
Rookie
Steph
3-pointer.
Curry. Okay, Steph Curry. That's why.
No, I don't know.
Oh, I do know.
That's the point.
If it's a 3-point record, I guarantee it's Steph Curry.
Could be Damian Lillard.
But it's not a record until the season's complete.
What if we were at the bar and somebody...
Okay, is there any place on the internet right now where you can find what receiver holds the mark for most catches after 1 game, after 2 games, after 3 games, after 4 games? Who's the leading receiver after 8 games of first-year players? It's like nobody keeps track of that.
Well, somebody did, Stotty.
What somebody did there was they said, hey, Nakua's got 25 catches in 2 games. I'll bet you nobody's ever done that before. And they looked, and then they had to call Elias Sports Bureau, and Elias Sports Bureau's got to go, hold on,
I gotta say this.
Let us check. And then Elias Sports Bureau has to go through all the games of all first-year receivers, and they finally come up with a guy, Earl Cooper's got 19. Oh, well, he's got the record. Well, guess what? Somebody better find out who has the record after 3 games because Nacua is going to be knocking on the door again after week 3. But it's not a record.
But you just used the word record like 6 times in your previous sentence.
That's because I'm using it for effect.
Well, there are dumb records, but they're still records.
No, they're really not. No, they're really not.
You want to know who has the most receptions in NFL history after 1 game?
That's
Tom Fears, 1950, December 3rd.
There you go.
18.
You sure it wasn't Mike Fires?
Antonio Brown,
Tigers
number
pitcher?
2, November 8th, 2015 with 17.
It's a stat. It's not a record. It's a stat. By the way, at 2:09, Steiny, overall, did the Rams' offense first half was it more dynamic than the Niners? Well, you tell me. You tell me. I mean, they just... The 49ers
There's no
just
wrong answer in saying yes. I want to say yes, it was, because they were up. But there was your boy was catching everything.
Dynamic? That's the key word there to me, dynamic. I think the 49ers offense is pretty dynamic. I mean, I'm not saying the Rams weren't, but what were they doing? They're throwing 10-yard passes. And they
a lot of passes.
They got it done, don't get me wrong. Pat's in Foster City. Hey, Pat, how you doing, buddy? What's going on? At 8.
Steiny, I guess I have to disagree with you, but I think anything that's recorded could be a record, right?
Come on, just be on my side. Just be on my
Well,
side.
I agree.
No, he can make up anything, right? So,
Yeah.
But I guess regarding the Niners game, it was fun to watch it. Watched the whole game, and I kind of came away with the offensive line still has some issues. They did the first week, I thought, and this last game. I'm used to the Niners running and getting 4 yards, maybe 5 yards on first down. And there was a lot of 2-yard, 2.5-yard runs, barely. And the same thing last week. They were trying to run up the middle, and if it wasn't like an end around or some kind of trick play or whatever, or one or two that they broke for long, most of the running game was kind of grinded.
Well, they averaged 5.7 a pop. I know McCaffrey had the long run, but on the day, 5.7 a pop.
Well, that's what it was, though, and I just I think when I add that in with the fact that Purdy missed three probably touchdown passes.
Yeah.
If he just took them a little more. You can get away with that against a team that's maybe not quite as strong, but they start playing against top teams. I worry about it. And the other thing I worry about is the pass rush. I thought the Rams' pass rush was much better than the Niners until the game was kind of salted away, and then the Niners knew that the Rams were going to have to pass. In the fourth quarter, they picked up the rush a little bit, but I thought Purdy was rushed and hassled a lot more than Stafford was in that game.
Good point.
Yeah.
So it concerns me.
Appreciate it, Pat. Good stuff. It's Pat in Foster City.
But to his point, Steiny, like I said, I'll put this on the Brock Purdy ledger. We've talked about it. The more we see him play, he's still not at a full season technically. We'll find out more about him. But what great athletes do, what great quarterbacks do week to week, Steiny, is they're consistent. So I would just tell the caller, why be worried about the overthrows if this is, to me, the first time we actually ever seen them? You know what I mean? Because you are right. What if this were a playoff game? Less than, stellar quarterbacks are bound to do, oh, man, Steiny was running wide open. Goo missed him. But if that can become a part of who I am as a quarterback. We've never seen this from Brock.
You know what bothers me a lot is I do feel like, and you tell me if sometimes I feel like 49er fans are the only fans that think their quarterback makes bad throws. You know what or the 49er fans don't realize that every quarterback's got some bad throws here and there. Like he was 17 for 25. That's almost 70%.
Yeah.
I mean, but
the big three, like he's mentioned, those could have went for touchdowns. But
let me watch the Patriots game and see what Mac Jones did. I bet you he missed some throws.
But I guess it's bigger than Mac Jones because this guy has hit the scene and been damn near perfect. So I'm still not saying he's not perfect or he's not damn good. But I will, let's just say that happens again this Thursday.
All right.
And 2 more. Then we're going to be like, oh, he might have
Did Joe Montana have a weakness?
I'm sure. Well,
everybody's got a weakness.
Yeah, but not one that the defense can manipulate week in, week out.
Well, what if Brock Purdy can't throw the bomb? What if that's his Achilles heel?
Well, then I think the end would be sooner than later because Kyle's calling up plays and everybody knows, damn, that should have been completed. Not just me. I don't think it's too much to ask my starting quarterback to hit a wide open guy on a big play. But this was the first time we saw it from Brock consistently.
Well, I mean,
so
honestly,
nothing to see here, but we got it. I got it as a footnote.
Steve's in Pleasanton. Hey, Steve, what's going on, man?
Hi, guys. I just turned on the show, and hey, you know what? Got a hell of a football team, 49ers. They're a lot of fun, and I think they're paying Purdy, learning money right now, and he's going to get his. It's a great team. But I just had one question, and I'll get off. I don't know if you guys talked about it at all. But I found it really odd that with 4 seconds left in the game, the Rams try to kick a field goal instead of going for a touchdown. I'll get off the air, man, and I'll let you guys go on. It just seems peculiar to me.
Well, why would it if the score's not going to matter, all right, then why would you say why not go for a touchdown there? Like, why? I get why you'd say why would they go for any kind of score? Fair enough. But why would the decision be they should have gone for a touchdown?
I guess why would you waste even your own team's time of bringing on the field goal unit and for a play?
How long was the field goal?
43
yards. It's a surefire.
But the question
3
is,
points.
Donnie, I guess why?
Because,
just have them heave it up. It does.
Why? No.
A lot of people. I feel like you gave me the answer and you're backing off of it.
No, I'm not.
Because they
had a sure 3 points,
and that would help if they get in a two-way tie.
Right.
Yeah, with the point
you're talking about a
differential.
Hail Mary. Like, they're going to miss on the Hail Mary 9 out of 10 times. And they're going to make the field goal 9 out of 10 times.
But a lot of people that don't know what you shared, the rule, that's the point differential rule, they feel like what was the good of
the good was 3
goal?
Points. And we'll see if it matters down the line. Yeah. It probably
that
won't.
That can be the only answer. Or to give his kicker some work.
The bottom line is that there are criteria in the NFL, tie-breaking criteria, that comes down to point differential. Yeah. And cumulative points.
That's the only thing it can be.
And if I'm down 30-20 and there's 1 second left and we're at the 25-yard line and you say, well, the odds of getting a touchdown are 10%, but the odds of you making a 3-point field goal, obviously, are 85%, I'm like, you know what? Let's take a field goal.
McVay is a different type of dude. I think. Do you think Kyle would have did the same thing in the same position?
You know what? How about this? You'd be stupid not to. You would be dumb not to score points if you have an opportunity to score points. If points are part of the tiebreaker equation, even at some point, I would think you got to start doing that, or you got to do. I think Kyle would. I don't know. Maybe not. Joe's in Idaho. What's up, Joe?
Hi, you guys. Hey, I've been watching you guys' show, and you guys are great.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it.
I have one question. Yesterday, they were saying that Purdy didn't throw a touchdown pass, which he did. He threw it to the side to Debo, and Debo broke 2 tackles to score a touchdown.
Yeah, that goes as a run, unfortunately, I think.
Wide receiver.
What? But he threw it. If he didn't throw it and he handed off to him, that would have been a rush.
I think if you throw it and it's behind the line of scrimmage, it goes as a rush now.
What?
Yeah.
Bullshit, man.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, that was a rushing touchdown.
Get him off.
Yeah. But he can talk to the rules committee. He's starting to get that changed because technically he's right, but it's a rushing touchdown.
Why not try to win the game instead of getting points, even if because it was the last play of the game. There's no way they could have
your rule,
had more than
you
one
found that
one
rule.
play.
I think it was 9th down your list. I feel like I could sleep tonight because that had to be it.
I mean, was there something to the Rams covering? Maybe.
Not for him, though. It's funny that we
for
think
his fans.
I mean, he lost fans then.
No, the Rams ended up covering for his own fans.
The world had the Niners.
I don't think that. Well, he doesn't care about them.
Yeah. I believe it should the point differential in case it's a tie.
Well, also someone chimed in that said that maybe Sean McVay wanted to create a last-second field goal kicking situation for his kicker, which wasn't actually a last-second situation. Kind of like practice.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean,
well, there you go.
Last play of the game, I understand, but all the plays before that they wasted just to get a field goal.
And all the people crying about it are the bettors. That's a fun thing. We get it, but yeah.
888-957-9570 is the number. Matt Stuyvesant, the Guru Johnson with you, and our rules expert. See, we don't have, Gene Steratore? Is that his name?
Oh, yeah, the index card guy.
Steve Javie in the NBA. And then who's the guy in the NFL? The big boy. The ref guy. Shoot, not Steratore, the other guy.
They got rid of the brother.
No, but you know the guy. He's great. I can't. Anyway, it was a backwards. Our rules expert, Rotz.
What did he say?
It was a backwards pass to
Mike
Debo.
Pereira, you're talking about.
Yes, I am talking about Pereira.
Shout out to Tex. Wow.
So it's considered a rushing TD, according to Rotz.
Our caller wanted Brock to get that touchdown.
Guru says the world had the under. Did they?
Oh, don't be. I had the Niners. I didn't even want to touch the under. I had the Niners.
They must have thought you said under.
No, Well, I picked Niners. I'm lost on. I ain't undefeated no more on the show picks. I think you
How
lost
are you
too.
in fantasy?
I scored 196 points in 95-7 the games fantasy football league. That was by far the most for the week.
So does that get you a win in week 1?
No, you beat me in week 1.
Because I think if you score 190 points in week 2, then you get to go back to week 1 and say, I won week 1. In other words, no, it doesn't matter that you had 190. It just matters that you're 1-on-1.
Brother, I'm here.
Evan, what's your record? Evan? Oh, never mind. You know what? My bad. My bad.
No, you're fat mouthing.
I was talking fantasy football.
But tell the people you beat them.
Did I? I haven't checked the scores yet.
You are just
I don't.
Unbearable.
Yeah, you're a bad point.
Oh.
Evan, is that all it is?
Yeah, I scored the third most points this week, but Steiny scored the second
Kirk
most
Cousins,
points.
baby. That's what I do. I don't.
The guy that had computer gate and draft gate.
Yeah, right.
What's Dibbs' record?
I don't care.
Don't bring it up to him if he's 0. Is he 0-2, Evan? Oh my God! Don't bring up your fantasy success to him because he really wanted to boycott the whole league. Oh boy!
I think Willard is too.
Willard is 2-0. I figured he'd be there at the end with me.
It's the end is early. Don't be a quarter horse.
Rocky in San Francisco. What's up, Rock? How you doing, man?
Adrian.
Hey, Rock.
We got him.
Do we got Rock?
Rocky. Can you hear me?
Oh, hey, what's up, Rocky? How you doing, buddy?
What's going on? I got a little record to just see if you think this is a record, Tiny.
Okay.
So Billy Joel's 52nd Street was the first compact disc ever released. Is that a record? See ya.
Give him an answer.
No, it's technically not a record. It's a CD. I think what he was talking.
Speaking of Rocky, I think I've been on fire with my impersonations real quick. Hey, Rocky, watch me pull a rabbit out of my hat.
Evan, I don't.
Bullwinkle.
I just don't.
You move on. Oh, boy.
Somebody, this is where Nahigian gets mad at me because you are so, you leave me speechless and my mouth agape. By the way, somebody's saying, well, Steiny, what if somebody throws for 700 yards? Is that a record? Yes. That's the single season record for
But I think
passing
you fixed
yards.
it. There's a stat for everything.
No, there's
stat
not.
doesn't mean record.
Oh, yeah, there's a stat for everything. Yeah, I mean, let's go to Kyle style, San Francisco. Start giving Kyle Shanahan some flowers. Hey, Kyle.
Up, guys?
What's up,
buddy?
Cruising, just on my way to the disc golf course, but listen to you guys all the time. And I'm just wondering, I know we got to talk on the radio about stuff, but why is everyone complaining? We're 2-0.
Thank you. Thank you.
Coming home.
Well, in 3 days, baby.
You know what? Thanks, Kyle Style. Let me ask 49er fan. What's going on? You're 2-0. Why is everybody complaining? I'm the guy who set the tone here, and apparently I didn't set it well enough.
Well, the style points, Donnie.
Cares? They won 2 road games.
But
Come on
still,
now.
man.
You should be grateful, 49er fans. They're 2-0.
No, that I get.
Okay.
But
how you feeling about your Cowboys?
2-6 in the red zone. I think their offense is not as good as the Niner offense. So I just wake me up when it happens. But again, 2-0 is 2-0. It's setting up for week 5, and I know we don't want to get past it's about yesterday, but that's going to be a big game, man.
Obviously. That's going to be a
and then Philly week, when is that? Week 13, 16?
Is it 12
One
or
of
13?
them.
I can't remember. I know it's a short week for the Niners, also the Giants. But do you think they can still win this game if they play? Yes. They're going to be favored to beat the Giants. Giants have to come. Oh, no, the Giants played out here.
Yeah,
in Arizona.
But they're going to be without, it looks like their best running back, but we'll get to them later this week.
Yeah, Barkley's hurt.
But do you feel like Niner fans are disappointed in the win? You can't be.
No, I don't.
Okay, I don't either. But it is, style points or whatnot. I didn't think the defense had their best day, even though they didn't give up a touchdown in the second half. Matt Stafford was comfortable for a majority of the game. Kudos to Wilkes for switching it up and dialing up the blitz. But Steiny, I'm just wondering, against a better team, could they manipulate and hold the ball longer than the Rams did? It's just a thought. But not to drown the euphoria. Different. No doubt about it. Styles make fights.
Bill Walsh used to berate his teams for winning by less than what he thought the margin should have been. The margin should have been 7. It was 7. 49ers did what they had to do. They're favored by 7.5. They won by 7. Like, that's one where Kobe could say, the job's finished. The job's finished. Now you can smile. The job is finished. Bosa. No sacks yesterday. Here's what he asked about. He was asked if he was worried about the snap count.
I'm not too concerned about it. I feel good. I think I needed a couple games to get my body into football shape for sure. You can't simulate it. I think now that I'm through 2 and I've had some pretty good output for this one, I think I'm only going to be up from here.
Nick Bosa after
You've
yesterday.
earned that, right, Steiny? Like, if somebody says, why hasn't he recorded a sack? I hear my star player say that, and it's obvious we know he missed camp. You've earned that. You've earned that benefit. And you may need a 3rd game. But to hear him say it, I got no problem.
$5 super text from Jim Mole. He's done it before, and he's doing it again. $5 super chat text. It's possible McVay was hoping to improve the Rams' point differential for a potential late-year playoff tiebreaker.
And you said that at 10:01.
Yep.
I'm going to give you the win, Steiny.
Yeah. I know the rules. I know the tiebreaker rules. Steiny, it's like watching a boxer who wins but lacks defense, gets punched a lot, gets fired, gets tired, always room for improvement. There is. Sure. But I think big picture's good.
No
Obviously,
doubt about
big
it.
Picture's, look, the top 3, the 3 good teams that we thought in the NFL, in the NFC, and they look like they're pretty good.
All
And the
3
Niners
undefeated.
are obviously one of them. Say, Steiny, consecutive free throws or consecutive 3-point make records don't have to be a full season, but they're still records. Okay, yeah. What's the record for most threes made in a row in a basketball game?
I'm going to say 14. I'm guessing. But just because we don't know it doesn't, it's not less impact.
Yes, it does.
Who has the most hits in baseball?
Pete Rose.
Well, you knew that one.
What about single season?
That's what Evan I love. He's a dev. Single
Probably
season.
Pete Rose.
Nope.
Tony Gwynn.
Not Tony Gwynn.
Why
No
would you
chance.
say it like that?
No Tony Gwynn. Please.
As if what?
Tony Gwynn, how many times did he lead the league in hits? He walked a heck of a lot. I believe.
Steiny, their boy was a bad.
He was good. Good little
I'm
hitter.
surprised you didn't rock Carew.
Nope.
Oh, my goodness.
You want to keep guessing?
No, we got.
All right.
That's the point.
888-957. It's Ty Cobb. 888-957. Thank you. 9570. Told you. Ty Cobb. Hannes Wagner.
Ichiro Suzuki.
Oh, God.
Other side.
Oh, in the modern era? Well, you didn't say modern era on 95.7. Hold on. The game.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident condition. Chilton Auto Body is also...
Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
On 3rd and 5. Stafford over the middle. Intercepted by Lenore. Diamador Lenore with the pick. Down the sideline to the 15 and spins out of bounds there. And will that be enough to finish off the Rams for a 9th straight time in the regular season?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Pretty much sealed yesterday's Niners win. They beat the Rams 30-23, and they moved to 2-0 with a Thursday night game now against the New York Giants. The New York Giants.
And it just seems funny when you say 30, not Steph Curry, but since the inception of Brock Purdy, his tenure with the Niners, you could just pencil in 30 points or more. They're going to get to 30.
So far, so good, obviously, with Brock Purdy. No sophomore slump at all. No touchdowns yesterday, but more important, no picks. No picks, and the 49ers, yes, like Guru said, they got to the 30-point mark. Again, it's just too bad Diamador Lenore didn't go to Vanderbilt.
No, look at you.
That would have been so cool.
I get it.
Diamador the Commodore.
I'm going to give you a 3.
You get that, Lucas? Lucas, do you get that? If Diamador Lenore had gone to Vanderbilt, we could call him the Commodore. You know what I'm saying?
Before I get in the car and leave here and watch these 2 Monday night football games.
Too much.
I'm trying to help you out and be a good partner. Seriously, Steiny, because we talked about it. You get one.
Diamador the Commodore.
Your biggest takeaway from yesterday's game, and I'll give you mine.
Biggest takeaway from
the one thing that
game.
what, Goo, after the game was all said and done, because I got mine and I don't think you liked it. Not liked it, but I don't think you felt it.
Probably not. I'll say, my biggest takeaway. Oh, I think it is. You're going to have to play almost mistake-free football to beat the Niners. You got it to beat the Niners. You have to play buttoned-up football, and the Rams didn't quite do it. They almost did, but they didn't quite do it. There you go.
I'll tell you what, I'm not mad at that, and that's obvious because they're a top 3 team, if not the best team in the NFC. But, Steiny, to me, I don't think Colton McKivitz is a liability like I was concerned with. I mean, obviously, you see that your starting running back, McCaffrey's over 100 yards again. Purdy's 17 for 25. They only gave up 1 sack. You do got a monster like Aaron Donald on the defensive line for the Rams. They could have moved them all over or whatnot, but McKivitz held his own.
Yeah, this week.
And you still scored 30.
This week.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, how do you look at the right tackle? It was a problem in week 1. It wasn't yesterday. Is it going to be a problem 8 times and not a problem 9 times? I don't know. I know the 49ers have only had 1 turnover in the first 2 games. Relax.
What happened?
You don't have to know how good Tony Gwynn was.
Settle down. Come on.
Chill out. Yes, he's one of the best to ever do it.
And the answer was Ichiro. Yeah.
Right, because
you were wrong.
No, I wasn't.
The answer was Ichiro.
Right. So it wasn't Gwynn.
Yeah, but you said Wagner and...
Yeah, it was Wagner. He said, no, he didn't make it clear about the modern era.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
okay.
No.
Okay, I said, Snotty acting like you're taking a victory. You're laughing, boy. You ain't lying, are you? You lying?
Of course not.
Yeah, oh, boy.
I just thought, he didn't make it clear we were talking about the modern era. Let's hear some Kyle Shanahan about how about what happened to Eli Mitchell yesterday?
We definitely got to get Elijah in there more and do better with our rotation than we did yesterday. That wasn't the plan going in. It just ended up that way, and I got to make sure that doesn't happen.
Wow, a DMP. And I believe him. It's just the game was probably way closer than I thought, Stotty, but damn, I know Mitchell's like, am I going to get in?
Please explain, Kyle.
For him not to get in, I definitely should have noticed and asked for him.
Oh.
Now,
the nitpicking
I always told my
media.
sons this. They never
The
needed to use
nitpicking
it.
media. Wow.
Son, always stay next to the coach. Stay visible in case he does forget. My son used to go sit on the lap. Dude, you don't sit right next to the coach. Don't ever let him forget about you, baby.
Hey, you don't think there's a problem there that he forgot about one of his players?
Heavy.
really?
What do you mean? And you're
I've heard
spelling your
about it in basketball a
stud.
lot.
You're talking about spreading it out and not running McCaffrey in the ground. Nobody else had a carry outside of Debo and
You don't
Brock.
think Kerr forgot about Kuminga?
Man, well, that's different.
I mean, hey.
We'll see him this week, that's for sure. On a short week,
again,
12 carries for Elijah.
Hey, Kyle Shanahan, he forgot about Elijah Mitchell. It's not.
I got
worried about
McCaffrey and
Yeah,
Debo.
that's fine. It's like
25 carries between the two, McCaffrey and Debo. I could see that, though, Stoney. It's a close game, tough game. You're down.
Well, it's Kyle Shanahan. Mike McCarthy did it. You come down his road. Mike McCarthy said, "Who's Mike McCarthy?" Said, "I forgot about him. I got to be reminded next time, or I should be." You'd be like, nothing to see here.
Well,
you'd
we're
be
not
coming
talking
down his
about
road.
Tony Dorsett. Mitchell's a good back, but he'll see a lot of action this week.
How would Kyle Shanahan assess Nick Bosa? Nick Bosa in week 2.
I think he's getting back into football shape, getting back into his groove. I thought he got better and stronger throughout the game, similar to last week in that aspect. I thought he finished the game real strong and took a step forward from Pittsburgh.
All right.
Well, I heard Bosa right out of his mouth. 2 tackles, Stoney. No, excuse me, 1 solo tackle. He assisted on another, but we haven't even brought up Dre Greenlaw, Stoney. 12 tackles, 7 solo dolo. He was balling. Fred Warner, 9 solo tackles. Dudes are studs, man.
Now, isn't that because they were kind of allowing the underneath pass? Is that why the linebackers got the tackles they did?
Yeah,
because they were kind of giving that up on offense, keeping those guys underneath.
No doubt about it. But how many times have you saw a defender get shook or fake and bake? So you are right. There's something to that. But you got to get these dudes to the ground. And I believe the Niners are the best team in regard to tackling. When guys do catch the ball and get out in space, they wrap them up. So that's a skill in itself.
888-957-9570 is the number. The Niners go to 2-0 with a win over the L.A. Rams yesterday at SoFi. Boy, another game where they just took control of the opposing stadium. And they'll be coming home on Thursday against the New York Giants. 888-957-9570. We've talked all Niners today. What did you think of that game yesterday? Did you feel like the 49ers had it under control for most of the 60 minutes, or were you feeling a little bit uneasy when it was 17-10 and the Rams had just gone up? 888-957-9570. The other thing is Kyle Shanahan let Jake Moody kick a 57-yarder, and it went in, obviously. And
second longest in Niners history, I believe.
Let's hear Shanahan say, what were you thinking there? Did you want to do that? Hey, who is this guy? Hey.
No, there was a little bit hesitation between that or trying to pin him deep. The way they've been going on offense, they had been scoring. So, I thought we needed points, but it makes it a hell of a lot easier for them if you miss that, getting that midfield. So there was some hesitation on it, but we ended up rolling the dice, and he definitely gave us a lot of more confidence after that.
57-yarder by the rookie kicker, Jake Moody.
And y'all was tripping about me in preseason. That's what he said to the world. Dude ain't missed.
No, he hasn't missed a field goal or an extra point. I wonder if the situation, because at that point it was 17-17.
Yeah.
I wonder if he might have made a different decision depending on if the score was different there.
But I was thinking, man, what if he misses? I mean, the Rams are ready.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And I wonder, if the Niners were, let's say, I don't know, would he have been more likely to go for it if they were up 7 or down 7 or even like it was? I don't know. But
he's been aggressive. I know it's 2 games, Donnie, but Kyle's been aggressive so far.
Actually, they're having good fortune on 4th down so far.
Remember, that was an issue.
I think he was the worst in the league last year on 4th down, Shanahan. Among the worst.
But now you got McCaffrey, the threat of Debo. Good Lord.
Shanahan on the deep throws that Brock missed.
Dismissed them, similar to what I said last night. No, they were pretty clear, and I thought two of them were harder than the other. I do think Brock had a hell of a game. It's really the only thing that I feel like we can say negative about his game is those 3 misses, which are always big ones, especially when they're down the field because it's usually points, but he played a pretty good game.
Kyle Shanahan on Brock Purdy.
I can't wait to talk to the guys, 149, Willard and Dibbs, to see their reaction on the overthrows. Because I understand he managed the game, but a great game coach, and you missed 3 tugs.
His 10th game in the NFL.
Yeah.
See that?
I'm not saying he has a problem.
Yeah, no, but
I showed growth.
You want to say he doesn't have a problem, but you still want to bring it up as much as you have.
Well, no, it's in the file.
You know what I mean?
It's in the file.
What do you mean it's in the file?
Yes, just a
It's
little.
not in the file.
Yeah, it's a footnote for me.
No.
My file is
Get it
different than
out
your
of there.
file.
File's
Dude,
a fraudulent file.
If I see some dudes running deep like deer, you better hit them. That's the first sign of a good quarterback is downfield accuracy.
Oh, really? Oh, that's the first sign of a good quarterback. So
In
he
my
hasn't.
world.
So Purdy hasn't shown that. So he's not a good quarterback.
No, you can't speak for me.
He's
shown
said,
a lot of.
You just said the first thing is throw the ball downfield.
It's one of them.
Exactly. Yeah. Be precise.
But you can't have a great game missing 3 throws deep.
Nah, he was great. He was great yesterday.
You didn't say that coming in.
I know, but now I am because you're pissing me off.
Yeah, I'm trying
Hey,
to.
did Kyle also forget they were up 28-3 against the Patriots?
Oh, my. Are we still doing that?
Well, you are. You do that more than anybody.
That offended me.
But
Just
you
that
do
whole-
it.
You are something else.
Listen, I
ain't
have a
brought
chart.
that up in about a year and a half, bro.
Okay.
Come on now.
You have brought up the Jimmy throw against Emmanuel Sanders.
And I retired it.
19 times.
But what supersedes
the next highest,
that?
7.
Okay. But what about the Kyle play calling?
No.
That superseded the overthrow. Yeah.
No.
Yes, sir.
No,
Who would bring that up?
You.
That is weak.
You've already.
They're 2-0 in a new year.
They're 30-23. And how many times today did you talk about overthrows that didn't matter?
What are you talking about? Technically, they did matter.
No, they didn't.
Yeah, they bite you in the ass in a big game.
Please. Come on. No.
Yeah.
Fine.
Hey, you might be right. And I would bet they are.
But it's, if this were any other.
Debo said they missed 4 touchdowns.
He's crazy.
He said, play that again. What did he say? Why did Debo go to 4? He didn't say we left some plays out there. My man said 4. Boy.
Joe's in San Jose. Hey, Joe, how you doing, buddy?
What's going on, gentlemen?
Talk to us.
What's going on with this field goal at the end of the game? There's people out here trying to eat.
Wow.
And the Rams are just blown. Rams.
You couldn't keep a straight face.
See them another 8 times.
Yeah, you're tiny. Oh, boy.
What is the point behind that? What is the point behind that? I mean, you guys have any idea why?
Tell him, Steiny.
Joe, have you been listening all day? You haven't, have you?
I just got in the car.
All right, I've gotten into it.
Give
But
it
tell
to
you
him.
what, Joe, I'll do it again.
Yep.
The tiebreaker, like the number 9 and 10 and 11 tiebreaker criteria is, point differential.
Talk to him.
So there's a chance that I don't know, because the Niners only lost that game by 7. If hypothetically they beat the Rams next game by 10, they could get a tiebreaker if they end up even down the road. It's a long shot, but
All right.
yeah.
All right. You guys have a good day then.
Appreciate it, Joe. Thank you so much. I'm glad I could clear that up for our non-football.
Dude, I learned a lot today. That and who the hell Kelly Slater is. Yeah. Great surfer.
But it's always been, points have always been one of the criteria.
But you never see it done like that.
Sometimes. I want to say it happened in the last year or two for some reason. I don't know why.
Now I'm going to expect the losing team like, hey, come here, we need. Well, Minnesota, Philly, that wouldn't have happened because they're not in the same division. Or is it about they could have tied for the walk? I don't know if that applies to across the board. Like just playoff positioning.
925, that kick was strictly for the spread. You don't know that.
It feels like it.
No, it doesn't. Not to me.
I wonder if somebody asked him after.
I'm sure he said this league can come down to point differential. We expect to be there with the Niners at the end of the year.
Well, I'll tell you what, through 2 games, they don't look like the Lambs, Steiny. They beat Seattle, who went up and beat a good Detroit team. Niners will see him again.
Let's see if I'm not calling anybody a good team yet, except the Niners, the Cowboys. No, I have a
the
theme.
Big Three.
I have a theme for every week. All right, and my week 2 theme is always week 2 is when you find out if week 1 really meant anything. And what you found out was, guess what? It doesn't a lot of times. The Lions. They are who we thought they were. They're 1-1.
I couldn't believe they let
the Rams 1-1.
Steelers still undecided tonight.
Maybe Seattle stinks. No, they don't. They went into Detroit and won. They're 1-1.
Now, what if the Niners had dropped that?
The Giants, they stink. They lost 40-0. They're 1-1.
What if the Niners would have dropped that?
They didn't.
One, though?
They didn't.
But I want to know your computer. Like, what would you have said then?
They didn't.
We would have said, "Oh, Pittsburgh was just
Pittsburgh stinks."
Well, we'll find out tonight.
They still know.
They still
That's the one team we know about. The Steelers.
If they win tonight, Snotty,
are stink.
Yeah.
I'm
not a believer.
Who are they getting beat by?
Cleveland tonight. D. Watson.
Where's the game?
Cleveland.
I could see Cleveland.
It's in Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh. Now, why was that funny?
Yeah, it's just
I did it quick. Thank you.
Predictable.
Yeah.
Robin's in San Francisco. Hey, Robin.
Robin.
See.
Oh, boy.
209. That's the Tracy Stockton area. Brock did great because he didn't lose the game, and that's all the 49ers / Kyle wants to see. Yeah. Consider if he did, he's terrific.
And the
B+.
2 drives in the first half, Steiny.
You know, let me tell you something about Purdy. If he throws any game he throws no interceptions, he gets an automatic B. Automatic B. Because this team's so good that is.
I'm not. It's just crazy. I'm not. That just came to you. I like that.
Oh.
And he did it against Dallas in the playoffs. No turnovers, Donnie. Automatic B.
Yep. Well, unless he fumbled.
And we remember his last interception?
Yes. It was last year.
You are, boy. And that game is in Pittsburgh tonight.
This is Hater Radio, 888-957. Brock Purdy, the most protected quarterback in the NFL.
Oh, boy.
Does any coach protect a quarterback more than...
Well, he wasn't protected yesterday. He let him throw that thing.
What do you mean?
Kyle was dialing it up.
So right now, based on what we know, Purdy does not throw a better deep ball than Garoppolo. Based on what we know.
No, it's too soon.
Oh, really?
We can't put any labels on anything. He doesn't throw a bad deep ball. I believe it's because he's worked
to make a judgment.
He's worked on that elbow. I really believe that was the cause. And to his credit, he didn't say it. Brock Purdy didn't have any. He just said, "I missed him. I loved it."
What was he gonna say? I thought Debo's faster.
Dude, he had guys too. You could beat his man on a great route.
You know, when I look at the all-22, what we're going to find is that all 3 of those receivers hesitated in the middle of the route.
Dude, find that Debo sound with the 4. We left 4 touchdowns. But what did he say? Like, I felt like he was just talking to the quarter.
Here you go.
Oh, 100%. We're going to watch this hard. We know Kyle's going to come down on us hard for us. You know, we missed a lot of opportunities out there. I feel like we left like 4 touchdowns out there. But, you know, that's what practice for. That's what we're going to keep building week in and week out to get better in that area.
That's 28 points, Debo. Oh, boy. No, but they left some points, so that's why they're probably not happy offensively with that. Yeah, we won, but we could have 58 if Debo is right. Oh, boy.
They couldn't have had 58.
You know I know that.
Robin in San Francisco. Hey, Robin, how you doing?
Hey, I'm doing okay. Thanks for having me on, you guys.
Hey.
I hope my dog does. Hey, I just have a couple of questions here. The main reason why I called in and is this. I do not understand this concept, and maybe, educate me. If you can't throw the ball down, if you can throw down the field, whether it connects or not, doesn't that show the ability to be able to throw the damn ball down the field? And so why you call a game manager if it doesn't connect? You know what I mean? And I just hate people who focus on the three things that didn't happen as opposed to all that what did happen. And so I want to say to the people out there, so then did I make Joe Montana a game manager? Because he never threw the ball. He wasn't accurate throwing the ball down the field. He'd kill you 10, 15, 20 yards down the field. So for me, efficiency is what counts when I look at a quarterback, in particular in Kyle Shanahan's offense. But what really I want to get across to everyone, and you guys tell me if I'm wrong, and I've called in on before, the 49ers were getting their asses kicked in the trenches before they figured it out. I'm sorry. And that is what worries me the most about the 49ers is can they sustain in the trenches against the Eagles, against anyone? We took the Rams for granted.
Yeah, we
took the
did.
Rams for granted. Okay, that's what I want to say. You guys educate me. Peace out. Love you both. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Robin. Appreciate it. No,
Good call, man.
I'm all for efficiency, too, with Brock Purdy.
I disagree with Joe.
Guru's about the numbers.
Joe threw that thing deep to Jerry, too. Remember, we fought about this, and then somebody sent it on Twitter, all his touchdowns, and a lot were I get the
30-yard passes that Rice turned into 80.
Well, see, I consider 30 throwing that thing. But anyway, I would just tell Robin, listen to all the commentators that have done the Niner games. Do they talk about Brock Purdy even before the play is snapped like he's a game manager? In my world, they don't, Stoney. Your boy's real, man.
Well, I thought nobody talked about the 49ers.
I'm talking about when they do the game, the announcers.
Robin doesn't know what she's talking about. 707, you're banned.
Yeah.
You're banned.
Robin must be protected at all times. But they lost time of possession. Does anybody care?
No.
I didn't think the Rams could do that. And Hargrave didn't pop off my screen, nor did Bosa, but Bosa I do understand because of lack of reps. But, I mean, Steiny, man, you got a date with Dallas. You got the Giants in a couple days. This is the beauty of the season. We'll be able to watch more in each team. Even if they're weak, there's something that they're strong at, and it'll present a different problem. And this pass secondary is something that I'm watching. I'm dare not going to tell you it's bad, Steiny, but I'm watching. Like, can you throw on the Niners?
See, I'm with the 209.
What?
I'm a diehard Niner fan, and I have to give full credit to the Niners' offensive line and how they handled Aaron Donald.
Well, they've been doing that for some time.
Aaron Donald.
Well, we gave McKivitz and company credit. Hey, you ain't mentioned your boy Trent Williams. Just as dominant as ever.
Yeah, run game. They run to the left, which is right over him.
And the pass protects, Donnie, for your boy to get time to throw on the ones he missed.
Yeah, they look good. 49ers look really good.
Okay, Coach Williams. We know we're on 5 games now for Bosa with no sack.
He's only at 1 sack in the last 7 total games. Yeah.
Still dominant.
No, he's not. No, he wasn't. Like, that's not true. And you would never allow me to get away with saying that.
Thursday's a day.
Okay, maybe. You can't say Nick Bosa's been dominant. Come on, Gil.
Well, no.
I'm going to fight you on that one.
Yeah, the NFC Championship, it don't.
Well, I'm talking about this year.
I hear you. I'm the one that said he didn't record a sack in the playoffs.
That's a stat. That's not like your info.
I didn't go look. I felt it. And I said, let me go see. He didn't record one Dallas, Seattle. No.
Oh, Josh Allen stinks, right?
Jimmy Garoppolo is back to being Jimmy O.
Okay, Jimmy's back to Jimmy.
Josh Allen.
Josh Allen stinks, but now he doesn't stink. Okay, who stinks this week? Oh, Geno Smith's gotten better. He's gotten better this week.
Check.
All right, what do we got on the other side? We got a 10-minute segment, and then Willard and Dibbs in the house. Don't forget, it's a Monster Monday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com.
Hi, this is Carson Daly.
YouTube right now. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union, the smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple online application process.
The rookie Jake Moody from 57. His career long at Michigan was 59. Moody's kick is on the way, and it is good. And San Francisco takes the 20-17 lead.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, Steiny and Guru with you. Yeah, Jake Moody. That's sound courtesy of Fox Sports. Kevin Kugler. With all due respect, Goo, you said something during the break that it couldn't mean less to me.
I hope it's not snitching, Steiny, because sometimes I say stuff to you that I don't want to go public.
You said something. You don't have to. You don't ever have to say anything like this to me again. I can't tell you how little it means.
And I am racking my brain. What did I say? Go ahead.
Evan, he goes, Saints tonight are a lock.
Oh yeah. -3.
I can't come up with a sentence that means less.
Then we got 2 games tonight.
We got to get. What are you going to be giving your guesses to the listeners?
Well, I already have given the lock. Saints -3.
All right. Yeah.
Derek Carr rises again.
Appreciate that. Yeah, my guy. What's his name? My Saints running back.
The wide receiver, and his name is Rashid Shaheed.
Oh no, I know Rashid Shaheed. I was talking about my other guy who's on the Saints.
The running back? Wait, like the backup?
Moore? Is there a guy named Moore?
The fact that you're 2-0, that just gets me so.
Just enough with the sour grapes, all right?
I had 190.
We're building a bully here
Talk
on my
to me
team.
next week.
Who's the guy I'm thinking of?
Kendra Miller?
Oh, yeah, Kendra.
Thanks, Evan.
I don't have him. He's questionable tonight. So there we go.
But you got the game in hand, so it don't matter. Evan has nobody going, so you win.
Although he brought something up interesting.
And you're nervous.
I didn't think about it. So I have
a 1-point lead.
Shaheed, if he fumbles on the first possession and gets knocked out of the game,
Evan wins. And I never root for injury.
Nobody would want that to happen to me.
Yeah. I can name 2 guys, Evan and myself.
It's just unmitigated hating.
Yeah, dude, you change. I knew you when you were young. Little punk. Things are going good. The girls like you. You rub it in other guys' face. You were that dude. I got it. Yeah. And you have no worries.
Can I say you nailed me? You nailed it. You absolutely nailed it. By the way, the Giants take 1 of 4 this weekend, hanging around. The San Francisco Giants.
This is what we talked about, to where heads aren't going to roll, but maybe this was a nightmare.
What was?
Friday night's debacle, the Little League ending, the pass ball, and the ump moving Doval off the I didn't understand anything about it, but they lost. And then you come back and lose a doubleheader Saturday. How can we take you seriously, Steiny?
Well, you can take them seriously because...
And you were up 11 to what yesterday, and you barely won.
They won. See, you're like 49er fans. Nothing's ever good enough for you.
Dude, that game got dicey.
They had a 3-game losing streak, and they gutted out a win yesterday, and it's still not good enough. Why not? Why not?
So you're going to tell the troops 3 of 4 is okay. Hey, we're fine. You're 2 back.
What?
They're 2 back.
That's it?
Could be 2.5 after
I'll
tonight.
tell you what.
I'm sure everybody
ain't got it off. Before the season.
Well, guess who they play tomorrow?
I know who they play tomorrow.
Let's see.
Fish.
Yeah.
And I mean, but what by fish? Not the Marlins. The D-backs, right?
How is that fish? They're snakes.
They're fish, meaning we're taking 2 out of 2 from the D-backs.
Oh.
And we put them then in the rearview mirror.
Hey, whatever.
Yeah.
Kyle Harrison back on the farm. Boy. Yeah, it's not. I watched every inning of it.
No, you did not. No, you didn't. You did not watch 36 innings of Giants baseball this weekend. No, you didn't.
I'm ashamed. I got a bum wheel. I did.
No, actually, by the way, what happened to your limp?
I have the limp.
Some people are questioning this injury.
Yeah.
Dude, the first dude and only dude that questioned it. Dude, seriously, I've been limping around.
Somebody, Lucas mentioned something to me about, boy, Goo looks spry.
Now, maybe when I left the bar Friday
Looks
after I had a couple
spry.
of shots, I was okay. Come on, dude.
You guys are spry.
Yeah. But anyway,
yeah,
Giants, they better get it together.
Or what?
You lose faith in the fan base. I think
That ship is sailed.
Well, then we have nothing to talk about. Wow.
Steiny and Goo and producers, thank you for helping me get through the day. I hope you guys have a blessed night. Thanks again, Dylan. Oh,
I mean, there are
thanks,
some nice
Dylan.
people out here,
Don't
man.
need to thank Goo and the producers for that.
Oh, boy.
You guys should be thinking Trucker 23.
Trucker
I'm wearing
23.
this.
Trucker 23.
And I sold you on the stitching now. Like, this just ain't no, hey, go. There's work in this.
I know.
And he said your cousin's jersey was good to go. Look at the
kinda
smile
kidding.
on his face.
I was kind of kidding. What?
And then
about
put an L next to cousins, loser. Oh, boy. You want that?
Was it? Let me say, are you going to give yourself a 5 for that?
3.5.
Yeah. All right.
How many cousins jerseys are in the Bay?
I wonder what would happen if I'd wear that cousin's jersey.
No.
Yeah,
Hey, quietly, if you've been watching X, a lot of fights in the stands, just all over.
No.
People
Because
angry.
football fans are the worst.
Well, that I don't
A
disagree.
segment of football fans are the worst.
I mean, Steiny, these are in Pittsburgh. They were fighting. I mean, just in Philadelphia, just punching.
Here's what I tell those fans, and I try to tell you this as much as I can. You're not a player, okay?
I understand that.
You're a fan. You don't impact the game, okay? You're not a part of the game. Cheer.
And move on.
Thank you.
But how do you get angry,
Who
man?
gets in a fight at a
Go
game?
on to X. There are probably 4 of them this weekend. College game. Women fighting.
No.
Yeah, Steiny. And then people just videotaping and not breaking it up. That's the part that gets me. Hey, here's an idea. Be a good Samaritan. Go break it up. I'll just film. It's bad. We're terrible. Our society's going the wrong way, Jack. I ain't got to tell you.
Don't be scared, dog. Yeah. Come on. You don't believe things can get better?
They can, but they haven't.
No, they're gonna.
Look at gas.
What about
It's
it?
$5.59 a gallon.
But it spawned the electric car because we're innovative.
Speaking of which,
what about it?
You were ahead of the game with getting
Thank
that.
you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Tell Kyle the only Cousins jersey in the DeMarcus Cousins. Okay. Hey, Willard.
Dwight's in town today. Give us some news. Didn't that go down today, the meeting? Probably tonight. Come on, Dwight, sell yourself.
Oh, God. I'll tell you what. Try to think.
Dude, I hope we hit this tonight.
I don't have a lot of money, but I think I would pay $5,000 to be a fly on the wall. To be a hole in the wall. To be a fly on the wall.
One piece of news before the break, per Adam Schefter, an MRI showed that Giants running back Saquon Barkley suffered an ordinary ankle sprain. However, he'll be sidelined for 3 weeks.
Which is like 1 week. That's great news, Donnie. That looked like it could have been season ending. Good for Saquon. And Niner fans. Ain't got to face them.
All right, coming up on the other side, we've got Dan Dibley and Mark Willard. And don't forget, overdue tolls. Vehicles with overdue tolls and unpaid tolls may not be able to renew their DMV registration until outstanding balances are paid. Payment assistance is available. Visit BayAreaFastTrack.org/assistance today.
Things are percolating.
During Jeep Adventure Days,
I knew you when you were young. Little punk. Things are going good. The girls like you. You rub it in other guys' face. You were that dude.
Can I say you nailed me?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Willard and Dibbs joining Steiny and Goo. It's the crossover on 95.7 The Game, and it is a Monster Monday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. And I think the first thing would be start Brock Purdy. You start Brock Purdy.
The first thing is our jerseys we got from Trucker 23.
Yeah.
What do you have?
Look, P1 of the show, Trucker 23. Dibbs, I gotta rock this.
Wow.
Look at the stitching, Willard.
Look at those.
Yeah, look at
now,
that.
hold on a second.
Yeah.
Wait, now why is there?
He said he loves the show. We get him
the
to
numbers.
his day.
Why are you number 1 and you're number 7?
Well, I didn't want to bring that
No,
up.
bring it up.
I'm not sure.
No, why did he pick those numbers?
I thought maybe I was his number 1.
But why are you number 7?
I may have thrown 7.
Are you his 7th favorite host at this station? There's only 6 of us.
Somebody better break some news to him.
Let's get Dib's mic on. Let's get Dib's mic on.
Oh, yeah.
It's better if we can hear him.
I hear myself.
There
Yeah,
you go.
Spadoni counts. So,
Thank you, Trucker.
yeah,
that made you feel
exactly.
good. What we, to take time to even put this in the mail and even get it. Come on, that's what it's.
We thought it was.
Look at
We thought someone named Jane from Cedar Grove, New Jersey, sent them, but the company was Jane.
from
Cedar.
They look good.
Yeah, no, they look good.
They
You
look
guys going
good.
to be out there Thursday.
We'll be out there. I'm
gonna come say hello.
You better.
I'm going.
You better. Everybody better. We'll be. We'll be right across the street all afternoon, and then we'll be inside, and the Niners are going to be 3-0.
I believe that. Yeah. I didn't see a Dibs checklist. I was kind of off the grid late yesterday about yesterday's game, but I saw your video. If I were a school teacher, I'd give you an A+. I'm not concerned. We talked about it the last time we were together. If Brock had a bad game, which I don't deem this a bad game, he's afforded, okay, get back on the horse because you've shown so much good. Yeah. But the overthrows, Dibs, were the first time we seen him, 3 big ones, and I jotted it down.
Sure.
But I can't say you had a big game when you start the game off with a touchdown drive, big drive at the end of half, so it wasn't your best game. But I ain't in here. I'm proud of myself. Oh, he can't hit the deep ball. Well, no, we've taken some calls.
I mean, you said it 7 times and then said I'm not going to bring it up.
No, it wasn't a resume game for Brock Purdy.
But wasn't a bad game.
It wasn't a bad game. Yeah. No, he did a lot of good things. Yeah, he missed some deep throws. He was immediately accountable for missing those deep throws. You want him to make those throws. If he is going to miss them, you'd much rather him miss them long. Imagine for a second what would we be saying if all 3 of those had been short? We would be saying
his elbow.
He's got a noodle arm, and did any 3 of them get picked off? Like I know that's what Shanahan talked about after the game was like he never let the Rams come close to touching the ball, and the other quarterback did, and that's why the Niners win. I will say. In listening to you guys earlier, it's not so much about this week, Goo. This is for all the weeks. We got to be careful to remember that the other team is an NFL team. And so this idea of don't just win, you got to look
50-0.
Right. You got to look good. This is not the preseason for Pete Carroll's USC, Matt Leinart, Reggie Bush Trojans. Wow. And if you didn't win 41-3, something's wrong. Like, these are NFL teams. Matt Stafford won a Super Bowl less than 2 years ago. And so it was not their perfect game. But, my God, you take that every time. You take it every time.
Absolutely. And, to me, the 2 big plays are the drive at the end of the half where he goes in from the 1. Obviously, that's a game changer. But here's what I kind of can't stand is – the guy, Williams drops a ball that's right in his hands.
Sure.
Right there.
Well,
and that's the difference in a ball game.
Well, there are drops and there are what that was.
Right.
Which is not a drop.
That was.
It's called a Kadarius is what it's called.
I'm going to give you a 2.
Sorry.
In other words, it's not like, I'm not saying the Rams win that game if he catches it. But they can't win it if that's what happens, because you got to be more precise than that against the Niners.
Mark and I were talking in the green room, and it's 17-17, and they're driving. Yeah. The teams exchange punts to start the second half. Now the Rams are on the move, and they're in field goal range, and so if you get the 3 there, instead, it's an interception. The Niners get the 3, so now you're down 3 instead of up 3, and it does change the tenor of the game because, that was a spot where the Rams were trying to keep their foot on the pedal, and yes, the sneak at the end of the first half in order to tie that game up at 17, that was a big call for Kyle. It was an easy call, an obvious call, but he made it, so he gets credit for that, and Brock got it in the end zone, and that turned out to be a big play.
Huge.
And then that first interception was the game changer.
Yeah, no doubt. I will say this, because we played the Bosa sound. I'm not coming down his lane at all, his road at all, because I know you weren't there. But for him to say, I'm getting my footing back. But the bigger takeaway is what we talked about before the season started. I thought the Rams were the Lambs. I didn't know the O-line was going to hold up like they did, but the lack of impact from everybody on the Niners D-line, they won the time of possession, and I felt like Pickett last week, I promise, and I said it to you, left some yards, so there were some erratic throws, but the receivers were open. Are you at all concerned about this secondary? Kudos to Wilkes for bringing the blitz, but I'm thinking maybe better teams look at that first half because I was like, where's the pressure? And there was none, and then he was 300 yards in the air.
Yeah, I am concerned, and I think Wilkes made the adjustment at halftime, but I was talking to Mark before the show about a defense or an offensive coordinator looks at that game, and they see a blueprint for success, which is quick throws. And if the Niners are going to play that far off, then you can just boom, boom, boom. And Puka Nacua, shout out Mark's fantasy team, he had 6 catches in the first half and
33 points.
Yeah, I mean,
33 points.
What would make you draft him?
No, he picked him up. He picked him up.
The top waiver priority. I got him after last week.
Man.
Yeah.
I hadn't even heard of him until last week. Draft him. The Puka Nacua. Yeah. What about this though? With the whole Niners secondary and the quick passing game. I think in today's NFL, the deal is don't let people get chunk plays. And don't let people go back to even the Chiefs in the Super Bowl. Like, how'd they come back? It was chunk plays. The Niners secondary is not letting people get over the top. If you have a quarterback, you called them the Lambs. And I think that many of us, I'm self-included here, we expected the Rams to come back and be last year's Rams. And why would they be? That was the Matt Stafford-less Rams. Is he an A+ in this league? No. But that's Matt Stafford. And the Rams are going to look different with him.
No Akers or Cup. Yeah,
but Puka.
Well, my goodness.
And no Akers. No Akers was by choice. Yeah, I don't know what's going on there.
He's done.
I don't know what's going on. Yeah, but they did this to him last year, and then he came back and played. So I don't know what's going on there, but I do know that if you actually look at the Niners' schedule this year, you're not facing as far as the elite QBs,
because he's elite. I've always defended Stafford.
There's no Mahomes on the schedule. There's no Allen on the schedule. Burrow's on the schedule, but he's compromised. Hurts and Lamar on the schedule. I do wonder about that when they face more mobility out of the quarterback position. But if you're facing a QB that's really efficient and can nail the 8-yard pass, you deal with that. You deal with that, and I think you deal with it the way they dealt with it. And they held a team to 20 points. Forget the last 3.
How many quarterbacks can be that as accurate as Stafford like that yesterday?
Probably a third of the league.
That's 8, yeah. Or that's 10 guys, 10 to 32.
Not
that's
Dak.
fair.
And I'm not hating on Dak. He can't throw it like that.
Well, we'll see. And he'll have a chance here in a couple of weeks to do that. And so I do think Mark's right in terms of like the bend but don't break and avoid the chunk plays and all that. But I do want to just say this about Nick Bosa, where he talks in the post game about, I'm starting to feel a little bit better after a couple weeks. This is why you go to training camp. This is why you don't hold out. This is why you get this done. And John Lynch said it takes 3 weeks, in his experience, Hall of Famer, it takes 3 weeks of training camp to get ready to play football. And now Nick is 2 weeks in, and Nick Bosa is not Nick Bosa. Dude, you are nowhere, my friend. You have no sacks. You have 1 pressure. Does he have 1 QB hit? You're a non-factor. You're the highest paid defensive player in football, and you're getting a pass because your team's 2-0. But it's time, my friend. It's time for you to be TJ Watt.
Well, I'm not going to defend him real quick. The fact that we know there's a reason kind of makes it not that big of a deal because we know he missed camp.
It makes it a double big deal because he missed camp. Like, you didn't have to miss camp. And I know that he was negotiating and they were trying to figure out like how much he was going to get, but your job is to be ready for week 1. If I showed up today and, brought my C game until 4:30, that's not going to be okay. My job is to show up at 1:45 and be ready to go when the game begins, and that's his job as well.
But what if you showed up at 4:30 and the ratings from now until 4:30 were still great? Right, then the hammer's not going to fall.
Sure, no, I'm not saying the hammer should fall. I'm saying that as an employer, the employer could come to me and say, "Dude, we're 2-0,
but there was a disagreement."
Sure,
right, and this isn't what you're saying. I feel like absolutely would be something a lot of people were harping on if they had lost either of these games. But they didn't.
Exactly.
But they didn't.
And I'm not trying to harp on it. We were talking about what did you look at from yesterday in terms of like problems, and it's hard to talk about problems when you're 2-0, and we can all rave about Jake Moody. They found a kicker.
McKivitz wasn't a problem.
No, and
he had some help, but still.
Sure.
Yeah, you want to talk about a defensive lineman who didn't register? His name's Aaron Donald.
This is going back years now.
Not Joey, not Nick Bosa.
And is the triple team a good enough answer for you two for somebody that's as good as him? Oh, he's getting double and tripled because that's all I've been hearing on X. Oh, nothing to see here. He's getting he used to get double and tripled and still would be Forrest Whitaker in I forget the movie.
Last time, said Rick
Thank you, my guy. Thank
You're
you.
listening to 95.7 The Game,
Starting with the
KGMZ FM
shocker.
and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
I will say this. Have you guys already seen it? The actual analytics of quarterback pressures from the 49ers yesterday. Do you know who
Evan gave it to us.
You know who led the team?
Oh, no. We just know the percentage.
Who do you think it was?
Bosa.
Nick Bosa. So I think we got to be careful with the stat of the sack. I know we all want the sacks, but absolutely.
But if it was bad, Mark, I'm not going to give you love for being the leader of bad because they didn't get home a majority of the game.
But was it bad? He had 5.
He had
and the
5
team
QB
as a whole had
pressures.
27 QB pressures yesterday.
Okay.
So, again, is that a stat? Does it? I'm not going to disagree with you guys. I watched the game. I'm like, why aren't they getting home?
Right.
But then I also heard you earlier, Steiny. This is a fair point. It's because Matt Stafford's throwing the ball in 2 seconds. What the hell are you supposed to do? Javon Hargrave, one point, I heard you talk with.
I was 31.
He was in the backfield with Matt, and they still didn't get him. They didn't get him. So if the whole idea was just snap, pop, ball gone, well, you're not going to get a QB sack, but you're going to keep the Rams in front of you, which is what they did.
And the Ram the receivers were open, though. That's kind of a double whammy.
Right, but again, where? It's kind of like what what some people take away from Brock when it's like, pow, snap, Debo.
Yeah.
Oh, well, anyone can complete that. Well, that's what they're doing. That's what they're doing. And there's not any way to stop it, but to do it the way they did it. You keep them in front of you. You don't let the game get out of hand. You win it in the second half. So, again, did they miss out on some style points? I guess.
But that don't go in the standings.
Nah.
But it goes in your notebook.
No, just the overthrows.
Hey, file. Guru's got a file on Brock now.
No, everybody has a file. You got a file. Everybody has a file. It's nothing to see here, but if that were to happen the next 3 weeks, we'd be like, there's something happening
when
here.
your boy Dak gets here, they're going to be 4-0.
Okay.
They're going to be 4-0 when your boy Dak gets here. The 49ers.
Yeah.
And probably the Cowboys, too. Probably. They got New England.
Yeah.
We'll see. But they both should be 4-0. And then let's get it on.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens.
But they needed more than the Niners because the Niners ended their season in postseason to me. So the psychology behind it is they need that beat the Niners to show to themselves that they can beat them because the Niners could slip up and be like, okay, we'll see you in January.
They get a better division, too.
Yeah.
Although maybe the NFC West is a little bit better than we thought.
How does Detroit beat the Chiefs and then lose it? Well, Seattle was a playoff team. Let me stop.
But they weren't last week. They got blown off the field on their own field by the Rams. So that's the other thing. Yeah. Maybe the Rams are okay.
Maybe the Giants are okay.
Well, they were good for 1 quarter out of 8.
McVay, I told Steiny, that was a big 4th and 2. Why wouldn't you, if you're trying to slay the dragon, even though the Niners didn't get point, I thought just from a macho standpoint, show your team let's go. We've been completing passes.
I was surprised by it. Were you guys surprised by it?
I was shocked.
I always know as a fan.
A little bit, yeah.
When the punter comes out and I'm like, okay, good.
Exactly.
That's when I know you should have gone for it. You should have, like, I didn't. I was I'm like, please punt. And they did. So I'm with you.
What about the field goal at the end?
Dibs and I are sitting here talking about this in the other room.
Scotty has some notes, though.
There are 3 reasons, and none of them make sense. There are 3 reasons, and everybody gets to pick what you think went through his mind. So
he's thinking about the tiebreaker, the 8th tiebreaker.
The 8th tiebreaker. Okay. Is it
a joke?
We just want to get Maher another kick.
Oh yeah,
most likely.
It's a win-win-win.
That's most likely.
Or did the little buzzer in his back pocket go off, and Johnny Two-Tone from Vegas called and said, "We're going to need a field goal."
Yeah.
Why would he do that, dude?
All three make a lot of sense.
With 4 seconds, I don't think I've ever seen a game end like that.
How many times has it come down to the 8th tiebreaker, Steiny? Do you know that?
I want to say it happened in the last few years. Believe it or not.
Where it came down to points.
Yeah.
To points.
I think so.
To decide.
I mean, I'm guessing now, but I'm hoping.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, I've been there.
Okay.
Well,
I feel like we would remember that.
You know what? It's something we could forget about easily.
Oh, some people
and that's
were
what
hurt.
I'm banking
I was one
on.
of them. That I
lost a 20.
Even Stafford looked at him like, dude, what are you doing?
I had him at 7, so it wasn't as bad.
It's a push, yeah. I think I had him at 7 on the podcast on Liquidate All Assets. We both had him at 7.
It's just like, I didn't know what to think because I'm like, dude, they could throw it in the end zone and who knows? Maybe they catch it and it's 30-27.
Catch a Bronco, right? Catch a Bronco tip.
Interesting, man.
Yeah. So I don't know. You say all 3 of them make sense. I'd say all 3 of them don't make sense.
I think it's a case where he's got a friend who had a large wager plus 7.5, and he knew in the back of his mind, I'm going to do a solid for Johnny the Neck and make sure we get the 3 here.
Johnny the Neck.
Boy.
It's always Johnny.
You know how many teams just
Jimmy
throw up a heave or even run the ball?
When do they play again? These teams, do you know offhand?
The 49. I think it's late
because when the Rams win 21-13.
Oh yeah, gotcha.
Okay?
And they get the
last game of the year,
and they're both 14-3. The 49ers and the Rams.
The Rams are not going to be 14-3.
Well, I'll tell you what, they're going to be better than I thought, Mark. I'm watching that. Seriously, I had them for dead.
I feel stupid based on falling into. Well, I thought there was maybe something afoot. You know, Ephraim and I had this conversation 6 weeks ago with Caleb Williams being right there in the backyard and all the health issues around Stafford and Kupp. I thought there was potentially a picture that they were trying to create that wasn't really real.
Wow.
And that they maybe were in the process of rebooting their quarterback position. There are a few teams that are good teams, but they reboot the QB position. The Minnesota is one of them. Like, they're 0-2 now, but it's not a bad team. But they've sort of decided that Kirk's not their future, so that's interesting.
But they don't have their future behind Kirk, so essentially he is.
Well, no, not necessarily. Like, what I think they're doing is they're getting ready to pay Justin, so they're not going to pay them both.
Oh, well, there's no doubt. He's the best receiver in the game.
You want to know what conversation started last night that's super fascinating? If I'm the Jets, I call Minnesota right now, and I say, if he's not in your future plans, we'll give you anything you need.
Wow.
Let's go. Because that team.
They got talent.
And it's over if they play with Zach Wilson. The clock is ticking. They will not win games with that man at quarterback. I would do everything I could.
Kirk.
Go get Kirk just for the rest of the year.
But if Minnesota believes they're better than the 0-2 and they could have won that game against Philly,
it's a little early.
Is that the white flag?
It's a little early.
Well, it depends on what Minnesota wants to do in terms of next year. Because if you want to bring Kirk back, it's going to be $50 million a year. Or the Jets, they'd be happy to bring him in now because I don't believe there's any cap ramifications now that we're into the season. The cap doesn't hit until next year, and he'll be gone. And you're going to have Aaron back next year, so. That makes more sense. I heard somebody earlier talking about Matt Stafford, like call the Rams and bring in Stafford, but his cap hit was like $70 million on the Rams if they get rid of him now. So I don't think that the Rams would want to part with Matt Stafford. But if you're the Jets right now, you're looking at Stafford or Cousins. I mean, do you want one of these guys off the couch You can't roll with Zach Wilson.
Yeah, man.
I've said it all along.
This
guy's
we
not
were
any
big
good.
on the dude coming out of BYU.
Thank
Dude. I know you hate that.
No, I'm trying to beat Mark to the punch.
I
Mark
crushed him
he
last
was
week.
crushing him. I'm like,
And
give the
Tibbs
young
is
man
like,
a chance.
Yeah, what are we
Come
doing?
on.
He didn't have his.
What's wrong with you?
He's-
How can you bury a young player? And then here we are 4 quarters later, and I'm trying to get ahead of it.
You guys can call this
He
front running
stinks.
101, but one of my biggest takeaways yesterday, out of sight, out of mind, Niners have an embarrassment of offensive weapons, but give me another Debo in the league. When he's doing his thing, what he does when it's rolling is second to none. And he was the Niner offense before McCaffrey, but it's just like, damn, dude is a tank, man.
Something lights him up when he plays the Rams,
And
too. I don't know what it is. Debo against the Rams.
Donald saying, I don't know who he is.
Maybe. Oh, I don't know. You know, for a while it was Jalen Ramsey. He liked to poke at Jalen. He's not there anymore. I don't know. But, yeah, he's unique. He is one of one. And, you know, I hope Brandon is okay for Thursday night. It's such a quick turnaround.
I was like, take him out, Dibs. I'm being honest. Every play he's laying.
Oh, my God. I know.
There's 15 more.
I'm like-
Look, he's telling you he's going to try, but somebody make the decision for him.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, they may have to this week because the fact that he got through it, you know, he's going to want to play again. And, yeah, look, it's an NFL game, so you don't want to just assume victory, but it feels like the Niners, you know, you get a mini bye, you get through Thursday, you give Brandon another week off.
Yeah.
I think that's possible.
Did anyone check on Akella Weatherspoon after
was pretty
after
good.
what happened with McCaffrey?
Yeah.
I mean,
He called him something, too.
you get a ball carrier to just as he's running full speed, extend and plant. He plants you on your back and then gives you a little bit of an earful.
Yeah.
I feel bad for the young man.
He said he was just saying hi.
That's not what I heard.
Yeah.
That's not what the lip reading that I've been able to consort with. Looked like he said other things about
He said,
female dogs.
He said, I
There you
know
go.
you used to play for this team, and so does our punter, Mitch.
Right,
That's
right.
what he said. I read his lips. That's what
Does he
said.
look like
yeah.
a Mitch?
Yeah, exactly.
Good weekend for the Giants, huh? Are you kidding me, Willard? Is the white for white flag, or are you still two back?
Yeah, no, it's this. They're done.
I couldn't believe
They're
it.
done.
Yeah.
Watch them go win 2 in Arizona.
Hey.
And then I'll be like, wait, hold on, maybe, what?
It would be Giants.
This
like-
is-
This is
Look.
Mark's They're Done Part 5.
Look, no. Here's
It's a
what
sequel.
Here's what I'll
Part
say.
five,
Here's
at
what
least.
I say. The race is not air quotes over.
No?
But you're not a serious team when you do. It's not even like losses. You go to Colorado and
bullpen in
functionally
baseball.
right when you functionally do like you can't catch, you can't throw. It's errors. It's blown leads late. You up 8-9-0, and then I come back. I didn't even watch. There's so much football going on. I look at
It's 10
my son and told me, he goes,
11-10.
hey, the Giants are up 8-0. I go, oh, that's cool. And then 3 hours later, I go, hey, what do you think the final score of that game was? He goes, do not tell me they lost that game. I go, what do you think the final score was? I go, it was 11-10. He goes, please tell me they won that game. So, yeah, they won. But still, that's not serious baseball. You got to be serious team.
All right, gents. Well, you have a great show. We'll
listening.
catch up with you tomorrow. And how about those Niners? Yeah.
2-0.
Yeah.
They're longtime friends
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
and first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, it's the same question that I want to ask every time the 49ers play this year. And we got 2 of these this week, Dibs. We got 2 day after game shows
Good call.
this week.
Monday and Friday.
Today and Friday. And I don't want to overthink this, okay? We loved interacting with all of you. So when the 49ers play, we're going to gather the next day. I'm going to ask the same question every time. What'd you think? So what'd you think?
Impressive. To win in any fashion on the road in a divisional game is impressive. Did Brock Purdy leave a couple out there? Sure.
Yep.
Did the defense play a little bit too milquetoast and not really exert itself in the first half, sure. But when the plays needed to be made, they made the plays, and it started at the end of the first half where they got the touchdown down 7, where a field goal was not going to be, it might have been good enough to still win the game, but you get the touchdown there knowing the Rams get the ball to start, then you get the stop, and ultimately you flip the game on the INT. It's a win. You can't look at a win on a Monday and think any bad things about it, in my opinion. So the overarching opinion is you got to win. You got to win on the road, and that's a good thing.
Well, I look at it this way, too. Like, sometimes my mind goes back, and please do not take this as me comparing Brock Purdy to Steve Young and Joe Montana. But I made the statement on Friday that I think that this is the best roster since 1994 for the San Francisco 49ers, and I do believe that. And shout out to all of you who came back, responded to that statement and said, "You're a homer. They were so good in 88. Let me say it slower. The best roster since 1994. I very much believe the 49ers are that. So if we're going to put them on that kind of a plane, that kind of a roster, let's go back to other times in history when we felt that way and think about what 49ers Sundays were like. We would wake up, you would watch the game, and you would expect 31-10. That's what you would expect. But it wasn't always that. The real mark of a great football team is not we can beat you 31-10 every time. It's when a particular Sunday develops where it doesn't look like you've got all your best stuff working and you still walk away with a win, and quite frankly, in many ways, a double-digit win. If you go on the road against a divisional opponent, a Super Bowl champion quarterback, and with 4 seconds left in the game, you're up by 10, and you also look at the game and go, you didn't play very well. Well, congratulations, you're looking at a Super Bowl contender.
Yeah.
Because that's how games end when you don't play well. You only win by 7 as opposed to 23.
As opposed to losing by 3 or losing by 10 or losing in some fashion where you have to look back and say, how did we lose to this team? We should have been 10 points better than them, and they were 10 points better until the end, and you wound up winning by 7. But after they got that pick off the Williams deflection, and they went down and took the 3-point lead, and then you held the Rams on the next sequence, and then you scored the touchdown, you go up 10. At that point, you felt like the game, not that it was over, but you had the game in your control, and things were going the way you expected them to.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, listen, I'm sure the thought crossed many of your minds, mine too. 10-point lead at SoFi in the fourth quarter.
Right.
Ha! What could go wrong?
What could go wrong?
What could go wrong here? I don't see anything that could go wrong. That crossed my mind. But I think you review every game afterwards and go, was there ever a moment where you truly went, oh my God, they might lose? I'd say no. Even when they were down 17-10. Did it cross your mind today might be upset Sunday?
No, it didn't. And especially when, the Niners start to march down the field and you're thinking, okay, we got 3 covered. Can they get 7? And if you go in down 17-13, even if the Rams come out and they score a touchdown, you're down 24-13 early in the third, I still wouldn't feel like it was over because the Niners offense was pretty good in the first half. They were moving the ball. Yeah. The reasons why they didn't move the ball were pretty simple to correct, I think. And you looked at the way the game was going. It didn't feel like you were out of control and Brock Purdy was shaky and you were fumbling it and throwing interceptions. You weren't. And, the Rams in the first half offensively were good. And you had a hard time stopping them. And then you came out in the third quarter and Steve Wilks and company made the adjustment. And you started to bring a little bit more pressure, some exotic blitzes, and you got Matthew Stafford a little bit more uncomfortable. And also the coverage-wise, you started to roll up on guys a little bit quicker, and you made things tougher on the Rams offense. And so at that point, it was a tie game, and the Niners go up 20-17 off the pick. And at that point, you felt like they were in control of the game.
Yeah, look, I don't think the 49ers are going 17-0 this year, but I'm very mindful of when a team that anybody thinks is really, really good and expected to win by a lot. 7-point favorite, 7.5 for everybody, whatever.
Got there early.
Whatever. When you're expected to win, especially on the road like that, I'm mindful of, okay, The game has started, and they don't quite look like you want them to look. What happens next? Go back to Atlanta last year. 49ers showed up. Everybody expected a win, and they looked like crap. And it crosses your mind. Oof, they're sleepy. Something's out of sync. Marcus Mariota looks like a player all of a sudden. What's going on here? Oh, I'm sure they'll adjust. And then you're down by 7. And you're like, okay, they'll adjust. And then you're down by 14. You're like, not today, right? No, you're not going to lose. And then you're like, oh my God, they never got there. That's the mark. And by the way, that was Jimmy's 49ers.
Sure.
And
second half of a back-to-back on the road.
Absolutely. A little bit later in the season. I forget what week exactly that was. Feels like 5, 6. I can't remember exactly where it was. Okay, but that's what I think can happen if the team is not fully operational. I am here for at least 4 ugly wins this year. And I don't even know if this one qualifies.
I don't think so.
Yeah, they scored 30 points.
You didn't turn the ball over at all.
Didn't turn it over.
Right?
I just mean, you know what I mean by ugly. Ugly, also known as not pretty. Like last week was prettier.
Right.
Last week was prettier.
You
right?
could be not pretty and still not be ugly.
Yeah.
You could be all right. And this was better than all right.
Yeah.
But, I mean, on a scale of like 0 to supermodel, this was not a 10. It certainly wasn't a 1 or a 2. This game was probably a 6. Good solid 6.
Looks pretty now, though.
Good personality.
2-0.
Fun to hang out with.
Very much so.
Studious and smart.
3 weeks at Levi's now.
Right.
3 weeks at Levi's, and the next 2, you're going to be a monster favorite.
And 2-1 over the next 3, while you want to get greedy and think about 5-0, and then you think about 17-0, and then you dream about 20-0. 2-1. I mean, 2-1 would be okay, except for the fact that the one loss might be the one that you need the most.
Well, I actually look at I don't even know if they quote need it, but I'm
for home field.
Right, I'm hesitant to get excited about 2-1 because look, I don't want to get dismissive. I don't want to get ahead of ourselves. The scenarios that would lead to losses in either of the next 2 games, I'm having a hard time finding them. Like they are so much better than these 2 football teams. Markedly better. These next 2 quarterbacks coming in are not Matt Stafford's. They just aren't. And now there's no Saquon. That's official, by the way. Barkley is out 3 weeks, maybe 2, but probably 3 games. There's no Saquon Barkley. It'll be Breida the Cheetah out of the backfield for the most part for the Giants on Thursday night. They've got a short turnaround after, keep in mind, what they had to exert in the second half to win that game in Arizona yesterday. Like, I don't want to get ahead of myself. But
it's a Victory Monday. We can worry about that.
Yeah, we can worry about it later, but the Niners should absolutely be 4-0 in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, I mean, we could look at 3-0 on Thursday, and we'll get into it tomorrow, Wednesday, and Thursday live from the Hilton in Santa Clara. We can pour through all of the pregame machinations of a Giants game at home on a short week. It's a short week for both teams, so not a terrible time to have a Thursday game when, you know, it's still pretty early in the year, and I know the Niners had to play their starters a lot more yesterday than maybe they would have dreamed about. If they would have had a 17-point lead, maybe things go differently in the fourth quarter, but you actually kind of needed to play all 4 quarters yesterday, but the Giants had to exert even a little bit more in their game just to get the win. They are staying in Arizona, so they won't have the travel component of coming all the way out from the East Coast, but you look at this spot on Thursday on a short week, this is the team and this is the spot you'd want to have on the short week.
You seen the spread yet?
Yes.
You saw it? Okay.
Yeah, I think it's up to 10.
10.5.
10.5 now, yeah.
Yeah, double-digit favorite, and I would expect the same the following week, and that's without knowing who's healthy, who's not, and whatnot, but the Arizona Cardinals come in the week after that. Here's what I will say about Brock Purdy, and I thought Kyle Shanahan highlighted this. There's no doubt he missed 3 downfield throws, and I know after the game he spoke about needing to get better at that, and there's no question, right? Like, you got to get better at that. However, if you're going to miss those, he missed them long, which was both effective and funny, I thought. Effective in a way of, like, he did not bring turnovers into play, and also funny because everyone has talked all about arm strength.
Sure.
Well, if he's overthrowing the long throws, well, that's a hell of a lot better than underthrowing the long throws, I guess.
Yeah.
But here's what I'll say about Brock, because I do remember a lot of talk before the year started about the interceptions that Brock got away with last year. Oh, we'd be feeling different if in Seattle and Dallas, if those DBs could have held on to those would-be turnover-worthy throws that Brock Purdy threw out there. Whatever you want to say about Brock this year, whether it's arm strength, whether it's overthrowing a few deep balls, what the 49ers have right now, and this to me is in ink, what they have is exactly what Kyle Shanahan has been begging for 6 years. And it is somebody who is keenly aware of how to not turn the ball over. And if he does that throughout the year, they are winning it all. I'm telling you that. If this guy continues to take care of the ball the way he is right now, the 49ers are going to be nearly impossible to beat. I know that one of them wasn't Stafford's fault, but he played a really good game yesterday. He put the fear into the 49ers, but he turned it over twice, and that was the difference in the game. That's what Kyle's been waiting for.
Yeah.
That's the last thing he wanted Jimmy to be able to do, and Jimmy could never do it. And now they got somebody who can.
Right, and I saw the frustration on Kyle's face, and through the laminated play sheet, you could tell, especially on the throw to Debo, where it was a busted coverage. I'm just looking at the play right now, and the Rams have 4 guys underneath covering 2 receivers, and Debo's got about a 3 or 4 yard cushion on the last defender, and that's the one where all you have to do is put a little bit of air under it. Throw that thing to the end zone with some air, but Brock threw it on too much of a line, and that's something that he'll adjust to as he gets more comfortable being back. But ultimately, it didn't cost you. You still won the game, but I'm sure Debo, and even more so Brock and Kyle, they would have wanted to have that one back.
It's frustrating, but by the same token, you look at these games at the end, you're like, oh, Brock was just kind of so-so today. He wasn't bad, but it wasn't, as we said, a resume game. They were trailing. There was a lot of things that were uncomfortable. And then what do you get at the end of the game? 30 points.
Yeah.
Again. The exact same total that they had the week before. So how bad could it be? And tucked into there is a big old compliment. If the 49ers have reached a point where a bad game for the quarterback leads to 30,
you're in a pretty good spot.
That's a hell of a bar. He's
one of, I think, 7 quarterbacks so far to play 2 games and not have an interception. So maybe he's in his own little survivor league in terms of who could be the last QB to throw a pick. You've got Stroud and Herbert, Mayfield and Geno, Dak and Love, and Josh Dobbs of Arizona.
Wow.
No picks. The
What
no
a
pick
list.
club. I know,
What
right?
a list.
The no
CJ
pick club.
Stroud in his first 2 games is one of the guys.
Herbert, also 0-2, no picks. Baker's undefeated. Baker. He is good.
Yeah.
They're undefeated.
Yeah.
You can't be any better than 2-0 after 2 games.
You cannot.
Put some respect on that man's name.
Unlikely, but anyway. It's Willard and Dibs, and again, it's a Victory Monday, and we throw it to you 49er fans. We'd love to hear from you. What'd you think? 888-957-9570, reacting to yesterday's win. We're also giving away a pair of tickets to see Adam Sandler at SAP Center every day this week, courtesy of Live Nation. Listen in the 4 o'clock hour for your chance to win, and we're sponsored by Ashley Furniture. It's Willard and Dibs, and we're taking your calls next. 888-957-9570. The Niners win. What'd you think?
Fall is almost
Toss play McCaffrey with blockers in front. Has a crease. McCaffrey with speed down the sideline. McCaffrey one man to beat. A little hesitation. And Ahkello Witherspoon finally able to bring him down inside the 15 at the San Francisco 13. A 51-yard gain for Christian McCaffrey.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, that's Kevin Kugler on Fox on the broadcast, and I bet you know exactly what I'm going to point out after listening to that. What do you think stands out as McCaffrey flies down the left sideline?
How much that Kugler carries his partner, snap after snap.
Okay, that's one observation.
Mark Sanchez, his color
I
guy,
know.
and Mark's having fun.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But I mean,
I know some people didn't love the performance yesterday.
Well, I mean, that's just Mark.
Yeah.
And Mark is, he does it his own way, and he's very off the cuff, and he has a good time.
I know that Mark was feeling a little bit better by what Jordan Love did yesterday in Atlanta. As far as embarrassing things that quarterbacks have done, like there's the butt fumble.
Yeah.
There's Jimmy and Orlovsky stepping out the back of the end zone. Jordan Love, if you saw this, looked every bit the part of somebody who is wasted on a Saturday night at 1 a.m. trying to get home. I mean, he made a move to the right and he just stumbled and fell into the butts of his offensive linemen.
Yeah, it's awkward.
That's a false start.
Yeah.
We're going backward 5 yards.
And what do you do?
What do you do?
At least he didn't give up the football in the process.
He did not. No, that was not going to be my number one observation. Grandy, can you play that again and then just pull it down right after McCaffrey gets out into the open field? Can we hear a little bit more of Kugler on Fox? Let's take a listen.
Toss play McCaffrey with blockers in front. Has a crease. McCaffrey with speed down the sideline. McCaffrey one man.
Listen to that freaking road crowd.
That was a road game? I hadn't noticed.
Look, we knew what it was going to be, but it's still intense when you see it. I mean, 70%, my you-know-what.
Right.
It was like 98.6%. It was like taking somebody's temperature for crying out loud.
It was crazy, the first crowd shot where they do, it's like the overhead sky cam or whatever, and it's like they start to sweep half the stadium, and it's almost completely red.
Dude.
Like, you saw some speckles of blue, but it's supposed to be the other way around. It's supposed to be blue with speckles of red.
I mean, there was a tiny bit of, I almost felt sympathy. Right? Did you see there was a field camera that somebody sent out on social media? Remember the Fred Warner sack?
Yeah.
The blitz in the second half? And so, you know how a crowd gets on defense. That's when they're really trying to make some noise. And it was crazy.
Totally.
Like they're trying to make some noise and mess up the offense.
He had to go to a silent count at home.
You're damn right he did. And the crowd noise on that Warner sack, you're like, this is not possible. This can't be a road NFL environment. It can't be, but it is. And in fact, the caption underneath this was, I don't know what's going on here because this has been sort of the definition of Charger football games for a long time now in the NFL, especially since they, air quotes, moved to LA. The person was like, this is worse. This is worse than anything I've ever seen for a Charger game. So there was something extra special. We know about when it's the Rams, we know LA, and we know the way the Niner fan base has been traveling the last handful of years. This felt like something even that was the next level up. I mean, the Rams fans had zero imprint on this football game whatsoever. That would have been an impressive turnout at Levi's.
Exactly. But they were at home.
Wild.
Yeah.
It's just crazy, man.
It's crazy, but it's no surprise, and it's maybe even a little bit more dramatic than what we would have expected. We talked about it last week and how it's going to be a Niner home game, and I think we had the stat of 64.6% of the secondary market tickets were sold to Niner fans. Well, that doesn't account for the primary market or the scalper market. So when you looked at the crowd, it felt like or looked like about 75-25 Niner fans on the road.
No doubt. At least, and I know part of it is because the color that all of us wear really, really pops on a television screen.
Right.
I mean, honestly, when you look at the umbrella view, it looks like 100%.
Right.
It's like, what percentage are we talking about? I don't see any blue out there. The end zones are blue. Outside of that, just red.
Right.
Nothing but red.
Certainly not a lot of like pockets of all blue. There weren't all blue sections. There were more Niner fan sections, it appeared, than Ram fans, for sure.
And are any Niners fans wearing, like, I don't know, a gray hoodie that says Niners on it?
No, but maybe a white jersey.
A black hat, a white jersey? No, everybody's wearing red.
Seems like it. On the road, you always want to wear the red.
Oh, man.
You want to represent, unless you go to Kansas City, and then it might be a little bit of a tougher spot. But even if Niner fans were to wear, I don't know, gold or wear white in Arrowhead, you're not going to get 75% of the crowd in Kansas City.
No, it's crazy, man. And I hope when you get to Sundays, or for instance, when we get to Thursday night, and we'll be there, and please come by and see us. We're going to be down there broadcasting and head over to the game. Really hope that we get to hang out with some listeners and get ready for that one. But I hope everybody is savoring even just the start of this a little bit. And it's the big picture. It's not just, hey, the Niners are good. You don't need anybody to tell you that. But this kind of stuff with your favorite sports team, it does not come around very often. It does not come around very often. And in fact, I would argue that this is like the second or third time that it's happened in my lifetime as a 49er fan. And I know a lot of fans of teams where they're our age and it has not happened at all yet. And what I mean by that is when your team is such a damn show. They're good. They have stars. There's a feeling when they drop back to pass where you're like, what's going to, I mean, it's almost like a Durant, Steph, Clay thing, like when it was the Warriors a handful of years ago. But then also the energy of the fan base when it's home, when it's road, it is just clicking at such a level right now. I don't know, man. This is why when they win, without necessarily looking like they threw their first pitch, I think we're all going to be hard-pressed to show up and take shots at this team, because that, to me, that's the mark of absolute greatness. I remember a bunch of games where Tom Brady looked like it was a little bit sleepy. And then in the fourth quarter, they're like, somehow they're up by 10. Same thing yesterday.
Right. So what do you want to give them in terms of a grade as a team, knowing what we know about their ability and the way it looked and the way it went? I think if you give them anything lower than a B, then you're probably grading too tough. If it's a B plus or if it's higher, whatever it is, even if you give them a B, if they had their B effort, their quarterback threw for 206 and no touchdowns, no picks, 17 of 25. He was good. He wasn't spectacular. He wasn't great. Christian McCaffrey and the running game was amazing. Almost 6 yards a carry, and you had 3 rushing touchdowns. McCaffrey, Debo, and Brock. The receivers, they all did their job. The only drop, and I don't even know if Brandon Ayuk is credited for a drop on the one where he clearly had a shoulder injury, but you didn't have any drops, and your defense didn't really make any big mistakes. You might have thought they played a little soft. They didn't get after the quarterback as much as you would think that they should or would want. But in general, they tackled. They kept it in front of them for the most part. They played a solid game.
Did that stat get changed? I feel like the initial play to Debo that went for a touchdown was marked as a pass. And you're right. It is now going down as a rush. Did they originally throw it as a pass? They did. They changed it. I was going to say, because for a period of time on the TV broadcast, he was north of 206 yards and had a touchdown throw. And they've now changed it to a rush.
Yeah.
So McCaffrey a rushing TD, Debo a rushing TD, and Brock a rushing TD.
Yeah, and that's the one where, and I know that technically when the QB is in the shotgun or the pistol and he gets the snap and he just throws the ball up in the air and then the receiver runs by and grabs it, it counts as a forward pass.
Yeah.
Or if you hand it to him, it's a run. The whole thing is a little bit curious to me. And if you're under center and you throw the ball to the wide receiver on a screen and the ball goes backwards, even though you threw it 10 yards across the field, that goes down as a run. So statistically, it's all a little bit curious.
Yeah, well, that's always going to be the deal. I mean, Matt Stafford got credited with 2 picks yesterday. That's not fair.
Right. No.
It's not, right? I mean, Patrick Mahomes threw a pick 6 on the opening night against the Lions. That's not fair. but that's life and that's sports. And so, yeah, the stats are all a little bit quirky. But for me, Brock Purdy misses 3 somewhat long chunk play throws, and that's a bummer. And you would love for him to be better. But by and large, if you take away those 3, he's 17 of 22 for 206 with no turnovers. That's very, very efficient play from your quarterback. That's my big takeaway from Brock Purdy's performance yesterday. Was this one to put on the front of your highlight reel? Absolutely not. But by the same token, I think what you really want, especially with a roster like this, you want a QB who's going to be smart and not to turn the ball over. And if he does that all year long, man, they're going to win almost every week.
Yeah, and that's basically, I think, the blueprint for what Kyle wants is, like you said, no turnovers and just be efficient. And yes, you would like him to hit on the 2 or the 3 deeper throws that were open, a couple more open than the other ones. And you would hope that over time he will connect on those, but they weren't interceptions. They were overthrows and they were plays that were there. And ultimately, it didn't come down to the fact where that was going to hurt you because you were in control of the game from the third quarter on.
There are still a few of you out there. I know that you are a vocal minority. There are still a few of you out there. Right after the game, I received this from Arnold Robinson Jr. on Twitter. Purdy is garbage.
Come on.
We should have kept Trey Lance, and it is going to bite us in the ass. There's still a few of you out there.
Of course. And they will always
still a few of you
be out there. So Brock completes 68% of his throws with no interceptions, a QB rating of 93.1, whatever that's worth. Now, had he thrown a touchdown pass, and I don't know why the Debo one was not a touchdown pass, because it looked to me like that ball actually went forward on the throw, but they call it a run.
I'll look for the highlight.
I just was looking at the highlight.
What do you think?
It's a forward pass. I mean, it happens behind the line of scrimmage, but that's not the determinant. The determinant is, did the ball go forward when the quarterback threw it? That's the only thing that matters. And to me, this one goes forward. So if that one's called a touchdown catch, then his QB rating is like 108.
I see it as backward by about a half yard, but I get where you're coming from. I've watched enough NFL to know that often gets called a pass. And I will say this. If Mahomes or Allen had thrown that, that's a touchdown
Exactly.
Pass. That's a touchdown pass. But by the letter of the law,
I get it.
They didn't do anything wrong. He releases the ball, and it goes backward about a half yard to Debo. It's not incorrect. It's not incorrect. And again, it's irrelevant. What I love, you want to know what I'm noticing? And I love this. So Purdy, as you just said, 17 to 25, 206. The Niners score 30 points. They win on the road, and it's turnover free, but he misses 3 downfield throws. And you're going to get people that go, this is not good enough.
He's garbage.
Well, that's a good thing, because that means we're finally starting to raise the bar. We're starting to raise the bar. And I think that's a good thing. That means Brock Purdy has already convinced a bunch of people of some things. Yes, until there's like Super Bowl success, then the same narrative is going to continue. But I love that people are now like, no, let's set a higher bar for Brock Purdy. Let's set an even higher bar. Nobody's talking. You know what you don't hear this week? Wow, this is a small sample. No, I think we're done. I think small sample, we're done here.
Are we done with samples now?
I'm done with small sample. You all done with small sample?
We've gone through Costco, and we've walked up and down every aisle, and we've hit all the samples. And then you start to circle back, and you're like, man, I already had that. I already had the empanada. I had the soy milk.
You're going to put a hat on so they don't recognize me and go
I
back
had the
through
tortilla
and get a
chips.
second taquito.
I had the chicken finger. I had the taquito. Are we done with the samples now, people? Because I used to take my kids, my older kids who are now in their 20s, I'd say, Daddy's going to Costco. Who wants to go? And Quest was always like, let's go, Dad.
I'm in.
Samples. And this is pre-COVID. Samples are back now at Costco, which I don't think at the same level they used to be, but
pretty good.
In terms of sample size, Costco, sample, Brock Purdy, are we done now with the samples? And can we shop now? Can I go and get 88 AA batteries?
No, it's a good question.
Can I go get 700 pounds of ramen?
Are you with me? Are we done with
Can
this?
I get my 5-pound bag of tortilla chips?
Do you know what you need to not do? Because I did this just last week. I made a Costco run last week.
Nice.
I went right after it opened. Samples aren't out yet.
Right.
Yep. Not out yet.
If you want to maximize samples, it's a Saturday, Sunday, but then you're going to be there with the masses.
Oh, man, yeah.
But that's where you're going to get the max.
People are rolling that cart into your ankle.
Oh, my God.
The line is stretching all the way to the clothes. When it's time to leave, you're like, I'm looking at hoodies right now.
I don't even need a hoodie.
Should I grab a hoodie? It's
one.
$12.99. I think I should grab a hoodie. I think that they do. I think some of those people are actors. They're like, get the line out to the hoodies. See if we could sell some more Champion hoodies for $12.99.
They got some sneaky good clothes in there.
I walk through there every time.
Yep.
Sometimes I'm like, you know what? Socks. I should get socks. Why? I don't need socks. Let's get some more
You
socks.
just never know.
You never know.
12 pair for $5.99.
But are you with me there?
I am now.
Are we done?
We're done with samples.
With Brock Purdy's sample size. Are we done?
We're done, Mark.
I'm done.
We're done. No, we're done because what's the sample now? It is like
10
now
games?
10 games?
And forget stats. Forget the quirky, like he started and he didn't start. He played the majority. If we turn the Miami plus Eagles into one game, that's 4 quarters of football.
Fine.
Okay?
Fine.
Turn that into one game. And then outside of that, what was it? It was 5 regular season starts.
5 and 2 and 2.
2 playoff
So now
wins.
we're looking at 10.
So 10 games. He played 10 games, and
he's won every one except for the one where his arm fell off.
Right. The one that where he played one drive.
Yeah, if you
and
give him
didn't finish.
Miami and then you also give him Philly, he's 9-1. And you look at the number of interceptions he's thrown.
4
per game, right?
4.
4 a game?
4 total.
4 total?
I need Gene Hackman to walk in and go, how many interceptions has he thrown?
Number 4.
Shout out Hoosiers.
4. He's thrown 4 interceptions.
What about the fumbles, though, Mark?
What about the fumbles?
I mean, there haven't been that many. The big one against Philly cost him the game in the NFC Championship.
Sure.
Hashtag facts.
Let's see. Fumbles.
He's fumbled once this year, right?
I got one. Yeah. And he got it back, right? Oh, no, there was one that he lost also. So he's fumbled twice.
Okay.
We got one of them back.
Small hands.
Behind his back.
Must be those small hands. Sample size.
Yeah.
I'm done with sample size.
Right?
He's the quarterback. They're 2-0. He's either good enough or he's not good enough. I'm not going to worry about he hasn't done it enough. He's the dude. So let's go, Brock.
Well, and I think it's even deeper than that. Like, he's the quarterback. That's the 49ers' decision. But each and every fan gets to decide sort of where he's at, where they're at on the spectrum as far as figuring out how you feel about this guy long term. And 10 games is not forever. We got to see how this all plays out. There's no contract talk for at least another 2 seasons, so nobody needs to worry about it. But I do think we've reached a point where the discussion about Brock, which is always going to happen, he's the quarterback of the football team, but the discussion as we get to certain markers needs to remove certain aspects. For me, we've arrived. We have arrived at the point in the story where we remove sample size from the conversation. I think we're starting to get to know who this guy is. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and he is an elite game manager. He's a guy who can go 17 for 25 for 206 and win comfortably because he's not going to turn it over. He may not hit the big play, but he's not going to miss the easy plays. And you'd be hard-pressed, and you mentioned it before, he had 8 incompletes, and 3 of those were on deep balls that he missed on. Okay, so now we're down to 5 incompletes.
5 incompletes.
One of them was a good throw to Ayuk, who couldn't hang on to it because he's got a shoulder injury, and we're going to update that here as the show goes on in terms of how bad his injury was. And he had 4 other incompletes that I'd have to rack my brain to remember because none of them were, oh, that should have been picked off, or, oh, my God, how did he throw it there?
There were not.
That guy was open.
There were more of those in the Steeler game than there were yesterday.
Exactly.
There were 0 turnover-worthy throws yesterday.
Right. He was just damn efficient. He runs the offense. I don't recall any delay of game or like illegal procedure or false starts, any of the parking tickets, as I like to call them, based on an inexperienced quarterback who doesn't get the play in and doesn't know how to get the play out.
So when can we adjust the conversation a little bit to get to the point? And I know we've talked about it, right? I know that he played for 4 years in college and had a lot of starts, right? I get that. I get that Shanahan is a really good play caller. I get that he's got Trent Williams on the left tackle. I get that he's got Kittle. I get that he's got McCaffrey and Debo. He's got security blankets everywhere. But now when do we circle back to this level of efficiency, this level of game management, this level of protection coming from somebody who just got hucked into the NFL for the first time less than a year ago? Like, when do we start comparing just that? Just the first 10 games?
Right now. I mean, if we're done with sample size, then we are into the era of, well, how good is he? Let's compare him to the other quarterbacks. Forget, the other guys who have 12 or 15 years, Matt Stafford or Anthony Richardson, who's got 2 games. How good are you, Brock?
This is a Monster Monday. It's brought to you by First 5 California. Learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress. Go to first5california.com. We're also presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. 888-957-9570. Are you done with sample size with Brock Purdy? And therefore, if you are, where does the conversation go next? We'll continue to talk about it throughout the afternoon as the Niners take down the Rams to go to 2-0. This is Willard and Dibs.
Hi, this is Carson Daly, inviting you to be part of Odyssey's mental health initiative, I'm Listening. As a dedicated...
personnel. But Purdy will sneak it in for the touchdown. Brock Purdy didn't need the running back. Didn't need the fullback. He takes it himself to put 6 on the board.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, again, there's another call on Fox, and yes, we keep reminding people that game was not at Levi's, even though it very, very, very much sounded like it. Willard and Dibs, glad you're with us, 888-957-9570. I think a couple of you, Steiny, you guys have pointed out the importance of that drive and that play right before the end of the half, but maybe a different angle of discussing it. Maybe this is overdoing it. It was only a half yard. But I do feel like Kyle Shanahan has been questioned often for situations like that and not doing the gutsy thing. Like, I want to point out that in different years, and maybe not from the half-yard line, but the way that one was playing out, remember, they weren't running the ball because they had no timeouts, and there was only a handful of seconds on the clock, so they were having to throw it, and that means a one read and then throw, and the read wasn't there either time. So it was incomplete. There's only 1 second left on the clock, and I very much was thinking they're going to take the 3, and he went for it, and he was rewarded for that, and I think that's a good thing. McVay versus Shanahan yesterday, Shanahan was the gutsier coach.
Yeah, and that, to me, is a no-brainer in that spot from that yard line. But you're right. In the past, Kyle Shanahan's been criticized for being conservative and turtling up. And, the Rams, I think, did a lot to help the 49ers get to that spot with a couple of penalties late in that drive to make it so that the ball was at the half-yard line. And I'm surprised more coaches don't employ that strategy in terms of, the last play of a half, and you just flat out try to commit PI to keep a guy from making a play, and then you put the onus on the other team. And we saw it in the Denver game.
Yes,
you're
that's
right.
exactly what the Washington Commanders did.
That was not a blatant, like, we're going to do it on purpose. I'm talking about committing a penalty on purpose.
On purpose. I mean,
like, sometimes you get into the all-hold defense where you're all going to hold the guy, knowing that it's the last play and they can't do anything really about it.
Yeah, I mean, there's only a second left to go on the clock. Obviously, you can get the untimed down if you just keep doing it over and over again. But and I know that this formation was different than what the Eagles do, but I don't know. We've reached this point in football where if your quarterback is, I don't know, if he's got his wits about him, that half-yard play is...
It's automatic.
It's automatic.
Yeah.
There's nothing you can do, even at the goal line, even with Aaron Donald sitting there with his head right where you're trying to go.
Yeah, and all you have to do is just pick a side and hope that your offensive lineman can shade the defenders a little bit in that direction, and you can just kind of sneak it forward half yard and fall forward. I'm glad that Brock was able to get it without any real review. It was pretty much a no drama sneak in that spot.
Man, I'm enjoying it. It was frustrating for a while yesterday. I think that we get conditioned that the pass rush is just going to be elite and dominate and all of that. And Matt Stafford, Sean McVay, we probably shouldn't be surprised. They see it twice a year. We've watched the Rams in the Stafford-McVay era look like that before against the 49ers. We've watched it. That's what the first half of that game felt a lot like portions of the NFC Championship game felt like. It was like, damn, they can't get home, and the Rams are moving the ball. By the same token, the Rams are not pulling away. In the NFC title game, they weren't even winning. The 49ers were winning. But in that fourth quarter, it felt like Stafford is in rhythm. And this is the beauty of that matchup and rivalry, if you will. Matt Stafford gets in rhythm, and the 49ers have been very good defensively at making the one play that takes him out of his rhythm. And it often means an interception. It has often meant a pick six when it's Matt Stafford. What was different in the NFC title game? Tart didn't catch the ball. But this time, they did. And even though one of them was just a Johnny-on-the-spot play, I felt like the Rams, their whole rhythm was upset by that first interception, even though it wasn't a bad throw. He didn't do anything wrong, but it changed the whole tone of the game. It changed the rhythm of the Rams offense, and they never threatened to score a touchdown again.
Yeah, they didn't score a touchdown in the second half at all. They got just the 2 field goals was all they could muster against a Niners defense that definitely made some adjustments. They only ended up getting the 1 sack, and that was Fred Warner coming around on a linebacker blitz, a great little move from one side of the formation. He loops all the way around and comes in clean, and that was a great call by Steve Wilks. I did think that their defensive approach, especially in the first half, was a little too soft, and you allowed Matthew Stafford and Puka Nacua and company to get into a really comfortable rhythm offensively.
Let's hear a little bit from Brock Purdy on the overthrows, though, right? Because this is something that deserves a little bit of focus. This is what he had to say after the game.
No, I don't think so. We've hit those, deep balls and whatnot at practice and everything. It's just, comes down when the bullets are flying, being able to make an accurate throw and, not overthrow them, don't underthrow them, but just be on point. And so, that's what you got to do as an NFL quarterback, and I take that on myself.
All right, that what we need in this case, Dibs, we need accountability.
Yeah.
And we are not giving him a pass. Does this sound like accountability?
I just overthrew him, on the one to BA, the one Debo, and then JJ on that third down. Yeah, it's just, those are on me. I got to be better. I got to hit them in stride and not overthrow them. Simple as that.
By the way, since we were talking about it, quarterback sneak secrets from Jimmy G. Did he ever get any of those?
We watched a lot of QB sneaks and stuff that Jimmy did well and what he did. So he did a good job with it, and I learned a couple things, but he never really told me. But yeah.
Jimmy always claimed there was a secret. He didn't want to tell anybody. So he never even told you.
Nah. He just nah. But it's all good, man. I love Jim.
Brock said, "Hey, will you tell me your secrets?" And Jimmy goes, "See ya."
Totally. That's not, I don't know what secret you can impart other than, get the ball and go forward as soon as you can and pick a side and just get your head down there and square up your shoulders and go to it.
Does feel like some guys are better at it than others.
Yeah.
I almost feel like it's some sort of a quick release of your feet. Jimmy was not quick on his feet, but he was quick with that sort of first movement, quick release,
right?
Quick, lurch forward, and Brock's got a sort of a quick way about that movement, even within the pocket, and so maybe that's all you need. I don't know. I don't know what the secret is. I just know that right now, if you need a half yard in the NFL, you can. It seems like you can have it. You can have it whenever you want it.
More, yeah.
I don't know, but 4th and inches. Give me a good reason why you shouldn't go for it. Nobody is stopping this play ever anymore.
Yeah, and I wonder why the Rams didn't go for it on their opening drive of the second half, 4th and 2 at the Niners 49, and you had some momentum. It was your first possession of the second half, and the Rams they'd moved it from their own 21 across midfield. You're at the Niners 49. It's 4th and 2, and your boy turtled up a little bit. McVay, punt team, that one surprised me.
All I know is that when you're a fan and you're watching the game, I always feel like you can tell if the other team should go for it on 4th down based on what happens inside your belly when the decision is made. Okay? If it were 4th and 5, as a fan, you kind of get to the edge of your seat and you're like, let's pin our ears back. Let's go. This is an opportunity. Or you're like, oh, crap, they're going to go for it and they're going to get it. And that's how I felt. I thought Sean McVay made a bad decision because as a fan, I was very thankful that he sent the punting unit out.
Yeah, exactly. And, they were on plus yardage at the Niners 49. And even if you don't get it, the Niners still would have to go 50-plus yards to get a touchdown. Instead, you punt, and it looked good on the next snap because your boy coughed it up. Couldn't handle the snap. Brock Purdy with a fumble, and they also got away big time with that crazy deflected snap that they snapped it off of George Kittle, and it careens right to McCaffrey.
Yeah, they've had a couple bounces.
Niners had a couple of things go their way. And we do need to, as we're looking at a no-turnover game, Brock Purdy was unable to get a snap, and they had that snap that careened off of Kittle right to McCaffrey.
I will say that Brock Purdy was not sloppy. I would not say that about the rest of the team. You even look at like the penalties when they were in run the clock out mode. They had a lot of weird stuff happen down the stretch that I bet the coaching staff wants to clean up immediately. All right, we're sponsored by Ashley Furniture. We'll continue to take your calls. 888-957-9570. It's a simple question. What'd you think? Okay, it's the day after another 49er win. They're 2-0. What'd you think? We've also got a Brandon Ayuk update coming up down the stretch. All right, it's Willard and Dibs.
Fall is almost here, and at Ashley, seasonal decorating is a breeze.
Stafford deflected and intercepted. A one-arm pick by Isaiah Oliver.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
The Rams are such a mystery. That was off the hands of Kyron Williams, right?
Yeah. Both hands. All 10 fingers, in fact.
By the way, I'm having a hard time with the name Kyron because it's just like it's too close to Kylo Ren. So
Kylan Mills, I believe, former Cron 4 anchor.
Yes.
Wife to Chuck, who used to work here.
Okay. That was intricate.
Well, there's the Kylan and the Kyren, so I'm with you.
Kylo Ren.
Kyrie, Kyren.
So my mind,
say you, say me.
There you go. Say it together. But yeah. Naturally. Thank you. Naturally, Nick Bosa did things that we didn't see yesterday. You ready for this? Because we'd love to talk about the defense and what happened yesterday. The play that you just heard on Fox may have turned the tides of this game, and it was no doing of the 49er defense. Like, good job, Isaiah Oliver, Johnny on the spot for, catching the ball. That's good. But it was not a great defensive play. It was a ball that deflected off the hands of a receiver. You caught a break. You turned it into a victory. I'm not saying it would have gone the other way. But if we're going to spend as much time as we did talking about this 49er defense and how it's one of the best in the NFL, I don't think yesterday was a perfect day. So let's nitpick a little bit. 888-957-9570. What wasn't good enough? Okay? What has to improve? Now, before you answer, Dibs, let me throw this at you.
Okay.
Might surprise you.
Throw it.
For the second consecutive week, the 49ers' highest graded defender,
according to
PFF,
Pro Football Focus.
I know that you like to use the letters to maybe say something else, but yes, that's what it stands for.
I'm just curious where we're sourcing this material.
Well, they're the only ones who actually do the individual grades across the board.
Right. So this is human beings judging other human beings.
Right, but it's human beings who have gone over this in a much finer form than we have.
Of course.
Is that fair?
Yes, yeah. But is it also fair to say that there is a high degree of subjectivity when you're dealing with human beings looking at other human beings?
Yes. I don't know about high degree. There's a degree. But it's not like they're looking at this and saying, well, Nick did this, but I'm not going to give him credit for it. Or I am going to give him credit for something he didn't do because his name's Nick and he makes a lot of money.
Go ahead.
What do you think?
I think that when we talk about the stat such as pressures, there is a degree of subjectivity when it comes to what constitutes a pressure.
I'll buy that.
Like when we talk about different metrics that involve, like in baseball, for example, a base hit or an error, there is subjectivity based on the official score and their determination therein.
No doubt. It's an aspect. I don't know if it's like overtaking the game.
Agreed.
Right? So anyway, to whatever degree you want to buy it, PFF says that Nick Bosa was the 49ers' highest graded defender of the day with a superb score of 93.
That's good.
That's
yeah.
high.
Really
That's very
good.
high. Okay? And now you may look at this and go, no, well, how? I didn't see him getting tackles. I didn't see him getting sacks. He didn't do this, that, the other. What PFF, and this is where I will give them credit, what they're going to take into account and see on the film that we are not as fans is a way that an offense is going to attack a defender and the way that an offense is going to attack an entire defense, which is to run everything away from your best players. So the Rams ran everything away from Nick Bosa. The Rams dedicated extra offensive linemen to Nick Bosa, and that is all taken into account by PFF. So we're looking at Nick Bosa going, well, that's 2 games. You get 0 sacks. And he's at the postgame presser being like, yeah, and, I'm just, I'm getting back into the flow. Okay, fine. But the stats aren't there, and we want them. It doesn't mean he's not playing good football. It doesn't mean that. So when you start with, if we're going to answer that question, what needs to be better? I don't think Nick Bosa is a bad answer to that question, but know that information before you throw that out there is all I'm saying.
Yes, and information is a term used loosely, in my opinion, when it comes to Pro Football Focus, and it's humans judging other humans on things that are not concrete, such as sacks is a much more concrete stat than pressures.
Right, but wouldn't you agree that even information isn't necessarily telling an entire story?
It's a piece of the story.
Yeah, like a sack is a stat. It doesn't mean if you get one that you had the most amazing pass rush of all time.
Correct.
Quarterback could turn the wrong way and run right into you.
And a lot of times, if you are a guy who gets a lot of sacks, it's because of a Nick Bosa type who's taking on a double team, and you're able to beat your man one-on-one and get a sack.
Drake Jackson, 3 sacks.
I look at a defense yesterday that had a grand total of 1 sack.
1.
And Nick did not register it, and nobody in the front 4 registered that sack. It took a blitz in the second half, a great Fred Warner move, and a great defensive play call. He came in untouched, and he actually said in the postgame he was a little bit surprised to get that clean of a shot, and coaches told him not to jump, and so he tried not to jump, and he kind of did a half jump.
Well,
you could see him
you
could see him kind of like he wanted to jump,
right?
And he kind of went up and he didn't, and he got down and he got the sack, and that's my point though is Nick gets a 93, yet nobody else on the defensive line was able to generate any sack. So where does the 93 come from?
Well, because of the most consistent pressure.
Right.
Kind of the highest batting average, I guess, if you will, in terms of...
For a team that didn't score, they scored 1 run.
Well, I mean, if you're pushing your offensive lineman into the quarterback's space and making that quarterback move his feet and throw the ball a touch early, that's a big deal. And you don't really, you watch on TV, it's just like, whatever. Matt threw the ball. But that's a big deal. That changes the entire play, changes the calculus of everything. So that's all I'm saying is little things like that are there, and they matter, and they statistically do not show up at all. I know you understand that. I totally get what you're saying. I just don't think that there's any metric at all that removes either human opinion or quirks. Matt Stafford threw a pick on a play where he hit his receiver right between the numbers.
Right, and that was not a byproduct of Nick Bosa's pressure.
No.
I'm just watching the highlight again for the 11th time, and he had time to throw, and the receiver was open by 5 yards, and the ball was delivered on time, on target, and the guy just straight up gacked it.
Just dropped it.
Jock Peterson tracking a fly ball in left field.
I'd rather not talk about the Giants today. If it's
I'm
okay
sorry.
with you.
I thought I'd take a cheap shot. I had an opportunity, and I took it.
Jock would like you to know that it's not about his weight. Did you see that story over the weekend?
No, but we don't even need to go to it. All I know is when he was wide receiver 1 at Palo Alto High, he was much more svelte.
Okay.
I do know that.
It's body shaming, and it's offensive, and he would like everybody to stop.
And I like that because I'm sitting here on the fat camera on YouTube, even though I shaved today, and I am absolutely fresh and clean.
Get to YouTube.
I'm a fat red pumpkin. Shut up, Grandy.
No.
I complimented you earlier.
No, he's a medium-sized red pumpkin. It does...
medium.
Well, you took you took the Johnny Graybeard away.
Totally.
So you do look a little bit. This is all I'm going to say because you look great.
Keep it real, Mark.
You look a little bit more like a Niner fan today than you did Friday because you look like one of those seats at SoFi Stadium. You look a little red. Yeah, you're a little
red and gold.
Well, you took the hair off.
Yeah.
Because the hair wasn't red.
No.
It used to be the stuff that was on top of your head. I remember that.
Do I look younger, older, or the same?
Versus Friday?
Yes.
Or versus 20 years ago?
Well, I mean, come on now, kid. I'm not trying to go back.
Versus the young people.
Randy.
Do you look
Randy.
younger, old? You definitely don't look older.
Okay, good.
So let's remove that one.
Then let's just call it.
I'd like to phone a friend for the next one. Do you look younger or the same? I think a little bit younger.
Okay.
But only by like a year and a half.
That's fine.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to beg for compliments.
No.
I
noticed right away. You saw. I walked in. I'm like, whoa, your face.
2 of the 3 members of our show noticed right away.
Yeah.
The other member was too focused on his own little post-game thing on Sunday.
Wow.
For which I complimented him because the guy's good.
He is good.
Mark Grandy's good. Not like I'm hearing footsteps good.
No. Can I?
But good.
He's good, and he deserves that compliment. And then he deserves another compliment. You want to know what Grandy did? He remembered a request that I gave him 48 hours earlier. I said, when you're done with your post game, hit me with a text and let me know when our national show takes over on 95.7 The Game, and I'll try to slant things into a Niners conversation for our local audience, even though I'm talking to Kyle Rudolph, who's at a hotel in Minnesota, and I looked down, and I got that text. He said, Mark, you are now on 95.7 The Game. And a little flutter went through my heart.
Nice.
I was like, wow.
Good dude.
I'm on 95.7 The Game right now. That's crazy.
I'm never on 95.7 The Game.
That never happens.
It's big for you. Big if true.
Except for 20 hours a week. But anyway, go ahead.
Nick Bosa.
Yes.
You had 3 QB hits, and your D-line had 1 sack. And let me check that. Your D-line had no sacks. And Matthew Stafford was 34 for 55. He got sacked 1 time. He threw 1 pick that was his fault. The second pick was not his fault. The first pick was not his fault. The second one was his fault. So to give a D lineman a 93, and I saw the comment. You don't have to laugh at the YouTube audience.
I'm sorry. It caught my eye.
They're not that
it's funny. It is. It's not fair and it's not right, but it's still funny. You have to. Come on, man. You're good at laughing at yourself.
Which one, Mark? There's a couple shots that were taken. The one about Mini-Me.
This looks like if Mini-Me ate a Mario Brothers mushroom and grew.
That hurts a little bit, I'll be honest. Never go full Jeff.
Come on, I needed to get that out. Okay.
Oh, he gets a 4?
Now I can listen. Now I can listen again.
I'm done. I'm done.
No. I like what's your breakdown of the defensive line?
You're giving Nick Bosa a pass, and all the sycophants
Wait a minute. A pass?
Are you going to let me finish?
Well, yes.
Because you said you're done laughing at me and you were going to listen.
Yeah,
so,
no, now I'm not laughing.
So
now
put on your listening cap over there.
That's a follow-up question. I'm not going to apologize
for
that.
You're giving him a pass. You're standing behind Pro Football Focus, giving him a 93. Nick Bosa was a non-factor in that game.
Oh, wow, I don't agree with that at all.
Matthew Stafford was unhurried. He was unfettered. He was unrushed for the majority of that game. He had his way, and the Niners let him dink and dunk, and he did.
What is a defensive lineman supposed to do to prevent dink and dunk?
Wreck the game or knock a ball down.
3-step drop, gone. How are you getting to the quarterback that fast? Hike, put 2 deep, gone.
Good old-fashioned determination.
Well, no. You know what I mean? I put it this way. Split the difference. He didn't register any sacks. To say he was a non-factor in the game, if Nick Bosa and the D-line was a non-factor in the game, they'd have carved him up and scored 38 or 41.
They carved him up and scored 17 in the first half.
Okay.
And then they were on the move in the second half, and Sean McVay went Yertle the Turtle and punted the football, and then they got the ball back, and the running back dropped the ball when they were driving again.
Hold on.
I think that you need to look at the game not from the lens of the scoreboard, but in terms of what was actually going on.
Well, so which stat are you going to choose to pay attention to then? Because if you're going to ignore the sack issue or not ignore it, if you're going to make an issue out of the sack thing, then I don't think you get to ignore the scoreboard. They gave up 6 points in the second half, and 3 of them were cockamamie. Like, that's good defense.
Yeah, it was fine defense. They got a gift from Kylo Ren.
No,
the fact that he cannot catch a football thrown right to him.
You're right. It was not a banner day for the defense.
The Rams were on the move at that point,
but it was not an awful day. I'm going to reject something my nephew, because you know the Niners and Rams thing in our family.
Oh, sure, that's right.
The nephew was ticked. He was very mad, and his contention after the game was that if Kylo Ren doesn't drop that ball, the Rams win. And I gave him one of those, when you hold the text down. Can you do this on an Android? Do you hold it down and all the options come up? Thumbs up, love, like, laugh at?
No.
You can't do any of that?
No, in the Android world, we actually prefer words to childish emojis.
No, it's not an emoji. It's just a reaction.
Right. React with actual words and thought and insight.
That takes too much time.
Yeah, it actually doesn't take much time at all to formulate a thought and actually relay it from a human being to another human being.
I'm a broadcaster. I know this. I can formulate a thought and share it, but
few things more infuriating than liked or emphasized or you thumbs up to me.
Emphasize this kind of funny. No, but how would you end a text conversation without the thumbs up? I'll be there in 10 minutes.
Okay.
Thumbs up. As if I saw it. I got you. I don't need to sit there with my thumb.
You can't hit an O and a K?
Yeah, you can do that, but see, okay's there's a connotation to it.
There's actually no connotation to it.
Absolutely. Hey, how you doing today? Okay.
Fine.
Are we good? I'll be there in 5 minutes. Okay.
Perf.
Don't ever text me. Perf. Don't say perf. Do not do that. I like the thumbs up. Anyway, I gave my nephew a ha-ha, but I didn't type it out. I just laughed at him.
Right.
I laughed at him. He's 17 years old, and I laughed at him because I wanted to let him know the Niners are winning that game either way if Kylo Ren drops that ball or not.
Yeah, Kyren Williams, for those of you not in on the bit.
It helped. Obviously, it changed the tone of the football game. I'm not saying it was a wonderful defensive effort. I do think, though, this sort of, for me, this falls into the bucket of we've got to remember when the 49ers play football this year that the opponent also plays NFL football.
Are you getting this, Grandy?
Okay.
Are you going to cut this?
The Rams have highly paid coaches. Matt Stafford is making a truck full of money. They, too, practiced all week long.
You getting this, Lucas, for an infographic?
They looked at video. They prepared. They are professionals.
Are they paid to play football, too?
They are talented. And so, therefore, when they get to the game and they do a couple things right, we cannot look at the Niners every week and go, you are screwing up because the other team completed a pass. 3-step drop, pow, gone. How are you supposed to sack the quarterback? Matt never went back there and started looking around. If he did, they'd have gotten him. And when he did in the second half...
They didn't get him. They got him once.
No, they picked him.
And it took a blitz.
And they picked him.
They picked him once.
And they pressured him 27 times in the game.
From...
PFF.
Okay, so on his 55 dropbacks...
Yes.
27 of those were...
half of them.
Quote-unquote pressures.
Yes.
He completed 34 of 55.
It's a good player.
So... And I wonder about your pressure stat. What is, what it determines a pressure?
It's not my pressure
No, you're the
stat.
one who brought it to the show.
I'm telling you.
You don't see me PFF and you, do you?
Oh, that got weird real fast.
So it's your stat.
It's not my stat.
You're the one who brought it to the table.
I am bringing things to the table to think about.
Right. And I'm here to say that I summarily reject that stat until I get an idea what constitutes a pressure. Does Matthew Stafford have to actually feel like, you know what, Pro Football Focus? Yeah, this is Matt. I actually felt some pressure on that drop back.
That'd be
Go ahead
awesome
and give them
if
a
that's
pressure.
the way it worked. That'd
Every
be
play.
amazing. I was feeling anxiety on this play.
Totally.
Right? Like just
they check his heart rate, and if it goes above 128,
it could be like when Geno Smith goes, "Oh my God!" When Aaron Donald is about to run and says, "That's two pressures." Because not only are you feeling the pressure, you had audible pressure.
Right.
Right? It could be like a psychiatrist put him on the couch. All right, this play right here. Matt, tell me about your feelings on this play. How are you feeling?
Oh.
Look, this was not a banner day for the defense. I am certainly not trying to make this point. I thought that last week was. I thought they were dominant against the Pittsburgh Steelers. They were not against the Rams. I think the Rams are a better team than the Steelers, it appears, this year. I definitely think they've got a better quarterback, and I think they had a better game plan. And you've got to give room for that. The Rams did some good things. The 49ers have got drawing board material after this game, no doubt. No doubt. But I don't know. Give the Rams a little something. Good game plan, good execution. It didn't work. I wouldn't really freak out about it unless it had worked. It didn't work. 49ers won. Not their best day. For me, mark of a great team when you win on not your best day.
It had worked for almost 3 full quarters until Kyren Williams coughed it up. And I'm looking at ESPN and their win probability that they do, based on who should win the game at any given moment.
Yeah.
And when the Rams have it first and 20 on that very drive, they had a 54% 4% chance of winning that football game.
Interesting.
So to your cousin, or your nephew rather, to his point about, we would have won that game if it wasn't for that, ... After the pick, then the Niners get to 57% chance to win immediately.
Yep.
So that play was a 10% swing from Rams, and it was a coin flip, but the Rams were slightly more likely to win on the move in Niner territory.
Yeah, it's late third quarter, sure.
Right, four and change left to go.
They probably would have taken the lead. I'll give you that.
Right. So, I mean, to your nephew's point, I don't think that they would have still won the game, but if the Rams use another 2.5, 3 minutes of clock and get a field goal, clock, and so now they're up 2017, really late third, it becomes a game where maybe they get 3 possessions and the Niners only get 2 more, and they have a better chance to win.
Let's go to Jamie in San Pablo. 888-957-957. We'll take your calls on this. So, Jaime in San Pablo with Willard and Dibbs. What's up, Jaime?
Hey, guys. So, just give me a chance here. If we're going to nitpick, right? Give me a chance, okay?
Sure. So,
yeah, the Mr. Relevant from, the last pick in the draft who just, had an elbow surgery. Gosh, he missed those 3, deep throws, Jesus, man. It's like, come on, guy. The defensive player of the year last season, Jesus, come on, get a sack, man. Can't you beat that double team or that triple team sometimes? Come on, man. Let's get it done. Come on, defense. Like, all the time, right? You have to be on top. This is ridiculous. We won the game. Purdy didn't do nothing to hurt us. If anything, he made some good throws. Yes, he missed the deep throws, but he's going to get better. That's going to come with a touch. He said it himself. I mean, this is guys, this is ridiculous. We're doing good. We start off good. We could be possibly 3-0, and then go to the Cowboy game 4-0. I mean, this is ridiculous. To me, Purdy is fine. The team is fine. The D-line will do their job. This is. I'm happy. Let's just keep it going.
Hey, Jaime, when you say this is ridiculous, who are you talking to? Who's saying that everything's bad?
A lot of fans, like you said, like the person that tweeted to you, right? The person that tweeted. A lot of other people. I hear a lot of other people talking about it, and it doesn't make any sense.
Okay, I got it now. Yeah, thanks, Jaime. I appreciate it. Look, it's football. I think there's two kinds of fans when you get done with games like this, and you focus on whatever you want to focus on. And if you want to focus on that was not as pretty, it was not as purdy, and it was not as dominant, great. You can focus on that. I mean, the Niners are a Super Bowl contender. It's going to have to not just be good. It's going to have to be really good.
Right. You're going to have to win games where you get. And I get that. I don't want to say that they got lucky, but there were things that happened in the game that were fortunate that they happened the way they did. George Kittle butt passing it to McCaffrey on a weird snap. Brock Purdy fumbling a snap. Tip balls going to Isaiah Oliver, who made a nice play.
Sure.
Things go your way when you're a good team. The Niners weren't lucky, but they benefited from some things that may not always go their way.
Mike, Joe, Niner Al, you're coming up next. We'll keep going with the phones. 888-957-9570. We're presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. It's Willard and Dibbs.
Settle down, class. Colin, you're up.
My fellow students, for today's show and tell, I present to you my phone.
Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The rookie Jake Moody from 57. His career long at Michigan was 59. Moody's kick is on the way, and it is good. And San Francisco takes the 20-17 lead.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Couple of fantasy notes. My buddies in college, we did that fantasy draft way too early, first week of August. Always wait till the last round to pick my kicker. And I'm like, it's August 4th or something. I'm like, I'm taking Jake Moody. That was way before the preseason, happened, and he was all over the damn place.
Did you stick with your man?
Stuck with him because I'm like, I got no reason not to right now. So let's just hang out and see how it plays out. You can always pick up another kicker. Maybe I could go to the wire and get Cameron Dicker the kicker or something like that.
Right.
But no, hung out. Let's see. Take a breath. Find out what goes on with Jake Moody. And some of the guys were like, who the hell is that? Jake Moody. What'd you just do? Who'd you pick? I said, give me Jake Moody. They're like, we don't even know who that is. I said, you will.
Yeah, you better recognize.
And how we looking now, brother? How we looking now? Jake Moody looks fantastic and looks like a weapon. And at the 57-yarder, that was a moment, I would think, for Kyle Shanahan because that's why you got him. It's not just because he's cheaper. It brought a different dynamic to the offense. You're not kicking a 57-yarder with Robbie Gould. You're not doing it. And the Niners took the lead there on that play. That was huge.
Yeah, big time kick from a big-time kicker. And on behalf of all of us to all of you in the Moody camp and the Moody family, we're all sorry. You're right. You're good.
You're good.
You're good. We thought you were hurt. We thought third-round capital on the kicker was just going to be another third-round mistake from Kyle Shanahan, circa Joe Williams, and the rest of them. But turns out you got your man and stuff, and he can kick, and he's the real deal. Jake Moody, baby. And that came one play after the deep ball that was wide open on 3rd and 7.
Right.
3rd and 7. Debo runs a little go route, little inside move, and all Brock has to do is throw that between the hash marks down the middle of the field, and it's a touchdown. But he throws it over the hash mark, 5 yards too far, and Shanahan's screaming into his laminated play sheet. All right, Moody, really?
Yeah.
A field goal from 57? Good.
Yep.
And the Niners would never trail again.
Yeah, really, he's been fantastic. It's a little surprising, in fact, how good he's been because it's not just he's made all of his kicks. They're like all right down the middle. Like he's absolutely crushing it. So he looks great. That's a good new dynamic. Speaking of fantasy, and the little family league that the lovely Christy, it was her idea. She put it together, and then I have taken over as commissioner duties, and all that's meant is people throwing rocks at me all the time because we've got a bunch of people in the league who have no clue what they're doing. They've never done it before. So my poor parents, who are like 80 years old and sitting at their house, and they're like, we don't understand how to do this, but they're 49er fans. So they're like, all right, they got to like the 5th round, and they're like, we're taking Eli Mitchell. And everybody's just like, don't laugh at the, right? Don't laugh. They're like, oh, my God.
I thought you told me they took Kevin Mitchell.
That was
might as well
would have gotten the same number of points yesterday.
Jesus.
So they're still starting Eli Mitchell.
Come on, Mom.
At the running back position, and I don't want to get all up into Mom and Dad's business.
What kind of a son are you?
Well, it doesn't work because
you played him this week, didn't you?
I did, and I absolutely housed him. But you're
terrible. You're a terrible son.
It was already over on Thursday. I had T.J. Hawkinson and DeAndre Swift.
Well, then you could have reached out and said, "Mom, Dad, just so you know."
No, but
Kyle hates him and stuff.
But you know what happens when you do that? Hey, Mom and Dad, you probably shouldn't be playing Eli Mitchell. If that happens, and something happens to Christian, Eli's going to come in and score 3 touchdowns, and it's on me. So I am super laissez-faire on this whole thing.
Yep.
I am out. I'm going to let it play out. You figure it out on your own. You've been on the earth for 80 years. You can figure it out. But the whole Eli Mitchell thing, not that he was going to score a bunch of points, it's a little bit interesting. There was the Pittsburgh game. Hey, Christian McCaffrey's in too long, some people felt. This time, it's 23 more touches for Christian McCaffrey versus 0 for Eli Mitchell.
0.
I would be a proponent. Listen, you can't play nervous, and Christian is your dude. So I am all in favor of a bell cow for the 49ers. But I'd be keeping Eli Mitchell involved for multiple reasons. Not just keeping Christian fresh, but keeping Eli fresh. Because there might be games where you need him this year.
Right. And Kyle has come out and said, we definitely got to get Elijah in there more and do better with our rotation than we did. That wasn't the plan going in. It just ended up that way. I got to make sure that doesn't happen. I don't see how that happens. And I know you've got a full array of coaches. You've got a running back coach, and you've got somebody who could tap you on the shoulder and say, hey, Kyle, Eli hasn't played yet, and you probably want to get Christian a little bit of a blow. Eli Mitchell, one of the few players to not play at all. At least Jordan Mason played, and I'm looking at the numbers, 17.
Special teams.
17 special team snaps. He didn't carry the ball either.
Right.
Christian McCaffrey played 100% of the snaps. 100. So he didn't even come off in any other personnel groupings. And I always hit you with the 21 personnel. I got to say it at least once a show. I'm contractually obligated.
Good job.
Which means 2 running backs and 1 tight end. And you can look at it and you see Kyle Juszczyk played 42% of the snaps. So they didn't even have 21 personnel a lot. They went to 11 a lot with the 1 tight end. They went to 2 tight ends at times. And they went to 3 wide receivers. You can see that Ronnie Bell played 47%. So they went 3 wides a lot. And I know part of that was when Ayuk was hurt.
Yep.
Juwan Jennings played 47%. Debo played 89%. But for McCaffrey, normally you see your 5 offensive linemen and your quarterback are all at 100% of snaps. Not your running back, too.
I mean, there's a lot to think about, I would imagine, when you're rotating in and out on the sideline.
It's not that hard, though, Mark.
Well, I don't know. I actually can't speak to how hard it is. I don't think that their brains are not wired to be like, boy, things are going well, and we got McCaffrey on the field. But you know what? We've got to get Eli in. But you're not wrong. They do. They do for all the reasons we just stated, and Shanahan admitted it on his call earlier today.
We definitely got to get Elijah in there more and do better with our rotation than we did yesterday. That wasn't the plan going in. It just ended up that way, and I got to make sure that doesn't happen.
I would love to ask that follow-up question. If that wasn't the plan going in and it, quote, just ended up that way, what happens there? That's just and I mean that from a truly, like Kyle, who loves questions because he gets to educate.
Yeah.
I would love one of those moments from Kyle Shanahan because I don't know how that works. I don't know.
Well, my question would be, whose job is it?
Right.
Because we know that Chris Kasarik on the D-line is responsible for the D-line.
Yeah.
And so you will never see a defensive lineman play 100% of the snaps because they have a prescribed rotation where I think the A's play 2 series and then the B's come in for 1 and then it's back to the A's. And it depends on the length of the series and all that. But if you look at the snap counts for the D linemen, Bosa 79%, Armstead 68, Javon 64, Furl 55, Drake Jackson 50, all the way down. It's spread fairly evenly and predictably. And normally the running backs would be like an 80-20 split, but there'd be a spot where, all right, McCaffrey, we're going to give you this series off, or at least the first part of the series off, and let somebody else be in there. Who's in charge of that?
I don't know. I don't know what leads to that when he says, "Oh, it just kind of happened." It's like, well, why? I'm curious why. Although fascinating football game, I bet, and I have not looked at all the box scores, but I wonder if this happened in any other NFL game. Both starting running backs in this game were the only running backs to get a carry in the game.
The original running back was only a running back.
That's it. Like there were
nobody else got a carry.
There were other carries, but they were the quarterback or the receiver.
Gotcha.
Quarterback, yes.
Even your boy Puka Nacua got a carry.
Puka Nacua
got a tote.
Puka Nacua and obviously Debo.
Yeah,
gets carries, but no.
Tutu got a carry.
2 running backs, not 2 running backs.
Well,
2 running backs.
Skowronek got a carry.
Yep, that's another receiver.
Yeah.
So that's it. Williams and McCaffrey were the only running backs to get carries in this game. I don't think you see that anywhere anymore. Let's go to Joe in San Jose. You're on with Willard and Dibs. Hey, Joe, what are you doing?
Hey, how you doing? I just dropped my kid off at football practice.
Oh, nice. His first name's not Puka, is it, Joe?
No.
Okay, good.
Anyway, so yeah, God, where do I begin? This game was rough. I don't want to say that the Niners got lucky. I'm with Dibs on that, but unfortunate, I think, is definitely a good word to describe what happened. I don't think Lenoir should get a pass for how he played the entire game just because he got that right place, right time pick at the end. He was getting burned all day. Let's see. I really liked how Drake Jackson's playing. I liked something out of him. I'd give Purdy's performance, if I had to give it a letter grade, I'd give it a B. Let's say I think the reason why we're not seeing Elijah Mitchell is because I think the game was really close. I think Shanahan was a little worried about losing this one and wanted to make sure that he didn't. So but I think you're absolutely right. I think we need to have Elijah Mitchell in there more, and I think you'll see a lot of him on Thursday. I'm going to go to that game, so I'm looking forward to seeing that. So, yeah, that's about it.
Joe, come by and see us. We'll be at the Hilton from 2 to until
exactly.
But come on by and see us on your way into the ball game. We'd love to see all the listeners out there. If you're coming out to Santa Clara for the Niners home opener, Mark and I, Willard and Dibbs, Willie and Dibby, as some have referred to us, we will be live and in the flesh, baby.
We'll see who else we can get there too. Well, we're going to send out.
We had some ideas.
Yeah.
Should I back off on my criticism of 97 in hope of getting Mama 97?
Okay. She's not coming if you're there.
I'm not trying to bury the kid.
Overpaid defensive end,
overrated,
who's got no sacks. What's up with that, Mom?
Hey, Cheryl, come on by. You know I'm just doing radio, Cheryl. Come on.
I'll see if we're
friends.
Can we get her like a golf cart or something, Lucas? I got a feeling that Cheryl would come by, but not if we're going to make her walk. You know what I mean?
Especially if she's in red lot 3 or blue lot 2.
Maybe she's staying there. She probably doesn't want us putting that on the radio. But,
you know.
I'll
tell you what. I'll go early, and I got my new fresh shave. I'll work the lobby for us, Mark.
Good.
Let's go. Yeah, Grandy.
That's not creepy at all.
Hey, you. You look like a player's mom. What are you doing?
Lovely Christy will be there.
Okay.
So please don't talk to her that way.
Hey.
Please stand down.
Are you staying the night?
No.
I thought it'd be fun if we did like a slumber party the night before.
All right. Yeah, no.
This is a guy who's got a baby. So, I mean, anything to get out.
We are going home.
I meant the night before. None
of that. None of that's happening.
All right. Whatever. It'd be fun. I thought.
Get your own room.
Show bonding.
Good Lord.
3 of us, you know. Sofa bed, I don't know, whatever.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. We'll keep going on the phones, 888-957-9570. Nitpick if you want. I thought what Joe said largely was fair, made a whole lot of sense. I will say this, I did not love the comment, Diamador Lenoir's interception was right place, right time.
Oh, great play.
I thought so too.
Great play.
By the way, there's something a little like functionally wrong with saying that. The job of a defensive back is literally to be in the right place at the right time. So when they are, you can't act like it's an accident. Like, that was a great play.
Right. So he gets dinged for being in the correct place at the correct time.
Right. Like here's
a great take, Mark.
Here's where the take now. I thought what Joe said largely was good except for that. There's a great example historically. Was his name Larry Brown, the Cowboy DB that got the Super Bowl MVP?
Yes, correct.
Got the 2 picks in Neil O'Donnell in the Super Bowl once upon a time. He was in, would it be the wrong place at the right time? Yes. He was in the wrong place at the right time because in neither of those plays was he covering the receiver. O'Donnell just threw the ball in the wrong spot, missed his guy. Larry was standing there, boop, twice, Super Bowl MVP, massive contract, never heard from again.
Yeah.
So Lenoir was in the right place at the right time. You got to give a DB credit when they do that.
Yes, and you see the route developing and you see where the throw could possibly go and you jump it and you snatch it and you get the pick.
Hold on to it.
I did think that Lenoir and a lot of the guys in the secondary, maybe it was by design, but they were getting picked apart. A lot of Puka Nacua. A lot of Tutu Atwell.
Yeah.
And, the Rams, I thought, had a pretty comfortable time of things for the most part for 2.5 quarters.
Not a great game for the defensive backs. I do think that the Rams had a very good game plan for some things that they picked up on. My sense is some of those things might be pretty fixable. I think guys we're ending up a little bit out of position, some confusion in the secondary, guys getting in one another's way. There was a little bit of that. That's fixable. But yeah, you also have to give McVay, who is a good offensive mind, credit for noticing things, for a game plan, get the ball out of Stafford's hands quickly. Why would we let Nick Bosa just come get him just because that's what fans want to see? They did a good job, and the Niners hung in there enough to still get the win.
Yeah.
So, all works out.
I wonder if a blueprint was created by the Rams on what can work against this defense, and if the 49ers have the personnel to react accordingly and play a little bit tighter. I don't know if the corners are good enough to come up and play press. They don't play a lot of press man, and that would be a way to take away the short passing game.
Well, to talk about what the 49ers have the personnel to do, my sense to answer your question there or your comment would be that it's actually the next two teams coming in. They don't have the personnel to take advantage of any weaknesses that the Niners may present. Matt Stafford is so much better of a player than Daniel Jones or Josh Dobbs or whoever's going to be quarterbacking the Cardinals by the time we get here. I think he's actually still a better player than Dak Prescott, too. But Dak and the Cowboys certainly will present some problems in 3 weeks. But in my opinion, you somewhat, I don't want to totally overlook the next two, but you have those 3 weeks to fix whatever it is was happening in the secondary yesterday. Because these next two teams are not going to challenge you in the same way.
Right. They're not scary in terms of the passing offense, and with the Giants not having Saquon Barkley, who is going to be out for a couple weeks. Certainly, he's out for Thursday, and we don't know how long he'll be out, but that really limits what the Giants potentially could do, although it's tough to run on this 49er defense. That much we know.
Yep.
The flip side, and we can get more into this about Christian McCaffrey, I wonder how much they are going to look to use him on Thursday because he leads the league right now in total carries, and he's playing on a short week, and he played every snap yesterday. So I hope that Kyle Shanahan hears his own words and realizes this guy needs a little bit of a blow.
I hope he plays 3 quarters. That's what I hope.
And it's like 31-6 at that point.
It should be. The Giants are terrible. Do not let one furious fourth quarter rally fool you. Daniel Jones did a good job there. He did, and he deserves credit for it. He's got some gumption. All right, he's
moxie.
got moxie.
Thank you.
All right,
gumption and moxie have to go together.
He's got cojones.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. You know what else he has? No other good players on the entire offense.
That felt personal.
I mean, Darren Waller is a good player, but often hurt. Barkley's now out. Your receivers, I think they've got some interesting, good young ones. Hodgins, this kid Justin Hyatt, looks like he's going to be a player in this league, but they have not been able to get the ball consistently to anybody on that offense. Their defense is giving up huge chunks. Think about it now. The Cowboys scored 40, and what did the Cardinals scored 28 in 3 quarters?
They were up 20-0. The Giants had given up 60 points this year before even scoring uno punto. That's got to be a record, Mark.
The Niners,
they gave up 60 before they even got a point.
Yeah.
I mean, think about that in terms of like your point differential.
Right, pick 6 and block kick
Weird
for a
stuff,
touchdown.
Yeah.
I get it, but come on. The Niners have very little reason not to score on almost every drive in the first half of this game. And yes, the fourth quarter should be, Juan Toscano Anderson should be running the ball in the fourth quarter of this game. Leroy in Oakland. Hey, Leroy, you're on with Willard and Dibbs. What's going on, man?
Hey, Willard Dibbs, man. Hey, it's a pleasure to be on. I just wanted to say real quick, man, I'm a 49er fan, and it was a great game yesterday, man. I'm just proud of the guys, man, and the progress, and it's going to be fun, watching Sunday to Sunday, Thursday to Thursday, and watching this team just mature and grow up and try to make this run. I do just want to just nitpick just a little bit, and it's something that I've shared with you guys before, and I've shared with your coworkers on the radio. And it's Armstead, man. It's in the middle. I think we are that position away from not just being a good team, but being an elite team. And I've always felt like, man, we just got rid of the wrong guy, man. We got rid of Buckner, and Armstead was the guy who he's just not cutting it for me, man. We got to find somebody, man, that's going to be a stud in that middle. And I think when we do, hopefully Armstead comes along to play. But it's been too long, and we've been waiting for him to, kind of just come along and be that guy who they said he was, and he's just not materializing. So that's the only little thing I got, but great win for the Niners.
Yeah, it's interesting. Leroy, thanks, man. I don't know about you, Dibs. I sort of have differing views, and one of them is sort of what the view was when we're all at our most irrational, which for me is during the game.
Yeah.
Right? Because you're frustrated. And then sort of the after-the-fact view of the whole thing. In the game, what was frustrating me the most was the play of the defensive line, the inability to get home. I do think McVay had a good plan. I do think Stafford was getting rid of the ball fast. There's only so much you can do. But if we do go back to yesterday during the game, what was frustrating me the most was that. But as we get further away from it, I do look at it and I go, okay, keep this in mind. Aaron Donald, supposedly, until a week and a half ago, was the highest paid defensive player in the history of the NFL. Did not register a statistic. He did not register a stat in the game.
He had a QB hit, if you count that as a stat.
Okay, yeah.
But you're right.
They
tackles,
neutralized him.
Solo tackles, assists, sacks, TFLs, none of it.
Right.
None of it.
So, you got to kind of go not necessarily game to game on this. I think you can have the opinion that the defensive line wasn't great yesterday. I'm not going to take that to mean they don't have a good defensive line. This matchup, I thought, was well played by McVay. It was not good enough to win.
Right.
But that was that matchup. I don't have overall concerns about the 49er pass rush. Let's put it that way.
I don't either. And I think part of the defensive line that we need to focus on is the run game. And for the second consecutive game, they completely snuffed out the opposition's ground game. Kyren Williams had 14 carries for 52 yards. That's it. And you want to give Skoranek 11 yards, and Atwell had 5, and Puka had 4, and Stafford had 17 on scrambles. Fine. You still held them to 89 yards, and largely they were a non-factor on the ground. They didn't gash you for big carries. The long for Williams was 8, and yes, he scored a touchdown, but by and large, you controlled the ground game. And I think you're right about McVay and what he set out to do. He set out to neutralize the pass rush with that quick passing game, and it worked for 2.5 quarters.
I do think that the Rams had more success with it than the Steelers did. Like Kyren Williams was moving it way better than Najee Harris was.
Right.
The Steelers could go nowhere. That was a brick wall.
They took Najee's soul.
Yeah.
Fred Warner took his soul early in that first quarter with that massive hit.
Yep.
And I think Pittsburgh goes about things differently. And I do think the Rams are better than Pittsburgh offensively.
Well, they're more dynamic. They've got a better quarterback.
Better quarterback, exactly.
Yeah.
Better offensive-minded head coach, better scheme, and even without Cooper Coop, we know it's Cooper Kupp, but it's a nod to Low Neal, who called me Saturday.
He did?
Typical Low Neal. I'm referee in volleyball, and
go to hell, Dibs.
I see a missed call and then a text. Dibbers, call me, and I call him and sends it to voicemail. Voicemail box is full.
Divers, tell him.
I am trying, Lo. So then I text him, Lolo, I'm trying to call you. Nothing. Call him again. Nothing. It's like, man, Lo, you got me again.
You're never going to hear from him again.
No. Until next time he calls me. Yep. Dibbers, call me. And then it's same thing. Off to voicemail. The occupants, the mailbox is full.
That would drive me nuts. Come on. Call me. It's urgent.
Dude, I call him between matches. Nothing. Slow, Lo.
All right. It is the 4 o'clock hour. And listen to this. We're giving away a pair of tickets to see Adam Sandler at SAP Center every day this week, courtesy of Live Nation. So make sure you're tuned in next segment to win. And we're also sponsored by Ashley Furniture. Many more of your phone calls. Rich, you're next up. 888-957-9570. It's Willard and the Dibbers.
No. Fall is almost here, and at Ashley, seasonal decorating is a breeze.
Credit Union, the smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple online application process.
Here's Samuel to the edge, steps through a tackle, now cuts it back. Deebo Samuel through traffic for the touchdown. Ernest Jones had a shot. Darion Kendrick had a shot. But it's Deebo Samuel who ends up with 6.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, more calls from Fox, and every single one of them, they're fun because the Niners won. They're also fun because they're loud. I can't get over it, even though we knew it was coming. Like that crowd down there. And if you are listening to us today and you went to SoFi, Bonte, you included, okay? If you were down there yesterday.
He was down there, huh?
And you were part of that. Great job. Like, yeah. Take that place over and show them what a fan base for an NFL team is supposed to look like. That is good stuff, man. That's fun to watch when you're watching a road game on TV.
Totally fun.
Yeah.
And I'm just looking at the schedule right now and trying to figure out what road games they actually have. Giants are home, Cardinals are home, Cowboys are home. We know that.
Yeah.
At Cleveland, that feels like that'll be a road game. I don't think that Cleveland is a spot. It's not a prime takeover spot, and the Browns are going to show out. So that one actually feels like a road game to me.
I agree with you. I would just say that there's really only 2 styles left. There's complete takeover, and then there's good showing. Like, they didn't take over Pittsburgh, but it was a really good showing.
Yeah, but that was a road game, I would say.
Right, but yes.
I'm with you. I'm with you.
And I think Cleveland will look a lot like that.
Minnesota is also going to be a road game. It's in prime time on Monday Night Football, and I understand there's a new theme song. And you sent the clip earlier, and I listened to it, and I'm trying not to get angry because it's a Victory Monday, but I don't like it, Mark.
Why not?
I don't like it one bit.
We'll play it for everybody in a little bit, but anyway.
At Jacksonville, I'm not calling that a road game yet.
No,
Jags are going to be good.
That's
but
a takeover.
Yeah, it feels like that might be a takeover. At Seattle, that's a road game. I don't care how bad Seattle is. The 12s are going to be real. And then December 3rd.
There it is.
At Philadelphia. That's a road game. But other than that, at Arizona is a takeover.
That's a takeover.
At Washington, New Year's Eve.
New Year's Eve.
That's going to be interesting because the Commanders are actually better than we thought. The Commanders are not who we thought they were. And we can get into that. We can rank the 2-0s a little bit later in the show.
They would be the last ranked 2-0.
I know I'm teeing up a lot of content right now.
Well, maybe not the last ranked 2-0 because the whole NFC South is 2-0, but Washington.
But on that game, as all I'm saying is Washington might still be, they probably still should be. If they're going to be maybe 8-7 at that spot, they're going to be playoff hungry in that spot. So I don't think that one's going to be a takeover.
In looking at the schedule before the season started and kind of thinking about, and I don't think I will, but if there was a road game that I could pick, just hand pick, go to any one of them, that would be the one. New Year's Eve in our nation's capital, that would be a lot of fun. So I think a lot of Niner fans will make that trip.
Yeah, it could be.
Yeah.
Could be. But if Washington is still good, and so far they have been very good, it's going to be harder to get tickets for that one.
Agreed. No, and it's a good fan base, all of that stuff.
Yeah.
They're an interesting 2-0. They grind one out against Josh Dobbs at home, and then yesterday erase a huge deficit, and then hold off Russ with the Hail Mary and the PI on the 2-point conversion that's a no-go. Total PI.
Like good no call.
Total PI. But we'll see. We'll see where they go. But yeah, that's a good ticket and an expensive ticket. I have no doubt. New Year's Eve in D.C.
You ball like that, though.
What's that?
You're a baller at that level.
Stop it.
Ball so hard.
Stop. Fall so hard. Rich in San Jose. Oh, by the way, before we go to you, Rich, this is just 20 seconds. Monster Monday is brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. And then we've mentioned the Adam Sandler tickets a couple of times. We're giving away a pair of tickets. You can see Adam Sandler at SAP Center, and we're giving them away every day this week, courtesy of Live Nation. And your first chance to win is coming up within the next 8 minutes. Okay? So your chance to go see Adam Sandler on us coming up within the next 8 minutes. Stay tuned. Now to Rich in San Jose. Hey, Rich, you're on with Willie and Debbie. What are you doing?
I'm driving to pick up the little ones. I had a question, wanted to pose it to you guys. Do you think the Niners secondary was kind of coached up to not allow deep shots and kind of allowed those soft coverages to keep the ball in front of them so as to not get burned deep? Because it looked like they were playing off a little bit, and until Lenore did it, they didn't jump a single route. It was more let them eat 10 yards, but don't let them eat 45 yards. Wanted to hear you guys' opinion, and I'll hear your answer off air.
Oh, well played.
It's a great uptick, Rich.
Well
Thank
played,
you.
Rich. Yeah,
I got to go find you in San Jose and give you the answer off air.
I'll tell you what, it's a long
always
drive.
awkward.
Yeah, exactly. Here's how I'd answer that. I don't know how you feel, Dibs, but first of all, I think secondaries are almost always coached. Don't let anybody get over your head. Like Pete Carroll's a defensive coach, and that was always one of his rallying cries. Do not get beat over your head. Like, period. Keep everything in front of you, and we can work with that. So I think secondaries are always coached up that way. I definitely think it was probably a point of emphasis this week. Tutu Atwell, for example, is somebody who can get over the top of a defense, and Stafford is obviously someone who can deliver that. That said, I don't think you can use that as the sole reason that they were so often getting beat by wide-open receivers underneath. I think there was some confusion in the secondary. I think some guys, you saw a lot of crossing routes. You're seeing Niner defensive players almost get in one another's way at times. And so I think that was a piece of the puzzle too. Again, good game plan by McVay, good execution by Stafford. I think the underneath part of it is fixable. I think not getting beat over your head is always an emphasis for a defensive backfield.
No doubt, and especially when you're going up against a team that you know, and you can see early on in the game plan, they were going short. So if you're going to roll the coverage up and try to take away the short, you might have gotten beat over the top. And I like the bend but don't break approach anyway of the 49ers because you're a good tackling team. Whether it's Warner or Greenlaw or Hufanga, you've got a good group of tacklers, I think, outside of your front four. So if you play that style, you're probably not going to give up a lot of big plays due to missed tackles. And like you said, if you give up the big ball, then all of a sudden that limits your ability to get the other team off the field.
I do think if you want to, and again, we're nitpicking.
It's a Victory Monday, but
it's a Victory Monday. The Niners are 2-0, and they've scored 30 points in both games. If you want to find an area, though, not want to, that's the wrong way to say it. If there's an area of the 49ers where you say, hey, that looks like it needs some work, some fine-tuning, and maybe I'm worried about the personnel. If you want to do that, that is where I'm looking. Defensive backfield, the secondary. That is how I would answer that question. I think a lot of people on the way into the season said offensive line. I have felt that the offensive line has largely done their job. There were all outside of Trent Williams, we got nothing but questions. You notice nobody's worried about Colton McKivitz anymore. They were last week. That was T.J. Watt. This week it was not T.J. Watt, and it looked a lot better. And Aaron Donald didn't do a damn thing, and McCaffrey's gone well over 100 yards in both games. They're moving the ball. Brock, it's not perfect, but he's got time.
He got sacked once this week.
Yeah, like the offensive line is doing their job. Nobody would worry about anything else on offense. On defense, the pass rush, we know Fred Warner and Greenlaw as the backers. If there's a position group that I have questions / concerns about, it is the secondary because they are now short with injury. They are young. They are unproven. They've got work to do to be a better group going forward. And we've known this about Shanahan's teams with the Niners. On days when the pass rush is not getting home, that defensive backfield becomes a question mark. They're not going to be able to do it on their own. They have to do it as a supportive group behind the pass rush.
Especially when you get deeper into the season and you start to play teams with better passing offenses. The Cowboys would be the first one that you probably come to in the next couple of weeks. Thursday with the Giants, you're not terrified by Daniel Jones and the weapons that they have. And the Cardinals, 10 days after that, they've looked okay with Dobbs at times, but again, not an offense that you're going to be terrified of. But I do think it's something that as you get deeper into the year and you start to think about going up against the Cowboys, for example, and then you got the Vikings and the Bengals, 2 games in a 6-day span, and the Bengals and Joe Burrow are going to be better. He's a notorious slow starter. And you think about the weapons that they have. I think it was Grandy or Lucas, somebody said earlier that he's 1-6 or 1-7 in the first 2 weeks of seasons.
Yeah, but this year's different, don't you think? This injury is a problem. He tweaked it again yesterday.
Yeah.
I saw Doc Chow say this is going to last into October. Based on Zach Taylor's words yesterday, if I had to bet, Joe Burrow's not playing this week.
Well, that game is in the end of October 29th. So I'm just thinking in terms of,
Right. They linger, though. They linger.
Sure. Shout out the Cranberries.
I wonder, do you have to let it linger? You do.
Well, calf strains, yes.
No, you're right, though, that there was, after Arizona, there's a 5-game stretch where you would go, oh, that's a pretty solid group of quarterbacks.
Dak, Deshaun, Kirk, Joe, and Trevor.
Trevor Lawrence, right. So that's a 5
and then the undefeated Baker Mayfield. Put some respect on his name.
Goes Baker, a couple of Genos. You get Jalen Hurts in there. You get whoever Arizona's going to throw at you. And then Lamar Jackson on Christmas, followed by Howell and Stafford again. So I don't know. It doesn't feel like the 49ers are going to have to deal with the best of the best very often, but they are going to get something that is a little bit better. Certainly veteran, effective, efficient QBs throughout the month of October. And so that's the way I look at it right now. The Niners have basically, they've got 3 weeks to get that defense humming. Because I don't think there's really any form where the Giants or the Cardinals are going to offer enough in terms of personnel at Levi Stadium to win those football games. But everything that happens after that is up in the air if you're not playing at your best.
Agreed. And, you look at the Giants, and they're averaging 15.5 points a game, and, they're 1-1. And I know they scored a big goose egg in the opener, so it's a little bit of a skewed stat because they did bounce back and play better yesterday over Arizona in the gutsy 31-28 come-from-behind victory.
Well, I think the 24 of the Giants' 31 points came in one of the 8 quarters.
Yeah, wow.
Is that right? I think didn't they score 24 in the fourth quarter yesterday?
14 in the third, 17 in the fourth.
All right, so they snuck it in at the end of the third.
3:27 to go in the third. They capped off a 75-yard drive. Saquon, now your name is just Quan, goes in from 1 yard out.
Ambassador of Quan.
And then Quan again, and then Hodgins, and then Graham Gano, don't you know, with the game winner.
Well, and again, if you're just joining us, it's official that Saquon Barkley will be out for Thursday night's game here at Levi Stadium. He's going to miss at least 2, probably 3 weeks with some version of either a severe regular sprain or a mild high ankle sprain. I've seen it put both ways.
So funny.
Whatever it is, he's going to be out for 2 to 3 weeks. So for your fantasy purposes, and beyond.
If it's high ankle, it's 4 to 6. So,
well, I saw a couple of the docs talk about, because the Giants have been like, it's not a high ankle, it's a regular ankle, and he's like, well, there's varying degrees of high ankle. He goes, remember what Mahomes played with in the Super Bowl last year was a high ankle, and he didn't miss anything.
Sure.
So, but this is a running back; it's a little different. Call it whatever you want. It's bad enough to where he's going to miss some time. Okay, we'll go back to the phones. AJ, stay right there just a second. Right now, it's your chance to win tickets to see Adam Sandler at SAP Center on October 28th. Here's how we're going to do it. We go to our contest line, not the main line. If you call the main line, we will answer the phone, get your address so that we can come over and tar and feather you. Do not call that line unless you'd like to talk to us about the 49ers. That's fine. But if you want to go see Adam Sandler, contest line 415-951-2386. 415-951-2386. Dibs, I said 415-951-2386. Caller 3 right now is our winner. And remember, if you don't win today, you got another chance to win tomorrow, the day after that, the day after that, and the day after that. We're doing it every day this week. Thank you, Live Nation. All right. Good luck to everybody who's calling in right now.
Do you have a favorite Adam Sandler movie that sticks out to you?
Ooh.
I mean, I hope I didn't put you on the spot, but
it's probably Happy Gilmore. That's the one that I've watched the most.
Okay.
It's Probably Happy Gilmore.
Because he tends to play the same character in every movie.
Although he's graduated out of that. Do you see that basketball thing on Netflix? I forget the name of it. I can't remember what the name of it is, but it's like he's like actually acting.
Okay.
It's called Hustle, I think. Yeah. He's acting.
He's not playing a
And
guy who talks like
He's
this?
not talking like a crazy voice. Yeah, he's not doing all that.
Okay.
Not Bobby Boucher? No, he's not doing that.
Because, Billy Madison, Waterboy, Happy Gilmore.
It's like the same
guy.
guy.
Play the same guy a little bit.
Right. Like, how far do you want to take that voice? But yeah, probably Happy Gilmore.
Okay.
Right?
That's a good one.
Price is
And
wrong.
I'm just looking at, rest in peace, Bob Barker.
Indeed.
Wedding singer, underrated. I would agree. I'm trying to see who said that on the YouTube. Because I asked on the YouTube audience just, hey, what's your favorite? Because, I'm not the hugest of fans because he does kind of play the same character. Happy Gilmore is, I think, the obvious choice, though.
50 First Dates just got thrown out on the YouTube channel, which is
Not
actually
terrible.
Yeah, it's good.
That's Drew Barrymore also, right?
Correct. Do you want to know why I'm a bigger fan of Adam Sandler than I used to be?
Your kids?
No, not my kids. I'll tell you this. Get it ready, Granny. Get it ready.
Okay.
I met him one time, and I'll just say I liked the way that he interacted with the public because I was just Joe Public. I actually met him. I met him in line making a bet at the horse track. Yeah, he was right
Del
behind.
Mar or Santa Anita?
No. Where were we? Good question. That's a good question, Dibs. I don't know.
Count that S.
I don't even know where the hell I was.
Wow.
Boy, that's a great question.
Some horse track somewhere.
Let's go to Mark, half in the bag.
Totally. Yeah. I'm in Hollywood Park for all I know.
And he was behind you in line.
He was behind me, isn't he? And I made my bets, and I turn around, and there's Adam Sandler. And I'm like, whoa, hey. I'm like, what you always
you're
say.
Adam Sandler.
I'm like, hey, you're a big fan. I didn't do that. But I'm like, hey, I love your movies. Hello.
I love how you play the same character in different settings. How do you get away with that?
I'm like, hey, you're Adam Sandler. No, so I turn around and I'm like, hey, I'm a fan of your work, and it's nice to meet you. And he's like, oh, well, no, nice to meet you, and I'm pretty intimidated by your bets. Your bets sounded really good, and those aren't the same bets that I have. So now so whatever. He was playing it off.
That's cool.
He was nice.
Yeah, good.
I like. What's that worth? I don't know, but I like it when people
actually worth a lot.
I like
in
it
my world
when people are good to the public when they are blessed to have $1 bajillion and be famous. Yeah, that's all. So I like his movies a little bit better after that.
Nice, good story.
Thanks.
No, it was.
Thanks. AJ.
Thanks. Other than you didn't know where you were. I
was at a horse track.
Okay.
I had a couple of pops.
There you go.
AJ, you're on with Willard and Dibs. What's up?
Hey, guys.
Hey.
I'm driving the 101 right now. I have two observations about the Niners and this game and the season so far. First, on defense, I felt like the last 2 years it was sort of in our DNA to come out in the second half and just dominate the game defensively. And we lose Salah, keep that up with D'Amico, and now again with Wilkes, it feels like we have that identity again, and it's good to see that we're just grinding teams down and just playing really lights out defense in the second half. On the offensive side of the ball, for Brock Purdy to operate the system, he needs to hit enough deep balls to keep defenses honest. And he's getting some criticism for his misses. I just want to shout out the hits. He hit Juwan Jennings down the field for 30 yards twice. I want to say, and that's I think that might be enough. And he might not need to do much more than that to score 30. So yeah, that's my comments, and I'll take it offline from here.
Yeah, AJ, thank you so much. I mean, I'll agree with that. As I had said earlier today, I do not call that a resume game for Brock Purdy. That's not the one that I would lead my reel with, but it wasn't a bad game by any stretch. And we call deep shots. There's vertical, but then there's also deep, like chunk plays, 20, 25 yards down the field. And he's been pretty good on that distance and also fearless. What I would point out, the Ayuk touchdown against Pittsburgh, and then the second one.
Yeah, the back shoulder.
And then the Juwan Jennings play down the left sideline yesterday. This guy is throwing the ball into coverage in one-on-one situations, showing confidence in his receivers and putting it in a spot where they can actually catch it and hang on to it. Those are really elite throws, and he's done it a few times already.
The Jennings
this year.
throw yesterday was terrific, and it's easy to just point to what Kyle talked about and what Brock himself commented on, which is the 3 misses and how he's got to be better about finding Debo and JJ and all the rest. But it is good to point out that throw to Jennings down the left sideline was elite. That ball was put exactly in the spot where only Jennings could get it, and it was a big play and a big chunk play.
Yeah, and just look at drives again. I mean, it's so funny how you can walk out of the game against Pittsburgh and go, my gosh, the offense looks like it's just humming on all cylinders. They scored 30 on the road. And then a week later, you're like, man, they missed a bunch of deep throws. They're playing from behind. It just didn't quite look as good, and they scored 30 on the road.
Yeah.
Like Brock Purdy, again, perfect game, no. Would love to see those deep balls hit because he probably could have scored 40, and it could have been a little bit easier in the second half. But let's not act like the offense was ineffective yesterday. Even the passing offense, it was not. I always love to watch what a quarterback does when you fall down by 7. And what did he do? With very little time at the end of the first half, he takes it all the way down the field and then sneaks it in with 1 second left to tie the game back up. That's huge. That changes the second half in every way.
No doubt. And they were out of timeouts. Minute 45 to go. You get it on the 35-yard line, and you just march down, and it's boom to Debo and McCaffrey a run, Jennings, couple of incompletes, and then the pass interference was the big play. That's right, 2nd and 10, the PI, which was a good call. Debo was interfered with down the left sideline, and Darion Kendrick just basically face guarded him and almost ran him over.
Yep.
And that was the big play that got you from the 20 to the 1.
Yep, absolutely. All right, we'll also let you hear from Nick Bosa coming up next, because that's been a spot, whether you want to listen to PFF, who says he's the highest graded defender on the entire team.
And I agree with him.
For the second.
Come on, Cheryl. Need you. Thursday. I'll be nice to your son. Now, he's been unblockable, Mark. He's been a force. Eye roll. Insert eye roll for the radio audience.
Well, look, here's how I'll say it. I told you this earlier. I'm not going to deny if the Niners had lost either of these games, there would be people criticizing Nick Bosa today, especially since he came out after the game yesterday and made it sound like, yeah, I'm not fully in tip-top condition yet, not football condition yet. I'm getting myself back to where I want to be. That doesn't bother people because they're 2-0. It would have bothered people if they weren't.
Absolutely. Yeah. And you could say that about a lot of different things, which is why even on this Victory Monday, it's a Monster Monday, we're doing a little nitpicking because, you want to be better. Shanahan wants his team to be better. Brock Purdy wants to be better. It's okay to celebrate a victory, which is what we're doing, but also look at areas where they can be better. And, you've got a couple of weeks to sharpen it up before Dallas comes in. Not that you want to look past anyone. These guys are all getting paid to play football, I was told earlier today. So we're not looking past the Giants, but you do realize that these should win games, and they could set up a real fun one with a couple of might-be undefeateds.
Presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. We'll let you hear from Bosa coming up next. But, yeah, as Dibbs just said, if you were going to, we'll admit it, nitpicking is the only thing you can do right now. But if you're going to do it, what is the area? Where are you pointing that nitpick? We'll take your calls throughout the 5 o'clock hour, 888-957-9570. Willard and Dibbs.
Hi, this is Carson Daly.
3rd and 5. Stafford over the middle, intercepted by Lenore. Diamador Lenore with the pick. Down the sideline to the 15 and spins out of bounds there. And will that be enough to finish off the Rams for a 9th straight time in the regular season?
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
888-957-9570. If you're going to nitpick, because that's all you can do, go ahead and get it out. Where might be an area of concern? Outside of that, the 49ers season has gone exactly as you could hope as a fan to start. 2-0, both on the road. How quickly we forget what has happened the last few years at the start of the season. Adversity right out of the gate every time, and a team that's had to put together a furious rally in order to get into its situation. Well, that's not going to be the case this year, where I can, I don't want to do this. I don't want to jinx anything. They're going to be 4-0 in a couple of weeks. This team's going to be 4-0 in a couple of weeks.
Well, if you believe in jinxes, you've just jinxed them.
Well, look, honestly, they're going to be 4-0 in a couple of weeks.
I don't believe in jinxes, and so I don't believe what you've just said will have a negative effect on the 49ers. Now, if they're sitting around Santa Clara, and I know they were off today, but if they get back to practice tomorrow and they're talking about how we're going to be 4-0 and we take on Dallas,
that's different.
That might have a bit of a negative effect on their mindset. Now, they still might be able to win both these games, even if they are going in cocky, thinking about Dallas in a couple of weeks, but you saying it, I don't believe has any effect on how they're going to play.
Good. Okay, so you're one of these guys that thinks that an announcer can say, hey, we got a no-hitter going through 6 innings.
You absolutely can, and not only can you say that, you should say that.
I disagree, but I get what you're saying. I don't think that the announcer is actually causing a hit to go to the outfield.
I think as an announcer, it's your job to announce the game and give the audience some perspective as to what's going on.
Right, but you can do that without saying no-hitter.
That, to me, is a lot of times it's the broadcaster's way of trying to feel more important than he or she really is.
I think it's the broadcaster and the listener being in on the whole thing together. It's kind of a little nod to the listener, like, all right, listen, we got something going on here. Let's not, don't pay too much attention to it because pitcher's got 3 more innings to go, and believe me, they're not talking to him in the dugout. So, the Rockies are still searching for their first hit is an acceptable thing to say.
I find it to be self-serving
not Alex
and patronizing.
Cobb's got a no-hitter going.
Yeah, no, guys.
Don't do it. Can't do it.
Well, the Rockies have only reached base through errors and walks.
Exactly.
Just stop. What? You're not involved in the game.
You're no
Do your
fun.
job. Broadcast the game. And you're not. You think that you're so important that you. I don't want to jinx it.
You're connecting with an audience. It's
you're
a connection.
Patronizing.
No, you're not.
It's a patronization sensation.
It's not.
Cha-ching.
Believe me. Listen, I teach my kids the best that I can. And when young Jude, a few weeks ago, said about Alex Cobb, I know, Dad, he's got a no-hitter. I went,
go to your room?
Well, that's the end of that. And we waited all the way until 8 2/3. Line shot!
And then you made Jude cry, didn't you?
I looked at him and I said, that's you. And I said it in
It's not on Matos and his bad route.
That is your fault.
Do you ever go deep voice on your kids?
There will be no dessert.
It's got to be terrifying.
For you.
When you go deep voice guy on your kids?
It is time for bed.
That's mean. Mean.
Go to your room.
Alex won't have history because of you, Jude.
Do you want to know what makes me want to use that voice? This is a complete quick aside, but I kind of got. Me and lovely Christy we're watching the game yesterday and watching the Red Zone channel on a second TV. And did you see this hit on Logan Thomas, the Denver Washington game?
No. I'll punch it up.
Don't punch it up. Yuck. Ugh. Awful.
More yuck than the Colorado State hit? Because that's about as yuck as it gets.
Similar, but instead of lacerating the liver, it's direct at the head.
Kareem Jackson.
Yes.
Ejected for big hit on Logan Thomas during TD catch is the headline.
Second week in a row for Kareem. Okay? I totally get that the game has changed. I totally get that everything is happening so fleeping fast out there.
Fleeping?
I know. It's a flipping and freaking combo. You
I'll
get
allow
flipping.
Bleeping and flipping. Keep going.
It's going so fast, and these defenders are trying to do a good job. They are trying to dislodge the ball. They are trying to win, and football players are beasts, okay? They're not out there with their head completely screwed on straight, because if they were, they wouldn't play football. I understand all of these things. Here's what I don't get. I don't fully understand, and I would love to ask a safety this. I don't fully understand why this has not been able to be legislated out of the game yet. It's confusing to me, because hits like that, sometimes you can't tell. Sometimes you're like, whoops, I ended up in the wrong position, or a receiver ducks the head. But when you are coming flat across the middle of the field in the end zone, and your body does not move, just a regular, I'm going to catch the ball, and you launch yourself.
Yeah, he's midair.
Direct into the head. There is nowhere else that you could try to be hitting that player. When you do that, I'm confused, because nothing good comes from this. And if you want to say, well, football players have a gladiator mentality and they don't care, do they care about the thousands and thousands of dollars they're going to lose? I would think they would care about that. Not one good thing comes from that. You get flagged, you get tossed, you get fined. Those are the three things that happen. You didn't dislodge the ball. If you did dislodge the ball, it's just a penalty, and they're going to get to do it again.
4th and goal on this play.
So you do not get a good football result, you do not get a good personal result, and you do not get a good financial result. And I can't understand why safeties keep doing it. I don't get it.
Well, it happens now a lot less than it used to, because that's true. They are trying to legislate it out of the game exactly the way you just described it, which they threw a flag on the play, as they should have. Great job by the back judge, who sees it clearly, and it's boom, easy call, and he made it, and I don't know how the receiver holds on to the football, but that 15 is tacked on to the subsequent kickoff. So now we're going to be kicking it off from, would that be the 40, the 45, or and so you get the punishment on the back end, and he will be fined. I don't know if he was ejected. He should have been from the game, and if this is his second offense, then the fine goes up. And eventually, in order to legislate this out of the game, you're going to have to remove these players from the game. If this guy's done it 2 weeks in a row,
I don't even know if that works. How the hell can what we've got now not work? Okay, you're going to get flagged, you're going to get tossed, and you're going to get fined.
Then you get suspended.
I mean,
and then you get a longer suspension. If you do this multiple times, then maybe you get 6 games, or you get 8 games, or you start to really put some teeth in the punishment.
I guess.
Because this was not one of those where, hey, I was coming full speed and I didn't see the receiver. This is a clear case of, here he comes, I'm going to shoot my shot. I feel like it's all I've got. And he went for the head.
Well, I mean, look at the Colorado State game, which you've referenced a couple times. I don't know, did everybody watch that game over the weekend?
Yeah.
Holy smokes. I mean, once again, another example of what we love in sports, when there's massive hype and then it meets the hype. That was supposed to be Colorado rolling over Colorado State in order to get to Oregon this weekend. And instead, it turned into an absolute epic double overtime thriller with incredible energy in the building way late into the night. That game did not end until, I want to say, about 11:30 at night. 11:30 at night, this thing finally ends. And Deion and Prime and his kids both had a huge play in it. Colorado wins, and they go to 3-0. But if you watch that game from beginning to end, Colorado State came with bad intentions, okay? And Hunter is now going to be out for multiple weeks. He's lacerated his liver, It was as dirty as plays come. Okay? And so they came with bad intentions, and you can sort of predict why. There's a lot of talk. There's a lot of bluster. There's a lot of all that energy and emotion. And when Colorado State is told all week, oh, here comes Prime, and you're just going to be the next thing that they steamroll as they get ready for Oregon, you could tell that they were ticked. However, look what college has done. College is literally sitting there going, dude, if you go after someone's head, you are out of the game. You're automatically gone. You're gone for part of next week, too, potentially, depending on when you get thrown out. It is it's a system that has a very, very big penalty. Not stopping anybody. I'm trying to figure out what it is you get out of this. Now, Colorado State can say, well, they knocked one of their good players out of the game.
Right.
I guess.
Well, what Henry Blackburn gets in this case is death threats. So the player who committed the infraction, and it was cheap, it's as dirty as it gets, you're right. It was kind of like the hit that knocked Drew Bledsoe out of the game and ultimately ended his career. And that one was not so much as dirty because he was at least near the sideline. This is, the ball is over the receiver's head, and it's 1,001, 1,002, and then Blackburn comes over and just chops the guy. He goes right at him. He goes right at his organs, basically.
Yeah.
And
it was brutal.
You know, it's a tough game. It's a violent game, and there's always going to be some of this in there. But in terms of what do you do to curtail it, I don't know if you ever will be able to.
I agree with you. Yeah, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. All right, here we go. 49ers win this one, 30-23 in LA over the Rams, a sea of red in the stands, and a defense that was challenged, frustrating for fans for sure. Brock Purdy missing some overthrows, but a 2-0 team that scores 30 again, wins in the division. Very, very little to be bummed about if you're a Niner fan. But if you were going to point to some things, if you were going to nitpick, if you're going to try to find something that concerns you, what would it be? We'll take your calls, 888-957-9570. Let's also hear from Mr. Bosa, okay? Nick Bosa, after the game, was asked if he is concerned about the snap count that he's been logging, especially since they've only got a few days of rest before they've got to play again.
I'm not too concerned about it. I feel good. I think I needed a couple games to get my body into football shape for sure. You can't simulate it. I think now that I'm through 2 and I've had some pretty good output for this one, I think I'm only going to be up from here.
Why are you grinning?
Just the way he talks. It's a certain amount, and I think, considering my output in this one, it's only going to be up from here.
I think that I should have a good snap count on Thursday.
Little too much Kermit in your Nick Bosa.
I know.
I'm not often critical of your impressions because you do so well.
I told you that we're working. I'm just like Nick, okay? We're working our way into shape.
We're working our way through it a little bit.
It's just a little bit of Kermit, but it also has some Joey Bosa. And we're going to work our way into game shape.
I want to hear less Kermit, more Spicoli. I think it's somewhere in between Spicoli and Kermit. It's in there. I think you have the tone right in terms of the pacing because that's part of it. And I think you're going to get there. I like your chances.
Less Spicoli, more Spadoni, okay? Take a chance, take a shot at Spadoni. Absolute Ottoman game with us in our fantasy league this week. I see you, Spadoni. But anyway, what about what he's saying? Because what he said in here, I agree with you. I'm not saying it's fair, but if the Niners were 1-1, let me play this for you again. This would not have gone over well if the 49ers had lost yesterday.
I'm not too concerned about it. I feel good. I think I needed a couple games to get my body into football shape for sure. You can't simulate it. I think now that I'm through 2 and I've had some pretty good output for this one, I think I'm only going to be up from here.
Okay, when he talks about getting into shape and everything, again, that's going to send everybody's minds back to what happened throughout the month of August, the two sides not being able to get together. Look, I get it. We're talking about a high-priced fight. This was a high-priced fight between two sides that both had a lot to feel, a lot to think, and a lot of leverage. I thought Nick had more than the 49ers, and you see that with the deal that he got, but the two sides were not able to get together, and they were not able to get Nick to a point where he was in what you would call normal regular season game shape in time for the season.
Yeah.
And that's all. It's only okay because they're 2-0.
Exactly. And I think that what he talks about is probably right in terms of his output and what one more week will do. It is a short week, and he played a lot of snaps in this game. I think he ended up playing about 80% of the snaps. Yeah, he played 63 snaps, 79% of the football game. So that's probably about where he normally is going to be. So in terms of his ability to play as much as they want him to play, he's there. Now it's about his output. And he said in that cut that he feels like, his output was better this week, and with another game under his belt, he feels like he'll be closer to where he'll be. I'm saying 2 sacks Thursday night. I'm going to put the over-under at 1.5 sacks. He's going to get 2.
He's not done with his self-assessment, Dibs.
Okay.
This is that question you always get in a job interview, okay? How would you assess yourself? Here's more from Nick.
I watched the tape. I think I improved from last week for sure. I was a little more comfortable. I had some answers to some of the things they were throwing at me, and definitely some things I want to work on, which is tough, especially Thursday night. But I'm happy we won.
Yeah, I'm happy. Definitely some things to work on.
It's getting better. Still a little too much frog in there, but
I'm working on it.
I'm happy.
Yeah,
we won.
they're good.
He sounds happy.
I have a lot of money.
Yeah. He's making $1 million and change a game, whether he gets a sack or doesn't get a sack. So the money is there, and the guaranteed number is spot on. So he's comfortable, but now he has to go out there and live up to it. And I do think that it was a tough game, not only for Nick Bosa, but for everybody on the defensive line, because you didn't really have the time. I think it takes probably 2 seconds to be able to sack the quarterback if things go great.
Right.
And he was getting rid of the ball in about his unload time. What do we say in terms of Patrick Bailey? It's not his release time, it's his unload time, I think.
No, it's not an unload.
No, it's when the catcher, how long it takes for the catcher to get rid of the ball down to second base.
I know what you're talking about, and I can't think of it.
I can't either.
Release time sounds closer to me than unload time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
Why
I had to do it.
Say it like
I had to do it. But to the point of Nick Bosa, he and the fellas didn't have a lot of chance because Stafford got rid of the ball so quick.
They did. I think he plays. There's a lot of these in football. He plays a position where if you are not, this is why I trust PFF more than us. If you're not dedicated watching, you actually don't know exactly what he did. Most of our eyes are trained to not really see Nick Bosa until he gets to the quarterback. We're not watching what he does when he doesn't fully get to the quarterback and how it might be affecting the play, making Stafford move, making Stafford uncomfortable, making Stafford get rid of it a little bit earlier, or what have you. Offensive linemen and largely defensive linemen, we don't fully know exactly what they've done unless you decide to stop looking at the ball and just look at what they do. So here would be my contention. I don't think Nick's been perfect. I don't know that Nick's been dominant. I do think Nick has been better than people realize because he hasn't gotten a sack, but he has still been very effective rushing the passer.
And they've been effective as a defense in controlling the run game and not giving up tons and tons of points. So to that end, football is a team game, and essentially he's going to be, tabbed with the same thing they all are, which is don't give up as many points as your team scores. I mean, that's oversimplifying it, but whether or not Nick Bosa gets 3 or 4 sacks, ultimately they have to be a good defense as a team and win the game. I do know this, 105 players, actually 124 players in the NFL have a sack this year, and he's not among them.
Oof. What's the lead? Who's got the lead?
It's at 4, I believe. Danielle Hunter, Minnesota, with 4.
Okay.
TJ's got the 3 with another game still to play.
Right.
And then Montez Sweat, Josh Allen, and Osa from Dallas also has 3.
All right. And so does Drake Jackson, right?
Yep.
Drake Jackson's got 3.
Micah Parsons has 3.
Okay.
And Dennis Gardeck, Arizona.
Ooh.
Better put a body on him in a couple of weeks.
I didn't know there was somebody named Dennis on the Arizona Cardinals. I didn't know that. I know there's somebody named Amir who's on the line here in Dublin. Hey, Amir, you're on with Willard and Dibs. What's up?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks for making it, man.
Yeah, I mean, the defensive line, I was a little bit concerned, but honestly, the pass rush was my only concern after I watched the game again, because they made the adjustments when it came to stopping the run. And from my perspective, if they can stop the run and keep it slowed down, then I can deal with maybe not getting enough pressure on the quarterback. It's fine, because sooner or later, if you keep stopping the run, the pass game will deteriorate sooner or later, because you don't have that option anymore. Second, hey, I don't know if anyone else was hyped up on him, but I actually have been liking Isaiah Oliver since he was in college. If you watch his game tapes from Boulder, Colorado, he was a good man-to-man corner. I know he didn't have the best time in Atlanta, but the Falcons are not a good team, so no one has a good time over there. But I'm actually hyped up for the guy. I think he's a solid pickup, and I'm only expecting him to get better this year. So I just want to let everybody know that, hey, Oliver, he's a steal, in my opinion, and I 100% believe he's going to be critical down the stretch.
Yeah, we'll see. Amir, thanks so much. We'll see. I always, for the most part, I dismiss what people see when they say, hey, he was really good in college. Because this is the NFL, so I'm pretty sure everybody out there was really good in college. That's not to dismiss Isaiah Oliver as a player. I know there's been some concerns through training camp, and there have been some moments, both good and bad, through the first two games, and even the interception he got. Obviously, there was a break. He took advantage of the break. He gets some credit for that. So it's been fine. I really don't think there's been anything that has, in these two games, does anything stand out as like a problem? I would say no. There are a couple things you look at and go, would like to tighten the screws a little bit there. I think in the secondary, Lenore, Ambry Thomas, Isaiah Oliver, they've all had some misses out there. McKivitz week one. There's a couple things where you want to tighten the screws. Even Brock Purdy's deep ball yesterday. Tighten the screws a little bit, but nothing's been glaring as what I would refer to as a problem at all.
No, I do think that depth can be an issue in the secondary because, Ambry Thomas is not necessarily a lockdown guy. Isaiah Oliver, as mentioned, has been a little bit up and down. You got Diamador Lenore and Charvarius Ward, your two key guys, but if one of them was to go down and you start to look at the backups, I do think it's a pretty significant step down from those two. Hufanga has been great, and Gibson's been solid back there as safety. So I'm with you in terms of glaring need or, this guy has got to play better or this is going to be a problem. And we talked offensive line, and we all wanted to cite Colton McKivitz and a bad first game. And, well, we haven't really talked much about him because the team gave up 1 sack total. I didn't see his PFF grade, but I would imagine it's significantly better than it was in week 1.
Can I say something about Hufanga since you brought him up?
Please.
Talanoa Hufanga. He's playing well. He's a good player. Really stepped out onto the scene last year. And I like the attitude that he brings to the defensive backfield. If he's got it turned up to a 10, dial it down to 9. Just dial it down to 9. And I know that's hard to do. He's playing football, and he's playing it in a defensive spot where his job is to intimidate and hit and do all of the things that Ronnie Lott used to do on a football field. So I get it. But, my man, you're going to get a bunch of penalties. You're going to get a bunch of penalties. The stuff that's happening after the play is over, pulling the legs up and whatnot, it's not egregious, but wouldn't you love to see him if he's at a 10, play at a 9. Just dial it down a tiny bit because I do feel like he's a player who tends to fall into the trap of being overly aggressive, whether that's with his routes or even just the attitude that he brings. You hit somebody 1 yard out of bounds instead of right on the sideline, or you give someone a little bit of a leg twist under there in the pile. Just dial it down a little bit because you don't want that to happen at the worst time. That's all I'd say.
That's a fair criticism and a fair point. M. Patel on the YouTube feed mentioned 17 penalties in 2 games, 11 in week 1, 6 yesterday. I do think that that's a fair area where you can look at and talk about improvements. And I think it's been 145 yards worth of penalties, 17 penalties in 2 games. That's going to be too many. And, the Hufanga part of that, I don't know if he got whistled or flagged yesterday for that late hit.
I don't think he did.
I don't want to have him not play as aggressively as he wants to. So if he's at a 10, stay at a 10. But that's certainly something where we've seen him get burned before on, whether it's a bad route or, a late hit occasionally.
Chicago last year. Yeah, Chicago last year. 888-957-9570. The other side to this, obviously, the Niners are off to a 2-0 start. And I wonder what you think about this. Because on the show last night, Kyle Rudolph kind of surprised me in a discussion we were having about the landscape of the NFC. The AFC's only got 2-0 teams. And while they're not shocking, they're also not the ones you would have expected to be 2-0. The Chiefs are not 2-0. The Bills are not 2-0. And the Bengals are not even 1-1. So the Dolphins and the Ravens at this hour are the only 2 teams that have been able to achieve 2-0. So I said to Kyle, I go, hey, the only thing that I think we all thought in August that has turned out to probably be true is NFC, Niners, Cowboys, Eagles. 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. And they look like the class of the conference. And he goes, I agree with you on 2 of those 3. I'm like, whoa. What do you mean? And he goes, not the Eagles. The Eagles don't look right.
Not the Eagles, huh?
I think that's a hard thing to pass along. Like, again, compare the Eagles win Thursday night with the 49er win yesterday. The Eagles were at home. The Niners were on the road. That's fair. Eagles won by 6. Niners won by 7. Niners defense held down the Rams more than the Eagles held down the Vikings. In many ways, you could say, well, the Vikings gave it away. Justin Jefferson fumbled into the end zone.
Yeah.
Well, Kyron Williams also dropped the ball into the Niners' hands. Like, I was trying to access from him why the win for the Eagles over the Vikings was more troubling than the Niners' win over the Rams. And I don't know if we got to anything other than just the feel. You look at the Eagles, and they're fine, and they're good, but something doesn't look quite right with their bread and butter. Their top receiver's already yelling at the QB on the sideline. The great news about the 49ers, if you're a fan, is that they came out of the gate this year, and the bread has got the butter on it, and it is go time from week 1. McCaffrey, crushing it. Debo and Ayuk, crushing it. Purdy, no turnovers, doing almost all of the things that you would want the QB to do. And so maybe that's why his answer was what it was. I wonder, though, how we feel if you were to sort of power rank those 3 right now in the NFC.
Right. And, I mean, you could power rank the other 3 2-0 teams, and there might be a 7th if New Orleans wins this game today. But in terms of the big 3, Dallas, Philly, and the 49ers, hard to not put Dallas number 1 based on what they've done and how dominant they were. And we'll see what the Niners look like against the same New York Giants, although it won't be the same Giants. It's a little bit of a different team already, but 40-0 in the opener and then 30-10 in week 2. Hard for me not to put Dallas number 1. I would put the Niners 2, and then I would go Philadelphia 3rd, just based on how they've looked so far through 3 games.
I don't think I disagree with that. I do think that you have to factor opponent into the whole thing, although I don't know how we can necessarily accurately do that yet. Like, for instance, the Cowboys played Zach Wilson yesterday, and you know my thoughts on Zach Wilson. He not good enough. He can't play. They're not going to. I loved everybody's like, oh, Aaron Rodgers, they've got a miracle procedure on the Achilles, and he might be ready for the playoffs. I'm like, the miracle would be if they're there, not that Aaron's back.
Nice.
Right? They're not going anywhere with Zach Wilson. So am I impressed by a Cowboy team that has beaten both New York squads without Aaron Rodgers? Not terribly impressed. You know what I mean? Is that less impressive than at Pittsburgh, at L.A.? I don't think at Pittsburgh, at L.A. is crazy. I do think it's harder. I think it's harder than what the Cowboys have played.
Agreed.
So, yeah,
agreed.
Dallas
was
factor that
at
in.
New York and then home for the Jets.
Correct.
Yeah, and it's if you were to rank, unfortunately, where you put the Jets right now without Aaron Rodgers, I still think they're a top half team, and that defense is still very good, regardless of who your quarterback is, but not having much of an offense hurts you. But Dallas got 30 points on a very good Jets defense.
They did.
So I do think you got to look at that and tip the cap. Zach Wilson, 12 of 27, $170 and 3 interceptions. I would imagine he gets one more start as Jets quarterback, and I'd be surprised if they don't bring in another quarterback before this week is over.
I don't disagree with you, but I bet he's going to get more than one more start because I just don't know what their other options are.
Get somebody who's better, stat.
Yeah, you know what? I mean, I threw out the idea yesterday. I'm like, why don't they get Wentz? And, again, it's one player's opinion, but Rudolph last night was like, you're not going to get production out of somebody who's on a couch right now. You're not getting production out of someone who doesn't know the system, hasn't been playing football, hasn't had a training camp. You're not going to get that.
Isn't he just a taller version of Zach Wilson, essentially?
Maybe. I mean, he's a guy who can complete passes a little bit better.
He's done more, but he's Zach a turnover machine.
Yeah, I mean, but not to the level of Wilson, but I hear you. It's not like a great answer. There isn't much of an answer for the Jets. I look at the Cowboys this way. I don't think you really can poke too many holes in the Niners or the Cowboys. They've both looked fantastic. The Cowboys offensively have not needed to be as dynamic as the 49ers have been in the first 2 weeks. The Cowboys have gotten a lot more points. Defense, special teams, as we know, they needed to do nothing against the New York Giants. They were up 16-0 before they had to do anything. Look at them on the ground yesterday. They only averaged 3 yards a carry. But Dak has not been turning the ball over. You got to give him the same nod that Niner fans are giving to Brock Purdy. I don't know this early how to separate them. For me, 1 and 1A, and then I'll agree with you that the Eagles right now look third.
Okay. And now if you went 1 and 1A, who would you put at 1? If you had to actually, I don't know, have an opinion.
Well, I mean the Niners because
ESPN right now is rolling over in their Bristol studios.
Definitely, the answer is Niners because the Cowboys are an awful, awful thing. They're an awful entity. No, they're the Dallas Cowboys. Like that was kind enough of me to say 1 and 1A. I'm not giving them 1.
Okay, so
they're the
two.
Cowboys. They've got dirt all over them. They're awful.
Washington, Atlanta, and Tampa. 4, 5, and 6.
Well, I don't do it that way.
They're 2-0.
Yeah.
But in terms of 2-0 teams, and that's what we're talking about, where would you put those teams? Because I told you going in that I liked Atlanta as maybe not a sleeper because they were favored to win that division, but I think Atlanta is going to end up being better than people think.
I think a little bit of a sleeper. I think New Orleans was favored to win the division.
Okay, I think it was very close, though, odds-wise.
And the Falcons, look, they beat a very young and not very good Panthers team. They had to rally like crazy to beat the Packers by 1. They get credit for it. I'm not, overly impressed yet. Let's see what the Saints do tonight. But if you wanted me to give just those unbeaten teams.
4, 5, and 6, me. Tampa'd be 6 because you're not a believer in Baker.
No. So we're including New Orleans in this conversation?
We're not because they're 1-0.
Because they're only 1-0.
Even though they're leading at this hour.
Yeah. I think I would go Washington, then Atlanta, then Tampa.
Okay. I'd have Atlanta, then Washington.
Yeah. Washington's got a better defense. That's the only reason I'd give them the nod. Although they didn't stop the Hail Mary. Let's go to Diego in Marin with Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Diego, what are you doing?
Hey, how you doing? Just on my way home. I wanted to let you guys know that the Eagles have only allowed 3 points as far as point differential. They've only scored 3 more points than their opponents in the second half in the first 2 games. And the next opponent is Tampa, and they've only allowed 14 while scoring more than that. And I expect the Eagles to lose to Tampa. So you guys are really going to get a good look at how bad they really are this year.
Well, I mean, that'll change some things. You're not wrong that there are some deeper analytics, if you look at what the Eagles have been doing, that are a concern. You know what I mean? Like, they started very fast, and they were up 16-0 in New England. And New England is fine. They're not good. They're not bad. They're whatever. I know they're 0-2. But the Eagles let Mac Jones throw the ball all over the field on them and almost come back and win. And then they let Kirk Cousins throw for 350 and 4 tugs, and that game easily could have gone the other way if the Vikings could hold on to the football. They fumbled the ball. So I don't know where that puts Tampa in this whole thing. But, I'm not going to deny that the Eagles have not looked like the best version of themselves.
I like Diego's call. Tampa's going to win outright. 2 Monday night games again next week.
Yeah, not a fan.
We got the 2 on right now.
Yeah, it's fun while we're here.
Sure. Eagles at Bucks on the early game, and then Rams at Bengals in the, quote, late game. And in terms of Philadelphia's long-term viability, listen to this schedule that they have coming up. They got the Dolphins at home, to the Commanders, Cowboys, Chiefs, Bills, Niners, Cowboys. That's a gauntlet.
Yep.
Dolphins, Commanders, Cowboys, Chiefs, Bills, Niners, Cowboys.
When does that start, though?
That starts October 22nd.
Okay,
so that will be
still a month away.
Yeah, they'll have 6 games under their belt, and it looked more daunting when it opened up at the Jets, but now I'm taking that game off the table in terms of gauntlet because they go to the Jets, then they start that 6-game gauntlet. Philadelphia's schedule is nasty in November.
What week do they go to the Jets?
That would be week 6.
See, now, by then, I do wonder who's quarterback in the Jets.
Okay.
And that's a scary game because their defense is legit. The Jets' defense is legit. And Jalen Hurts right now, sure, they can run a sneak. And DeAndre Swift got going against the Vikings, which is not a good defense. But their offense, there are some concerns there. Look, if A.J. Brown is already screaming at you on the sideline, there's some concerns there. So that, to me, is the best news for 49er fans. You looked at this roster offensively, and you went, my God, they've got an answer at every position. And I would argue they've looked like it. They've looked like it. Like, for me, there's 2 aspects of this. A, are you in sync? And B, is your quarterback making good decisions? Brock missed 3 deep throws yesterday, and I get that. But the bottom line is the decision-making is still elite. The lack of turnovers, you can't be better than 0 in the interception column. And the comment we made earlier, and I'll reiterate it again, when it comes to Brock Purdy, this is now 10 football games, and we have largely seen some version of the same person every single time he's played. You can love him, you can hate him, you can think whatever you want about his future. The bottom line is this: the sample size comment is over.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
I am done with let's see Brock play 10 more games and then we'll decide. I think we got a pretty good sense of who this dude is.
10 games is a good, solid sample, especially when you add in playoff games as a part of that 10, and you look at what this team has in terms of personnel and scheme and the way Brock has gone about winning these games. And I know that it's easy to look at a guy who's never lost a game that he started and finished and say, well, yeah, he's really good. But I think it's more than that because what he's good at fits what Kyle Shanahan's trying to do, which is ball control, it is play, recognition, and it's ball delivery. He doesn't do a lot of things that are eye-poppingly, dramatically fantastic, but he doesn't do the negative plays on that same scope and scale either. He makes the play that needs to be made. He can do some things now.
Yep.
He can avoid the rush, and he had a couple of plays yesterday where he pulled the ball down and he ran and got some positive yardage. So he's smart, he's adept, he's accurate, and he doesn't turn it over.
You know what? I like whenever names of great players come up in a Brock Purdy conversation, people start to roll their eyes. And I think that's fair. That's where we can have a sample size conversation. I don't want to compare him to any greats. But I do think this. There are a couple of greats currently in the game who in many ways have ruined the conversation, the assessment of Brock Purdy. This idea, you just said, he doesn't do anything eye-popping. I agree with you. I guess my question would be, why the hell's a quarterback got to do something eye-popping? Tom Brady never did anything eye-popping in his life, except for win 843 Super Bowls.
Yeah.
Okay, that's eye-popping. Never had great receivers except for Moss, and Moss and him didn't win a Super Bowl together. Like, Mahomes does stuff. He's doing ring around the rosy. He's throwing with both hands. He's throwing overhand. He's throwing underhand. He's throwing all. He's an absolute nut job. And because of that, a lot of us have decided that that's the bar. And now your quarterback's got to come out and be eye-popping.
Yeah.
Because Josh Allen is. And Patrick Mahomes is, you don't have to be eye-popping.
That's a good counterpoint.
Like when I look at Brock, there are things that he does where I'm like, that is eye-popping. Doesn't jump off the TV screen.
Right.
But like that throw to Jawan Jennings down the sideline, dude, that is a gutsy, unbelievable delivery in a big moment. He is fearless and still surprising to me.
Yeah.
When I watch the way he executes.
I like the way you broke that down, and you had me thinking about a baseball pitcher from the 80s and 90s who never did anything eye-popping, and he happens to be one of the 10 greatest pitchers in the history of the game. That man's Greg Maddux. Greg Maddux.
For a second, I thought you were going to go with Big Daddy Rick Russell.
No, Rick Russell was great.
But instead, you went with Greg Maddux.
Yeah, Russell, good pitcher.
Yeah.
Great pitcher. Greg Maddux was a guy who threw 90, topped out maybe at 91.
Yeah.
His changeup was about 84, and he could spot everything everywhere he wanted at all times. And he wasn't eye-popping. So I'm glad you said that in terms of the quarterback doesn't need to be eye-popping. You watch Lamar Jackson, and every time he has the ball, you kind of hold your breath because he can do a million different things, and he's exciting. And Jalen Hurts and Patrick Mahomes, but then you look at other quarterbacks like Jimmy Garoppolo and Derek Carr, who we're just watching throw balls to Carolina like he does it on the regular, and it makes you it should make you have a greater appreciation for what you do have.
And I find that maybe there's a different way. Maybe it's not eye popping, but I find him to be eyebrow raising, not eye popping, eyebrow raising. When I watch Brock Purdy play, my eyebrows go up because that's not what a 7th rounder is supposed to look like. It's not what a guy who has not even played a full season yet is supposed to look like. Yesterday was not his perfect day, but we've got a really good sense for who he is, and some people like to play the eye-popping game, and then they forget that if you're over here in the other corner where you just want to play the results game, like, okay, how far have you gone? Well, Brock Purdy has already gone as far in the playoffs as Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson have ever gone.
Yeah, wow.
He has already achieved the exact same playoff success that those two players have. But we don't want to put them in the same category because not fantasy and not stats and not this, that, the other. Well, he also doesn't do what Josh did week 1 and throw 3 picks.
Yeah.
I find that eyebrow raising.
Yeah, he's like Zach Johnson, if I make the golf analogy now after the Greg Maddux. Never the longest off the tee, never the best putter, good iron player. The guy's won major championships.
Yeah, how many
couple
majors
of them. I think he's got 2.
Exactly.
He got a green jacket, and he won the Open Championship. And, I mean, that's Brock Purdy. Doesn't have the biggest arm, but he's got enough of an arm. He isn't the fastest, but he's quick enough to make plays with his feet. He is really good at dissecting defenses. Probably not the smartest quarterback ever, but he's up there. If you look at all the things he does well, he probably would be outside the top 10 in each of those skills.
Yep.
Yet he's leading football right now in QBR.
Tied with?
Dak
Prescott.
Dak Prescott.
Yeah, that's a fun stat. They have the exact same QBR, which is the advanced quarterback rating
Yes,
stat.
I actually like QBR.
Takes a little bit more into account.
It does.
Yeah.
And I think it's more of a reflection of just how well you're playing.
Yeah. So right now, Dak Prescott and Brock Purdy, who are on a Week 5 collision course, solid chance for both teams to be 4-0 when Dallas gets here. That game's going to get just a little bit of attention. Let's go to Jonathan in San Francisco here on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Jonathan, what are you doing?
Just walking the dog, man, in the neighborhood.
Not a bad.
I just want to say, man, I'm done defending Brock. I'm just going to let Brock play, make him all sound dumb. You know, people are calling up the station, started in the morning. Woo, Jimmy's supposed to throws. He's just like Jimmy. I'm like, come on, man. The guy's got a perfect record, and the guy's doing all these things right. But, you know, people just seem to jump on every chance they get to criticize the guy. So I'm just going to let Brock do the walking. I'm gonna let him prove all this nonsensical takes on the air at 95.7 a game. Prove those people wrong. But you know why I called up? I called up because if I was one of the D tackles, man, I'm making a sacrifice. A sacrifice, kind of like what Justin Smith, the Cowboy, did for Aldon Smith. Imagine if we got one of those guys to do what Justin Smith did for Aldon. This defense is gonna be super nasty.
You know what made me think of that recently? And Jonathan, thanks. You saw that story last week about Khalil Mack.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. I was just like, could you imagine Khalil Mack and Nick Bosa were both on the defensive line together?
Nasty.
Good Lord. And then you go, gosh, he is on the same defensive line as his brother, and they can't stop anyone. What the hell's going on with that team?
Don't know.
Bosa, Mack, Derwin James, can't stop anybody in a big moment. Tennessee Titans, no weapons, running up and down the field, winning in overtime. Crazy.
Good ground game, though, Tennessee.
Yeah.
And Ryan Tannehill is just good enough to win games. No, he's fine. Exactly. You talk about a quarterback that you wouldn't want to have, yet you look up and he's got a pretty good one-loss record, pretty good career that he's had going. 20 of 24 for Tannehill.
Yeah, he threw for 246. Derrick Henry only averaged 3.2 a carry yesterday. I don't even know where exactly all their points came from. They were not dynamic offensively, and the Chargers still found a way to give up 27 points to them. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with the Chargers, man.
How many? If you had $1 for every time you've said that,
it's like Herbert is crushing it. He hasn't turned it over yet. He's throwing the ball everywhere. He's thrown for over 500 yards in 2 games, all touchdowns, no picks, weapons everywhere, scoring lots of points. They've scored 60 points this year, and they can't win a football game. It's bizarre.
Yeah,
absolutely bizarre.
Yeah, I didn't catch a whole bunch of that, but I'm just looking at it right now, and they're unable to sustain drives in the second half. There's a touchdown to put them back in front. It was a seesaw game. Chargers score to take the lead, and
crazy.
Tennessee comes back and field goal to tie it, and then 3 and out in the overtime period, and that's all she wrote.
I will say this: if you still have questions about Brock Purdy, there's a fix. If anybody is suffering from Brockism or draftism, there is a fix. It might cost you a couple of bucks. It depends on what your TV provider is. But the fix is called the Red Zone channel. I'd like you to buy it. I want you to sit down and watch it. Take a look at what happens at the quarterback position around the NFL. And then come back and tell us that what Brock does is mid. Go ahead. Watch football games and take a look at the crap that some of these other teams are putting on the field at this position. And this whole he just throws his short stuff, and so that's why he doesn't throw any picks. You should watch what's happening right now.
I was just going to say, Mark, I'm not trying to drive people away from the radio to the television, but we have both these games on, and every time I look over, you've got a defensive player with a football running toward the end zone. And I mean, there's picks ahoy in this game already.
All 4 quarterbacks have already committed a turnover.
Thank you.
3 interceptions and a fumble.
And they've been playing for 7 minutes. They've been playing for 7 minutes. Deshaun Watson pick 6 to start the game. Kenny Pickett comes down in the other end. He's just trying to throw a slant route. And the Browns jumped it and pick it off in the red zone.
Derek Carr is throwing the ball like he's playing catch with 9-year-olds.
There was that
on the other team.
Steelers podcast leading up to week 1 who asked me that question. Who would you want?
You're still mad about it.
Now I'm more mad about it. Who would you want for the next 5 years, Brock Purdy or Kenny Pickett?
Purdy or Pickett. Who'd you pick? Pickett?
What do you think I said?
Did you pick Pickett?
Of course I picked Purdy. And they were like,
Homer.
Yeah. Okay, Homer.
Okay, Boomer.
We know the right answer, but we understand why you said that because the Niners are good, and okay, that's fine. They all wanted to say Kenny Pickett. Why? Oh, because 5 drives, 5 touchdowns in the preseason. Preseason football. And everyone's decided that Kenny Pickett is good. How's he doing in regular season football?
Not great.
The Steelers have scored 14 points this year, and 7 of them are by their defense. It's absolutely crazy. Look around the league, and I promise you, you will find a better appreciation for what the 49ers are getting at their quarterback position right now.
Pickett 30th in the league going into tonight in QBR, ahead of only Justin Fields and Bryce Young, who's also on display right now, turning the ball over.
And by the way, these QBs, they've got people. You know what I mean? I know that's the next point that, if they had McCaffrey, these quarterbacks have people. George Pickens is a monster presence on a football field. Najee Harris is right behind him. Derek Carr is looking at Michael Thomas running one way and Chris Olave running the other. You're telling me that these people don't have offensive lines and weaponry. They do.
Well, Derek doesn't. Poor guy.
They're just not fit. Well, he didn't on that play. They're just not as good. They're not as good. And so all those power rankings that came out a few weeks ago, Brock Purdy's 31st, and now we'll move him up to 25th. It's all a bunch of junk.
He's on his back more than a starlet with an OnlyFans.
If you think Purdy's not one of the top 10 quarterbacks in this league right now, call me, and I will see if I can make a call to get you Red Zone channel.
Yeah.
I want to do that. I wish I had the ability to buy all of you Red Zone channel.
All you have to do is get Xfinity.com, and it appears on your sports package, Mark. I got the Red Zone channel. I'm not allowed to watch it, but I've got it. You know what I've been doing? And I told you I'd do this, and I've been doing it.
Dude, come over.
Recording it.
No.
I got a baby, Mark.
The whole point
baby
of Red
comes
Zone,
first.
You can't watch the Red Zone channel taped. It ruins the whole thing.
It actually doesn't. It's a great way to do your homework, okay? Red Zone.
Just come over this week. Just come over. Crying out loud.
You changing diapers?
I didn't say bring the baby. I said come over.
I can't leave my baby.
Brought to you by Chilton Auto Body. The more your calls next on Willard and Dibs.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident condition. Chilton Auto Body is also actively hiring for all positions. For more details, head to ChiltonAutoBody.com. The Bay Area's leader.
This is actually going to be in alphabetical order.
Oh.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, one of our faithful on YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union, goes by Mr. Irrelevance MC on our chat.
Okay.
And after me inviting you over to watch Red Zone, he says, get a 95.7 The Game watch party going for one of these weekends, and I'm there.
It's a good idea, actually. It's a good idea.
Well, it's a good start. I'm thinking even bigger than that.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Even bigger than that? Because I've actually had this thought, and I've reached out to a couple of watering holes to see if they might be interested in hosting such a watch party.
Been thinking a lot about this, actually.
Yeah, I've actually been thinking a lot about it before you even thought about it once.
I disagree. My nickname is Watch Party Willard. What do you think about that?
My nickname is Sales Guy Dibber. I'm constantly beating the fuzz. I actually
not a good nickname at all.
Met a guy yesterday who
it's a terrible nickname. Is your nickname Sales Guy Dibber?
SGD?
This is a terrible nickname.
Watch Party Willard. I know nobody wants to go to a watch party at your house where
I didn't say I was going to have it at my
kids
house.
Take all the good seats.
There's only 3 seats.
Kids rolling around with a dog on the carpet.
That was pretty funny.
Browbeating your 17-year-old for begging for calls.
Tell you who's not going to get invited to the Super Bowl party this year. Yeah, it's pretty much Guru, and then like Grandy and Lucas and Evan, everybody they're all invited.
I showed up.
Rest of you,
so I'm in.
Yeah, to heckle my son.
Whatever.
And
He had
drink
it coming
too much.
to him. I did not drink too much. I drank just enough.
Yeah,
I drank the appropriate amount. Let's
listen.
go to Dibs, half in the bag.
If you'd like to be invited, you've got work to do. I'm just letting you know.
I enjoyed the
Guru
dip,
can come,
and I did not double dip. I was singular on my dipping.
Wow, you can sit here and defend yourself all you want.
Oh, I don't have to because I was the man. I provided perspective for those not aware of the halftime show.
No, keep the sentence going. You were the man that what? Fill in the blank.
I just told you.
Uh-huh.
Provided perspective, cultural perspective.
I see.
During the halftime show.
Cultural perspective.
I offered the officiating FAQs for all of the begging that was taking place from people of all ages, letting people know exactly what the call was and why that was the call.
I did not see
always
that the
fun
same
at parties. The ref guy is always the guy you want at your party.
That's right. As people are begging for hundreds and thousands of dollars and
ref guys keeping it
scream
real.
at the ref on the TV, it's always good to have someone be there to be like, the ref was right. Take a bathroom break.
Excellent fundamentals there by the back judge.
Yeah.
Always fun to have that guy
That
at the
was
party.
fun. I got to admit.
Thank you.
That was very fun. Speaking of fun, this is kind of fun, or maybe not. Now, I do have questions. So, Monday Night Football unveiled a new theme today, I think. Grandy, are they not? Is this to replace or complement the da-da-da-da? Do we know? We don't know.
I don't know. I would imagine to compliment.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
I don't know, but they launched this. They're like, hey, new Monday Night Football theme. And here it is. The voice you will mainly hear belongs to country music superstar Chris Stapleton. Now, what you don't get with what you just heard is the visual, which also includes Snoop.
Right.
There's a lot of Snoop in there as well, but it's only a visual. You do not get any sort of a ain't nothing but a G thing audio situation.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. I don't know where you want me to begin with not only how much I hate that, but why I hate that.
I would love to hear both.
Well,
how much do you hate it?
On a scale of 1 to 10, it's a 9. And honestly, it's not. But on a scale of like how much it'll affect me, it's a 1. This will not affect me at all in my life, my daily life. It won't make me change the game.
So, but why do you
turn it off?
Right, but why? So, in order to dislike something so much, usually it does have some sort of an emotional effect on you. Like, to me, that's just like flick it off your shoulder.
Oh, well, me too. But in terms of like reacting to it because it's been played and now it's a thing, I don't like it because I think his rendition of the song sucks. Okay. Apologies to Chris Stapleton. Okay.
It's very popular.
Right.
It's very good.
But the song...
He's a very good singer.
And the song is not really appropriate for getting you jacked up for a football game.
Well,
the song is a very haunting, moribund song.
You
in
can
the
feel
air
that.
tonight.
Do you remember the New York Giants, the last time they won the Super Bowl, I believe it was, actually, and other teams have done this since, have adopted this as their pregame ritual because it fired them up so much. I can feel it coming in the air tonight. My God, this radio station had one of its best days in its history when we were all driving to Chase Center and Guru could not stop singing that song. I still have people coming up to me talking about that song. Yes, the Warriors lost to the Kings, but that's not the point.
Wow. And then you can add that log to the fire.
Don't you remember that was that song?
I do. Yeah.
Okay.
It was the Phil Collins version. I don't think that we were all channeling our inner Chris Stapleton.
No, it's not about that. But I mean, like even Steiny sang, we made JD sing that song.
I think he actually did too, reluctantly, as I recall. I just don't. I don't know what was wrong with the da 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 da.
Well, that might be there too. That might be there too.
Yeah, so I can add the In the Air Tonight is being called the new anthem, but the normal Monday Night Football theme is staying the same.
Okay. So yeah, get both.
And the anthem is like with Carrie Underwood. She has her anthem for Sunday Night Football, which was, I believe, an original song. Waiting All Day for Sunday Night.
Correct.
I don't know if she wrote it, but she performs it. They tweak it each and every year.
Sure.
That I like. It's an original song. This is a straight up remake ripoff, and the remake sucks. And come up with an original song like NBC did with Waiting All Day for a Sunday Night.
Wow.
That I like.
Wow.
And again, this is not going to affect my
for
day.
Something that doesn't bother you, it seems to bother you quite a bit.
Well, I told you on a scale of 1 to 10, it bothers me as a 1. But in terms of maybe a 2. And rising.
No, I did. I'm laughing because I loved it when you sort of coached me with what to ask you. There was why you hated it and then how much you hated it. And it's funny when you say, how much do you hate it? It just reminded me of my least favorite question that gets asked of athletes in locker rooms. How important was that play? I don't know. How do you want me to answer that? On a scale of 1 to 10, was it very important? Was it sort of important?
Totally.
Was it very, very important? Was it super duper important? I don't know. How do you answer how important? How much did you dislike it, Dibs? This much?
A lot.
Okay, a lot.
Really, a lot.
Good. Got it.
80 plays the Niners had on defense. So how important was that play?
How important?
Well, I think it was the 17th most important play if I looked at it honestly.
Right. I don't know how to answer that question.
Right.
Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah,
I like that song. I like those performers. Rock on.
I mean, why? I wonder
rock out with your Brock out. Who cares?
I wonder what Snoop's role is.
I don't know.
There might be a longer version of it that they're going to play. And so, yeah, Snoop just pops up.
Yeah.
It's like Chris Stapleton and Snoop Dogg.
There's Snoop.
Isn't Snoop, like, always in everything?
Yes, because he has a wonderful Q rating. It does not matter who you are. It does not matter where you're from. You like Snoop. That's just how it works. I don't make the rules.
Yeah, I mean, I don't either. And I wonder more about the Super Bowl half